Sumu is dead, yet not entirely gone. Upon awakening, she discovers that she is transformed into a 1,000-year-old corpse. Simultaneously, she has activated a graveyard farming system, which allows her to cultivate spiritual roots in well-placed burial sites to reap remarkable rewards. At this moment, a trio has unearthed the location of Sumu's tomb. Strangely enough, they can hear her voice echoing from the depths of the earth. Don't panic, this is corpse fragrance taro, we should navigate around it. Where can we go? We are surrounded by corpse fragrance taro. You mentioned corpse fragrance taro was exceedingly rare, yet it appears to be everywhere? This is just my cultivated vegetable. We can't escape, the entire forest before us is filled with hydrocypress. Don't worry, great, and we'll guide you out. All these are my crops. Chapter 1. The experience of rebirth as a corpse. Sumu is dead, yet remains in a state of limbo. She was struck to pieces by a dump truck. Confused, she questions what sins she has committed to deserve being obliterated by a reckless vehicle while merely walking on the sidewalk. Having succumbed to death, one might as well hope for a rebirth as a bird, soaring freely through the skies. But upon opening her eyes, she is startled by the face before her. Who on earth is this? The visage is ghastly pale. Wait, why does this person look as though they have seen a ghost? Moreover, there is an unsettling sense of familiarity. Regaining her composure, Sumu scrutinizes the face before her closely. Suddenly, a spark of recognition ignites within her heart. This princess is also named Sumu, the 9th princess of an ancient kingdom who was once adored but met a tragic end at the tender age of 20, victim to treachery, drowning in the palace's rear garden. Now, this princess named Sumu lies within the confines of this coffin. So, I have transmigrated into the body of a princess? However, this princess is deceased. To what purpose does this serve? Wait, the 9th princess has been dead for nearly a millennium, yet her face remains flawless. Sumu raises her hand to pinch her cheek. This. Not only is her face unblemished, but even her fingers are intact. The ancient royal preservation techniques are truly remarkable. The light within the coffin emanates from a luminous pearl, and the stunning beauty before her is reflected in the mirror fixed to the coffin lid. Oh my! This 9th princess possesses an extraordinary beauty. As Sumu marvels, she attempts to rise, only to hear a muffled thud from the coffin lid. How could I forget that I am still inside the coffin? Coughing lightly, Sumu feigns nonchalance, pushing against the coffin lid with her hands. Eventually, she sits up expressionlessly from within the coffin, astonished to find that it is a sliding lid. The royal coffins are quite impressive. Congratulations, host, on awakening. The Happy Farm system presents a starter gift package to celebrate your awakening. Sumu is momentarily taken aback by the voice that resonates within her mind. However, being a modern individual and a reader of system novels, she quickly regains her composure. She twirls a strand of hair near her ear, a smile breaking across her face. A golden finger, a system, a farming system. It perfectly aligns with her desires. Who would have imagined that the pastoral life she yearned for in her previous life would come to fruition in this one? System. What functions do you possess? This system is dedicated to developing graveyard agriculture. The host may cultivate or raise crops in the heavily haunted graveyard, and the harvested produce can be exchanged for longevity, abilities, and advanced spiritual plant seeds as rewards. Sumu. Did she just hear some peculiar terminology? Nonetheless, with a system in place, cultivating agriculture in a graveyard is not entirely outlandish. Very well. Please open the starter gift package for me. A soft glow materializes before Sumu's eyes, and soon a small cloth bag adorned with a lily pattern appears. She reaches out to grasp it. System. You have obtained 100 corpse fragrance taro seeds, 1 universal farming tool, and 100 cubic meters of storage space. And a generous 100 cubic meters at that. She need not worry about where to store her burial items. Oh no, the 9th princess's burial items. Beside her, a tiny particle of light hovers, and as she curiously touches it, the particle seamlessly integrates into her body. The universal farming tool allows her to manifest any tool she can envision within her mind. Amazed, Sumu transforms the universal farming tool into a hammer, scythe, hoe, and other implements, all perfectly realized. Impressive. This tool is truly remarkable. Finally, she glances at the small cloth bag in her hand, initially mistaking it for a lily, only to discover it contains corpse fragrance taro. The two do share a resemblance, and the abstract design on the bag led her to misidentify it. Corpse Fragrance Taro. She recalls it being a specialty in the tomb raiding world, used as a preservative. Once in bloom, it displays vibrant colors and emits a scent that can ensnare individuals in prolonged illusions, making one vulnerable to its effects. Yet, its name is somewhat off-putting, and the odor of decay it emits is less than pleasant. She casts a disdainful glance at the system interface that suddenly appears before her, her expression growing serious. System Task 1. Submit 10,000 Corpse Fragrance Taro Reward. 10 years of longevity. Su-mu purses her lips. She had just confirmed that she currently possesses no heartbeat, no breath, a dulled sense of touch, and no pain. She is undoubtedly a corpse. System. Am I not a corpse? What use is longevity to me? System. Upon acquiring longevity, the host may exit the state of being a corpse and become a living being. What? Anxiously, Su-mu inquires again. So, if I acquire longevity, I can be resurrected? In this current body. System. Correct. Hiss. Who would choose to remain a corpse when they could be alive? Being a zombie means missing out on the exquisite flavors of this world. Su-mu's gaze towards the Corpse Fragrance Taro seeds ignited with fervor. My dear child, I apologize for my previous disdain towards you. I declare you my beloved. I shall nurture you with utmost care. With a hoe in hand, Su-mu diligently excavates various burial chambers. In addition to her own coffin, she has transformed the entire burial chamber into arable land, maximizing space for planting Corpse Fragrance Taro. Initially, she wished to extend her farming area beyond the graveyard, but the aura outside is insufficient to nurture Corpse Fragrance Taro. After 3 failed attempts, Su-mu is left holding 3 spoiled seeds, abandoning this notion. The system explains that only burial sites with exceptional feng shui can cultivate the dark energy necessary for spiritual plants to thrive. With a hoe on her shoulder, Su-mu gazes at her burgeoning crops with a sense of satisfaction. Corpse Fragrance Taro, 10,000 units. The task is nearly complete. Once this batch of Corpse Fragrance Taro matures, her stock will reach 11,623. Upon submitting the task, she will receive 10 years of longevity. From death to life, resurrection, a phoenix reborn, she shall once again walk among the living. Having calculated her ample yield of Corpse Fragrance Taro, Su-mu opens the system shop that appeared alongside the system. She has long coveted the stasis technique displayed in the shop. This ability, regardless of the world it inhabits, is a divine skill. She must first exchange it, lest it become unusable when needed later. System. Spend 1,000 Corpse Fragrance Taro to exchange for the binding technique. Current ability. Binding technique LV1. Splendid. Now she need not fear ordinary people. Wiping non-existent sweat from her brow, Su-mu's expression grew complex. Once this batch of Corpse Fragrance Taro matures, the malevolent energy of this graveyard will no longer nurture the spiritual plants within. It is akin to fertile land stripped of its nutrients by crops. While ordinary crops can still grow in barren soil, these graveyard spiritual plants are exceedingly picky. If the malevolent energy is insufficient, they will wither upon sprouting. To cultivate again, she must replenish this graveyard with high-quality malevolent energy. At present, she possesses no means to do so. What should she do next? Su-mu couldn't help but feel troubled. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted, causing Su-mu to stumble and fall to the ground. What happened? What's going on? Was that an explosion? Is someone robbing the tomb? With a grim expression, Su-mu concealed herself behind several Corpse Fragrance Taros, peering ahead. In the smoke and dust, there was an eerie silence. Wu Xie and the portly companion exchanged glances. He sensed a powerful aura, belonging to someone not far away. Who dares to rob my tomb? I shall whip your corpses and scatter your bones. A voice cursing filled Wu Xie's mind, turning his face pale as a sheet. This was the second time he had heard this voice in his mind. It was no mere illusion. Beside him, the portly companion scratched his head, muttering, "What a strange occurrence." Wu Xie was taken aback. Could the portly one also hear that voice? Why are there plants in this graveyard? Wu Xie. Goodness, what is that foul odor? The portly one pinched his nose, waving his hand in distaste. Seeing the portly one's usual reaction, Wu Xie felt uncertain. Could the voice echoing in his mind truly be an illusion? Is it foul? Hearing the voice, Su-mu felt puzzled. Does this Corpse Fragrance Taro truly smell bad? Why can't I smell anything? Oh, right, I am a zombie now, without even the ability to breathe. Outside, the silence resumed. Wu Xie's face drained of color in fear. He could now affirm that the voice that had suddenly appeared in his mind was certainly not an illusion. But why did the portly one show no reaction? Wu Xie glanced at his companion. Why did he seem unaffected? Could it be that the portly one did not hear the voice? The portly one rubbed his neck, murmuring, "What an eerie feeling." He stared at the swirling dust, pondering. What in the world was happening? Why was a woman speaking in his mind? Surely this must be auditory hallucinations. Such occurrences in a graveyard could be considered normal, right? He turned to their strongest member, the Kirin brother, and quietly asked, "Should we venture inside?" Upon hearing the outside discussion, Su Mu's anger flared. With a dark expression, Su Mu emerged from behind the corpse fragrance taros, confronting the trio before the blasted tomb entrance. Wu Xie, the portly one, as they heard the voice resonating in their ears, their eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't that the very voice that had just echoed in their minds? The tomb's owner had resurrected? Ghost. Run. Kirin brother, calm down. Wu Xie and the portly one spun to flee, but before they could take another step, their bodies became immobilized, no longer heeding their commands. Chapter 2. The trio. Who is speaking? Trying to escape. Have you consulted my binding technique? Su Mu glared at the fleeing Wu Xie and the portly one, then turned to the Kirin brother, who remained unaffected but faced her. This fellow is surprisingly composed, unperturbed even upon seeing me, though his attire is rather peculiar. This is a graveyard, and he dares to wear a hood while entering. Su Mu's thoughts echoed in the Kirin brother's mind again. He awkwardly tugged at his hood. Now he was certain that her voice would directly manifest in his mind. Moreover, it was an internal voice, not one spoken aloud. But why did her thoughts resonate in his mind? Could it be that she had just emerged from a coffin, struggling to control her strength? Though he had never witnessed such a phenomenon, he was adaptable. Seeing the Kirin brother adjust his hood, Su Mu snapped. "What? You have the audacity to rob my tomb, but lack the courage to face me? And this fatso, coming to rob the tomb while so corpulent, does he not fear getting stuck in the hole?" The portly one trembled in fear, his flesh quivering. Repeatedly hearing the voice, he confirmed that the voice echoing in his mind belonged to this lady. And it was indeed her thoughts. But why could her thoughts resonate directly in his mind? Could it be because she had just risen from the coffin and had yet to master her powers? The more he pondered, the more he believed in this possibility. Why couldn't she just lie peacefully in her coffin instead of jumping out to frighten him? The portly one was on the verge of tears, now immobilized by the binding technique, unable even to blink. Su Mu, watching the silent Kirin brother, felt her anger swell. "Are you not listening? What is your name?" The Kirin brother remained silent. "Hey, have you gone mute? I'm asking you." Just as Su Mu prepared to unleash her ire, she suddenly froze upon hearing his name. Zhang Qilin. Could this be the renowned Zhang Qilin? The Kirin brother stiffened, glancing up at Su Mu with wide eyes. The illustrious Zhang Qilin. What deeds had he performed to be remembered by this tomb's owner? Moreover, illustrious? Su Mu turned her gaze to the two individuals bound by her binding technique. So these two must be Wu Xie and the portly one? Wu Xie had been secretly observing Su Mu's lips. When her voice echoed once more in his mind without his seeing her lips move, he finally comprehended. This enchanting zombie's thoughts had directly penetrated his mind. But how did she know his name? As Su Mu advanced toward him, Wu Xie's heart raced. Under pressure, Wu Xie and the portly one revealed their names and places of residence. Oh ho! This truly is the renowned tomb-robbing Iron Triangle. The trio. The renowned tomb-robbing Iron Triangle? What on earth was that? Did they truly have such a title, unbeknownst to themselves? TSK, Wu Xie's future achievements are boundless, having raided over 10 grand tombs. Each one I desire, I must find a reason to accompany them. As long as I follow them, I need not worry about finding graveyards to cultivate. Her thoughts continued to echo. Wu Xie. My future achievements are boundless? When did I become aware of that? I've raided over 10 grand tombs? Am I out of my mind? Today, I just entered a tomb and encountered you resurrecting. How could I dare to continue exploring? The portly one. What did I just hear? You intend to cultivate in the grave? Su Mu regarded the dazed trio, her eyes twinkling mischievously. You've damaged my residence. How do you intend to compensate me? Wu Xia's lips twitched as he shot a fierce glare at the portly one. If it weren't for your suggestion of explosives, would we have been caught by this female zombie? The portly one gazed at Wu Xia with an innocent expression. But you didn't object, did you? Wu Xia rolled his eyes in frustration, yet with Su Mu present, he refrained from expressing his anger. He glanced at the motionless young man, realizing that he could neither outfight nor outrun the female zombie before him. If he could have, he would have already taken himself to safety. Wu Xia addressed Su Mu, stating, "Well, we weren't aware that you would resurrect. This is a misunderstanding. How about we procure some concrete to repair your grand entrance? Rest assured, concrete is remarkably sturdy and aesthetically pleasing. It will surely restore your door to its former glory." As Wu Xia spoke, he covertly observed Su Mu's expression, noting the growing dissatisfaction on her deathly pale face. "TSK, Wu Xia truly lacks insight. After blowing up my home, he should be inviting me to stay at his place for a few days and compensating me with several properties, right? As the illustrious ninth princess. How could I possibly allow him to shortchange me? Wu Xia. This substantial figure is actually a princess? And he is expected to buy her several houses as compensation? Shouldn't it be several burial plots instead? Moreover, this individual dares to suggest residing in his home? What is so appealing about his dilapidated abode? Seeing Su Mu's expression, Wu Xia deemed it wise to refrain from further remarks. For now, it would be prudent to align with the desires of the zombie princess. After all, the three of them combined could neither defeat her nor outrun her. Collecting his thoughts, Wu Xia resolved to keep the instability of her power a secret, lest her true feelings be revealed. If she knew, he would have no way to discern her thoughts from her expression. Taking a deep breath, Wu Xia proposed, "How about I compensate you with a new house?" That sounds rather delightful. Just in time. I wish to venture outside. I have lost track of how long I have been confined to the grave. Su Mu nodded. That will suffice. Just as Wu Xia assumed the zombie princess would maintain her composure, he continued, the house I mentioned is not the underground dwelling you currently occupy, but rather one above ground." Upon witnessing Wu Xia's demeanor, Su Mu couldn't help but burst into laughter. She found him rather amusing. Deliberately, she replied, "Oh, an exterior palace would be splendid too." Wu Xia's lips twitched, retracting slightly. "It's not a palace either." Su Mu frowned. Does this fellow lack basic conversational skills? Would it truly cost him so much to feign polite interest? The portly companion could hear Su Mu's thoughts and quickly interjected, Wu Xia didn't mean it that way. What he intends to convey is that while he cannot provide a palace at present, he will certainly strive to procure one for you in the future." Wu Xia shot him a glare, thinking, who on earth wants to buy a palace? Even if he wished to, who would dare sell one to him? Just as he turned his head, the portly fellow yanked him back and covered his mouth. Splendid. I adore hearing such words. Look at how eloquently the portly one speaks. Knowing you are a penniless tomb raider, would I truly demand a palace from you? Wu Xia was furious, thinking, who's the pauper here? I am quite wealthy, although I cannot afford a palace. The portly man guided Wu Xia aside, saying, "This way, please, the path upward is over here." Su Mu nodded. "Please wait a moment. My vegetables are still unharvested. What's the hurry?" The trio watched as Su Mu entered the corpse-fragrant taro, waving her hand. The corpse-fragrant taro collapsed. With another wave, the fallen taro vanished, its remnants rapidly decaying into dust. The entirety of the underground chamber revealed itself to the trio, albeit reduced to mere walls by Su Mu's handiwork. Wu Xia. It seems this zombie princess is quite diligent in her gardening efforts, even dismantling her own home. With a glance, Su Mu gestured for Wu Xia to lead the way, following closely behind them. What a bountiful harvest! Haha, gardening truly uplifts the spirit. This time, she collected 5,300 corpse-fragrant taro, adding to her previous 6,323, totaling 11,623. After spending 1,000 on a binding technique, she now possessed 10,623. Next, she needed to submit her system task. System. Task 1 completed. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 10 years of lifespan. Su Mu sensed the changes within her body, though they seemed negligible. Her heartbeat resumed, breathing began, her body warmed, and her senses heightened. resembling those of an ordinary living person. Is this what becoming alive feels like? It doesn't seem particularly special. Though, my taste and smell have returned, which is a blessing. I no longer have to dread the flavorless experience of eating. Wu Xie, walking ahead, thought. What? Has this zombie princess transformed into a living princess? He turned to look. The previously deathly pale zombie princess now radiated vitality. The beauty of an ancient princess was unveiled in that moment. Goodness! This substantial figure has come to life. The trio was taken aback. How could this be? A person who had been dead for thousands of years was now alive. Could she be an immortal? Indeed. Without a doubt, this zombie princess, disguised as a dumpling, must be an ancient immortal. Their reverence for Su Mu surged to new heights. The golden hairpin and splendid garments crafted for her truly showcased her allure, accentuating her beauty. Questioning a foolish monarch, understanding a foolish monarch, becoming a foolish monarch. With such a beauty by one side, who would dare attend court? Oh, wait, she is a princess.
Then
I shall become a tyrant on the spot. Who dares to lay a hand on the ninth princess must first inquire if I consent. The portly man gazed in awe, murmuring, hee hee. So beautiful. Wu Xie pinched the portly man's mouth shut, forcibly turning his head. Su Mu stretched her vibrant body, glancing at the remaining 623 corpse-fragrant taro in her storage space and the system interface that had just appeared before her. System Task 2. Harvest 10,000 Hydra cypress fruits. Hydra cypress fruits. Su Mu recalled that these were a specialty of the 7-star Lu Wang Palace. For now, she would set aside the 623 corpse-fragrant taro and check on conditions at the farm. After all, there was also a Hydra cypress tree there. Perhaps she could gather some for herself. It's decided. The next tomb will be the 7-star Lu Wang Palace. Wu Xie, leading the way. The next tomb to the 7-star Lu Wang Palace? Is that a decision you can make? It seems, indeed, it is. But what on earth is the 7-star Lu Wang Palace? From the name, it must be the tomb of the Lu King. However, Su Mu's thoughts only yielded that useful line, while the rest were preoccupied with where to find food. Wu Xie was reluctant to listen, mainly because the princess had been hungry for who knows how long, her mind consumed with thoughts of food. Yet, he dared not ignore her, fearing she might discuss something further about the 7-star Lu Wang Palace. Did Wu Xie find a grave to practice on before heading to the Lu Wang Palace? Perhaps so? Wu Xie. At this moment, should I not be within the 7 stars Lu Wang Palace?
why?
Moreover, judging by the princess's tone, she seems quite familiar with me. But why do the things she speaks of sound utterly foreign to my ears? Could this truly be the remarkable prowess of cultivators? Wu Xie felt a heaviness in his heart. Being remembered by this zombified princess rendered him apprehensive about his future slumber. The stout fellow turned to Su Mu and inquired, "This young lady dressed much like a princess. May I ask your name?" He noticed the attire of Su Mu, particularly the jade pendant dangling near her waist. That pendant was clearly a precious item, shimmering with a verdant glow, surpassing all the jade he had ever encountered combined. Su Mu cheerfully replied, "You may call me Su Mu. The princess is no more, and I am merely an ordinary person now." The trio. Ordinary person. Which ordinary individual can be resurrected? Wu Xie asked Miss Su, "Do you recall your past?" "Oh, Wu Xie, already inquiring about my origins? Truly a curious soul, but some things are better left unknown. After all, the more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise." With a beaming smile, Su Mu said to Wu Xie, "Alas, my mind is still a bit muddled. I cannot remember." Wu Xie felt a deeper sense of despair. He pondered that if he could learn about the life of this Princess Su Mu, perhaps he would uncover the reason for her peculiar interest in him.
Yet
She remained silent. Wu Xie began to discreetly observe the princess's attire and belongings, hoping to discern some emblem of her status. The stout fellow tugged at Wu Xie's sleeve, leaned closer, and whispered, "Hey, do you think if I asked this princess for the jade pendant from her belt, she would give it to me?" Wu Xie. "You are quite bold. I admire your courage, my stout friend." Wu Xie silently stepped away from the stout fellow, and so did his companion, effectively isolating the stout fellow in the center. The stout fellow, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "What are you two doing?" Wu Xie quickened his pace, saying, Keep your distance from me. The companion added, do not let any blood spill on me. The stout fellow instantly sobered. What a foolish thought. This resurrected princess possesses immobilization techniques. The stout fellow hurriedly grabbed Wu Xie's sleeve, pleading softly, please, please. I was wrong. Do not abandon me, dear brother. Wu Xie remained silent. The stout fellow glanced back at Su Mu, relieved to see her unresponsive. Fortunately, the princess did not hear. How did I not hear? Do you take me for deaf? Su Mu regarded the stout fellow with disdain. Were it not for Wu Xie's presence, I would have long since boiled you. The stout fellow.
How?
Brutal. This princess actually intends to boil him. Wu Xie, the companion. Serves you right. In Yuhang City, near the Shilong printing house, an antique shop stood desolate, reminiscent of a cold palace. Wow, is this the Wu Mountain residence run by Wu Xie, the antique store? It's as quiet as they say. Seeing it in person is truly different from merely hearing about it. This environment, this West Lake, this leisurely work, this expansive courtyard. Oh, how wonderful it would be if this courtyard were mine. I yearn for it. Wu Xie, why do you know so much about my affairs? When did you set your sights on me? What a terrifying prospect. Su Mu followed Wu Xie through his Wu Mountain residence, gazing around as if she had entered a grand garden. A rockery resided in the center of the courtyard, with water flowing from its crevices into a small pond filled with koi, the water gently cascading through a stream that flowed out into the West Lake. A row of yews lined the courtyard wall, with osmanthus, persimmon trees, and other common garden trees at the corners. Skit, skit, skit. I adore this, Wu Xie. How about gifting me your courtyard? Wu Xie.
No.
Do not harbor such delusions. That is impossible. Please come this way. Young lady, I have guest rooms available, and you may stay as long as you wish. Though gifting it was out of the question, allowing her to stay was feasible. At that moment, a tall man emerged from inside, holding a piece of white paper. Boss, someone asked me to deliver this to you. Su Mu scrutinized the man dressed in sportswear, deep in thought. It seems this must be Wang Meng, Wu Xie's reliable associate. Wu Xie, you are truly frightening. How do you know the names of my staff? This level of knowledge is rather excessive, is it not? Truly, a relic from millennia of cultivation. Wu Xie took the white paper, opened it, and glanced at it. This writing even forms a face resembling a fox, quite amusing. At these words, Su Mu felt a sudden jolt. Such good fortune? Arriving just in time for the storyline of the 7 Stars Luoyang Palace? What, then, is this 7 Stars Luoyang Palace? Could it be that the princess has acquaintances within? Let me ponder. Wu Xie should soon receive a message, right? As Su Mu contemplated, a ringtone suddenly echoed, emanating from Wu Xie's direction. Wu Xie. How do you know? How do you know everything? Do not frighten me, dear lady. Who exactly are you? What are your intentions? Wu Xie trembled as he retrieved his phone. Upon opening the message, he heard Su Mu's inner voice. It's a message from your third uncle, 9 o'clock chicken-eyed yellow sand. Text message, 9 o'clock chicken-eyed yellow sand. Wu Xie. His hand trembled, causing the phone to fall, the battery popping out. What the? Dear lady, you have terrified me to death. You even know the content of the message from my third uncle. Your cultivation must indeed grant you foresight. At that moment, the stout fellow hurriedly picked up the phone and battery off the ground, reproaching Wu Xie. I say, naive one, how old are you? Why can't you shake off this clumsiness of dropping things? Once powered on, the stout fellow swiftly opened Wu Xie's phone to check the messages. Then, he too trembled, causing the phone to slip again. Holy moly! The content was identical. This princess is truly remarkable. She can even foresee this. How terrifying. Does that mean the 7 Stars Luoyang Palace she mentioned genuinely exists? With this thought, the stout fellow could not help but lick his lips. The 7 Stars Luoyang Palace is a grand tomb that even the princess covets. It must contain an abundance of treasures. If the princess is willing to share even a single item with him, it would be a remarkable gain. He felt a surge of excitement. Didn't the princess mention her desire to visit the 7 Stars Luoyang Palace? Let's arrange it. Immediately arrange it. A figure appeared beside the stout fellow, catching the phone just before it hit the ground. The companion handed the phone back to Wu Xie, patted his shoulder, and said calmly, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first." Su Mu observed this trio with curiosity. Ha ha ha, this reaction is delightful. Wu Xia was just stunned by the shoulder pat from the companion. "I love this. Give me more." As the companion was about to leave, he paused, turned to Su Mu, and said, "Su, miss, I will take my leave first." Su Mu cheerfully replied, "All right, be on your way. Do not forget, you also have a share in my compensation. After all, we shall meet again in a few days." The companion, "That I will not forget you, can rest assured." Su Mu watched as the young man's figure faded into the distance. Turning her head, she noticed that Wu Xia and the plump man were still standing in place, lost in thought. She approached and gently patted Wu Xia's shoulder, saying, "Come now, let us engage in a business venture." Su Mu had died, yet she had not truly perished. Upon awakening, she discovered that she had become a 1,000-year-old corpse. Simultaneously, she had awakened a graveyard farming system, which allowed her to cultivate spiritual roots in a graveyard with excellent feng shui in order to reap remarkable reward. At that moment, a trio had unearthed the location of Su Mu's burial site. To their astonishment, they could hear her voice. "Don't panic, this is the corpse fragrance taro. Let's go around it. Where do you intend to go?" "You are already surrounded by the corpse fragrance taro." "Brother, did you not say that the corpse fragrance taro is exceedingly rare? Why is it everywhere?" "This is my cultivated vegetable. We cannot escape. The entire forest before us is filled with 9-headed serpent cypress. Fear not, dear ones, I shall lead you out. All of these are my crops." Chapter 1. What is it like to be reborn as a corpse? Su Mu had died, but not entirely. She found herself in a liminal state between life and death. A dump truck had reduced her to a mere pulp. She could not fathom what sin she had committed to be so abruptly taken by a truck that ran a red light while she was merely crossing the pedestrian walk. If death was her fate, then perhaps in her next life, she could reincarnate as a bird, soaring freely through the skies. However, upon opening her eyes, she was horrified by the countenance before her. Who on earth is this? The face was as pale as a ghost. Wait, why does this face appear to be so frightened? And why does it evoke a sense of familiarity? Regaining her composure, Su Mu scrutinized the visage before her. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within her. This princess, also named Su Mu, was the 9th princess of an ancient kingdom who had been greatly favored in life but met a tragic end at the tender age of 20 at the hands of treacherous individuals, drowning in the royal palace's garden. Now, this 9th princess named Su Mu lay within this coffin. So, I have transmigrated into a princess? But this princess is also deceased. What purpose does my transmigration serve? Wait, the 9th princess has been dead for nearly 1,000 years. How can her face remain so flawless? Su Mu raised her hand to pinch her cheek. This. Not only was her face devoid of decay, but even her fingers were perfectly intact. The ancient royal techniques for corpse preservation are truly impressive. As for the light within the coffin, it emanated from a luminous pearl that accompanied her as a burial item. And the enchanting beauty before her was merely a reflection in the mirror affixed to the coffin lid. Goodness! This 9th princess possesses an extraordinary beauty. As Su Mu marveled, she attempted to rise, only to hear a dull thud from the coffin lid. In her excitement, she had forgotten that she was still inside the coffin. Coughing lightly, Su Mu feigned nonchalance as she pushed against the coffin lid with both hands. After a brief struggle, she sat up expressionlessly from the coffin. Remarkably, the coffin had a sliding lid. The royal coffins are quite impressive. Congratulations to the host for awakening. The Happy Farming System presents a beginner's gift package to celebrate your awakening. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback by the voice that resonated within her mind. However, being a modern individual, she had read enough system novels to understand. As she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a smile of delight played upon her lips. A golden finger, a system, and a farming system at that. This perfectly aligns with her aspirations. She never imagined that her long-desired pastoral life would manifest in this existence. Cough system. What functionalities do you possess? This system is dedicated to the development of graveyard agriculture. The host may cultivate or raise crops in graveyards rich in energy, and the produce can be exchanged for lifespan, abilities, or advanced spiritual seeds as rewards. Su Mu. Did she just hear some peculiar terms? Never mind. With the system in play, developing agriculture in a graveyard is not altogether strange. Isn't farming simply farming, regardless of location? Alright, open the beginner's gift package for me. A faint glow materialized before Sumu's eyes, and soon a small cloth pouch embroidered with lily patterns appeared before her. She reached out to grasp it. System. Acquired Corpse Fragrance Taro Seeds X100, Universal Farming Tools X1, Storage Space X100 cubic meters. Storage space, and a generous 100 cubic meters at that. No need to worry about where to store her burial items or the ninth princess's burial items. Beside her, a tiny particle of light hovered, and she curiously reached out to touch it. The light immediately integrated into her body. The universal farming tools. Any tool she could conceive in her mind could be materialized. Astonished, Sumu transformed the tools into hammers, sickles, and hoes, each perfectly materialized by the universal farming tools. Quite impressive. This is truly remarkable. Finally, Sumu turned her attention back to the small pouch in her hand. Initially, she thought it contained lilies, only to discover it held corpse fragrance taro. The two do bear some resemblance, and the abstract design on the pouch led her to misidentify it as lilies. Corpse fragrance taro. She recalled that this was a specialty of the tomb raiding world, often used as a preservative. The flowers of the corpse fragrance taro are vibrant, with a scent that can induce prolonged hallucinations, making one susceptible to danger. However, this peculiar name and the scent it emits, reminiscent of decay, made her grimace as she gazed at the suddenly materialized system interface, her expression turning. Serious. System Task 1. Submit 10,000 corpse fragrance taro for a reward of 10 years of lifespan. Sumu pursed her lips. She had confirmed earlier that she currently had no heartbeat, no breath, dull sensations, and no pain. She was undoubtedly a corpse. System. Am I not a corpse? What use is lifespan to me? System. Upon acquiring lifespan, the host can escape the state of being a corpse and become a living being. With rising anxiety, Sumu inquired again, so if I obtain lifespan, I can be resurrected? Resurrected in this body. System. Correct. Hiss. Who would choose to remain a zombie when they could be alive? A zombie could not relish the exquisite delicacies of the mortal realm. Sumu's gaze toward the corpse fragrance taro seeds instantly ignited with fervor. My dear child, I apologize for my earlier disdain. I hereby declare you my cherished child. I shall nurture you with utmost care. With a hoe in hand, Sumu diligently broke through the various burial chambers. Aside from her own coffin, which was not the bed, the entire burial chamber was excavated to create more arable land for the cultivation of corpse fragrance taro. Initially, she had hoped to extend her farmland beyond the graveyard, but the yin energy outside the graveyard was insufficient to support the growth of corpse fragrance taro. After 3 failed attempts, she reluctantly held 3 spoiled corpse fragrance taro seeds, abandoning that ambition. The system explained that only a graveyard with exceptional feng shui could nurture the yin energy necessary for the flourishing of graveyard spiritual plants. With the hoe slung over her shoulder, Sumu gazed upon her burgeoning crops, a smile of satisfaction blossoming on her face. Corpse fragrance taro, 10,000 units. The task requirement was nearly met. Once this batch of corpse fragrance taro matured, her stock would reach an impressive 11,623 units. Upon submitting the task, she would receive 10 years of lifespan. From death to life, resurrection from the dead, and a phoenix reborn, she would once again become a living being. Calculating the ample harvest of corpse fragrance taro, Sumu opened the system shop that appeared alongside the system. She had long coveted the binding technique that hung enticingly in the system shop. This ability, regardless of the realm, is indeed extraordinary. She must first exchange it to avoid being unable to utilize it later when the need arises. System. Spend 1,000 corpse fragrance taro to exchange for immobilization technique. Current ability, immobilization technique LV1. Splendid. Now she need not fear ordinary individuals. Wiping away non-existent sweat, Sumu's expression grew complex. Once this batch of corpse fragrance taro matured, the malevolent energy of this graveyard would no longer be able to nurture the spiritual flora of the cemetery. It is akin to fertile land that has been depleted of its nutrients by crops. While ordinary crops can still grow in barren soil, the spiritual flora of the cemetery is exceedingly particular. If the malevolent energy is insufficient, they will wither upon sprouting. To cultivate them anew, one must replenish the graveyard with malevolent energy, and it must be of superior quality. Currently, she possesses no means to do so. What should she do next? Sumu could not help but feel distressed. At that moment, a deafening explosion reverberated, causing Sumu to stumble and fall to the ground. What is happening? What transpired? Was that an explosion? Is someone robbing the tomb? With a grim expression, Sumu concealed herself behind a few corpse-fragrance taros, gazing ahead. In the smoke and dust, all was silent. Wu Xie and the chubby man exchanged glances. He sensed a powerful aura, and its owner was not far away. Damn it! Who are those blind fools daring to rob my tomb? I shall whip your corpses 300 times and scatter your ashes. A voice cursing appeared in Wu Xie's heart, causing his face to turn as pale as a sheet. This voice had manifested in his heart for the second time. It was no mere illusion. Beside him, the chubby man scratched his head, mumbling. Strange, Wu Xie was startled. Could the chubby man also hear that voice? How can there be plants in this graveyard, Wu Xie? Goodness, what is that terrible smell? The chubby man covered his nose, fanning the air in disgust. Seeing the chubby man's typical reaction, Wu Xie felt uncertain. Could it be that the voice echoing in his heart was truly an illusion? Is it stinky? Upon hearing the voice, Sumu felt puzzled. Is this corpse fragrance taro truly that foul? Why can't I smell it? Oh right, I am currently a zombie, devoid of breath. Beyond the smoke and dust, silence reigned. Wu Xie's face drained of color as he concluded that the voice that suddenly appeared in his heart was unequivocally not a figment of his imagination. But why did the chubby man show no reaction? Wu Xie glanced at the chubby man. Why was he utterly unresponsive? Could it be that the chubby man did not hear that voice? The chubby man rubbed his neck. Why is it so creepy? He gazed at the smoke and dust, deep in thought. What on earth was going on? Why was a woman speaking in his heart? Surely, it must be auditory hallucination. Such occurrences in a graveyard would not be too unusual, right? He turned to the strongest among their trio, the Kirin brother, and whispered, "Brother, should we venture in now?" Upon hearing the discussion outside, Su Mu's anger flared. With a dark expression, Su Mu emerged from behind the corpse-fragrance taro, confronting the trio before the blasted tomb entrance. Wu Xie, the chubby man, upon hearing the voice lingering in their ears, their eyes widened in disbelief. This voice was none other than the woman's voice that had just echoed in their hearts. The tomb owner had resurrected? Ghost! Run! Brother, calm down! Wu Xie and the chubby man turned to flee, but as they took a single step, their bodies were rooted in place, no longer obeying their commands. Chapter 2, Trio. Who is speaking? Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted my immobilization technique? Sumu glared at Wu Xie and the chubby man, then turned to the Kirin brother, who was not immobilized but facing her. This fellow seems quite composed. He shows no panic upon seeing me, but his attire is rather peculiar. This is a graveyard. Why is he wearing a hood while entering? Sumu's thoughts echoed in the Kirin brother's heart, prompting him to awkwardly adjust his hood. He was now certain that her voice would directly manifest in his mind. Moreover, it was the kind of voice that would not be spoken aloud. But why did her thoughts directly reach his heart? Could it be that she had just crawled out of her coffin and could not control her powers? Though he had never encountered such a situation, he was quite adaptable. Noticing the Kirin brother's action of adjusting his hood, Sumu fumed. What? Do you have the audacity to rob my tomb but lack the courage to face me? And this chubby fellow, so corpulent yet daring to rob tombs, is he not afraid of getting stuck in a hole? The chubby man trembled in terror, his flesh quivering. Having heard that voice repeatedly, he was now certain that the voice appearing in his heart was indeed that of this lady. Moreover, it was her thoughts. But why could her thoughts reach his heart? Could it be that she had just crawled out of her coffin and had yet to master her powers? The more he pondered, the more plausible this seemed. Why could she not just lay peacefully in her coffin instead of jumping out to scare people? The chubby man was nearly in tears now, immobilized by the technique. He could not even blink. Sumu glared at the silent Kirin brother, her frustration mounting. Are you hearing me? What is your name? The Kirin brother remained silent. Hey, gone mute? I'm asking you. Just as Sumu was about to unleash her ire, she froze upon hearing his name. Zhang Qilin. Is this the renowned Zhang Qilin? The Kirin brother was taken aback, discreetly lifting his eyelids to glance at Sumu. Renowned Zhang Qilin. What had he done to be remembered by this tomb owner? And renowned at that? Su Mu glanced at the two individuals immobilized by her technique, one thin and one chubby. So these two must be Wu Xie and the chubby man then? Wu Xie had been secretly observing Su Mu's lips. When Su Mu's voice echoed in his heart again, and he realized her lips had not moved, he finally comprehended. The thoughts of this zombie beauty could directly manifest in his heart. But why did she know his name? As Su Mu advanced towards him, Wu Xie's heart raced. Under Su Mu's pressure, Wu Xie and the chubby man divulged their names and where they resided. Oh ho, this is indeed the infamous tomb-robbing Iron Triangle. Trio. The infamous tomb-robbing Iron Triangle? What in the world is that? Did they really have such a title? How were they unaware of it themselves? TSK, 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 Wu Xie has limitless potential. He has plundered over 10 grand tombs. Each one. I desire no, I must find a reason to follow them. As long as I accompany them, I need not worry about finding graveyards to cultivate. The thoughts continued to resonate at Wu Xie. I have limitless potential in the future? How was I unaware of this? I have plundered over 10 grand tombs? Am I out of my mind? Today, I just entered a tomb and encountered you reanimating. How can I still dare to venture into a tomb? Chubby man, what did I just hear? You want to cultivate in the tomb? Su Mu regarded the dazed trio, her eyes darting mischievously. You have damaged my dwelling. How do you intend to compensate me? Wu Xie's lips twitched as he shot a fierce glare at the chubby man. If it weren't for your suggestion to use explosives, would we have been caught by this female zombie? The chubby man looked at Wu Xie with an innocent expression. But you didn't object, did you? Wu Xie rolled his eyes in exasperation, but with Su Mu present, he refrained from expressing his frustration. He glanced at the immobile young man and realized he could neither outmatch nor outrun the female zombie before him. If he could, he would have already fled. Wu Xie addressed Su Mu. Well, we weren't aware you would resurrect. This is a misunderstanding. How about we procure some concrete to repair the gate for you? Rest assured, the concrete is incredibly durable and aesthetically pleasing. It will surely restore your gate to its former glory. As Wu Xie spoke, he covertly observed Su Mu's expression, which was growing increasingly displeased, her pallid face betraying her dissatisfaction. How naive. Wu Xie, you've demolished my home, and you think you can simply invite me to stay at yours? You ought to compensate me with several properties. I am a princess, surely. I deserve a bit of pampering after you've upset me. Wu Xie was taken aback. This large, imposing figure was actually a princess? And he was expected to buy her multiple houses as compensation? Shouldn't he be considering graves instead? Moreover, she wanted to stay at his house? What was there to enjoy in his dilapidated abode? It was utterly unworthy of a princess. Noticing Su Mu's expression, Wu Xie deemed it prudent to refrain from further comment. For the time being, it was best to align with the desires of the zombie princess. After all, the three of them combined could neither contend with her strength nor escape her grasp. Gathering his thoughts, Wu Xie resolved to keep her unstable powers a secret, which could inadvertently reveal her true feelings. If she became aware, he would be unable to discern her thoughts from her expression. Taking a deep breath, Wu Xie proposed, "How about I compensate you with a new house?" That sounds delightful. I've longed to step outside. I've no idea how long I've been confined within this tomb. Su Mu nodded. That will suffice. Wu Xie, believing the zombie princess would maintain some decorum, hastened to clarify, I didn't mean the kind of dwelling you currently inhabit, but rather one above ground. A house. Seeing Wu Xie's flustered demeanor, Su Mu could not help but laugh inwardly. His expression was amusingly vulnerable. She teasingly replied, "Oh, a palace above ground sounds splendid." Wu Xie's mouth twitched as he retorted, "It's not a palace." Su Mu furrowed her brow. Does this fellow lack social grace? Would it truly cost him so much to feign politeness? The portly companion, catching on to Su Mu's thoughts, quickly interjected, Wu Xie didn't mean it that way. He means that while he cannot provide you with a palace now, he will certainly endeavor to acquire one for you in the future." Wu Xie glared, thinking, who on earth wants to buy a palace? Even if he did, who would dare sell one to him? Just as he turned away, the portly friend yanked him back, covering his mouth. Yes, yes, I love hearing that. Look at how eloquently the portly one speaks. As if I would truly demand a palace from you, you impoverished tomb raider. Wu Xie was fuming internally. Who was the impoverished one? He was quite wealthy, though a palace was beyond his means. The portly friend led Wu Xie aside. This way, please, the path upwards is over here. Su Mu nodded. Please wait a moment. My vegetables aren't yet harvested, why the rush? The trio watched as Su Mu stepped into the corpse flower and waved her hand. The corpse flower fell to the ground. With another wave, the fallen corpse flower vanished, and the remaining roots swiftly decayed into dust. At that moment, the entire tomb was laid bare before the trio, though only the walls remained as Su Mu had dismantled the rest. Wu Xie was taken aback. It seemed the zombie princess was quite determined in her gardening endeavors, even dismantling her own home. Su Mu gestured for Wu Xie to lead the way and followed closely behind them. What a bountiful harvest, ha! Gardening truly brings joy. This time, Su Mu had collected 5,300 corpse flowers, which, combined with the previous 6,323, totaled 11,623. After using 1,000 for a binding technique, she now had 10,623 left. Next was the system task submission system. Task 1 completed. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of life. As Su Mu felt changes within her body, there seemed to be no significant transformation. Her heartbeat resumed, breaths flowed, her body warmed, and her senses sharpened, becoming indistinguishable from that of a living person. So this is what it feels like to be alive. It doesn't seem particularly special. However, my sense of taste and smell have returned, which is a blessing. I no longer dread the prospect of flavorless food. Wu Xie, who walked ahead, was puzzled. Huh? The zombie princess had transformed into a living princess? He turned to look. The previously pallid zombie princess now exuded vitality and beauty, reminiscent of an ancient royal. Gasp! This large figure had truly come to life. The trio was taken aback. How could this be? A person who had been dead for millennia had returned to life. Could she be an immortal? Indeed, it was certain this zombie princess, masquerading as a dumpling, must possess the essence of a venerable cultivator. Their respect for Su Mu soared to new heights. The golden hairpin and splendid attire crafted for her shone brilliantly at that moment, accentuating her beauty. Questioning the tyrant, understanding the tyrant, becoming the tyrant. With such a beauty in attendance, who would still attend court? Oh, wait, she is a princess. Then let me transform into a tyrant on the spot. Who dares to covet the 9th princess? First, they must seek my permission. The portly friend gazed in awe, murmuring, he's so beautiful. Wu Xie pinched the portly friend's mouth, firmly redirecting his gaze. Su Mu flexed her newly vibrant body and glanced at her storage space, where 623 corpse flowers remained, alongside the system interface that had just appeared before her. System Task 2. Harvest 10,000 Hydra Cypress Fruits. Hydra Cypress Fruits. Su Mu recalled that these were a specialty of the 7-star Lu Wang Palace. For now, she would set aside the 623 corpse flowers and first assess the situation at the farm. After all, there was a Hydra cypress tree there. Perhaps she could acquire a bargain. It's settled. The next tomb will be the 7-star Lu Wang Palace. Wu Xie, walking ahead, was stunned. The next tomb would be the 7-star Lu Wang Palace? Was that a decision she could make? It seemed it truly was. However, what on earth was the 7-star Lu Wang Palace? From the name, it must be the tomb of Lu Wang. Yet, Su Mu's thoughts only yielded this useful tidbit, while the rest were consumed with thoughts of where to find food. Wu Xie was reluctant to listen, mainly because the princess had been hungry for who knows how long, her mind fixated on food. But he dared not ignore her, lest she say something else about the 7-star Lu Wang Palace. Is it possible that Wu Xie sought out a grave to practice before heading to the king of Lu's palace? That seems likely, doesn't it? Wu Xie pondered. At this moment, shouldn't I be within the confines of the 7 stars king of Lu's palace? Why is that? Moreover, judging by the princess's tone, she appears quite familiar with me. Yet why do the matters she speaks of remain entirely foreign to me? Could this be an illustration of the remarkable powers possessed by cultivators? Wu Xie felt a tightening in his chest with the attention of this zombie princess upon him. Restful slumber seemed a distant hope. The stout man turned to Su Mu and inquired, "This young lady, who bears a striking resemblance to a princess, may I ask your name?" He had noticed the jade pendant hanging near her waist, It was evident that this pendant was of exceptional quality, radiating a verdant glow that surpassed all other jade he had encountered in his life combined. Sumo replied with a cheerful smile, "You may call me Sumu. The princess is no longer here, I am merely an ordinary person now." The trio exchanged glances, perplexed. An ordinary person? Who among the ordinary can be resurrected? Wuxia asked Miss Su, "Do you recall your past?" "Oh, Wuxia has begun to inquire about my origins?" Truly a curious one, but there are some truths best left undisclosed. After all, the more one knows, the swifter the demise. With a beaming smile, Su Mu responded, "Alas, my mind is still a bit muddled, I cannot recall." Wuxia felt a pang of frustration. He had hoped that understanding the background of this princess might illuminate the reasons for her unusual interest in him. Yet, she remained tight-lipped. He began to discreetly observe her attire and possessions, searching for symbols that might signify her status. The stout man tugged at Wuxia's sleeve, leaning in to whisper, "Do you think if I asked this princess for the jade pendant at her waist, she would grant it to me?" Wuxia was speechless. The audacity of this man was commendable, yet Wuxia felt an urge to distance himself from him, as did his companion, effectively isolating the stout man. In frustration, the stout man exclaimed, "What are you two doing?" Wuxia quickened his pace. "Keep your distance." The companion added, "I do not wish to be splattered with blood." The stout man fell silent, suddenly aware of the danger. How foolish was he to entertain such thoughts? This resurrected princess possessed the ability to immobilize. He hurriedly grasped Wuxia's sleeve, pleading, "Please, I was wrong. Don't leave me behind, dear brother." Wuxia remained silent. The stout man glanced back at Sumu, relieved to see she was unresponsive. Thank goodness the princess did not overhear.
Ha!
Did you think I was deaf? Sumu regarded the stout man's back with disdain. Were it not for Wuxia's sake, I would have long since cooked you. The stout man felt a chill. How brutal, this princess even considered cooking him. Wuxia and his companion shared a knowing Luke deserved it. In Yuhang City, near the Shiling Ainshi antique shop, the place was as desolate as a forgotten palace. Wow, is this Wuxia's Wu Mountain residence, the antique shop? It is even more barren than I imagined. The surroundings, the West Lake, the leisurely work, and such a vast courtyard. Oh, how I wish this courtyard were mine. I want it so badly. Wuxia was perplexed. How do you know so much about my affairs? When did you start keeping tabs on me? As a cultivator, why would she take an interest in a mere mortal like himself? It was truly alarming. Sumu followed Wuxia through his Wu Mountain residence, looking around as if she had entered a grand garden. In the courtyard's center stood an artificial hill, from which water trickled down into a pond teeming with koi. The water flowed gently through a small stream, leading into the West Lake. Along the courtyard walls, a row of yews was planted, complemented by osmanthus trees, persimmons, and other common garden flora at the corners. Wow, I adore this place. How about you gift me your courtyard, Wuxia? Wuxia was resolute.
No.
Do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. It is impossible. Please, miss, this way, I have guest rooms available for as long as you wish to stay. Though he could not give it to her, he could certainly offer her accommodation. At that moment, a tall man emerged from within the house, holding a sheet of white paper. "Boss, someone asked me to deliver this to you." Sumu scrutinized the man in sportswear with a thoughtful expression. This must be Wang Meng, Wuxia's good companion. Wuxia was alarmed. How did she know the names of his employees? Such familiarity was astounding. He took the paper, glancing over it. Interesting, the characters can form a human face resembling a fox. At this remark, Sumu felt a shiver run through her. Is luck on my side? Have I arrived just in time for the unfolding of the Seven Stars King of Lu's narrative? What, exactly, is this Seven Stars King of Lu's palace? Could it be that the princess has acquaintances within? Let me think. Wuxia should soon receive a text message, right? As Sumu mused, a ringtone suddenly echoed, emanating from Wuxia's direction.
Wuxia was bewildered.
How do you know? How do you know everything? Please do not frighten me, dear lady. Who are you truly? Wuxia trembled as he retrieved his phone upon opening the message. He heard Sumu's inner voice. It is a message from your third uncle, 9 o'clock, Chicken Eye Yellow Sand. The text read, 9 o'clock, Chicken Eye Yellow Sand. Wuxia dropped his phone in shock, the battery popping out. Goodness. You nearly scared me to death. You even know the content of the message from my third uncle. Your cultivation is truly uncanny. At this moment, the stout man hurriedly picked up the phone and battery from the ground, scolding Wuxia. What are you doing, man? At your age, you should stop dropping things. Once powered up, the stout man quickly opened Wuxia's phone to read the message. Then, he too dropped the phone in astonishment. Good heavens! The content is identical. This princess is truly extraordinary. Her foresight is terrifying. If she knew about the 7 Stars King of Lu's palace, could it actually exist? With this thought, the stout man could not help but lick his lips. The 7 Stars King of Lu's palace was a grand tomb, surely filled with treasures worthy of the princess's attention. If she were to share even one item with him, it would be a tremendous fortune. He was tempted. Did the princess mention she wished to visit the 7 Stars King of Lu's palace? Plans must be made. Immediate arrangements. A figure appeared beside the stout man, catching the phone before it hit the ground. The young man who caught it handed it back to Wuxia, patted his shoulder, and said softly, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Su Mu observed the trio with curiosity. This is quite entertaining. Wuxia seems dazed after receiving a pat from the young man. I love it. More of this. Please. Just as the young man turned to depart, he glanced back at Su Mu and said, Miss Su, I shall take my leave. Su Mu cheerfully replied, All right, you go ahead. Don't forget that you owe me compensation too. It won't slip my mind, rest assured. Su Mu watched as the young man disappeared from sight. Turning around, she noticed that Wuxia and the plump fellow were still standing in a daze. She stepped forward and gently patted Wuxia's shoulder, saying, Come on, let's engage in a little business. Chapter 4. Where is the culinary desert? Su Mu summoned Wuxia into the living room, retrieving 2 golden bangles from her pocket and placing them upon the table. Estimate their value. These are genuine antiquities, my burial gifts. Wuxia silently picked up the bangles for appraisal. He pondered whether the tomb owner selling their own burial items could be considered as trafficking in cultural relics. Shouldn't it be permissible? The owner of the tomb surely possesses complete dominion over their own burial goods. The intricately designed bangles, crafted with exceptional precision, were intended for a princess. Surely a poorly made piece would lead to the craftsman's downfall. After a moment's contemplation, Wuxia proposed, How about this, princess? I offer you 1 million each, totaling 2 million for both bangles. What do you say? After all, they were merely bangles. Regardless of their weight or craftsmanship, their value could only reach a certain point, as they bore no significant cultural worth. The essence of an artifact's value lies not only in its material and craftsmanship, but predominantly in its cultural significance. If the princess were to present a mask made of gold, he would not dare to touch it. Su Mu raised an eyebrow in surprise, then smiled and nodded. That is a fair price. I didn't expect Wuxia to be so knowledgeable in this regard. My psychological price was merely 500,000 each. So his offer of 100,000 is quite commendable. Wuxia felt a wave of relief wash over him. He feared to offend this princess, a cultivator. His quoted price was at the market's peak. As long as he did not displease her, he could accept a personal loss. The deal was sealed, and Wuxia quickly produced a bank card, handing it to Su Mu. Miss Su, this is an anonymous bank card containing 5 million in cash. The additional 3 million is my compensation for you. How does that sound? While speaking, Wuxia discreetly observed Su Mu's expression. Noticing a shift from clear skies to overcast, he hastily added, This is merely a token of my sincerity. I understand this, some cannot replace the gate of your home or soothe your startled heart. But it is all I can currently offer. If I were to exhaust all my funds, I would face bankruptcy right here. While bankruptcy itself is not concerning, it would hinder my ability to continue compensating you. Su Mu's furrowed brow relaxed. All right then, I am no demon. Since you've gone this far, I cannot refuse. I thought Wuxia might attempt to gloss over the compensation issue, but unexpectedly, he took the initiative to bring it up. Impressive. Truly deserving of the Navi nickname bestowed upon you by the chubby one. Wuxia felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy wash over him. Should he have followed the princess's suggestion and sidestepped the compensation discussion? Yet, seeing her joy made him feel justified in his actions. A man of integrity born from the heavens should not feel remorse. Su Mu waved him off. All right, you go about your business. I shall venture outside for a stroll. You need not follow. Hee. I shall grab something to eat. The essence of life is to savor good food. Wuxia mused. Can ancient tomb cultivators truly gain weight from earthly delicacies?
Observing sumo es retreating figure.
He found it difficult to fathom what she would look like if she were to gain weight. Watching her disappear into the Wu mountain residence, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Wang Meng entered the room, curiosity shining in his eyes. Boss, was that just now? You know, she truly resembles a princess from ancient times when I first laid eyes on her. Wu Xie realized that only he could hear the princess's innermost thoughts. Wang Meng was oblivious, hence his astonishment. You silly fool, I'm heading out. Keep an eye on the shop. After taking a few steps, he turned back to the mischievous Wang Meng. Perhaps I should dismiss you first to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Wang Meng quickly waved his hands. No.
Boss.
I was wrong. Rest assured, I will treat the princess with the utmost care. Wu Xie felt reassured, though Wang Meng often acted unseriously. He could be relied upon in his duties. Now was the time to discover what treasures his third uncle had spoken of. On the street, after changing into modern attire, Su Mu stepped into an extravagantly decorated restaurant. What is the most important thing in life? Establishing a family and career?
No.
It is to indulge in exquisite food and drink. Su Mu slammed her bank card on the table, addressing the waiter. I want steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck and roasted young chicken. All of them. After all, I have storage space. Any leftovers can be stored. The waiter forced a smile. I'm afraid we do not have any of those. Su Mu replied, what about dompa pork, spicy hot pot or chicken tofu pudding? The waiter's smile became even more strained. We currently lack the ingredients for those. Would you mind waiting a moment? Su Mu asked, do you have Beijing roast duck? Or osmanthus duck? The waiter could no longer smile. No, we do not. How about Buddha jumps over the wall? The waiter hesitated.
No.
This one, we have. Su Mu rubbed her forehead in frustration. Forget it, just bring me the menu. I shall order myself. When Su Mu, now clad in modern sportswear and sporting a bun, appeared before Wu Xie, he nearly failed to recognize the beauty standing in front of him. This meal is truly disheartening. Despite having money, I cannot find any delectable dishes. What a dismal place this is, devoid of good food. Is the saying above there is heaven, below there are Su and hang merely an empty phrase? If it is to be compared to heaven, then should it not possess everything akin to paradise? Recalling the unpalatable dishes he had encountered at the restaurant, Su Mu shuddered. Wu Xie mused, the phrase above there is heaven, below there are Su and hang likely refers to the climate or similar aspects. In Yu Hang, however, dining is certainly not comparable to heaven. Moreover, the local cuisine is indeed rather unsatisfactory. He typically cooked for himself. Well aware of the inadequacies of Yu Hang's culinary offerings, Wu Xie chose to steer clear of the topic to avoid inciting the princess's ire. The two engaged in light conversation. Seeing Wu Xie's face reminds me of his third uncle. I recall his current third uncle is a counterfeit, impersonated by someone called Jielian Huan. However, despite being a counterfeit, he seems to treat Wu Xie quite well. Su Mu observed Wu Xie, her thoughts wandering. Wu Xie, attuned to Su Mu's thoughts, felt a wave of shock. His third uncle is a counterfeit? Impersonated by Jielian Huan? Who is Jielian Huan? Where has his true third uncle gone? His third uncle, whom he valued above all else, was now revealed to be a mere imitation? The individual who emerged from the grave to inform him that his third uncle is a fraud. He could not doubt Su Mu's thoughts, yet he found it hard to believe that his current third uncle was merely an impersonation. How could this be possible? Overcome with emotion, Wu Xie involuntarily stood up. Su Mu regarded him with curiosity. What is wrong with this fellow? As he prepared to delve into Su Mu's thoughts once more, Wu Xie realized that although the princess was aware of his third uncle's situation, she had not contemplated it deeply. They had been chatting for half an hour, and he had only gleaned that one useful piece of information. No. He must take the initiative. Wu Xie resolved. Miss Su, I wish to accompany my third uncle into the tomb. If you are available, would you join me? I have been quite conflicted, especially since you have just returned from below. As long as he remained in the presence of this ancient tomb cultivator, he would surely learn more about his third uncle. Su Mu waved her hand grandly. No problem. Let us go together. I adore exploring tombs. Chapter 5. Entering the tomb. Is Wu Xie truly so reckless? Early on the third day, Wu Xie brought Su Mu to meet with the personnel designated by his third uncle. Upon seeing Su Mu, Wu Xie's uncle's immediate reaction was one of disdain. He pulled Wu Xie aside. Why did you bring a little girl along? Wu Xie fell silent for a moment, reluctant to expose the truth that this Uncle San was an impostor. After all, this Uncle San treated him rather well, just as the princess had thought. Her abilities were formidable. Wu Xie glanced around and spotted Fatty and the young master, both of whom were part of Uncle San's group, far superior to that gloomy bottle you found. Uncle San widened his eyes. What? Are you trying to deceive me? How is that possible? Just ask that gloomy bottle and you'll find out. Although unwilling to reveal the truth, Wu Xie felt a growing resistance towards this Uncle San. I am not his match. The young master, who understood everything, uttered a single sentence and thereafter remained silent, regardless of Uncle San's inquiries. Uncle San exclaimed, incredible. Is this young lady truly that remarkable? He turned his gaze to Su Mu, who coincidentally looked back at him. Should he test her? Oh, is this the renowned Jielian Huan? How did he manage to apply such makeup? Did he watch Wu Xie grow up? How could Wu Xie not recognize him after all these years? Could it be that he used a human skin mask? Oh wait, Wu Xie's real Uncle San is still alive. Wu Xia. I heard it. The real Uncle San is still alive. A heavy stone finally lifted from Wu Xia's heart. He knew that introducing the princess to this fake Uncle San would certainly elicit a reaction from her, the foresight cultivator. To his surprise, it was the Jie family all along that had been impersonating Uncle San. That name sounded somewhat familiar. As for the Uncle San, who had watched him grow up, it was mutual. He too had watched him grow. The visage of Uncle San had long since transformed under the passage of time into the appearance of this impersonator. Jie Lianhuan. Wu Xia observed the fake Uncle San approaching Su Mu and hurried to keep up. The fake Uncle San addressed Su Mu, "Young lady, do you know where we are headed?" Wu Xia stepped beside the fake Uncle San, gripping his shoulder. "All right, Uncle San. I am well aware of the people I brought along." To prevent the fake Uncle San from provoking the princess, he needed to swiftly divert him. The fake Uncle San turned in astonishment to Wu Xia. Wu Xia watched the fake Uncle San depart and immediately turned to Su Mu. "Please don't take offense. My Uncle San is unaware of your true identity. He is merely concerned for the safety of the team." Su Mu looked at Wu Xia with confusion. "Do I appear to be such a petty person?" Wu Xia replied, "You are not. It is my fault for misunderstanding you."
Please do not take it to heart.
TSK. Does Wu Xia really think of me as a monstrous threat? Wu Xia, indeed. After Uncle San organized the team, they set off. Observing Fatty mingling within the group, Su Mu felt something was amiss. She remembered that at this point in time, Fatty should not have been part of this team. Why had he suddenly appeared beside Wu Xia? As the team departed, the vehicle sped along the highway for over 12 hours before finally arriving at their first destination. After a day of being jostled in a vehicle manufactured in the 2000s, Su Mu was now browsing the system mall. Riding this old car is such a torment. I must think of a quicker way to travel. Could we perhaps fly straight there? The trio? Wow, is this the leisure of a cultivator? Not wanting to ride in a vehicle, contemplating flying instead? Wu Xia widened his eyes in astonishment. It seemed he must treat this distinguished lady well. Perhaps one day she would take him on a celestial journey. Oh no, next is an ox cart. Oh my. Can my poor back endure such a bumpy ride? Wu Xia was somewhat dumbfounded. An ox cart? Before Wu Xia could fully process this, he heard Uncle San calling over a farmer who indeed arrived with an ox cart. Wu Xia exclaimed, "Oh, esteemed lady, with your vast powers, can't you simply carry me to our destination right now? Surely, you know where we are headed, don't you?" Wu Xia dared not voice his true thoughts but reluctantly climbed onto the ox cart. After all, if this cultivator lady could endure such hardships, what was there for him to complain about? Su Mu sat in the ox cart, gazing at the sky. After a while, she began to ponder. Shall we take the water route? Or should I remind Wu Xia's Uncle San to take the highway? Sitting at the back, Wu Xia was taken aback. A highway? How did this princess know there was a highway here? Oh right, she is a foresight cultivator. How foolish of him to be surprised at this point. Speaking of which, if there is a highway, why not take it? Why consider the water route? Oh, but boating could be quite fun. Perhaps the water route is not such a bad idea. Wu Xia reassured himself. Well, never mind, I'm somewhat curious about what a corpse toad looks like. So, let's take the water route. Wu Xia. What in the world is a corpse toad? A bug? From the name, it sounds like a creature that feeds on corpses. Terrified, Wu Xia hugged himself tightly, his mind racing to find a way to persuade Uncle San to change course. Suddenly, the gloomy bottle young master stood up. Just as everyone wondered what he was doing, he soared into the air and kicked the old man driving the ox cart. The old man, completely oblivious to the situation behind him, was sent tumbling, rolling all the way to the edge of a small creek. Such a dramatic turn of events left everyone, including Su Mu, who was familiar with the narrative, in shock. Huh? What just happened? Wu Xia. Yes, what just happened? He watched as the young master dashed forward, grabbing the old man by the back of his collar and lifting him effortlessly. I have been here before. Do not try any tricks. Hey, hey, hey. Has the young master regained his memories? Wu Xia, hearing Su Mu's thoughts, gazed at the young master with a complex expression. So, this gloomy bottle had a past he was unaware of. Following this cultivator princess always seemed to unveil intriguing secrets. The young master exclaimed, "Phew, that scared me. There are indeed corpse toads. They are not easy to deal with. I acted a bit impulsively this time. I absolutely must not let this princess discover that I can hear her thoughts. I must not be so rash next time." However, the excuse she provided is quite useful. I can explain any situation by claiming I remembered lost memories. After all, I have genuinely lost a great deal of memory. At this moment, Uncle Sen finally regained his senses and approached the old man, looking bewildered. He asked the young master, "You say you've been here before?" The young master nodded slightly, yes. Stimulated by a familiar environment, I recalled a bit. Just as Uncle San was still puzzled, the young master suddenly looked towards the nearby creek, where a person was rowing a boat closer. He decisively dropped the old man he was holding and rushed toward the boatman. Uncle San stared in confusion as the young master dashed out, still bewildered as he watched the young master capture the boatman. Wow, amazing! Water surface agility. This move of the young master is incredible.
So cool.
Wu Xie, listening to Su Mu's thoughts, felt a pang of jealousy. Water surface agility was indeed impressive. But he felt quite envious how wonderful it would be if he could perform such feats. The young master muttered, "These two are in cahoots." The two old men, who had never encountered such a grand spectacle, felt a chill at the young master's words, realizing they had been exposed to save their lives. And under the pressure of the young master's prowess, they quickly confessed without waiting for Uncle San to press them further. "Please spare us. I was just momentarily blinded by greed."
It was he.
"He urged me on," he said. "You are all outsiders. Take the water route and you can kill them and take their equipment without consequence." After hearing the two old men's confessions, Uncle San was left in a daze. This is absolutely unbelievable. How could I have chosen these two troublemakers as my guides? If we truly took the water route, would they not lead us to utter destruction? Damn it, they must be eliminated. Wu Xie, upon hearing this, raised the double-barreled shotgun he had procured and aimed it at the two old men. He would not show mercy to those who sought his life.
What?
Su Mu was taken aback. How could the plot unfold so differently from her memories? Chapter 6. A contribution from the fatty. Su Mu watched as Wu Xie pointed the gun at the two unscrupulous old men, his finger poised on the trigger, and felt a surge of astonishment. Is Wu Xie truly this brave? Wu Xie replied, "Actually, I am not that courageous. I am merely caught up in the moment." At that moment, his grip on the gun began to sweat. The two old men, sensing Wu Xie's unstable emotions, quickly knelt and begged for mercy. "Great hero, spare us. I've realized my wrongs. Truly I have. Please show mercy and let me live. If you must kill someone, let it be him. I am innocent." Wu Xie was engulfed in rage, wishing to dispatch these scoundrels immediately. If he pulled the trigger, his life would be over. Beside him, the faux third uncle regained his composure, fearful that Wu Xie might pull the trigger in a moment of uncontrolled anger. He hurried forward to take the gun from Wu Xie's hands. "When did you become so reckless? If anyone is to shoot, it should not be you." Saying this, the faux third uncle handed the shotgun to one of the companions nearby. Without the gun in hand, Wu Xie felt a wave of relief. Realizing he had been a bit too impulsive. Wow, who would have thought Wu Xie had such a wild side? I must say, my perception of him is changing. Su Mu, eagerly consuming the unfolding drama, was the happiest of all. Usually, she only saw him in novels or on television. But witnessing him firsthand revealed his true self. Wu Xie felt an overwhelming sense of shame. He had acted on impulse. What should be done with these two? The companion who now held the gun immediately aimed it at the old men. "Shall we kill them?" He glanced at the faux third uncle, who felt no moral burden about pulling the trigger. The faux third uncle furrowed his brow, deep in thought, when suddenly someone spoke up. I have a suggestion." The fatty raised his hand, capturing everyone's attention. The faux third uncle turned to him. "What is your suggestion?" "How about we make these two carry a sedan chair to escort Miss Su, and we proceed together?" "Everyone, have you lost your mind? These two attempted murderers." The faux third uncle was about to scold the fatty for his absurdity when he heard Wu Xie say, "I think that's a good idea." Everyone was dumbfounded. If the fatty was being ridiculous, why was Wu Xie joining in? The faux third uncle was about to speak when he heard another voice. "I also think it's a good idea." The young man, having just heard Su Mu's thoughts, suggested if she sits in a cart, it might hurt her back.
"So, why not a sedan chair?" "What?
Hey! Didn't anyone ask for my opinion? Am I not too old for this? Isn't it embarrassing to be carried? This seems inappropriate," Su Mu thought, feeling shy. In front of so many people, she could not directly scold them. So she quietly inquired. Wu Xie reassured her, "It's perfectly fine. What's wrong with it? You are, after all, a princess." The faux third uncle's desire to reprimand Wu Xie dissipated. If both Wu and the fatty suggested it, it might be worth considering. But he had to take the young man's input seriously. Did he possess some hidden insight? Was this young lady truly remarkable? The faux third uncle recalled the young man's earlier statement. "I am no match for her." After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. "All right, it shall be as you propose." "Hey! Is nobody asking for my opinion?" "Well, I suppose it'll be a novel experience." Su Mu found herself both amused and perplexed, but accepted the fatty's kind suggestion. After the brief interlude, the two old men carried the handmade sedan chair for Su Mu, accompanying the main group onward. After approximately half a day, the group traveled along the road and finally reached a small village nestled in the mountains. Honestly, I must admit, riding in a sedan chair is far more comfortable than sitting in a cart. The fatty has truly made a contribution. Rest assured, I will not forget your efforts. The fatty exclaimed, "Thank you for your kindness, princess." He winked at Wu Xie, clearly indicating, "See, the princess remembers me fondly." Wu Xie felt a mix of annoyance and the necessity to maintain a smile. Upon reaching their destination, the faux third uncle patted the young man on the shoulder. "If it were not for you, we might have perished on that water route." The young man remained silent. "No, you misunderstand. You should thank the princess. Without her guidance, I too would have foolishly taken the water route. Yet he could not express these thoughts aloud, so he remained silent. Wu Xie, observing the fatty ass antics, felt a surge of irritation. Upon seeing the villagers, an idea struck him. Third uncle, after such a long journey, we must be exhausted and hungry. Why don't we have something to eat first? Yes, that is a good idea, the faux third uncle nodded. All right, I shall find a place. Wu Xie said as he set off. That night, not bad. Despite the smallness of this place, the food is surprisingly better than that of the grandest establishments in Yuhang. Wu Xie remarked, better than Yuhang's finest? Just how terrible must their food be? The following morning, after organizing the group, the faux third uncle led them onward once more. One of the unscrupulous old men was turned over to the local police, while the other, familiar with the mountain terrain, was retained as their guide. The implication was clear. Lead us, and we shall spare you from the police. Once you've shown us the way, you may leave. And your fate will depend on your own abilities. With a guide in tow, the group traversed the primordial jungle. After about half a day, they discovered a campsite. The guide informed them that this group had arrived 2 weeks prior, but had not yet been seen leaving. Here we go. We are finally entering the tomb. Wu Xie. This is the tomb? What should we do? He felt a thrill of excitement. Su Mu, her hands rubbing together in anticipation, maintained a calm demeanor. Quickly, Wu Sand uncle, this is the spot. Quickly, place your Luoyang shovel down. Hurry, this is the right place. Don't hesitate. There's another group ahead. The young man surveyed the terrain, surprised that the princess had discerned the ancient tomb's location even before him. The fatty exclaimed, what? Someone dares to compete with me for treasure? I will descend and deal with them. Wu Xie. So that's how it is? I must inform third uncle. Third uncle, do you think that group has already descended? Wu Xie asked, looking at the campsite. Upon hearing this, the faux third uncle's expression changed dramatically. He despised the thought of others getting there first. He quickly called for the Luoyang shovel to confirm the tomb's location. Before long, the shovel surfaced with soil that appeared to be soaked in blood. The faux third uncle's expression shifted several times as he realized the danger lurking below. Should we still go down? One of his companions inquired. Taking a deep breath, the faux third uncle replied, yes. With that, he began to take action. Chapter 7. The young man kneels before Su Mu. The gathered crowd consisted of seasoned veterans, each adept at digging. As they deftly removed the soil, as if it were mere sand. Soon, an extremely deep pit appeared before everyone's eyes. Su Mu followed closely behind Wu Xie as they descended into the pit. The bottom of the pit had already been widened by Uncle Fake's associates to accommodate standing individuals. A group of people gathered around a front-facing wall made of azure bricks. Is this the outer wall of the tomb? Wu Xie curiously reached out his hand.
Oh.
Wu Xie, you are quite bold, someone remarked. Don't touch that. There's a kind of acid inside that can dissolve human bones. Wu Xie exclaimed. Is it really that terrifying? The stout man calmly stepped back a few paces. The young man cast a gloomy glance at Su Mu. This wall contains alum used in ancient times for alchemy. If broken, these potent organic acids would instantly pour over us, burning our skin and bones to nothing. The young man spoke seriously. After stating this, he traced his fingers across the wall's surface and suddenly exerted force, yanking a brick free. Let us release this acid first. The associates coordinated with the young man's actions, using syringes and steel pipes to release the acid. After the alum was drained, Su Mu observed that the steel pipe was left with only a thin layer of skin. Any more acid, and it would likely disintegrate completely. Once they confirmed that all the acid had been released, Uncle Fake's associates began to dismantle the wall. Behind it lay a dark tomb passage, and the associates used torches to light the way as they began to advance slowly. After walking for a while, the young man in front suddenly halted and whispered, "Stop." Everyone was startled. What was happening? Was there someone in the tomb? Uncle Fake immediately thought of the previous group that had entered. He stepped forward to investigate and faintly saw a figure standing motionless at the end of the passage. It did not resemble a living person but rather a zongzi. Given its position, it should have been a gravekeeper, though it was unclear why it was standing. Perhaps the previous group had startled it. Uncle Fake reached back and called, "Hand me the black donkey hoof." Once he had the hoof in hand, Uncle Fake cautiously moved closer. Upon nearing, he confirmed that the figure was indeed a risen zongzi. A white-haired one. Nothing to worry about. Emerging from the passage, Uncle Fake seized the initiative, thrusting the black donkey hoof towards the white-haired zongzi before it could react. Just as Uncle Fake thought he would succeed, the white-haired zongzi suddenly leaped back. Uncle Fake was taken aback. This was bad. The associates surged forward, each brandishing a black donkey hoof. Su Mu followed the crowd into the tomb chamber. Wu Xie hid behind Su Mu, peering out with a mix of fear and curiosity. So, this is a zongzi? Zongzi is merely a colloquial term. This creature is more commonly known as a zombie. Uncle Fake and the others were at a standoff with the white-haired zongzi for a moment. Why is it standing there motionless? The stout man whispered, perplexed. Su Mu was equally puzzled. This was not how the original plot unfolded. Shouldn't this creature still be lying in its coffin? Why had the story changed? Just as Sumu pondered this, the white-haired Zongzi suddenly moved. It slowly approached Sumu while everyone braced for a confrontation, uncertain of its intentions. To their astonishment, the white-haired Zongzi knelt before Sumu. Everyone gasped, "Am I seeing things?" Subsequently, the white-haired Zongzi performed a deep bow toward Sumu. "Why is this Zongzi kneeling to you?"
Who are you to it?
Sumu was equally baffled. "What the heck? What's going on? I've seen many things, but this is truly unprecedented." Wu Xie exclaimed, "I've never witnessed a Zongzi kneeling to a living person before." The stout man remarked, "This is exhilarating. Following the princess is truly thrilling. Who would believe this if I told them? My eyes have truly been opened." The young man commented, "How coincidental. I have seen something similar, but I cannot recall it." Su Mu shifted her stance, moving to the side. Remarkably, the white-haired Zongzi continued to kneel in her presence. The trio regarded Su Mu with a mix of respect and awe. Wu Xie declared, "No wonder you are a cultivator. No wonder you are a princess. My admiration for you flows like an unending river." The stout man added, "I am fortunate to follow the right person. Princess, from this moment forward, I shall not stray from your direction." The young man remarked, "Thank goodness you are here. Otherwise, I would have been the one kneeling to this white-haired Zongzi." Uncle Fake stuttered, What does this white-haired Zongzi mean, young lady?" This was the first time he had witnessed such a phenomenon, and he was so startled that his speech faltered. Sumo replied, "How should I know? You ask me, and I ask whom?" Wu Xia interjected, "Exactly. You are asking the princess about something she cannot comprehend herself." The young man looked at Sumu, pondering aloud. Could it be due to her bloodline possessing such power? The stout man suggested, "Why not ask the white-haired Zongzi? Perhaps it's just confused. Could it be because of her identity as the ninth princess?" An eerie silence enveloped the group. Wu Xia queried, "Princess, can you command this Zongzi?" The stout man added, "Does this Zongzi understand human speech?" The young man remained silent. Just then, the white-haired Zongzi abruptly stood up, startling everyone into retreating against the wall. Then, the white-haired Zongzi jumped into the coffin placed in the center of the chamber. After bowing to the princess, it lay down in the coffin. A hand emerged from within, gently closing the coffin lid. Su Mu thought, it can actually heed my commands? This identity as the ninth princess is quite advantageous. Yet this presented a dilemma, how to explain this to these living individuals. After a prolonged silence, everyone gazed at Su Mu with reverence. Su Mu contemplated and spoke softly, "I wonder if you have heard that ancient cultures placed great importance on bloodlines. I happen to possess a trace of royal blood, which is why this Zongzi reacted as it did." The crowd nodded vigorously. "Whatever you say is true." Su Mu affirmed, "Indeed, what you say holds more weight than gold." How could they dare to doubt her? This girl could command a Zongzi. If they angered her, she could summon the white-haired Zongzi to back her up. What then? "My goodness," the young man remarked. The stout man added, "Ah, so the princess can curse too." Wu Xia exclaimed, "Oh no, uncle, this group is already paralyzed with fear. I must devise a plan to rescue the princess." Wu Xia, glancing at the solemn young man, thought quickly. He stepped forward and addressed Uncle Fake and the others. "I can vouch for this. Uncle, you know that this girl's blood can drive away pests, right? Most Zongzi fear her." Wu Xia patted the young man's chest. Indeed, he had invited the taciturn young man along due to his unique abilities. The same applied to this girl. Wu Xia continued, "It's similar to the young man. She merely possesses a special bloodline, so there's no need for alarm. You are not unfamiliar with such matters." Uncle Fake paused, seemingly accepting this explanation with a reluctant nod. "So that's it. I am aware of the young man's uniqueness. I never expected you to discover someone similar. I truly admire you." Uncle Fake approached Wu Xia, patting him on the shoulder. "Good lad, you have truly surprised me. It seems this burden will soon be yours." If Uncle Fake could accept this explanation, so could his associates. The group exhaled in relief. Although the explanation was far-fetched, it was still within the realm of acceptance. "Well done. Wu Xia, I never anticipated you to be quite clever." "Not bad. Not bad. I shall remember your merit." Su Mu whispered to Wu Xia, "Thank you." Wu Xia cast a smug glance at the stout man. The stout man replied, "Just you wait, when I exert my strength." "Wu Xia, you can eat dirt." The young man shot a disdainful look at Wu Xia. Chapter 8. The contract with the apparition. While everyone deliberately chose to ignore the white-haired Zongzi lying in the coffin, Su Mu had set her sights upon it. The Zongzi appeared formidable and seemed to comprehend her commands. Upon reflection, it was the epitome of ideal labor. Wu Xia observed Su Mu, who was resting her chin on her hand, fixated on the coffin, and curiosity swelled within him about her thoughts. At that moment, Su Mu's inner thoughts resonated in his mind. "I've made up my mind. Once I acquire ownership of this tomb, I shall employ this white-haired Zongzi as my laborer." Brother, Fatty Wu Xia, truly, a cultivator is unfazed by the Zongzi, even setting plans to recruit it for labor. What a remarkable audacity, befitting a princess. With the looming presence of the white-haired Zongzi, Wu Xia's uncle and his accompanying crew of associates had noticeably subdued their demeanor. Su Mu recalled that, at this juncture. Among her uncle's companions, Pansy and Ikue had been audacious, boldly venturing into the cauldron one after another. Now, they had become remarkably compliant, trailing behind the faux uncle with their hands tucked away, their eyes darting about, devoid of any intention to act. After a brief inspection, the uncle declared, "Let us proceed. This tomb chamber lacks accompanying burial items. We shall move to the next." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were keen to avoid further interaction with the white-haired Zongzi in the coffin. The psychological pressure was indeed detrimental to their hearts. As Sumu followed the group into the tomb passage, she paused after a few steps.
Wait.
Since that white-haired Zongzi is willing to heed my commands, there is no need to delay. I shall take full advantage of this now.
Fatty. Whoa.
Exciting. Training the Zongzi online.
Brother. Heartache. Wu Xia. Wow.
Lady, have you no consideration for my uncle's fragile heart? If he knew a white-haired Zongzi was tailing him, he would surely feel as if his behind was on fire. Upon hearing Sumu's words and witnessing her actions, the faces of the group turned ashen. Wu Xia, observing the faux uncle's grim expression, inferred his thoughts. Uncle, you guessed correctly. This lady intends to transform that white-haired Zongzi into her laborer, and she intends to utilize it immediately. With this realization, Wu Xia exclaimed, "Uncle, I shall take a look as well." "Fatty, me too." Brother, pursing his lips, whispered to the uncle, "I shall join as well." The three exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. The faux uncle and his crew stood in the tomb passage, caught between advancing and retreating. Pansy, feeling somewhat guilty, turned to the faux uncle and asked, "Shall we proceed, third master?" The faux uncle instantly took the lead, trailing the trio ahead. Just as they exited the passage, they heard Sumu address the coffin. "If you are willing to obey my commands, then come forth and bow to me. If not, remain lying there." As her voice fell, everyone witnessed the coffin lid burst open and the white-haired Zongzi soared out, kneeling before Sumu and performing an elaborate bow. Everyone. The faux uncle clutched his chest and stumbled back a few steps, staring at the kneeling white-haired corpse, leaning against the wall in silence. "Wu Xia, I understand. I fully comprehend. Uncle, your silence is deafening. Even having witnessed it once, seeing it again is genuinely awe-inspiring." Sumu, sensing the commotion behind her, remained unfazed. Examining the Zongzi before her, she mused, "Your power seems to transcend that of a mere lowly, white-haired creature." The white-haired Zongzi trembled at her words, its fur vanishing to reveal a body of coppery purple, with hints of dark red within. "Brother. It turns out it is a flying corpse." The white fur was merely a guise. No wonder it exuded an aura of extreme danger, evoking an instinctual urge to flee. This flying corpse is quite cunning, adept at disguising itself. Faux uncle. Thank goodness I fled swiftly. How fortunate to have her accompany me. Otherwise, my life would have been forfeit. The crew, how fortunate we refrained from acting rashly. How fortunate we held our tongues. As Sumu beheld the Zongzi revealing its true form, a fragment of memory from the 9th princess surfaced. Zombies possess ranks: white-haired, black-haired, flying corpses, and hanba. The rank of a zombie can be distinguished by the color of its exterior. White-haired zombies are white, black-haired zombies are black, flying corpses are coppery purple, and hanba are dark red. The Zongzi before her had reached the pinnacle of flying corpses, advancing toward the legendary realm of hanba. In summary, this extraordinary Zongzi possesses boundless potential. Witnessing this spectacle, Sumu suddenly felt that brother was not as beleaguered as before. It seems this Zongzi possesses a modicum of intelligence, understanding how to conceal its true nature. Brother, had I not lost my memory, I too would have discerned this Zongzi's peculiarities.
Fatty. Wow.
Does this imply the Zongzi has become sentient? Wu Xia, no wonder this flying corpse comprehends the commands of the cultivation princess. It has attained intelligence. Even if brother is formidable, he is merely a descendant of the Zhang family, and with incomplete memories, this flying corpse may very well have a higher standing than him, having cultivated for a considerable duration. Thus, brother kneeling before it and bowing makes sense. Wu Xia, goodness, such a powerful entity that even brother must bow before it. It appears the Zongzi is indeed formidable. Fatty, who would have thought that such a reserved and stoic figure like brother would one day kneel and bow? Brother, when did I ever kneel and bow? Though he indeed felt that impulse at the time, he had not actually kneeled or bowed. Brother, feeling indignant, suddenly realized. This princess possesses foresight. Could it be that she has glimpsed a future where he kneels before this flying corpse? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. It felt as certain as fate. Had this princess not been present, he would undoubtedly have knelt and begged for forgiveness from this flying corpse. With this thought, brother's heart swelled with gratitude for this woman. Sumu, gazing at the kneeling flying corpse, stated, "Very well, since you comprehend my speech, come and serve as my laborer." Sumu opened the exchange shop and located a contract for apparitions. This contract allows one to establish dominion over the sinister entities within the tomb, compelling them to obey, and even enabling mind control across distances. It required 10 corpse-scented magical tubers for redemption. She smiled subtly. This creature seemed rather astute, and Sumu sensed that the flying corpse was not so simple. It even understood the act of bowing. While it appeared exceedingly respectful on the surface, necessary safeguards must still be in place. Surely, she couldn't forego precaution simply because this creature showed her utmost reverence. The flying corpse hesitated for a moment, then shakily rose, accepting the contract from Sumu's hand, trembling as it tore it apart. A red seal burst forth from the contract, imprinting itself upon the center of the flying corpse's forehead. Instantly, Sumu sensed the connection forming between her and the flying corpse. It was a form of dominion and control, akin to directing a character in a game. Now, even should she be thousands of miles apart from the flying corpse, she could command it through this connection.
Sumu nodded in satisfaction.
Excellent. Now you shall remain by my side. Everyone, where on earth did you procure that scroll? There is no discernible place on your person that could possibly conceal such an item. Why do you possess such a remarkable item? Who exactly are you? For someone of your stature, is it truly necessary to accompany us into the tomb? Wu Xie replied, you'll get used to it. We have a long journey ahead.
Just adapt to it for now.
Sumu turned around, glancing at the group behind her, and chuckled. Oh, why are you all following me? Don't you have your own tasks? You really needn't concern yourselves with me. Uncle San interjected, I am following you, not out of fear of the dangers behind us. Absolutely not. He smiled at Sumu before turning to lead the way. The group resumed their journey. Chapter 9. Am I to be the sole woman leading the charge? Leading the team, Uncle San guided them for over half an hour when the tomb path began to ascend. Just as the group felt invigorated, believing they had traversed half the distance, an illicit tunnel came into view. This tunnel appeared freshly excavated. After some speculation, they concluded that it must have been dug by a group that had entered 2 weeks prior. Uncle San clenched his teeth, gesturing for them to quicken their pace. 15 minutes later, a widened tomb passage appeared, and the group surged into it, discovering a jade door at the end.
Goodness.
How wealthy must the tomb's owner be to have a door crafted from jade? No one paid heed to the chubby man's ramblings. Such a massive door was too heavy for anyone to carry. Shattering the jade would yield little value, and they might as well rummage through the coffin for the owner's burial goods. At that moment, Uncle San suddenly remarked, this is bad. The jade door has been damaged. It seems that the group from 2 weeks ago was quite capable. We may have to return empty-handed. Sighing, Uncle San signaled for them to open the jade door. Finally, they were about to meet the main event. Everyone donned their gear, and the lights of their headlamps flickered to life, illuminating the vast hall beyond the jade door. The hall was immense, and even a dozen lamps could not fully light it. The group stood at the threshold, gazing into the hall, which contained no less than 7 coffins. Based on their earlier experience, it was quite possible that the contents of these coffins had already been disturbed. After a moment of exchanging glances, everyone turned their gaze towards Sumu, who was trailing at the back of the line. Sumu asked, what are you all looking at me for? Are you expecting me, a mere woman, to lead the charge? With such cowardice, how can you call yourselves tomb raiders? The young man exclaimed, I will lead the way. Just as he attempted to step forward, he noticed a flying corpse behind him and recoiled. Wu Xie chimed in exactly. With such timidity, how can one claim to be a tomb raider? Su Mu surveyed the group with disdain, crossing her arms and remaining motionless. Uncle San felt awkward. He cleared his throat to regain the crew's attention. Pansy, you take the lead with your gun. The rest of us will follow with black donkey hooves. Let us avoid disturbing the coffins unless absolutely necessary, and if we must, let's wait until we're all together. Everyone nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Sumu's ability to tame the flying corpse disguised as a white-haired Zongzi, they all recognized that these creatures were formidable foes, and it was best to confront them as a group rather than individually. They filed into the hall and gathered around one coffin, exchanging uncertain glances. None of them dared to open it. At that moment, Wu Xian noticed the intricate carvings on the coffin and crouched down to observe. The others quickly diverted their attention. Little Third Master, what is inscribed on the coffin? De Kuei asked curiously as he joined Wu Xia. It recounts the life of the tomb's owner.
Let me see.
The owner was a feudal lord from the state of Lu, born with a ghostly seal that allowed him to summon soldiers from the underworld, rendering him undefeated in battle, and was conferred the title of King Shang of Lu. One day, King Shang sought an audience with the Duke of Lu, claiming that minor spirits were rebelling in the underworld, and he wished to assist the Earth Lord in battle to repay a debt of gratitude. That's a brief summary of the tomb owner's life, Wu Xia explained, marveling at his own ability to decipher such ancient characters from the state of Lu. So, among these coffins, which one belongs to King Shang? Pansy inquired with curiosity. None of them, the chubby man replied, shocked. What do you mean none of them? How boring. If it's not King Shang's coffin, I want to open it. The young man added. I seem to have a similar memory, but I can't quite recall. Sumu stood at the back, hands clasped behind her back, watching the group with a smile. Hearing this was startling. None of these 7 coffins belong to King Shang? Then where is the true coffin of King Shang? Moreover, could you please refrain from looking at us, mere tomb raiders? with such a gaze reserved for the tomb owner? It's quite unnerving. The crew brought by Uncle Sand exchanged glances, hesitating to take action. Subsequently, they looked to Sumu, who was also staring back at them. The atmosphere became tense as both sides exchanged glances. Reluctantly, Uncle Sand turned to Sumu. Miss, could you perhaps guide us? Which coffin should we open? Sumu replied, You're asking me?
Who should I ask then?
It doesn't matter. Opening any of them is equally dangerous. It would be best not to open any and just continue deeper, she casually remarked, believing that Uncle San and his rebellious crew would not heed her advice. To her surprise, she saw Uncle Sen nodding sullenly. All right, I will follow your suggestion. No sooner had he spoken than his companions eagerly began to stow away their coffin-opening tools into their bags without needing further encouragement. Sumu thought, Why are they so obedient? Aren't they tomb raiders? Shouldn't they be rebellious? Shouldn't they push back against an outsider like me who's trying to dictate their actions and open all the coffins? Wu Xie remarked, Open all the coffins? Isn't that asking for trouble? The young man added, Not every tomb raider is rebellious. The chubby man laughed heartily. It's true that tomb raiders can be reckless. But you tamed an enormous Songzi earlier. Who would dare to offend you now? To do so would be akin to lighting a lamp in a toilet to search for filth. While tomb raiders are drawn to treasures, they also value their lives. Uncle San led the team onward. After a short distance, they encountered a downward tunnel. Uncle San's expression darkened further. How many illicit tunnels had they encountered since their arrival? Those who entered 2 weeks ago had truly left no good fortune behind. Why is this tunnel leading downward? Wu Xie pondered aloud. Could there be another burial chamber below? Yes, the 7-star royal tomb of Lu is a tomb within a tomb, someone recalled. I remember that King Shang's tomb is situated above the Western Zhou tomb beneath it. The young man cursed. Damn, why can't I remember anything? The chubby man exclaimed, Does that mean I'll be digging into another tomb next time and find even more treasures? Wu Xie responded, I heard that. The prophetic princess of cultivation truly does not disappoint. King Shang actually built his tomb atop another's. Isn't he afraid of encountering the owner of the Western Zhou tomb for a chat after he lies down? What if the 2 tomb owners end up in a showdown, and only one of them has the right to lie in a coffin? At that moment, Uncle Sand instructed Pansy, Go take a look over there. Pansy departed. Third Master. Over there is merely an exploded tomb door and a looted burial chamber. Upon thorough inspection, I found no other tunnels or illicit entrances. Uncle Sand sighed. Let us go down and take a look. The downward tunnel journey lasted about 10 minutes. Upon stepping into the subterranean chamber once again, the style of the stone floor abruptly transformed into that of the Western Zhou dynasty. The well-informed Uncle Jia immediately recognized the significance. A tomb within a tomb. This burial site beneath is also from the Western Zhou era. How could the feng shui here be so auspicious? Uncle Jia felt a sense of astonishment. Just then, his companion Pansy gently tapped him on the shoulder. Uncle, something feels amiss about this place. Chapter 10. The flying corpse and the bloodied body of King Lu Shang in the distance. There stood a tomb door. A massive hole marred the entrance, as if it had been blasted open. Debris littered the ground, and among the fragments, some dismembered human remains were visible,
Such as hands and legs.
The group felt bewildered. They hadn't heard any explosions during their journey, had they? Uncle Jia led the others forward to investigate cautiously. The fracture of the rubble did not appear fresh. I surmised that the tomb door was breached approximately 5 days ago. Additionally, the bloodstains amidst the debris had completely dried and turned black. While Uncle Jia was lost in his musings, Pansy approached with a severed arm. Third Master.
Take a look at this.
Uncle Jia examined the limb closely. This left hand did not seem to be blown apart. Rather, it appeared to have been torn asunder. As he spoke, all eyes turned towards him. What kind of force could do this? A hand that could tear through flesh? Su Mu suddenly realized. It's a blood corpse. In the palace of King Lu, only that blood corpse could exhibit such brutality. The stout man shrank back, as he had always been averse to such violent matters. Younger brother, a blood corpse? I know of it. It is incredibly powerful and not to be trifled with. Wu Xie questioned, What exactly is a blood corpse? A bleeding corpse? Just the name sounds ominous. He silently prayed, hoping they would not encounter a blood corpse. Please, let us avoid a blood corpse. At that moment, the diligent investigator De Kuei suddenly exclaimed, There's something ahead. The group followed his gaze towards the blasted tomb door, where a figure was slowly rising. As the glow from several mining lamps illuminated the area, they beheld a grotesque sight, a person devoid of skin, flesh dripping continuously from its form. The blood and flesh appeared as if they were melting, cascading onto the ground in a gruesome display. As it stood upright, its head twisted unnaturally in circles. In unison, upon sighting the abomination, everyone took 3 steps back. What in the world is that creature? It resembles a human, yet it lacks skin, and its flesh continues to fall away. Uncle Jia's heart raced. Could this be the blood corpse he had read about in ancient texts? Skinless, yet alive, devoid of intelligence, yet insatiably bloodthirsty. Why on earth is such a creature here? Uncle Jia immediately shouted to the others, Be cautious. This is a blood corpse. It is impervious to darkness. Arm yourselves. Blood corpse? Su Mu curiously glanced over.
Ugh.
It looks utterly grotesque. By the way, why is it here? The stout man quickly hid behind Su Mu. Younger brother, Wu Xia. Huh? By your tone, princess, you seem familiar with its existence? Oh yes. After being skinned, it seems it has been wandering the subterranean chamber ever since. The stout man exclaimed, that's just too gruesome. I can't hear. I can't hear. I can't hear. Wu Xia widened his eyes. The skin of this blood corpse was deliberately flayed off. How terrifying. The ancient world is indeed frightful. Wu Xia retreated behind Su Mu, trembling in fear. At that moment, Pansy handed a double-barreled shotgun to Uncle Jia. Without hesitation, Uncle Jia fired at the blood corpse. With a loud bang, the standing blood corpse stumbled slightly. Everyone clearly observed that the shotgun's bullets, upon striking the blood corpse, were halted by the flesh upon its body. The tremendous impact merely created a fist-sized dent. The bullets, embedded within the flesh, were quickly enveloped by the surrounding blood and flesh, eventually vanishing from sight. The grotesque figure took notice of Uncle Jia's assault. It lowered its gaze to its abdomen, then raised its head, locking eyes with Uncle Jia. Before it could approach, let us unleash another round. Aim for the head and heart. At Uncle Jia's command, a dozen double-barreled shotguns fired in unison. The acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air, stirring up quite a cloud of dust. Uncle Jia ordered a volley of 4 rounds, and the blood corpse was nearly riddled with holes. However, the very next second, the wounds created by the bullets began to heal. Uncle Jia's expression darkened considerably. He was about to fire again when, in an instant, the blood corpse lunged forward. With a clang, younger brother stepped in front of Uncle Jia, wielding a black gold ancient blade, blocking the blood corpse's lethal strike. Uncle Jia breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly retreated. What manner of being is this blood corpse, exhibiting such formidable prowess? The group huddled together, cheering for younger brother while speculating about the identity of the blood corpse. Could it be the guardian of the Western Zhou tomb? Or perhaps it is the tomb's master. I suspect it might be the group that came 2 weeks prior. One can only wonder what transpired in this Western Zhou tomb to render them in such a ghastly state. Su Mu, overhearing their conjectures, chuckled heartily. Alas, you are all mistaken. This blood corpse is none other than King Lu Shang. Younger brother, so she is indeed aware of all that transpired in the tomb of King Lu Shang. The stout man exclaimed, huh? This creature is King Lu Shang? Where is his coffin? If King Lu Shang has emerged, does that not imply that his coffin is now devoid of its accompanying treasures?
Wu Xia,
concerned for younger brother's safety, paid little heed to the discussions of his companions. However, upon hearing Su Mu's insight, his attention was immediately captivated.
What?
This blood corpse is King Lu Shang?
How could that be?
How did King Lu Shang become this grotesque blood corpse? Wu Xia was engulfed in a storm of disbelief. Having often listened to Princess's thoughts in secret, today he found himself utterly taken aback. He felt as if he might choke on the shocking revelation. How could King Lu Shang have transformed into such a dreadful form? Just then, a dull thud resonated through the air. Younger brother was hurled backward by the blood corpse, crashing heavily against the wall, even spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this unfold, Su Mu felt a pang of concern. Oh no, it seems younger brother is struggling against this blood corpse. I cannot remain idle any longer. Younger brother, while I would love to claim I could best it with my life on the line, since you wish to assist, I shall not refuse. The stout man gasped. What? Is younger brother about to lose? Wu Xia. Princess, are you finally stepping in? I thank you on behalf of younger brother. The flying corpse, receiving the command, immediately took flight. The blood corpse, already engaged in combat with younger brother, stood no chance against the flying corpse. With a single punch, the blood corpse was struck as if hit by a cannonball, crashing deeply into the wall. The flying corpse dashed to the blood corpse's side, seized it, and slammed it down onto the ground. After 2 exchanges, the blood corpse was nearly incapacitated. Then, the flying corpse pulled out a bronze axe from an accompanying pit, raising it with intent to dismember the blood corpse.
Wait.
Such a valuable labor. Do not dismantle it. Su Mu exclaimed in alarm, hastily intervening. The flying corpse stiffened momentarily, relinquishing its hold on Fu Yu and seizing it to bring before Su Mu, subduing it to its knees. The blood corpse struggled fiercely. Yet it was no match for the flying corpse, a being of half-step Hanja, one that even the young master would bow before. In the grip of the flying corpse, the blood corpse could not even stir a ripple. Wow, incredible, exclaimed the robust figure, utterly astonished. The onlookers gaped in disbelief at the flying corpse before them. They had speculated on the strength of the flying corpse, yet their imaginations had not ventured to such extremes. Initially, they had assumed Su Mu refrained from intervening because her newly acquired flying corpse minion could not contend with the blood corpse. However, the reality soon dawned upon them. Su Mu abstained from action because she deemed it unnecessary. Only matters beyond the young master's capability would prompt her to engage. The crowd regarded Su Mu with profound respect, their doubts entirely dispelled. From this moment forth, Miss Su Mu, you are our deity, they proclaimed. With the blood corpse subdued, the young master finally had the opportunity to catch his breath. He glanced at the flying corpse and then at Su Mu, feeling an unsettling mix of emotions. If only I could be that strong. Chapter 11. Subduing the blood corpse, gaining another laborer for cultivation, miss. Shall we keep this blood corpse? Fake third uncle inquired hesitantly. Are you considering making it one of your subordinates?
Su Mu nodded without hesitation.
Indeed. Fake third uncle surveyed the grotesquely disfigured blood corpse in silence. As long as you are pleased. Given the enormity of this tomb, a double-layered one at that, relying solely on the flying corpse may not suffice for labor. Thus, it seems prudent to retain the blood corpse as a labor. The robust figure exclaimed, to be frank, your highness truly fears nothing. Young master, you are content. That is what matters. The robust figure's gaze darted between the blood corpse and Su Mu before exclaiming, no doubt about it, you are remarkable. The crowd's eyes shifted towards Su Mu, now imbued with an emotion that transcended mere reverence, morphing into a palpable fear. The blood corpse had recognized her. This Su Mu was indeed unrestrained. Unfazed by the gazes of others, Su Mu retrieved the contract from the system store. Once in hand, she regarded the blood corpse, which appeared devoid of intelligence, likely unable to comprehend her words. She tossed the contract towards the blood corpse, which disregarded the object entirely, tearing it asunder without a second thought. The seal within the scroll manifested, adhering to the blood corpse's chest, subsequently enveloped by its flowing flesh and blood. The blood corpse immediately fell silent, now obedient solely to Su Mu's commands, its inherent desires for slaughter and destruction wholly subdued by the contract's power. Without Su Mu's directive, it would not even lift a finger. Su Mu tested the contract, discovering that the blood corpse could not comprehend her speech. Thus, she commanded it through the contract to follow her. The crowd marveled. She has truly subdued it, and it has become tranquil at her behest. Remarkable. This Miss Su Mu exhibited great resolve, daring audacity, and, above all, an absence of fear. As the awe in their eyes shifted towards trepidation, fake third uncle instructed the group to rest momentarily. After a brief interval, he casually suggested, let us proceed. They ventured into the previously detonated tomb chamber. With the threat of the blood corpse neutralized, they finally had the leisure to observe their surroundings. The traces of battle within the chamber captured their attention. The bullet holes in the walls, the bloodied submachine guns strewn across the floor, and the dark stains of blood alongside desiccated corpses painted a grim picture. It was evident what had transpired. The group that had entered 2 weeks prior had encountered the blood corpse. The outcome was clear. They had either perished or fled before its might. Upon inspecting the chamber, fake third uncle concluded, however, a discrepancy arises. If the blood corpse was responsible for the death of these individuals, how did their bodies become desiccated? He promptly ordered an examination of the cause of death for each corpse within the chamber. It was confirmed that the fatal injuries were indeed inflicted by the blood corpse. As they had observed the blood corpse's attack patterns during its confrontation with the young master, they were now able to draw conclusions. But what of the desiccation? Pongzi's expression suddenly turned grave. On each desiccated corpse, we discovered numerous tiny punctures. Furthermore, each corpse was reduced to mere skin and bones, with all flesh and blood utterly vanished. Underneath this layer of skin, Pongzi knelt, pinching the skin of a nearby corpse. With a swift motion, he tore it away, exposing the stark white bones beneath. Just bones. Fake third uncle's expression shifted. It is the work of the corpse mite. Such a phenomenon can only be attributed to these creatures. Wu Xia inquired, what exactly is a corpse mite? He leaned in closer to examine the bones on the ground, falling silent. Such a ferocious insect was best left unseen. Encountering a corpse mite could signify the countdown of life itself. Su Mu approached as well. After scrutinizing the bones, she softly remarked, look closer. Examine those bones. Upon hearing Su Mu's suggestion, fake third uncle, filled with curiosity, picked up a bone to inspect it closely. Pongzi shared his intrigue. What had this Miss Su Mu discovered? What is noteworthy about the bones? In a moment, everyone began to collect bones for closer examination. Wu Xia observed the scene, feeling a mix of disbelief and discomfort. He pondered how the spirits of the deceased would react to the living picking through their remains. Would they feel bashful? Perhaps thinking, do not look there, that was broken. Such thoughts sent shivers down Wu Xia's spine. He too picked up a bone for inspection.
Odd.
The texture of this bone feels unusual. Fake third uncle, an experienced veteran, quickly noted the anomaly. Why does it feel rough? Just then, a startled comrade exclaimed, yeah, this bone is anything but smooth. What is going on? At that moment, the flying corpse suddenly moved. It stepped on one of the bones, shattering it. Su Mu pointed to the hollow center of the bone. There should have been marrow present. Even after 2 weeks post-mortem, traces of dehydrated marrow should remain. Yet now, the marrow was entirely absent, leaving no trace whatsoever. These corpse mites not only consume flesh but also extract marrow, draining every last vestige of value. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they instinctively cast the bones aside in disgust. Wu Xie lamented, "At least show some respect for their remains." Feeling utterly drained, fake third uncle's expression darkened. He wiped his hands on his clothing repeatedly, stating, "This tomb is indeed perilous. The corpse mites I encountered previously only burrowed into people's bellies to drink blood and consume flesh. I never imagined the corpse mites in this tomb could also extract marrow." As he spoke, a chill ran down his spine. "We should hasten our departure from this chamber." Upon hearing this, the group readily complied, swiftly donning their gear and following fake third uncle, prepared for departure. Wu Xie trailed behind Su Mu, silently praying, "Please let us not encounter any corpse mites. My heart cannot bear the sight of such ghastly creatures." The stout man retained his usual fearless demeanor, scanning his surroundings with curiosity. If there were a treasure lying on the ground, he would undoubtedly disregard any potential danger and seize it without hesitation. A sudden thought struck Wu Xie, prompting him to exclaim, "Fatty, I've heard that corpse bugs are particularly fond of fat. When they feed on human flesh, they first drain the fat before consuming the meat. How long do you think your belly fat would sustain them?" At this juncture, Wu Xie added with unexpected enthusiasm, "If we could employ a corpse bug for liposuction outside, it might actually prove to be a lucrative venture." Uncle Fake interrupted, "Could you refrain from babbling about such nonsense?" Chapter 12. The attack of the corpse bugs. Upon hearing Wu Xie's words, Fatty's face turned an ominous shade of green. He glanced at Wu Xie, realizing the latter was intentionally provoking him, and couldn't he help but retort angrily, "I could withstand a few more bites from these corpse bugs with my extra pounds, granting me a few more minutes of life. How about you, Skinny? You'd probably turn into a skeleton the moment a corpse bug burrowed into you." Wu Xie's lips twitched, casting a doubtful glance at his own physique. Before he could respond, a peculiar buzzing sound interrupted, causing everyone to halt in their tracks. A heavy silence enveloped the group as they strained to listen. Moments later, the sound reemerged, buzz, buzz. Wu Xie felt a sense of foreboding rise within him. Could it be that the sound resembled insects flapping their wings? The group exchanged anxious glances, each sharing the same unsettling realization. What kind of flying insects could inhabit a graveyard? Without a doubt, only corpse bugs. Uncle Fake's expression shifted, and he whispered urgently, "We must leave. Let us move to the next chamber." They were currently in a tomb corridor, and if they encountered corpse bugs at this moment, they would undoubtedly be skewered like kebabs. The group hastened their steps, and within 5 minutes, a substantial tomb door loomed before them, illuminated by the light of their mining lamps. Upon seeing the intact door, Uncle Fake's face lit up with joy. This door had not been tampered with. It seemed the group that entered 2 weeks prior had not ventured this far. The others gathered around the door, examining it closely. Indeed, the dust atop the door remained undisturbed, showing no signs of prior contact. However, how would they open it? There appeared to be no seams at all. Uncle Fake cleared his throat and said, "You may not understand this, but this is a sealing stone, carved from a single block of material. If I'm not mistaken, behind the sealing stone lies the resting place of the tomb's owner." The group looked up at the imposing sealing stone, which stood about 5 meters high. "Are you suggesting that this 5-meter-tall, 3-meter-wide door is a single piece?" asked one of them.
Yes.
Fatty exclaimed, "Goodness! How did the tomb owner of the Western Zhou dynasty manage to acquire such a massive piece of jade? It must have cost a fortune. Just imagine how many bracelets could be fashioned from it." The group fell silent, and then Pansy spoke up, "Brothers, prepare the explosives." Uncle Fake interjected, "Hold on. Let's not rush. Although the sealing stone cannot be lifted once it falls, the craftsmen likely left a contingency plan. Let us search the vicinity carefully. Perhaps we can find a hidden passage or mechanism." As Uncle Fake spoke, the buzzing sound returned. The group instinctively closed their mouths, even slowing their breaths. Sumu pondered, the corpse bugs are finally making their appearance. I wonder if they could serve as laborers." "Is that all you think about? Laborers?" The young man replied. "Do you consider Wu Xie and me mere laborers in your eyes?" Fatty chimed in. "Are you really planning to capture everything that moves in this tomb to serve as labor?" Wu Xie, who was already terrified, couldn't he believe Sumu's casual thoughts. "What? At a time like this, you're still thinking about recruiting those corpse bugs as laborers?" His lips twitched uncontrollably. However, witnessing the princess's calm demeanor significantly alleviated his fear. If she remained unperturbed, why should he panic? The buzzing persisted for approximately 3 minutes. Once the sound faded, Uncle Fake immediately instructed the group to search for any potential mechanisms. He surveyed the smooth tomb corridor, feeling that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Throughout their journey, he had not encountered any signs of previous intrusions. Upon reaching this point, there were no indications that anyone else had come through. Could it be that the group that entered 2 weeks ago had truly perished at the hands of the blood corpse? Uncle Fake glanced at the blood-stained submachine gun in his hand. This weapon had been brought in by that previous group. Their ability to procure such a firearm indicated a formidable power. It was hard to believe they would abandon this tomb so easily. As he contemplated, the buzzing sound returned. This time alarmingly close. It seemed to emanate from just beyond the corridor, in the darkness where the mining lamps could not penetrate. Instantly, everyone's nerves became taut, for the buzzing grew increasingly nearer. In a daze, they caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting through the light of the mining lamp. Upon closer inspection, however, there was nothing to be seen. Fatty swallowed hard. Is this creature playing mind games with us? Just then, Wu Xia suddenly widened his eyes, trembling as he pointed forward. The group followed his gaze. On the wall, Uncle Fake focused intently and noticed that the grayish-blue walls of the tomb corridor were now inexplicably coated in a black substance. Squinting, he observed carefully. Suddenly, two antennae resembling insect appendages emerged from the darkness. Fatty stumbled back in shock. What the hell? There are bugs. Corpse bugs. Are the corpse bugs finally here? Fatty exclaimed. Why is the princess so excited? The young man replied, this wretched creature is exceedingly troublesome. Sumu stared intently into the darkness, while Wu Xia asked, aren't you the least bit afraid? Uncle Fake shouted in alarm, fire the torches. Quickly. At his command, the others frantically rummaged through their bags, breaking their torches and tossing them into the darkness. The torches ignited midair, transforming into blazing flames upon hitting the ground. The flames illuminated the surrounding darkness, and as they did, the group gasped in horror. The walls and floor of the corridor were teeming with a dense mass of corpse bugs. The insects clinging to the walls stirred restlessly in response to the flames. In an instant, the corridor seemed alive, writhing with the frantic movements of the creatures. Several individuals' legs buckled, causing them to collapse to the ground. Even Su Mu felt her scalp prickle at the sight. This scene is quite terrifying. Fortunately, I have witnessed many such spectacles before. The young man remarked, how fortuitous. I too have encountered such scenes. While I may have lost other memories, the recollections of battling corpse bugs remain vivid. Fatty lamented, damn it. Will my body fat help me endure a few more minutes? Wu Xia's face drained of color as the taunts he had directed at Fatty earlier resurfaced in his mind. Recalling the pile of white bones from before, his legs weakened. Princess, save me. Su Mu silently commanded her flying corpse and blood corpse to shield her. Though she feared the corpse bugs, she certainly did not wish for them to crawl upon her. At that moment, the young man positioned himself at the forefront of the corridor, standing protectively before the group. Seeing him, Su Mu felt a sense of reassurance. His blood can counter these corpse bugs. As long as he stands here, we should be fine. Although my blood indeed possesses such capabilities, it is not omnipotent. The chubby man exclaimed, brother, you are truly impressive. Let us support him. Wu Xia gasped, is that true? He sighed in relief.
Quick.
Find the mechanism. The faux uncle could no longer maintain his composure, desperately feeling along the walls. The group of undead creatures, agitated by the torches, became increasingly restless, flapping their wings in a display of menace. In the midst of this anxious atmosphere, a sharp click resonated abruptly. This was soon followed by a thunderous rumble. Someone had triggered a mechanism that caused the massive jade ceiling stone to rise. Seeing this glimmer of hope, the faux uncle urged everyone to gather around, preparing to squeeze through the gap in the door. Meanwhile, a piercing shriek, the source unknown, echoed through the tomb passage. Upon hearing this wailing, the undead creatures went berserk, heedlessly charging towards the group. Quick, throw the torches. Before the faux uncle could say more, several torches were hurled by the crew. However, the undead showed no fear of the flames, recklessly surging toward them. Fire! Shoot! Pansy shouted while pulling the trigger. The bullets from the submachine guns blazed forth, mowing down the approaching undead like wheat before the scythe. Yet, the undead seemed endless. Even with 5 submachine guns providing suppressive fire, they continued to breach the barrier. At this moment, the faux uncle growled, quickly, slip through the gap. Those without firearms hastily squeezed through the narrow opening beneath the ceiling stone. Just then, the young man stepped forward, holding the ancient black gold knife in his palm. A slight pull caused blood to seep from his hand. The ferocious advance of the undead abruptly halted. They dared not approach any longer, left to seethe impotently in fury. The young man's ability had proven effective. After the gunfire ceased, he quietly instructed those behind him, you go first. I'll hold them off. Pansy hesitated but urged the others, hurry, go. Sumu glanced at the narrow gap behind them, barely wide enough for a single, petite individual to pass. I think I'll wait a moment. He is truly formidable. His blood is far more potent than insecticides. What excuse should I use to ask him for some to keep in reserve? The chubby man exclaimed, Your Highness, you truly understand me. Could you spare some for me? Wu Xia interjected, don't say that. It would sadden him. The young man replied, I'm quite distressed. Not just a little. Wu Xia, observing Su Mu's calm demeanor, felt a mix of urgency and fear. He wished to advance, but hesitated to leave her side. He felt safer near her than in the unknown environment beyond the door. Breathing deeply to calm himself, he waited until most of the crew had passed before the faux uncle awkwardly squeezed through the gap. At this point, only Wu Xia, the chubby man, the young man, and Su Mu remained. Just as Su Mu intended to have Wu Xia move ahead, a piercing scream erupted from the other side of the door. swiftly followed by the sound of multiple submachine guns firing simultaneously. Undead. There are undead here too. The faux uncle's furious roar echoed from beyond the door, accompanied by the agonized cries of several crew members in their final moments. Wu Xia's heart raced in horror. How could there be undead on that side too? Where did they come from? Were they capable of flanking them? The tomb of the Western Zhou's master offered no escape. Despair washed over Wu Xia. And his uncle was still over there. His thoughts spiraled into chaos. Suddenly, Su Mu had an epiphany. This Western Zhou tomb has been usurped by King Lu Shang. So the traps were designed by his people? No wonder the sealing stone has a mechanism, and after all this time, the gap is still so small. The young man cursed. If only I had thought of this sooner. The chubby man lamented. Thank goodness I'm too large to squeeze through this gap. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Xia understood this was a trap. Undead on this side, undead on the other. This was a plan to annihilate them all. Su Mu sighed, acknowledging that in critical moments, she had to rely on her great yam. She opened the system shop and recalled seeing something useful.
Yes.
Insect control technique. With a heavy heart, she spent 500 of her precious corpse-scented magic yams to acquire the technique. A flash of inspiration struck her. She felt an innate connection to the insect realm. Excited, she took a few steps forward, directly approaching the swarm of undead, much to the shock of the young man. Your Highness, he exclaimed. Wu Xia and the chubby man were equally astonished. What are you doing? Do you want to throw your life away? Amidst the bewildered gazes, Su Mu raised her right hand and calmly commanded, retreat. Wu Xia blinked in confusion. What are you asking to retreat? Before he could ponder further, he witnessed the aggressive undead suddenly halt, then retreat. Wu Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed them, then stared again. Su Mu called to the undead, once more. Further back, the undead retreated again, creating a vast expanse of clear ground.
Wow.
The chubby man exclaimed in astonishment. This is too incredible. You can control the undead? Overcome with excitement, he embraced Wu Xia in a fervent display of joy. Wu Xia stood dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before him. It wasn't his skepticism towards Su Mu's abilities, but the sheer absurdity of the scene shattered his worldview. Observing the undead's compliance, Su Mu felt a surge of exhilaration. Retreat further. Suddenly, he was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Fortune has smiled upon me. After all this time, I finally witnessed this legendary moment. He clutched Wu Xia's shoulders, exclaiming, Did you see that? I told you the art of Gu exists. This is proof. The young man gazed at the comically retreating undead, then looked at his own hands, feeling a pang of envy. When would he be able to wield such control without shedding blood? After toying with the undead, Su Mu commanded them to follow her. Behind the sealing stone lay another horde of undead. She turned to inspect the gap beneath the sealing stone, which remained minuscule. The stone ascended at a painfully slow pace, as if rising only 5 centimeters per minute. Unable to wait any longer, Su Mu ordered the flying zombies and blood corpses to lift the sealing stone. The massive stone was effortlessly raised by the flying zombies. The blood corpse, shorter than the flying zombies, clung to the stone, swaying. Wu Xia exclaimed, Awesome. The others chimed in, This is incredible. The faux uncle stared in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. Is this even possible? The tomb door swung open fully, and under the illumination of overhead lights, several corpses scattered across the ground caught the faux uncle's attention. With just a glance, he could recognize that all the desiccated corpses on the ground were his companions. Their state was akin to that of the previously encountered foreign corpses, reduced to mere skin and bones. Upon witnessing the scene, the faux third uncle merely furrowed his brows. Then disdainfully shifted his gaze to the wall. The sight of the eyeless, withered corpses caused both Wu Xia and the to turn pale with fright. As Su Mu entered the tomb chamber and surveyed the surroundings, he remarked, What a truly ruthless design. Wu Xia began to observe closely. He noted that while the chamber was spacious, it contained only one coffin, centrally placed upon a raised platform adorned with intricate carvings, reminiscent of an ancient sacrificial altar. Strikingly, the coffin appeared to be the sole sacrificial offering, with not even a shadow of accompanying burial items. Not a single figurine for the grave. The chamber was exceedingly barren. Straining his neck to observe, Wu Xia discovered grooves on the sacrificial altar that descended into the ground in a radial pattern, eventually converging at the center beneath the coffin. Soon after, he identified something amiss in the 4 corners of the ceiling. Were there really 4 hidden tunnels? Wu Xia, now conditioned to associate any opening with tomb raiding, was soon met with Su Mu's bemused laughter. Those are not tunnels for thieves, they are passages specifically constructed for the corpse insect. Wu Xia, being astute, immediately grasped the implication. Specifically designed to ensnare grave robbers? Su Mu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, for I had previously pondered such designs while idly reclining in tombs. The younger man mused, If my memory were to fully return, could I decipher the traps she devised? They interjected, Could you perhaps think of something else during your idle moments, like drafting a treasure map? Wu Xia expressed his gratitude. I am thankful that the princess did not bring about our demise. Thank you, princess, for your immense grace. Chapter 14. The Hydra Cypress. Wu Xie scrutinized the coffin upon the sacrificial platform. It was evident that it contained numerous mechanisms. Should a tomb raider disturb the coffin, those mechanisms would activate, inflicting wounds upon the intruder, causing blood to flow. The blood would then trickle into the grooves on the sacrificial altar. It sent triggering even more terrifying dangers, perhaps ultimately leading the corpse insects here. After all, the 4 apertures in the ceiling were exclusively designed as passageways for the corpse insects. Before the trap was uncovered, it appeared anything but a trap. Once its nature was revealed, everything in this space became part of the trap. From my perspective, this trap seems rather simplistic, with somewhat stringent activation conditions. Were I to design such a fatal trap? The younger man pondered aloud. It seems I might be capable of such designs? The cautioned, princess. Please do not design a tomb. Even hearing you speak of it terrifies me. As Wu Xie absorbed Su Mu's inner thoughts, his complexion grew increasingly pale. He felt a surge of relief, grateful that before the princess had opened her grand door, she had lacked the resources to alter her crypt. He exclaimed, "Thank you, princess, for sparing my life." Fau's third uncle traversed the tomb chamber several times before declaring, "I do not see any thief tunnels in this tomb. Furthermore, there appears to be only one mechanism. Behind this mechanism lies a concealed passageway." As he spoke, he led the group towards the mechanism, pressing a particular brick on the wall, unveiling a hidden passageway before them. Observant Wu Xie immediately recognized something peculiar about the brick of the concealed passage. We stand in a tomb styled after the Western Zhou, yet this hidden passage bears the characteristics of the Warring States period. Could it be a tomb passage constructed later by King Lushang? Wu Xie glanced furtively at the blood corpse, recalling the princess's whispered thoughts that this very blood corpse belonged to King Lushang. If this blood corpse is indeed King Lushang, then who lies within his coffin? The usually reticent younger man suddenly spoke. The entire Western Zhou tomb has been altered by King Lushang. In his quest for immortality, he plundered this Western Zhou tomb and constructed numerous elements beneath it. Yet ultimately, he became the one to adorn another's burial. After uttering a few cryptic remarks, the younger man stepped into the concealed passageway. Moments later, his indifferent voice echoed from within, "Continue onward. All answers lie ahead." Ah, yes. The younger man had previously perused the complete 20 scrolls of the Warring States silk manuscripts. Thus, it is no wonder he possesses this knowledge. The younger man remarked, "Indeed, I have not forgotten this." He exclaimed, "Wow, you are truly secretive. Do you not consider me a brother?" Upon hearing Su Mu's thoughts, Wu Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, the younger man has known the secrets of King Lushang's tomb all along? He suddenly felt a pang of frustration. The younger man knew everything but had shared nothing with him. His quiet demeanor was indeed not misplaced. The group resumed their journey. Approximately half an hour later, a glimmer of light appeared at the end of the hidden passageway. Fau's third uncle signaled for the others to halt while he cautiously advanced to investigate. 3 minutes later, he gestured to indicate safety. As they reached the end of the passage, they were met with the sight of an enormous, monstrous tree. Its size was so immense that it appeared to stretch endlessly upwards. Wu Xie gazed upward, unable to discern its canopy. It seemed to have grown up from beneath the earth itself. Beyond its astonishing height, the tree's girth was equally astonishing. At first glance, Wu Xie nearly mistook its trunk for a wall. Had it not been for the true wall's faint visibility under the miner's lamp, he would have certainly confused the trunk for a part of the structure. However, it was not merely the tree's size that was peculiar. It was the vines extending from its trunk. Thick as utility poles, these vines crisscrossed between the tree and the walls, forming a colossal three-dimensional network. Strange. Wind chime-like objects dangled from the vines, swaying rhythmically, creating an eerie spectacle. The branches of the vines cascaded like willow twigs, some entwining with the walls, others hanging low to the ground, while many more extended from the trunk into the crevices of the surrounding walls. This is the Hydra Cypress. Is it not exceedingly vast? How many years has it lived? I wonder if I could harvest some seeds from it. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared before Su Mu. System. Detecting collectible spiritual plant from the tomb, Hydra Cypress. Would you like to collect it? A smile spread across Su Mu's face. The system was quite timely, providing a bed as soon as it felt sleepy. Collect. Of course, I shall collect. The system interface shifted, revealing a progress bar. I shall ultimately acquire the seeds of the Hydra Cypress for free. Once I obtain these seeds, I shall plant a forest. The remarked princess, you are truly unyielding in your pursuit. No matter what, you never forget about farming. Wu Xie added. You remain steadfast in your original intention. Everything you pursue is aimed at cultivating. Envisioning a forest of Hydra Cypress, Wu Xie felt both amused and exasperated. Just then, the entire Hydra Cypress trembled. A vast, ancient aura began to emanate from it, as though a colossal entity from a bygone era was awakening. In that instant, the vines began to move of their own accord, writhing like venomous snakes in the air. Fau's third uncle was caught off guard, ensnared by one of the vines. Subsequently, He was ensnared by the creeping vines and dragged away. In a fit of rage, the faux Uncle San raised a submachine gun and unleashed a volley upon the vines at his feet. The vines were shredded, allowing faux Uncle San to rise swiftly. The severed vines provoked the hydrocypress, and in an instant, more tendrils surged toward faux Uncle San, akin to cobras rising, fixated on him. Witnessing this, faux Uncle San seethed. "Do you think you can intimidate me?" He lifted his weapon and fired again. The upright vines were shattered once more, collapsing to the ground. After a brief silence, the hydrocypress became furious. Its massive form began to tremble, and all the vines seemed to awaken. When tendrils as thick as pythons and as venomous as snakes appeared before them, everyone present finally comprehended why this peculiar tree was named the hydrocypress. At that moment, Sumu noticed a system interface appear before her. The system announced that the more vigorously the graveyard spirit plant resisted during the collection process, the slower the collection speed would be. Sumu lifted her gaze to the hydrocypress and coldly remarked, "Isn't it better to be collected obediently?" With a wave of her hand, the flying corpse and blood corpse that stood behind her vanished from sight. When they reappeared, each wielded an axe taller than a person, striking at the advancing vines. Observing that the flying corpse and blood corpse were mere individuals and lacked sufficient power, Sumu waved her hand again. Instantly, a swarm of corpses surged forth, enveloping the space like an ominous cloud. They obeyed her command, alighting upon the trunk of the hydrocypress and voraciously devouring it. The hydrocypress, seemingly in pain, grew increasingly agitated. Its vines lashed out more rapidly, producing explosive sounds as they whipped through the air. Numerous corpses were struck by these supersonic vines, disintegrating into clouds of blood mist, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 15. Collecting Seeds. The hydrocypress obeys. At this moment, faux Uncle San and his companions unleashed their full firepower. 5 submachine guns erupted in flames, their bullets transforming a section of the hydrocypress's trunk into a honeycomb. However, the hydrocypress was simply too colossal. Even with the barrels of the 5 weapons turning red-hot, they inflicted no significant damage. As if that were not enough, faux Uncle San could not even rely on these 5 guns for his own protection. Once the ammunition was depleted, the vines he had drawn towards him surged forth. Faux Uncle San dodged perilously, narrowly escaping one lethal strike after another. His wounds multiplied, and his companions fared no better. Enraged, faux Uncle San shouted, "Pansy, bring the explosives." In the presence of such a massive hydrocypress, individual strength proved futile. Even the formidable Xiaoge could only wield his slender black gold ancient blade to sever the seemingly endless vines. Xiao Ji's prowess allowed him to navigate the assault of thousands of tendrils with ease, even assisting faux Uncle San and his companions. Yet, when faced with tens of thousands of vines, Xiaoge found himself overwhelmed. The resistance of the hydrocypress intensified, as if it possessed an inexhaustible supply of vines, each as thick as a utility pole. Gradually, the hydrocypress gained the upper hand. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted. Sumu turned to see Pansy igniting a bundle of explosives and hurling it towards the roots of the hydrocypress. How dare he use explosives in such a confined space, killing 1,000 while harming himself? Sumu glanced back to see that the fatty and Wu Xia were already lying on the ground. Faux Uncle San was in no better shape, still bleeding profusely but maintaining consciousness. His expression was fierce, bearing the resolve to perish alongside the hydrocypress. 3 seconds later, boom. A sound akin to thunder emanated from the roots of the hydrocypress. A massive crater formed where the explosive struck, a significant injury even for the colossal tree with a diameter of 200 to 300 meters. The hydrocypress, severely wounded, quickly summoned countless vines to cover the gaping wound. It seemed to possess some intelligence, aware of who had dealt such a grievous blow. Before Pansy could ignite a third bundle of explosives, the vines surged toward him. The reckless hydrocypress disregarded even the corpses controlled by Sumu, directing all its tendrils against Pansy. In an instant, a shadowy mass of vines obscured the sky as they descended upon him. Terrified, he turned to flee. The next second, another explosion resounded. Faux Uncle San had also ignited explosives. Goodness, this faux Uncle San is truly reckless, caring not for his own nephew's life. Sumu took a moment to observe the system interface. The progress bar had risen by 12% due to the 3 explosions, reaching 30. Yet, it seemed to have stalled, showing no further signs of advancement. She then glanced at the bottom of the interface, where system notification read, "Completely annihilating the graveyard spirit plant will also fulfill the collection requirement." Upon seeing this, Sumu's concerns dissipated entirely. If that were the case, why hold back? With that thought, Sumu accessed her system space and scrolled to the bottom. The system shop contained everything, including gasoline. Her target was a barrel of gasoline for 1 corpse flower. She intended to incinerate the hydrocypress, which had thrived for countless years. With a wave of her hand, 3,200-liter barrels of gasoline materialized before her. Using only 3 corpse flowers, it was quite economical. She then commanded the flying corpse and blood corpse to smash the barrels upon the hydrocypress. Unbeknownst to the hydrocypress, which would crush anything that approached with its vine-like tendrils. The 30 barrels of gasoline were promptly ruptured, dousing the tree in flammable liquid. The scent of gasoline quickly permeated the air. Faux Uncle San, having just ignited explosives, caught a whiff and hurriedly yanked the fuse out. The potent aroma of gasoline meant that if he threw the explosives, the tomb of Lu Shang would be obliterated. Where did this gasoline come from? Faux Uncle San, shaken, clutched the explosives tightly, fear etched across his face as he looked at Su Mu. In such a situation, only someone as extraordinary as Su Mu could have accomplished this. When he turned to her, he noticed a small flame flickering at her fingertips. Behind her, the flying corpse and blood corpse stood in formation, while a mass of corpses orderly retreated behind the flying corpse. Su Mu glanced at the terrified faux Uncle San. Uncle San, take your men and leave. I'm about to ignite it. She then turned to Xiao Ge, who had just landed beside her, and said with a gentle smile, Xiao Ge, take Wu Xia and the fatty to the next tomb chamber. Understood. Xiao Ge did not hesitate, swiftly lifting Wu Xia and the fatty under his arms, and dashed towards the passage they had come from. Faux Uncle San and his companions, terrified, scrambled into the nearest tomb passage. Once she confirmed that all the living had evacuated, Su Mu gazed at the enraged Hydrocypress, a smirk of disdain gracing her lips. With a gentle flick, the flame at her fingertip soared towards the Hydrocypress. As the gasoline-soaked vine-like tendrils made contact with the flickering flame, they ignited instantly. In the blink of an eye, the fiery blaze ascended along the tendril, engulfing the entire Hydrocypress in flames. With an exterior temperature soaring to 500 degrees and a core temperature nearing 1000, even if this Hydrocypress were to attain sentience, it would be unable to withstand such ferocious combustion and extreme heat. Eventually, even when the gasoline was entirely consumed, the Hydrocypress itself would succumb to the scorching temperatures, being reduced to mere fuel for the flames, ultimately devoured by the fire. The dim space transformed into a radiant spectacle akin to daylight. No matter how vast the area, it became brilliantly illuminated under the glow of the burning Hydrocypress. Witnessing the scene, Su Mu couldn't help but recall the torch tree stump. It was strikingly vivid, almost identical. The Hydrocypress, sensing the terrifying heat, struggled even more violently. The vine-like tendrils flailed in a desperate attempt to extinguish the raging inferno engulfing it. The sound of the air being sliced grew more intense than before. Yet, in doing so, it only fueled the flames further. The fiercer the fire blazed, the more fervently the Hydrocypress fought against its fate. Humph. Let us see if you'll yield now. An hour later, the flames subsided. The false uncle and his associates emerged from the tomb passage. Upon witnessing the scene before them, the false uncle stood agape, his expression vacant. The fire had been extinguished. The tree had shrunk. In this expansive space, only a tree that seemed to have grown for barely a decade remained. He recognized it as the former Hydrocypress. But why had it diminished so drastically? At that moment, the younger brother, carrying Wu Xia, stepped out from behind Su Mu and stood by her side. My head feels like it's buzzing, as if I've encountered 100 zombies. The plump man staggered out of the tomb passage and, upon seeing the sight before him, wore an expression akin to someone who had seen a ghost. What the? His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed tremblingly at the tree. Is this really the former Hydrocypress? Wasn't it much larger before? How did it shrink so much? The plump man compared the tree with his fingers, unable to accept that this was merely a stunted Hydrocypress that had endured the recent conflagration, reduced to a mere fraction of its original size. The Hydrocypress had shrunk by thousands of times. The plump man stammered, glancing between the indifferent Su Mu and the trembling little Hydrocypress, rendered speechless. The younger brother stared at the diminutive tree, lost in thought. He instinctively released his grip, dropping the still-dazed Wu Xia, without realizing it. The younger brother took deep breaths, forcing himself not to succumb to weakness. This scene had entirely surpassed his comprehension of the world. It was only now that he recognized the terrifying power harbored within the seemingly approachable Su Mu. This revelation left him dazed and bewildered. Wu Xia, struggling to turn over on the ground, coughed up a pool of blood. Cough cough, what just happened? Su Mu glanced at Wu Xia on the ground, internally musing. Wu Xia is quite fragile. Do you have any idea what you missed? Oh right, I suppose I can't blame you. After all, it was your false uncle who ordered explosives to be detonated in this confined space. If you're going to blame someone, blame that false uncle of yours. The younger brother remarked. He is indeed rather weak. Once we're out, I'll make sure he trains more. The plump man added. Damn. When this false uncle goes crazy, it's truly life-threatening. Wu Xia, still bewildered, asked, what remarkable scenes. Did that guy, Jialian Huan, really not care about his life by tossing explosives here? Wu Xia's mind was still somewhat hazy as he propped himself up, shaking his head and glancing back. The crisis has vanished. Not only that, the threat itself has disappeared. He blinked vigorously, seeing only the small Hydrocypress before him. Huh? Wu Xia blinked in confusion, directing a questioning gaze at Su Mu. Your Highness, where is the Hydrocypress? Su Mu replied nonchalantly. It refused to heed my commands. So, I burned it. Wu Xia exclaimed, impressive, as expected of you. But what is this diminutive hydrocypress then? Is this what you planted?
How could that be?
Sumu chuckled. This is indeed the former hydrocypress. After being burned to the core, it finally relented and begged for mercy, hence I chose to spare it. The others gasped in astonishment. Wu Xie observed the small hydrocypress, then turned to the smiling Sumu, falling into silence. You truly are a living deity. It seems only a cultivator like Sumu could manipulate flames so effortlessly. Wu Xie dared not ask more, fearing the answers might discourage him. He sincerely remarked, I've lived for quite a while, yet I've never heard of such occurrences. Sumu chuckled as he patted Wu Xie's shoulder. You are still young. There are many more wonders to behold in the days ahead. Sumu surveyed the still shocked faces of the others, including the false uncle, and sighed. The danger is past. Let us descend. Realizing the situation, he nodded and took on the role of the leader. After regrouping, the false uncle, in a daze, descended the steps along the wall. Indeed, after the fire blazed, those bothersome vine-like tendrils had been purified, instantly rendering the space pristine. Previously unseen elements now lay bare, such as chains extending from 3 directions, the coffin ensnared by them, and the elevated platform at the center. Ignoring the ashes on the ground, this space was, without a doubt, remarkably clean. Sumu lingered at the back of the group, tallying her spoils. The system announced, successfully collected 523 seeds of the hydrocypress. Upon seeing this figure, Sumu couldn't help but be astonished. Truly, the hydrocypress, which had existed for an unfathomable duration, yielded an abundant bounty. With such a multitude of seeds, planting them would yield a harvest, allowing her to promptly submit her system task and gain an additional 10 years of life. That was indeed 10 precious years. It was worth noting that she currently had only 10 years left to live. However, there was no need to rush. As long as she continuously completed system tasks, she could secure an unending supply of tenure extensions. Persevering in this manner would lead to immortality. The seeds of the hydrocypress, aside from being planted for future harvests, could also be exchanged directly for items in the system S shop. The flame used to incinerate the hydrocypress was acquired by exchanging the seeds collected through the system. Reflecting on this, Sumu couldn't help but laugh. A few minutes later, the false uncle led the group to the surface. The ground lay strewn with the grayish-white ashes left by the incinerated hydrocypress, still slightly warm to the touch, but within acceptable limits. The false uncle adjusted the miner's lamp atop his head, then glanced towards the central area not far away. He had spotted it earlier. Above the hydrocypress, on the elevated platform, lay a gleaming treasure box. The light from the miner's lamp illuminated it, causing the box to reflect a dazzling brilliance. It was evident that it was no ordinary item. The false uncle quickened his pace. However, just a few steps in, he sensed something amiss. Turning his head to inquire of Wu Xie and the younger brother beside him, he was astonished to find them both with their eyes tightly shut. In the next moment, he too was ensnared in an illusion. Observing this, Sumu suddenly realized. Could it be that cunning fox spirit that ensnares with illusions? Did that immense fire not incinerate it? As Sumu pondered, the young man beside her suddenly shuddered twice before opening his eyes.
Oh,
You've awakened already? Sumu expressed her surprise, impressed by the young man's resilience against the illusions of the azure-eyed fox corpse. Your Highness, be cautious. This place feels off, the young man remarked, turning to her. It was then that he noticed Sumu watching him with curious eyes. Realization dawned upon him. His warning was unnecessary, for she was evidently unaffected by the illusions. Indeed, she was impervious. The body she inhabited seemed to conceal numerous secrets, rivaling those held by the young man. At the very least, the peculiarities within the graveyard were subdued by her very form. The architect of these illusions must be the azure-eyed fox corpse, hiding away somewhere. Why not seek it out? Sumu decided to offer the young man an opportunity to shine. However, before he could speak, 2 trembling vine-like appendages reached out toward them. The 2 immediately turned to see a humanoid fox-faced corpse ensnared by those tendrils, extending toward them. It turned out to be a miniaturized version of the 9-headed hydrocypress, charred and resembling a stump. The azure-eyed fox corpse thought, am I truly sold out by the 9-headed hydrocypress? Chapter 17. The illusion within the illusion. Observing the diminutive vine-like tendrils approaching the azure-eyed fox corpse, Sumu felt a flicker of curiosity. Is this the creature responsible for the illusions? The young man replied, this thing strangely evokes a trivial memory. She turned to see Wu Xie, and the faux third uncle had already awakened from the illusion, staring blankly as if emerging from a deep slumber. Sumu regarded the azure-eyed fox corpse, which averted its gaze, clearly too cowardly to meet her eyes. So you have the audacity to attack me yet lack the courage to face me? She sneered, pulling off its mask. Beneath it lay a visage strikingly similar to that of a fox, with elongated eyes that conveyed a devious nature, exuding an unsettling aura that inspired revulsion. It was neither human nor fox, a truly grotesque sight. Compared to its countenance, even a blood corpse appeared more refined. If this creature were to wander the outside world, it would surely meet a swift demise. At that moment, the fox face was etched with fear and trepidation. It swiftly cast a glance at Su Mu before lowering its head, fixating its eyes on the ground, embodying cowardice to the utmost degree. Su Mu considered commanding it to raise its head and speak, but the mere thought of that loathsome face stifled her words. After a few seconds, she let out a cold snort.
Can you speak?
The azure-eyed fox corpse shook its head frantically. Just then, the tiny nine-headed hydra cypress vines placed it on the ground. The instant it landed, the azure-eyed fox corpse began to bow repeatedly before Su Mu. She sighed. While this creature may appear repulsive, it could still serve as a labor. Moreover, given the vastness of the King of Ruin's tomb, relying solely on flying corpses and blood corpses may prove insufficient. Let this azure-eyed fox corpse remain as a labor. The young man mused. The azure-eyed fox corpse will soon be tamed by Her Highness. Perhaps I can frequently visit it to recover my memories. Wu Xie, now fully awake, couldn't he help but click his tongue upon hearing Su Mu's thoughts. Her Highness truly has no scruples. She dares to use such a perilous creature as a laborer. He had just fallen victim to the azure-eyed fox corpse's illusion, feeling as though he had awoken from a grand dream. Although he could not recall his experiences within the illusion, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue and a pronounced disdain for the world. As Su Mu considered her next move, she glanced at the azure-eyed fox corpse. Unbeknownst to her, it had lifted its head, its two green eyes fixated intently on her. Su Mu met its gaze. This creature dares to look me in the eye? It dawned on her that the azure-eyed fox corpse had been feigning submission, employing such a humble demeanor to lower her guard. Truly a cunning fox. Su Mu mused, should I play along with its ruse? Or should I directly assert my immunity to the illusions it conjures? Before she could decide, she heard slow footsteps approaching. Turning to look, she discovered that the faux third uncle and his companions had once again fallen prey to the illusions crafted by the azure-eyed fox corpse. The faux third uncle was strolling with his hands behind his back, exuding arrogance, gesturing grandly despite having his eyes closed. This indicated he was deeply ensnared in the illusion. What could he be witnessing? Su Mu felt a surge of curiosity. She then shifted her gaze to the others. The portly man was on the ground, grasping at something, drooling as he mumbled, mine, mine, all mine. His eyes were shut, saliva dripping as he clutched at the dirt. He appeared utterly revolting. One might mistake him for having a seizure. Clearly, he was digging for treasure within the illusion, uncovering quite a haul. This was a man who dreamt of treasure, even in his sleep. Su Mu turned her attention to Wu Xie, who had mysteriously vanished. After scanning her surroundings, she found him clinging to the young man's back.
Oh.
Su Mu rubbed her eyes and looked again. Indeed, Wu Xie was hanging onto the young man, his arms wrapped around his neck, being dragged along the ground. Wu Xie's eyes were tightly shut, trembling, his grip fluctuating. What could he be witnessing? Su Mu felt a spark of curiosity about Wu Xie's illusion. His expression suggested he was not encountering something he desired, but rather something that instilled fear. As for the young man, despite having Wu Xie hanging from his neck, he continued to stride forward with determination. Su Mu glanced into his eyes, but alas,
They too were closed.
Remarkably, the azure-eyed fox corpse's illusionary abilities were potent enough to ensnare even him. In mere moments, Su Mu observed the young man's expression shift wildly. One moment filled with joy, the next steeped in sorrow, then grim determination, followed by a moment of enlightenment. My goodness, Su Mu remarked, having never witnessed such a range of expressions on the young man's face. This is delightful. More of this, please. Such a beautiful face should not be wasted on a stoic demeanor, she observed with amusement. After a while, satisfied with her view, Su Mu turned her attention back to the azure-eyed fox corpse, which had straightened its posture and faced her with a mocking expression. Its cunning features, combined with that insufferable demeanor, heightened her disdain. Su Mu pinched her chin. Did the azure-eyed fox corpse truly fail to realize that she had not succumbed to its illusions? Then, a thought struck her, and she commanded the flying corpse. Without hesitation, it approached the azure-eyed fox corpse. Under the bewildered gaze of the azure-eyed fox, the flying corpse raised its right hand and extended its palm. A crisp slap echoed through the air. The azure-eyed fox corpse was taken aback, touching its face with disbelief. Before it could retaliate, the flying corpse struck again, producing a resounding thud. The azure-eyed fox corpse was struck violently by the flying zombie, propelled with tremendous force towards the wall, where it smashed into it, creating a human-shaped indentation, ultimately becoming deeply embedded within. Consequently, the azure-eyed fox corpse suffered severe damage, forcing the dissolution of its illusionary abilities. My precious. The lamentations of the corpulent figure echoed hauntingly, startling those who had just awakened. My cherished friend, the corpulent one, knelt upon the ground, weeping profusely and striking the earth in despair. Wu Xie trembled all over, utterly drained, and as he was about to collapse, he was steadied by the younger brother. Upon re-emerging from the illusion, the group exhibited a dazed look, reminiscent of a fleeting dream. As they fully regained their senses and realized they had not yet departed from the tomb of King Lushang, an uncontrollable rage surged within them. At that precise moment, A flying corpse dragged in the lifeless body of the azure-eyed fox, resembling a wretched dog. Su Mu chuckled lightly, remarking, "The culprit is presented before you. Just ensure you do not kill it." Chapter 18. The bronze giant coffin enraged. The group unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the azure-eyed fox's corpse, adhering to the principle of beating it mercilessly as long as they did not kill it. The azure-eyed fox endured a brutal beating. When it was initially dragged over by the flying corpse, its face retained a semblance of form. However, after being subjected to the collective assault by the likes of fake third uncle and others, its visage had devolved into a mere mass of pulp. Its eyes, nose, and mouth had all melded into a grotesque amalgamation, rendering it utterly unrecognizable. With a disdainful click of his tongue, Su Mu reflected, "This disfigured visage is far more pleasing than that of the azure-eyed fox." The corpulent figure chimed in, "Am I the only one who finds this azure-eyed fox corpse utterly repulsive, no matter how one looks at it? Young man, I can no longer bear to look. Perhaps it is best to cease the search." Wu Xia, "Indeed, your highness, you speak most wisely. As I just moved my foot, the visage of the azure-eyed fox corpse appeared increasingly repugnant, compelling me to step on it a few more times." Su Mu lightly cleared her throat, signaling the crowd to retreat. Once they stepped back, she approached the corpse of the azure-eyed fox. Placing her foot upon its head, she spoke with an icy tone, "Submit, or perish." The azure-eyed fox had attacked her twice. If she did not exhibit a hint of indignation, she would indeed be underestimated. Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of spirit. The crowd observed as Su Mu relentlessly trampled upon the head of the azure-eyed fox corpse, repeatedly questioning whether it had surrendered or perished. Wu Xia quietly remarked to the stout man beside him, "This azure-eyed fox corpse cannot speak. And with her highness the princess pressing down upon its head, how could it possibly demonstrate its submission?" Upon hearing Wu Xia's words, the stout man fixed his gaze upon Su Mu's feet, lost in contemplation. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively inquired, "Surrender?" As soon as the rotund man finished speaking, the azure-eyed fox corpse raised its hands high. Witnessing this scene, the rotund man widened his eyes, realizing that this creature had been eavesdropping on our conversation. As the azure-eyed fox corpse lay nearly lifeless, Su Mu summoned a scroll of the spectral being, casting it before the deceased creature. To rend the scroll would signify submission. To refrain would mean demise. Before Su Mu's words had fully escaped his lips, the azure-eyed fox corpse, without hesitation, tore open the scroll. A connection was forged, and Su Mu promptly commanded the azure-eyed fox corpse, "Withdraw and contemplate your transgressions." As the heartfelt words echoed, the azure-eyed fox corpse began to roll with a soft thud, vanishing into the surrounding darkness. Wu Xia exclaimed, "Your highness, the princess, exudes unparalleled majesty. The princess is invincible." Wu Xia shouted in his heart. After dealing with the corpse of the azure-eyed fox, Su Mu turned to the false third uncle. "My matters are settled. You may continue." The false third uncle, feeling a sense of heaviness and exhaustion, replied, "Well, this tomb now only has that high platform and the coffin above left unexplored." He suggested, "Let us proceed to take a look. It should be safe now." Although he was unsure why Wu Xia, the chubby one, and the young men all referred to Su Mu as princess, he had no objections to this title, so he followed suit. It appeared that this princess did not mind the appellation at all. The false third uncle sighed in relief, and took the lead. Soon, the group ascended the high platform and discovered a small box made of pale purple, somewhat translucent jade. Having witnessed the ferocity of the recent fire, the false third uncle immediately realized that this box had miraculously survived the flames. This indicated that it was indeed a treasure. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he cautiously opened the purple jade box, revealing a roll of yellow silk manuscript inlaid with golden threads before the eyes of the onlookers. Here it comes, the biography of King Rushang. Upon hearing Su Mu's heartfelt sentiments, Wu Xia felt an immediate surge of curiosity. He had long been intrigued by the life of King Lushang. Certainly, what piques his curiosity even more is who currently rests within the coffin of King Lushang. Uncle Jia San spread the golden silk manuscript upon the ground and said, "Wu Xia, come and take a look. You have studied these ancient characters, have you not?" Wu Xia immediately leaned in to observe. King Lushang ascended to his father's title at the tender age of 25, having unearthed ancient tombs for the army of Lu. On one such occasion, he entered a tomb and discovered the nine-headed serpent cypress and the golden threaded robe. He had heard that donning the golden threaded robe could grant one the gift of eternal youth. Thus, King Lushang feigned death, cloaked himself in the robe, and lay in a coffin, awaiting his resurrection in the future. After Wu Xia finished reading the familiar characters, he couldn't help but exclaim, "How tragic for King Lushang. Who would have thought he would be extracted from the golden threaded robe and turned into a blood corpse? History is merely penned by later generations. They write as they please." Su Mu lazily mused within his thoughts. Wu Xia remarked, "While there are many absurd incidents in this account, it still bears some semblance of reference. To put it simply, flies do not alight on a seamless egg." His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the blood corpse beside Su Mu. The princess had previously conveyed that this blood corpse was indeed the true form of King Lu Shang. Yet, this seemed incongruent. The annals of history clearly state that King Lu Shang lies within his coffin. Upon hearing Wu Xie's translation, the false third uncle lifted his gaze towards the coffin bound by chains. Is King Lu Shang truly contained within this very coffin? It is imperative that we unseal it. Everyone began to search the vicinity, certain that a mechanism must exist. Such a colossal coffin could only be lifted with the aid of contraptions. As the false third uncle spoke, he too commenced his exploration. Before long, Pansy discovered a mechanism hidden at the base of the high platform and activated it. A series of clicks echoed through the air. Moments later, the immense bronze coffin descended slowly onto the platform. The previous inferno had reduced the Hydra Cypress to mere remnants, yet the bronze coffin remained unscathed, showing no signs of distress. While the group felt a sense of trepidation, anticipation also stirred within them. It was universally acknowledged that this bronze coffin was the largest and the final one within the tomb. The treasures contained within were surely beyond imagination. Chapter 19. The brutal assault on Iron Mask as King Lu Shang's bloodied corpse seeks vengeance. Upon gazing at the approximately 3-meter-long bronze coffin, Su Mu pondered momentarily. The occupant within this coffin must surely be the one who betrayed King Lu Shang, the Iron Mask. He deceived King Lushang into constructing a grand underground palace, all for the sake of achieving immortality. After the burial of King Lushang, this iron-faced man dragged the king out and took refuge within the rejuvenating golden garment. Listening to Su Mu's thoughts, Wu Xie was profoundly astonished. At this moment, he finally comprehended the hidden secrets behind it all. Brother, indeed. She seems to possess an uncanny ability to foresee everything. Is this not a violation of the natural order?
Chubby what?
Did I just hear something? The golden-threaded jade garment. With a grand gesture, the rotund man commanded, "Step aside. Allow me to unveil the coffin." Uncle Jia glanced at him and said, "The younger generation must bear the demeanor of their age. Such tasks require the expertise of seasoned individuals like us to achieve perfection. Why are you so clumsy? What if you damage the treasures inside?" The hefty man shot a glare at the faux Uncle San, engaging in a debate. Having heard Wu Xie's secret about the Lu Shang king from Su Mu, he lost interest in examining the ancient inscriptions on the coffin. After all, the inscriptions either chronicled the life of the tomb owner or their accomplishments, both laden with exaggeration, rendering them little more than slightly more entertaining than a tale. Wu Xie was merely waiting to catch a glimpse of the golden-threaded jade garment once the coffin was opened. However, the hefty man, along with the faux Uncle San and his companions, continued their heated argument, unable to decide who would open the coffin. Just as Wu Xie grew impatient, a deep, resonant breath suddenly echoed in their ears. The hefty man and the faux Uncle San fell silent, exchanging wide-eyed glances. "Is your breathing that heavy?" the hefty man asked. "Don't spread rumors, young one," the faux Uncle San retorted. Su Mu turned towards the bronze coffin, having distinctly heard that deep, prolonged breath emanating from it. "I thought the iron-faced man was still alive. Then that breath must belong to him." Wu Xie's thoughts shifted towards the imposing coffin before him, and he quietly stepped back behind Su Mu. "Just a half-dead vegetable," the young man remarked. "What? The iron-faced man is alive? I'm not afraid of a mere puff." The hefty man rolled up his sleeves, producing a crowbar and other tools, attempting to pry open the coffin. After some effort, the lid remained unmoved. He glared at the faux Uncle San. "What are you waiting for? Can't you see that I'm unable to open it alone?" The faux Uncle San regarded him. "A creature inside is still breathing. You're not afraid of something that has died and revived, yet you fear a living being?" Fuming, the hefty man challenged. "Are you capable or not?" After a brief silence, the faux Uncle San called for Pansy to bring a gun, deciding to assist the hefty man in opening the coffin. With their combined strength, the heavy bronze lid inched open. Yet, once they fully uncovered the coffin, its contents remained unresponsive. The group cautiously approached to observe. Inside lay a jade figurine. Each jade piece, no larger than a thumb, was meticulously arranged, enveloping the corpse within, with not even the eyes or nose exposed. Between the jade fragments, glimmers of golden thread could be faintly seen. The hefty man's eyes sparkled with greed. "This is the golden-threaded jade garment. This is a fortune." He was ready to reach for it, but the faux Uncle San swiftly swatted his hand away. "Calm down. Listen closely." Though not fully composed, the hefty man did hear the sound the faux Uncle San wanted him to catch, a faint breathing emanating from the jade figurine within the coffin. Instantly, he became alert. Could it be that the entity inside was indeed alive? Feeling apprehensive, the hefty man exchanged glances with the faux Uncle San, both silently urging the other to take action. Meanwhile, Su Mu leaned closer to the coffin, gazing at the jade figurine. "Isn't this fellow supposed to be animated? Why is it not moving now? Is it waiting for someone to touch it before it strikes?" The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Wu Xie thought to himself, "In this trap-laden tomb, only behind Princess can I feel at ease." The young man added, "I don't recall this entity ever being alive." The hefty man cast a long look at the jade figurine, stepping back 2 paces to give Sumu space. Clearly, this was beyond his handling. Sumu tilted her head, contemplating before addressing the jade figurine with a playful smirk, feigning death. Are we? If you continue to play dead, I shall strip you of your golden-threaded jade garment and turn you into a blood corpse, like the Lu Shang King. The onlookers clearly witnessed the jade figurine twitch slightly in response to Sumu's words. More precisely, its legs moved momentarily before it resumed its act of death. Sumu chuckled. She then commanded the blood corpse behind her. Blood corpse, strip this jade figurine of its skin. The blood corpse complied, swiftly appearing beside the bronze coffin. It lunged toward the jade figurine, its bony fingers aimed at the figurine's chest, poised to rip out its heart. However, just as the blood corpse's hand neared the coffin, the jade figurine leapt out, standing on an adjacent platform, still adorned in the golden-threaded jade garment, ready to fight. The crowd had long since retreated, watching from a distance as the jade figurine clashed with the blood corpse. Only the princess has the means to deal with this one, the hefty man lamented. Wu Xie nodded in agreement. As Sumu observed the struggle between the blood corpse and the jade figurine, she quietly altered her commands. Lu Shang King, engage. I no longer need this labor, just eliminate him. Wu Xie responded, Princess, the iron-faced man has a history of betrayal. Wait, did I mishear? The princess intends to kill this labor. The young man remarked, indeed, killing him is the simplest solution. The hefty man cheered internally. Well done. Betrayers deserve to die. Though the blood corpse possessed formidable combat capabilities, it seemed lacking against the jade figurine. After a few exchanges, the blood corpse was sent flying. Yet, devoid of pain, the blood corpse, with its minimal intellect, remained the most loyal executor of Sumu's commands. It rose from the ground and charged once more at the jade figurine, leading to another fierce struggle. Subsequently, the blood corpse was once again sent sprawling. Seeing this unfold, Sumu could not bear it any longer. This Lu Shang King, after becoming a blood corpse, has significantly weakened. He cannot even best his own subordinate. This won't do, flying zombie, step in to assist. Leave the head for the blood corpse. Wu Xie chuckled. The Lu Shang King truly is pathetic. He was outsmarted by his own subordinates while alive. And now he can't even defeat them in death. The young man added, he cannot even contend with the iron-faced man. This blood corpse is indeed feeble. The hefty man couldn't help but whistle in encouragement for the blood corpse. The flying zombie surged forward, its sharp intellect allowing it to strategically position itself, creating an opportunity for the blood corpse to dominate the jade figurine. Soon, the jade figurine was brought to its knees by the combined efforts of the flying zombie and the blood corpse. Chapter 20. Mastering the Tomb of the Lu King. Does the princess also detest betrayers? The faux Uncle Sen gazed at the kneeling jade figurine, reflecting deeply. The blood corpse, still venting its frustration, had yet to deliver a fatal blow. The Lu Shang King seems rather unimpressive. I expected him to be more formidable. Wu Xie, catching this remark, paused. Oh right. He still had no knowledge of the jade figurine's true identity. How to explain it? At that moment, the young man spoke up. The entity within the jade figurine is not the Lu Shang King. Both the faux Uncle San and his companion Pansy were taken aback. This fellow is not the Lu Shang King? The faux Uncle San glanced between the young man and the kneeling jade figurine, questioning. Then who is he? He is the Lu Shang King strategist, the iron-faced scholar, who incited the Lu Shang King to construct the tomb and seek the golden-threaded jade garment. He is also the ultimate victor. He extracted King Lu Shang from the exquisite jade burial suit and lay down within it himself. Upon hearing his identity spoken aloud, the jade figurine trembled uncontrollably. The faux third uncle was momentarily stunned, stammering before muttering, what if the true King Lu Shang? The young man pointed to the blood corpse holding the jade figurine and replied, this is he. All eyes turned in unison towards the blood corpse. The blood corpse possessed only a modicum of sentience, which was entirely devoted to obeying Sumu's commands. Thus, it paid no heed to the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, as if it lacked the capacity for such consideration. If it had any surplus thought, it was likely directed towards harboring rage, as it continued to pummel the jade figurine without killing it. The realization that this was indeed the genuine King Lu Shang left the faux third uncle in a state of disbelief. How could this be? Sumu felt a surge of amusement. Whether you believe it or not, this blood corpse is indeed King Lu Shang, and the young man has affirmed it. Wu Xie couldn't contain his laughter at the faux third uncle's astonishment. I can hardly suppress my laughter. The expression of sudden enlightenment on this cunning man's face is too amusing. Who would have thought to see such a look on the crafty third uncle? This journey has been worthwhile. Subsequently, Wu Xie exclaimed in shock, this King Lu Shang is remarkably weak. The chubby man nodded vigorously from the side. Indeed. Who would have thought that this blood corpse, which has accompanied us for so long, is the true King Lu Shang? This is utterly unexpected. The young man observed the exaggerated reactions of Wu Xie and the chubby man with a sense of unease. Sumu, unfazed by the reactions of the group, noted that the blood corpse had vented its rage sufficiently and instructed the flying corpse to locate the thread of the exquisite jade burial suit. Upon seeing the flying corpse's movements, the young man was alarmed and swiftly drew his ancient black gold blade. If this iron-faced creature were to transform into a blood corpse, he would stand no chance. Sumu glanced at the young man, finding amusement in his trepidation. What are you afraid of? Do you doubt my abilities? Such blood corpses, even 100 of them, would be no match for me. Wu Xia exclaimed in awe. The chubby man added, wow, now this is the true demeanor of a princess. As the thread of the exquisite jade burial suit was pulled, the jade pieces above it became loose, and the jade figurine collapsed to the ground, akin to a deflated balloon. The exquisite jade burial suit fell to the floor, blood seeping from within. Inside, the iron-faced corpse had transformed into a mass of writhing flesh, yet it still retained a semblance of human form. Witnessing this, everyone recoiled several steps. The pile of human-shaped flesh resembled a boiled carcass, still alive and struggling. As it writhed, the blood flowed ever faster, saturating the surrounding ashes. The grotesque mass of flesh struggled, managing to stand up several bones. Then, much like maggots, chunks of flesh began to crawl up the standing bones. The bones multiplied, while the flesh grew longer, seemingly with a conscious effort to ascend the bones. Eventually, the bones and flesh coalesced into a monstrous humanoid figure. The young man's face paled further. Sumu disdainfully regarded the grotesque humanoid formed from the decaying flesh, watching it writhe and reassemble. Before it could move, she raised her hand and pointed at it. Freeze! With her softly spoken command, the iron-faced blood corpse was immobilized. Unable to move, even its decaying flesh ceased to writhe. The repulsive sight of the iron-faced blood corpse was rendered motionless, unable to do anything more. Such a spectacle. How utterly disgusting, Sumu muttered. King Lu Shang, eliminate it, she commanded directly. The blood corpse complied, raising its massive axe and beheading the iron-faced corpse. Following the decapitation, the blood corpse, unsatisfied, proceeded to chop the iron-faced corpse into minced pieces. The bones of the iron-faced corpse were shattered into fragments, mingling with the ash on the ground. Still feeling unsatisfied, the blood corpse mixed every trace of the iron-faced being into the ashes and stomped it down firmly. The iron-faced being was now irretrievably dead. The onlookers were momentarily speechless at the blood corpse's actions. Was the hatred of King Lu Shang this extreme? Was it not enough to chop it into pieces? But it also had to bury the remnants in the ashes? What was next? Would it pave the ground with the ashes of the iron-faced corpse? Sumu was also taken aback. She had not anticipated such behavior from the blood corpse. Clearly, the blood corpse of King Lu Shang, despite having only a shred of sentience to comprehend her commands, could still exhibit such actions. It could only be said that the power of hatred was indeed formidable. A sudden idea struck Sumu as she gazed at the foolish blood corpse of King Lu Shang. King Lu Shang donned the exquisite jade burial suit. I do not wish to see a bloodied monstrosity any longer. The chubby man exclaimed in despair, no. My money. He was filled with a mix of rage and sorrow, yet dared not express it openly. The blood corpse obediently donned the exquisite jade burial suit with remarkable skill, as if the movements were ingrained in its very being. In a matter of moments, the blood corpse was clad in the burial suit. Sumu posed a few questions to it, but it remained unresponsive, still bound to obey commands. However, Sumu sensed a slight enhancement in the blood corpse's sentience. Since the blood corpse originally lacked any awareness, even a minor increase was readily apparent to her. It seems the exquisite jade burial suit is indeed effective. The blood corpse of King Lu Shang can now comprehend slightly more complex commands. Wu Xia interjected, can I have the exquisite jade burial suit? The young man replied, once this item is revealed, it will undoubtedly incite chaos across the realm. It is better suited to remain within this tomb. The chubby man protested, no, no, no. My money. Who will compensate me for the loss of my funds? The chubby man was overwhelmed with grief, tears brimming in his eyes. After the iron-faced corpse had been pulverized and mixed into the surrounding dust, Sumu noticed the system interface appear before her. She focused her gaze on the system display. System. Detecting that the current tomb has no owner, automatic acquisition of ownership for the host has been initiated. Please refer to the map for the tillable area of the tomb. The high-quality yin energy content of the current tomb is available indefinitely. Due to the advantageous location of King Lu Shang's tomb, it naturally gathers yin energy, rendering the tomb's supply inexhaustible. Seeing the system's notification, Sumu couldn't help but clench her fists in excitement. Finally, at long last, this moment had arrived. Chapter 21. The Tomb Space, System Upgrade, The tomb of King Lu Shang is finally mine. Next, I shall transform this tomb into my joyful farm. I shall no longer concern myself with you all. You made a part. Wu Xia exclaimed, huh? Are we being dismissed? Is this the end of our journey through the tomb of King Lu Shang? Is that it? The chubby man lamented, Your Highness, I have yet to discover several treasures. Please do not send me away. The young man remarked, if this tomb is in her hands, it will surely be the safest place. Sumu cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention to herself. With the iron-faced being's demise, there was little of significance left in the tomb. The faux third uncle hesitated for a moment. Sumu nodded, indicating she had other matters to attend to. The faux third uncle, wishing to inquire further, was quite curious about Sumu's intentions, but given the princess's formidable abilities, he felt it prudent to remain silent. Pretending that this situation was entirely normal seemed the best course of action. Subsequently, Uncle Jia decisively beckoned several of his associates to his side. He turned to Wu Xia and said, "Let us proceed, dear nephew." Wu Xia hesitated, intrigued to witness how Sumu managed to cultivate agriculture within the graveyard. Noticing his indecision, Uncle Jia raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What? Do you wish to remain?" Wu Xia was still uncertain when the stout fellow beside him interjected, "Your Highness, I wish to stay. I can assist you. Only by remaining in the graveyard can one seize opportunities. For the sake of money, even if it means laboring, Fat master, am willing." Sumu thought to herself, this rotund man wishes to stay, and he wants to help me? She regarded him with suspicion, pondering, surely, he must have ulterior motives. A character like his, who never acts without gain, wouldn't willingly offer to toil for me. But since you've spoken, I shall not be modest. The young man remarked, can she not only foresee the future but also discern the hearts of men? How effortlessly she perceives Fatty's true nature. Fatty chuckled, indeed, your Highness is astute. But you must consider not just the merits but the labor as well, right? When the time comes, I shall plead for a selection of treasures from the tomb of King Lu Shang. Wu Xia's eyes widened in realization. Of course. Fatty intends to covet the other treasures within the tomb of King Lu Shang. No, I too must stay, if only to keep an eye on him. With this thought, Wu Xia declared, Your Highness, I too wish to remain. I can assist you. Sumu smiled and nodded. Very well, you may stay. The young man initially had no intention of remaining. He had other matters to attend to, yet after Wu Xia whispered a few words in his ear, his attitude underwent a complete transformation. Do you not wish to grow as powerful as your Highness? By staying here, you may uncover the secret behind her strength. The young man responded, I shall remain. Sumu was somewhat taken aback, but consented. Uncle Jia observed the three who insisted on staying and felt a sour taste in his heart. Out of dozens, only a few chose to depart, which seemed rather excessive. However, he felt powerless to change the situation. He then turned to Sumu and sincerely said, Your Highness, I entrust my dear nephew to your care. If you require anything, simply have Wu Xia contact me, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your requests. Sumu glanced at him and nodded, acknowledging his words. Once their conversation concluded, Uncle Jia led his associates away. Watching him disappear into the tomb's path, Sumu turned her attention to the three individuals before her. What task shall I assign these living laborers? Wu Xia protested. No words of praise for us, Your Highness. We voluntarily stayed to assist you. Fatty suggested. I propose that I be tasked with clearing the spoils from the entire graveyard. Rest assured, I will not hoard all the treasures. Just as Sumu was about to assign tasks, the system interface suddenly appeared. System upgrade complete. System. The host has acquired the second graveyard. Remote planting functionality unlocked. The graveyards obtained by the host will become the host's graveyard space, allowing access to the spiritual plants within at any time, and the ability to summon living beings from the graveyard. However, external items cannot be sent into the graveyard space. Sumu read the text on the system interface twice, her heart soaring with joy. Oh, I can cultivate remotely and have obtained a graveyard space? What a pity, I cannot carelessly toss items into the graveyard. Otherwise, I could simply dispose of any foolish intruders by feeding them to the corpses in the tomb of King Lu. Wait a moment, having just acquired the second graveyard, the system has undergone such a significant transformation. If I obtain additional graveyards, will I not have the opportunity to completely control the graveyard space? With this thought, Sumu felt an urgent anticipation for her next tomb raiding expedition. Wu Xia, observing Sumu lost in thought, was quite astonished. I can no longer hear her thoughts? Fatty exclaimed, Huh? Your Highness is deep in contemplation. Isn't she? Surely her thoughts are fervent at this moment? Why can I not hear a single word? The young man remarked, I did not expect to feel a tinge of disappointment from being unable to hear her thoughts. Before the trio could dwell on their sentiments for long, Sumu's thoughts resonated in their minds once more. I have decided. I must hasten to the next graveyard. Wu Xia asked, what prompted this sudden decision? Fatty sighed, you scared me. I thought I could no longer eavesdrop on your Highness's thoughts. The young man observed, it appears Sumu has noticed the system interface. System. The calculation of the graveyard's area has been completed. According to the calculations, the planting limit for this graveyard is 20,000 corpse centitaro or 200 nine-headed cypress trees. Shall I proceed with planting? Yes. Plant 10,000 corpse centitaro and 100 nine-headed cypress trees. As the command was issued, Sumu beheld a seed of the nine-headed cypress materializing before her. The seed sprouted a large white root before it even touched the ground, and upon landing, the root immediately burrowed into the stone tiles. Following that, all was still. Growth of the graveyard's spiritual plants requires time. Chapter 22. The serpent-eyed copperfish and the mischievous princess. The trio could only watch as Sumu raised her hand and waved gently. Suddenly, dozens of fist-sized seeds materialized around them. These seeds sprouted in midair before burrowing into the ground to take root. This spectacle left the trio utterly astonished.
Huh?
Wu Xia rubbed his eyes, staring at the ground. He distinctly saw the seeds revealing their large white roots. Wasn't this just a moment ago merely seeds? How did they sprout so instantaneously? The rapid sprouting of the seeds left him utterly astounded. Wu Xia marveled at the phenomenon. Meanwhile, Fatty stared at Sumu's hand, pondering deeply. Could this be the legendary ability to conceal treasures within one's sleeves? If I possessed such a power, I would never again worry about being unable to carry away all the treasures. He couldn't help but ponder whether his ancestors had ever possessed such abilities. At this moment, having confirmed through the system map that the tomb of King Lushan had been fully planted with spiritual plants, Sumu felt a sense of relief.
Now,
She merely needed to wait for the fruits of the nine-headed cypress to mature, thus granting her an additional 10 years of life. There was nothing more blissful than this farming endeavor. Sumu glanced at the flying corpses, blood corpses, corpse toads, and other laborers behind her. You shall remain here to guard the graveyard. Should anyone dare to intrude, show them no mercy. The flying corpses and their companions immediately knelt on one knee, pledging their loyalty. Wu Xia, awakening from his daze, nodded, while Fatty rubbed his hands together with excitement, and the young man maintained his usual indifferent demeanor. After taking a few steps, Wu Xia suddenly exclaimed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fatty looked at him quizzically. Why are you so careless while walking? Are you a 3-year-old child? Wu Xia retorted angrily. You are the 3-year-old. He pointed to the ground, exclaiming, there's something in the ash. Furious, Wu Xia reached into the ash and retrieved the hard object he had just kicked with his big toe. Upon seeing what Wu Xia held,
Sumu's brow immediately furrowed.
a golden purple box? Could it contain the serpent-eyed copperfish? Fatty exclaimed, what fortune! To stumbles upon a treasure just by walking. The young man remarked, the namesnake eyebrow copperfish sounds remarkably familiar. I should remember this, yet it eludes me. Upon hearing Sumu's thoughts, Wu Xia paused momentarily. What exactly is the snake eyebrow copperfish? From the name, could it be a fish with snake-like eyebrows? But wait, do snakes even have eyebrows? Filled with skepticism, Wu Xia meticulously cleaned the purple golden box and examined it from every angle. Soon, he confirmed that this box featured a password lock. And a rather complex one at that, an 8-digit code. Trying to unlock it would likely take an eternity. Sumu, observing the scene, felt a sense of understanding. Ultimately, the narrative would inevitably find its rightful path. The snake eyebrow copperfish is destined to be in Wu Xia's possession alone. Even a mere stroll could lead to its discovery. Indeed, it was rightfully his. He abandoned any notions of tricking Wu Xia into relinquishing it. The young man's brow furrowed involuntarily. What did she know? Was she aware of the significance of the snake eyebrow copperfish? Why was it meant solely for Wu Xia? Damn it, how wonderful it would be if he had not lost his memory. Wu Xia stared at the purple golden box, grappling with Sumu's thoughts. A profound unease settled within him. What did it mean that only he could obtain this item? Could it possibly intertwine with his fate? Did acquiring it portend something ominous? He desperately wished to voice his concerns but dared not. With no other option, he scrutinized the box several more times before inquiring, Your Highness, do you know the password to this box? I do not know. When the time is right, you shall unlock it, she replied playfully. In truth, I do know. But how could I possibly reveal it to you? Wu Xia sighed, feeling a sense of defeat. The situation was indeed challenging, especially since he could not contend with her. The rotund companion chuckled heartily. This novelette is utterly amusing. It seems that the snake eyebrow copperfish within the box will remain beyond your grasp for the time being. Wu Xia, resigned, tucked the purple golden box into his embrace, hoping that the fateful moment Sumu spoke of would arrive soon. He was eager to see what transformations the snake eyebrow copperfish might bring him. Once on the surface, Sumu inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. She could not help but exclaim, in this world, one must never take fresh air and delectable food for granted. Let us go indulge in something delicious. As for the young man, he had barely emerged from the tomb before hastily departing without sampling any of the culinary delights. Such was his nature, mysterious in arrival and departure. Were it not for Sumu, Wu Xia might not have even caught a hint of his farewell. Upon touching down, the rotund companion waved his hand grandly, declaring, Your Highness, I invite you to dine at the Grand Restaurant. Let us taste some fine delicacies. Which Grand Restaurant? Sumu inquired with a peculiar expression. Of course, the renowned Yuhang Grand Restaurant. Sumu replied decisively, I must take my leave, before turning without hesitation to enter the Wushan residence. The rotund companion was left dumbfounded, wondering why the princess, who supposedly adored good food, would refuse to visit the Yuhang Grand Restaurant. Wu Xia glanced at him and slowly remarked, You are a newcomer. You do not understand our local cuisine. Allow me to elaborate on why Her Highness may not favor the Yuhang Grand Restaurant. This matter, though brief, led to revelations about the culinary landscape of Yuhang, a place starkly deficient in gastronomic delights. Upon comprehending the implications of his earlier remarks, the rotund companion's face turned pale as he realized his blunder. Oh no, I aim to impress, but instead, I have made a grave error.
What should I do now?
His hands trembled in fear. He had intended to flatter, but inadvertently stepped into a veritable minefield concerning the princess's culinary preferences. The rotund companion envisioned facing Her Highness's wrath in the tomb. Wu Xie stroked his chin in contemplation. Observing the rotund companion's ashen complexion and vacant gaze, he could not help but suggest, since Her Highness is currently residing with me without a home of her own, why not offer her a house as an apology? Wu Xie believed that the rotund companion should bear some responsibility and thought it wise to encourage him to make amends by gifting a house. The rotund companion seized upon Wu Xie's words as if they were a lifeline. My good brother, thank you for saving me, he exclaimed. Your kindness shall not go unappreciated. If you require my assistance in the future, I shall never refuse. Were it not for you, I would never have considered this. After a few brief exchanges, the rotund companion dashed away. Wu Xie watched him depart, musing to himself, is he truly considering gifting a house to the princess as atonement? Surely, he would not make a mistake in his choice. It must be a residence befitting her status. Entering his courtyard, Wu Xie found Su Mu leisurely wandering in the reception area, while Wang Meng stood anxiously by. Seeing this, Wu Xie felt a chill run down his spine. Surely Wang Meng hasn't offended Her Highness? He thought, hastening into the reception room. Before he could speak, Su Mu addressed him. You've arrived? Come in. I have a few questions for you. Wu Xie steeled himself as he entered the room, casting an annoyed glare at Wang Meng, who appeared on the verge of tears. This vase is quite lovely. Where did you acquire it? Wu Xie was momentarily taken aback. The vase? Is it not his dog head? Yes. This elegant vase, I inquired about it from your companion, but he could provide no information. Wu Xie's heart plummeted. It was merely a contemporary craft. There was no grand history behind it. Most of the items in his Wushan residence were replicas. Wang Meng likely refrained from speaking due to this very fact. Cold sweat broke out on Wu Xie's forehead. Why is Wu Xie suddenly so reticent? I only wanted to know where he bought it to procure one for myself. Must he be so evasive? Wu Xie's internal struggle deepened. He wished to retort, you exaggerate. A flood or beast is not nearly as fearsome as you. Ultimately, he forced himself to respond, Your Highness, I found this at the flower market in the southern part of the city. Su Mu turned to him, recognizing his anxious demeanor, and immediately discerned his thoughts. I understand. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I know it is a counterfeit, a replica. I simply found it visually appealing and wished to buy one. Wu Xie sighed in relief. Had you said so earlier? With a sense of liberation, he continued, there are shops in the Southern Flower and Bird Market that specialize in such items. If you wish to purchase one, I can take you there first thing tomorrow. Splendid. It shall be a delightful plan, Su Mu replied cheerfully. You see, I have already stated that my current identity is that of an ordinary person. Please do not treat me so formally. Just regard me as a common individual, she added, sauntering out of the reception area. As Wu Xie watched Su Mu depart, he let out a long sigh of relief. Which ordinary person would use Zongzi as subordinates? Which ordinary person could conjure objects out of thin air? Which ordinary person would leap out from a princess's tomb? Beside him, Wang Meng timidly spoke to Wu Xie. Boss, that guest's aura is too overwhelming. I initially wanted to fabricate a story with her, but upon seeing her eyes, I was rendered speechless, and all my rehearsed lines vanished from my mind. Wu Xie rubbed his temples. In her presence, it was best to speak candidly and avoid embellishments. Wang Meng nodded vigorously in agreement. The following morning, at 9:30, Wu Xie had just prepared the car, intending to take Su Mu to the flower and bird market in the southern part of the city, when the portly man began banging on his front door with great fervor. I'm late. Are you there? Open the door quickly. Wu Xie opened the door, irritated, and frowned at the seemingly possessed figure of the portly man. What on earth is wrong with you this early in the morning? The portly man waved his hand mysteriously, revealing an object he had concealed. Upon seeing Su Mu appear, he rushed toward her. Your Highness, I've remembered. Su Mu, still bleary-eyed, yawned and looked at him. Remembered what? I remembered what I owe you. The portly man's statement left Su Mu utterly bewildered. Oh? A what? What on earth do you need to compensate for? Wu Xie interjected. Your Highness has truly forgotten this matter? I should have slipped past unnoticed. The portly man exclaimed, You forgot? Well, the arrow is already knocked. It must be released. He then produced a piece of cardboard and handed it to her. Property certificate of Yuhang City. Upon seeing this, Su Mu suddenly recalled. Oh right, I remember now. They blew up the door to my tomb. Wu Xie remarked, a lifelong shame. The portly man countered, a lifetime of honor. Do you understand the value of excavating a supersized Zongzi from a tomb? This garden by West Lake, I heard it has been passed down since the Tang dynasty. Today, I have secured it for you. Your Highness, consider it my apology for the previous incidents. Su Mu replied, receiving such a grand surprise right after waking up? I cannot refuse. Wu Xia exclaimed. Huh? The portly man is so capable? A royal garden by Westlake? Oh my. Is this the house that matches the status of Her Highness, as discussed last night? Incredible. Wu Xia stared at the portly man with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. The portly man, sensing Su Mu's unspoken thoughts, chuckled inwardly. As long as Her Highness is pleased. It seems my decision to leverage all my connections to acquire this royal garden was indeed wise. Su Mu found it hard to resist such an enticing offer. It was difficult to turn down such a thoughtful compensation. She composed herself and nodded. All right, thank you. That is very considerate of you. Just sign here. And the garden will belong solely to you. The portly man cheerfully handed her a pen. Su Mu readily signed the certificate. This way, please. I will take you to the garden. You can move in immediately. Everything you need is already there. Chapter 24. Uncle's disappearance. Brother's image crumbles. The garden the portly man gifted to Su Mu was exquisite, with 3 floors above ground and 2 below, featuring a swimming pool, a library, a wine cellar, and all manner of amenities. He truly hadn't realized that the boisterous portly man he often joked and drank with was actually a hidden wealthy individual. Compared to the garden he presented to Su Mu, his mere 3 million seemed insignificant. Wu Xia, feeling disheartened, retreated into his room, shutting himself away. After a while, he took out the purple gold box and pondered the lock's code. An 8-digit password floated vaguely in his memory, but it eluded him. He only recalled a few zeros. Wu Xia ruminated over it day and night. About a week later, inspiration struck him, and he suddenly recalled the exact sequence of numbers. He immediately inputted the code he remembered into the lock of the purple gold box. To his astonishment, it opened just like that. Still in a daze, he heard Wang Meng calling from outside. Boss, boss. The guest the portly man mentioned has come to see you. As he stood up, absent-mindedly slipping the copper fish into his pocket, he caught Su Mu's voice resonating in his mind. Wu Xia, hurry out. Your fake uncle is playing hopscotch at the gates of hell. Wu Xia paused, realizing the implication. Was the fake uncle in danger? Though this uncle was indeed a fraud, the gratitude he felt for raising him over the years was genuine, and Wu Xia could not ignore the peril he faced. He opened the door and immediately spotted Su Mu, dressed in a light green tracksuit, standing not far away. He greeted her, while the portly man followed closely behind, his expression grave. Beside him stood a stunning woman clad in lace. Wu Xia, perplexed, asked, "What is going on?" "I'll make it brief. Wu Xia, your uncle has gone missing." The short-haired stranger spoke. Wu Xia's eyebrows raised in surprise. Missing? Where did he disappear? It's a long story. I'll explain on the way, she said, pulling several plane tickets from her bag. Wu Xia took a look and saw they were tickets to Cheongzhou, with a departure in just 2 hours. What? Wu Xia was flabbergasted. What is this? Haha, Wu Xia, your bewildered expression is truly adorable, the portly man remarked. Oh, the goosebumps are rising. Wu Xia replied, Your Highness, I am genuinely confused. Can you please stop with the riddles and tell me what is happening? Wu Xia was unceremoniously dragged onto the plane by the portly man. On board, the short-haired woman introduced herself. My name is Ning, and I work for an international marine salvage company. In simpler terms, we deal with underwater excavations. A few days ago, we assisted Wu Sanqing in entering a submerged tomb located on Yongxing Island. However, days have passed and there has been no word from your uncle Wu Sanqing. We suspect he may be trapped inside that underwater tomb. And Ning explained the situation clearly. Wu Xia grew restless even before she finished. Haha, naive one. Did you know that you were ensnared by your fake uncle? The portly man chimed in. You really should thank your uncle. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't even have access to the underwater tomb. Only those with immense power, like nobles, can enter such tombs, which are filled with untold treasures. Perhaps my haul from this expedition will surpass even that of the tomb of King Lushang. Wu Xia's mind was in turmoil when he suddenly heard Su Mu's thoughts, leaving him in shock. Wait, this trip was a trap set by my fake uncle? Are you saying he deliberately went missing to lure me into that underwater tomb? Desperate to understand his uncle's motives, he refrained from directly asking Su Mu. Feeling anxious, he disembarked the plane and discreetly observed Su Mu, but he heard no useful thoughts. And Ning had arranged everything necessary for their expedition. They only needed to board the ship to set sail. Just before departure, Wu Xia stood at the dock when he suddenly heard Ning's astonished voice. You're going too? I thought you were just here for sightseeing. Su Mu's voice chimed in. Of course, I'm here to explore the underwater tomb. Is there a problem with that? Wu Xia couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. The youthful visage of Her Highness the Princess, paired with the aura of nobility, left any leader taken aback upon hearing her insistence on descending into the tomb. No, absolutely not. You cannot go. And Ning firmly rejected. Wu Xia lamented. What a pity. This girl named Ning has lost her sight at such a tender age. The rotund man interjected. Hey, how dare you speak like that? Miss Su is a prominent figure whom I could scarcely hope to win over, and you dare to show such disdain? Do you have any idea of the consequences? He continued. Allow me to vouch for her. Surely you can grant me that courtesy? Listening to the rotund man's words, Wu Xie turned and joined the conversation. Miss Su was an indispensable core of this underwater expedition. Wu Xie glanced at Ning and declared, if you do not permit Miss Su to descend into the tomb, then I shall not go either. Wow, Wu Xie has such a resolute side. Wu Xie insisted, no way. How could you deny her the chance to explore the tomb? I will not stand for it. The rotund man retorted, Deske, I was here first. And Ning stared at Wu Xie in disbelief. Are you disregarding your uncle's well-being? Wu Xie chuckled lightly. I trust he'll be fine. With two significant figures advocating for Su Mu, Ning reluctantly acquiesced. Taking a few deep breaths to steady her emotions, she declared, once everyone has assembled, we shall set sail. Wu Xie nodded in agreement. Wow, he is coming, he is coming. He approaches with that bald head. A young man, transformed into a middle-aged figure with a receding hairline, dressed in a suit and tie, inquired, is she interested in this underwater tomb? Wu Xie responded, huh? Who's coming? Bald head? The rotund man exclaimed, what the hell? Where did that bald head come from? So glaring. Ha! The image of this young man as a balding figure is quite comical. The young man explained, I have no choice. My identity is unique, and without this guise, I could not deceive in Ning's company. Wu Xie exclaimed, huh? This bald head is actually our young man in disguise? The rotund man gasped, no way. Our young man can perform transformation magic? Wu Xie could not help but chuckle. The balding figure shot a dark glare at him. What are you laughing at? To conceal his thoughts, Wu Xie quickly replied, sorry, it's just my first time seeing someone with a receding hairline. The rotund man chuckled at the situation. And Ning, strong and composed, called out, everyone is here, let us board the ship and depart. Chapter 25, The Storm Approaches. The unwitting and Ning, the expression of the balding figure turned grim as Wu Xie and the rotund man's laughter wounded his pride. Su Mu looked at the current state of the balding figure and sighed inwardly. Truly, our young man deserves an Oscar for this performance. It feels like a waste for him to be here. Wu Xie agreed, indeed. Such acting skills. If it weren't for the princess's heart, one would never guess this balding figure is actually our young man. The rotund man remarked, I must hold back my laughter. The young man sighed. I am merely compelled to act this way. The trio thought, fortunately, others cannot hear the princess's thoughts. I must ensure that I do not reveal this secret. Su Mu forcibly diverted her gaze, fearing that if she looked at the balding figure again, she would burst into laughter. At Ning's call, the group boarded the ship. Once aboard, Su Mu gazed out at the boundless sea, suddenly feeling reflective. The ocean appears so tranquil at this moment. I wonder how astonishing the forthcoming storm will be. As an inland dweller, this was Su Mu's first encounter with the sea, and the impending storm would be her first experience as well. With these thoughts, she opened the system shop, searching for the abilities she envisioned. Wu Xie, arranging his equipment, caught wind of Su Mu's thoughts and pondered. A forthcoming storm? What does she mean? Are we to face a storm? Being from the inland as well, Wu Xie did not grasp the storm's peril, merely thinking it would add an interesting chapter to his experiences. The rotund man's complexion shifted as he had witnessed the fury of storms during his travels. Hearing the princess mention an imminent storm, he felt the sweat gathering in his palms. The balding figure's eyes darted around, and he turned to negotiate with the boatman. Given his current identity, it was only natural for him to ensure that their equipment was secured properly. Su Mu, lost in her thoughts about the vastness of the ocean, was suddenly interrupted by a somewhat noisy voice beside her. What abilities do you possess that earn you such admiration from that rotund man? I suggest you reveal your capabilities for better coordination after we descend into the tomb. And Ning stood not far from Su Mu, her expression far from pleasant. Su Mu merely cast a brief glance at her before returning her gaze to the sea, uninterested in engaging with her or sharing any of her thoughts. Observing Ning's proximity to Su Mu, Wu Xie felt a twinge of disappointment at missing out on an amusing exchange. Does the princess truly despise this individual? And Ning, noticing Su Mu's lack of response, grew increasingly irked. Speak up. What abilities do you have? Growing impatient, Su Mu sighed. You'll find out soon enough. And Ning was infuriated by this nonchalant reply. Wu Xie and the rotund man exchanged glances, communicating silently. Wu Xie remarked, perhaps this is the inevitable clash that occurs when two beautiful women meet. The rotund man replied, I have long found Ning displeasing. I suggest the princess show her a bit of strength. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, the sun vanished, and the sea turned cold. The boatman exclaimed in alarm, Storm! Storm! Get below deck! Upon hearing this, Ning's expression changed, and she lost her desire to argue with Su Mu, turning to shout, quickly secure our equipment. Seconds later, the balding figure appeared before Ning, clapping his hands. It has already been secured. He then addressed the boatman. See, I told you. It's always better to be prepared. The boatman, distracted by the ominous clouds above, nodded absently. Su Mu gazed into the distance, observing the convergence of sky and sea. The clouds in the air thickened, continuously swirling water vapor, coalescing into a storm cloud. The area of the storm cloud expanded rapidly, from a mere speck to a vast mass covering half the sky within 5 minutes. Moreover, there were no signs of it ceasing to grow. Rather, it seemed to intensify. 10 minutes later, the storm cloud completely enveloped the sky, creating a sense of impending doom, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing upon them. In comparison to the colossal storm cloud, their small fishing boat appeared as a mere leaf upon the water. No, it was even less than a leaf. It resembled a fragile strand of seaweed, easily crushed by the storm's might. The boatman, witnessing this spectacle, turned pale with fear. The Sea Dragon King is enraged. The Sea Dragon King is furious. Take cover. He looked at the unmoved group standing on the deck, facing such a formidable storm, with his heart racing in terror. Wu Xie regarded him with a puzzled expression. Is the storm really that fearsome? Is it enough to frighten the boatman to this extent? He glanced at the others. And Ning stood on the deck, her expression icy as she stared at the tumultuous waves, seemingly unfazed. Though her demeanor appeared calm, the slight paleness of her face betrayed her inner turmoil. She was certainly not as composed as she appeared. In stark contrast, Su Mu exuded an air of tranquility. Even a hint of excitement lingered in the air. Wu Xie recognized it as the thrill and joy that accompanies the encounter with the new and the unknown. He glanced at the rotund man, who had somehow managed to hide behind Su Mu. As for the young man, he had vanished once more. Although Wu Xie did not fully comprehend the terror of a storm at sea, the expression on the boatman's face and the rotund man's reaction made him feel that it would be prudent to stay close to Her Highness, the princess. As Wu Xie approached Su Mu, he heard her thoughts. Ah, so this is the storm at sea. It truly does appear magnificent. Wu Xie replied, Indeed, indeed. For someone like me, who cannot swim, to witness such a scene is truly a stroke of fortune. The rotund man exclaimed, Heavens! Such a tempest is rare indeed. Surely, it cannot conjure a typhoon on the spot? I wonder if Her Highness can protect this small fishing boat. But being near Her Highness is certainly the safest option. With that thought, the rotund man edged closer to the princess. The storm quickly took shape, and the sky became as dark as ink. Lightning rolled among the clouds, resembling an enraged sea dragon, bearing its fangs and claws. The thunder roared, accompanied by a torrential downpour that lashed against the sea. The boatman, pale-faced, gripped the helm, likely believing his fate was sealed. A deafening clap of thunder erupted above their heads, causing the timid to cower on the ground, while the bold were left trembling with fear. In the face of such terrifying natural forces, humanity felt small and utterly fragile. As the thunder rumbled, the deluge descended upon them. Had the rain already begun? In the distance, the raindrops formed a nearly solid white line, a testament to the storm's ferocity. Yet, why had not a single drop touched him? The rotund man looked up at the sky and beheld a semicircular azure barrier enveloping Su Mu and himself. Within this arc, not only was the torrential rain held at bay, but he felt not even a whisper of wind. Even the deck upon which Her Highness stood remained dry. In an instant, he understood. It was Her Highness's power. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Wow, this is truly remarkable. Wu Xie was already awestruck by such magical abilities, left speechless in his astonishment. Chapter 26, A Change of Fate. The ghost ship approaches. Wow, wow, wow. Incredible. The rotund man marveled, gazing at the downpour beyond the arc, at a loss for words. This storm at sea is indeed breathtaking. It showcases nature's great power. Excellent. I did not waste the ability I prepared. This was a skill she had just exchanged from the system store. Its name was Painting the Universe. A power that required merely the intent to draw a boundary, within which all external forces would be nullified. However, this ability was currently at level 1. Sufficient only to repel ordinary attacks, such as the claws of a zongzi or small-caliber bullets. Wu Xie exclaimed, Wow, this truly is Her Highness's ability. When he first saw the protective arc, he had thought it was some item carried by Her Highness. It turned out to be her power. The rotund man declared, Her Highness is indeed the most formidable. I have not chosen the wrong person to follow. At that moment, Wu Xie suddenly heard Su Mu click her tongue. He looked up to see her observing a Ning, who, inexplicably, had found a rope and secured herself firmly to the ship's railing, as if merging with the vessel itself. Wu Xie was taken aback. What on earth is she doing? The rotund man glanced at a Ning and remarked, She must be mad. Does she think Her Highness is also getting drenched like her? He chuckled. Unfortunately, the rain is too heavy for her to open her eyes. Otherwise, I would thoroughly enjoy her expression. Su Mu watched a Ning swaying with the ship amidst the storm and marveled. This fool doesn't even need my help to become a drenched rat. Wu Xie quipped, it seems Her Highness holds a slight grudge. The rotund man added, To be fair, this drenched rat is quite an impressive figure, curvaceous and voluptuous. And now, drenched in rain, my, what a sight for sore eyes. Su Mu leisurely absorbed the grandeur of the storm, then opened the system mall. During her previous visit, she had identified an appropriate ability, star shifting. This was indeed the optimal choice for addressing the current situation. After spending 1,000 hydrocypress seeds to acquire this ability, she felt an influx of knowledge flood her mind, seamlessly integrating with her understanding through the system's assistance. Star shifting. Well, it's time to resolve this storm, otherwise We might be stranded on the sea for 7 or 8 hours. Wu Xie gasped, huh? Did I just hear correctly? Her Highness intends to resolve this storm? She possesses the ability to quell such a tempest? How will she accomplish that? He had never considered such a possibility. In his mind, he believed it was already impressive enough for Her Highness to keep the small fishing boat from capsizing. He never imagined she would directly confront the storm. This was the power of nature. How could she possibly contend with such a phenomenon? The rotund man and Wu Xie stared, wide-eyed, at Su Mu. After a brief preparation, Su Mu extended her left hand, as if to cradle the sky. The storm momentarily hesitated. Then, she reached out with her right hand, seemingly grasping the ocean. Following this, she brought her right hand down to meet her left, and as her hands approached, the raging storm began to slow. When her hands finally came together, the ferocious tempest, along with the dark clouds above, was utterly obliterated. The sea transformed into a serene expanse, reflecting the newly revealed sun and shimmering with radiant light. Observing the tranquil waters, akin to an inland lake, Su Mu smiled contentedly. That was rather easily resolved. Wu Xie stood dumbfounded, and then, with a thud, he knelt on the ground. The weather had changed, the storm was gone? The storm had vanished? Wu Xie could hardly believe his eyes and slapped himself twice, the sharp sting confirming he was neither dreaming nor hallucinating.
Wow.
The rotund man humbly knelt, bowing to Su Mu with a gesture reminiscent of a 5-body prostration. Your Highness, your power has truly humbled me. From this day forth, I shall be your most loyal disciple. Should anyone dare speak ill of you, I will promptly remove their head and use it as a ball. Su Mu felt the sincerity in his words and replied, do I seem like such a bloodthirsty person? Wu Xie remained in a daze, still reeling from the astonishing transformation of fate. The rotund man, hearing Su Mu's voice, slapped himself sharply. No. Her Highness is the kindest. Rest assured, I shall deal with it discreetly. Su Mu responded, there is no need for that. How exasperating. Yet I must maintain a smile. After all, the rotund man means well. Yes, yes. Just keep smiling. At that moment, a loud thud echoed nearby, startling the rotund man. He turned to see the boatman had somehow approached behind him, and the sound was the boatman kneeling heavily on the ground. The portly man was momentarily bewildered when he suddenly witnessed the ship's captain kneeling before Su Mu, exclaiming, Reincarnation of Ma Zu. Ma Zu has manifested. The portly man thought, wait, I am expressing my passionate indignation, and you are merely joining the fray? Subsequently, more sailors aboard the ship untied themselves and knelt before Su Mu, chanting, Ma Zu has manifested. Ma Zu has come to save us. Reincarnation of Ma Zu. Ma Zu has manifested. The portly man muttered, incredible. Su Mu pondered, why is it that my actions are credited to Ma Zu? As these sailors struggled with Mandarin, they could only repeatedly chant Ma Zu. Ma Zu. Wu Xie finally regained his senses and, suppressing the urge to join in the worship, looked at Su Mu with a complex expression, saying, Your Highness, they may be mistaking you for Ma Zu. The portly man exclaimed, indeed. Your divine dexterity is clearly something only Ma Zu could achieve. They must think of you as Ma Zu. Su Mu mused, there is some truth to that. At that moment, a loud splash echoed. The portly man rolled his eyes and turned toward the source of the sound. Who could it be this time? It was that woman named Ning. The portly man's expression turned cold. His previous remark about removing the head of anyone offending the princess was likely directed at her. Ning lay on the ground, her body limp, yet her head stubbornly turned toward Su Mu. Her once vibrant eyes now brimmed with fear and regret. Wu Xie, feeling pity, approached to help her up. I was wrong, Ning stammered. The portly man scoffed, if apologies were of any use, why would we need a stick? Ning's pitiful appearance made Su Mu reluctant to look at her again. She turned her gaze to the sea, attempting to calm her emotions. However, as she looked out, she noticed a large vessel slowly approaching them, a rather massive research ship gliding toward their small fishing boat. The research vessel's hull was cloaked in a deep green hue, reminiscent of something that had long languished in a damp, dark corner, covered in mold and decay. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the fabled ghost ship, especially since no figures were visible aboard. Observing the sailors behind her still fervently bowing, Su Mu could not help but point at the vessel, exclaiming, Look, what is that ship? The captain paused, lifted his head, and was immediately stricken with fear, collapsing to the ground. Ghost ship! Ghost ship!
Matsu, Zave Me.
Wu Xie stifled a laugh, thinking how the princess likely never anticipated such a turn of events, exhibiting such exaggerated abilities only to be mistaken for the goddess. The portly man felt uncertain. Were these sailors truly offending the princess? Su Mu sighed, too weary to correct their misinterpretations. She pointed toward the ghost ship and instructed the sailors, prepare the gangplank. We are to execute a boarding operation. The sailors paused, utterly perplexed. Boarding operation? That term implied a knife fight with the enemy. The sailors looked between the ghost ship and Su Mu, contemplating a knife fight against a ghost ship. Everyone was torn. On one side was the ghost ship, and on the other, the reincarnation of Ma Zu. The captain, bewildered, deliberated on his choice. Yet he gritted his teeth. What of the ghost ship? Ma Zu is here. With Ma Zu present, what is there to fear from a ghost ship? The captain bellowed, prepare the gangplank. We are to execute a boarding operation. The sailors cheered, yes. The ghost ship could not have anticipated that those who saw it would not flee. Instead, they boldly engaged in a boarding operation. As the ghost ship drifted near the small fishing vessel, several ropes flew over, securing the ghost research ship firmly. Just as the sailors were clamoring to rush forward and confront the ghost ship, Su Mu raised a hand. You stay back. Wu Xia, portly man, you both may come. Su Mu instructed simply. I'll go too. Zhang Tuzi, appearing behind Wu Xia, earnestly declared to Su Mu. She nodded casually, leaping onto the ghost research ship. The sailors exclaimed, oh. Wu Xia glanced at the ropes between the two vessels and questioned, are we supposed to climb the ropes? Indeed, the portly man replied, casting a dubious look at Wu Xia. Are you unable to do so? With that, the portly man nimbly jumped, grasping the rope and swiftly scaling it. Followed closely by Zhang Tuzi. Wu Xia, astonished, thought, how can he so portly be so agile? Reluctantly, Wu Xia mustered all his strength to ascend the rope. Meanwhile, Su Mu stood on the deck of the ghost research ship, observing. This vessel, in the original text, was a modern research ship that had only recently launched. But at present, it was shrouded in deep green rust. Upon closer inspection, Su Mu noted that the deep green rust was intertwined with moss, with the moss dominating the appearance, giving the ship a dilapidated and corroded look. Despite its shabby appearance, everything else remained in place, showing no signs of disarray or having been washed away by the sea. Su Mu recalled that this ship was hired by Wu Xia as false third uncle and was said to harbor sea monkeys, which were quite fearsome. She entered the ship's cabin and casually rummaged about. She found neither the diary nor the sea monkeys. The ghost ship maintained silence until Wu Xia boarded. Soon, the portly man arrived, followed by Zhang Tuzi. 5 minutes later, Wu Xia finally stepped onto the deck of the ghost research ship, panting. I just climbed a rope for the first time. Upon seeing Wu Xia, Su Mu directly stated, Wu Xia, there is a diary aboard this ship written by your third uncle decades ago. You should search for it. Wu Xia was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to breathe. What? My third uncle's diary from decades ago? Instantly intrigued, Wu Xia dove into the cabin to search. Su Mu offered a hint, then idly observed. Within 2 minutes, Wu Xia's voice echoed from the cabin. I found it. I found it. He emerged clutching a notebook, spreading it open before everyone and reading aloud the entries. As Su Mu listened, she stifled a yawn. How marvelous, truly identical. I eagerly anticipate your deciphering of it, dear comrade, she thought. Wu Xia, brimming with excitement, was further energized by Su Mu's anticipation. How could he disappoint her? He diligently scrutinized the diary, soon furrowing his brow. Little brother, your third uncle harbors secrets that rival my own. It was clear that she expected him to unravel all the mysteries. The portly man wandered about the ship, while the disguised Zhang Tuzi remained close to Wu Xia. Suddenly, a strange cry erupted from the second level of the cabin, followed by hurried footsteps racing up. The portly man's voice followed. There's a monster. Your Highness, save me. Hearing the portly man's cry, Su Mu curiously approached the staircase and looked down. The portly man dashed onto the deck, wailing like a banshee. Behind him followed a creature, its body cloaked in dark green scales, resembling a monkey-like monster. Su Mu scrutinized this sea monkey with her chin in hand. Rather than likening it to a monkey, it bore a closer resemblance to the extraterrestrial beings depicted in films. It possessed a slender, elongated tail, and its visage was as ghastly as that of a blue-eyed fox corpse, characterized by an elongated, pointed face that evoked both psychological and physiological discomfort at first glance. Not only was its tail elongated, but its limbs were also thin and elongated, giving it the appearance of a gaunt monkey. As the sea monkey ascended to the deck and noticed a few individuals staring at it without a hint of fear, it let out a defiant roar at Su Mu. With a gentle flick of her index finger, Su Mu commanded, freeze. The immobilization spell took effect, and the sea monkey was abruptly halted mid-roar, its green triangular eyes rendered motionless. After a moment's contemplation, Su Mu waved her hand and summoned a flying corpse from the tomb of King Lushang. This first creature from the underwater tomb would serve to gauge the sea monkey's strength. The stout man, witnessing Su Mu's effortless summoning of the flying corpse, trembled in astonishment. If only I possessed such abilities, he exclaimed, brimming with envy. How does she even acquire such powers? Another man inquired. It seems the princess was not jesting when she spoke of summoning flying corpses as laborers at will, Wu Xia remarked. After issuing commands to the flying corpse, Su Mu released the immobilization spell on the sea monkey. As soon as the spell was lifted, the sea monkey erupted into a furious howl, seeking vengeance against the humans who had ensnared it. Its eyes turned a blood-red hue as it charged at Su Mu, only to be struck away by the flying corpse's powerful punch. A fierce battle ensued on the ghostly research vessel, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Observing the skirmish, Su Mu waved her hand once more, summoning a blood corpse to the fray. With the addition of the blood corpse, the odds shifted to a 2-on-1 scenario, and the sea monkey quickly succumbed to defeat. This sea monkey exhibits commendable combat prowess. It could make for a fine labor. Su Mu mused as she produced a contract scroll for binding spirits, tossing it in front of the subdued creature. Wu Xie questioned, "Is it truly acceptable, Your Highness? This sea monkey is even more grotesque than the blue-eyed fox corpse. Will recruiting it lower the aesthetic standards of your entourage? The sea monkey's combat abilities are indeed impressive. If I were to engage it, I would likely face considerable difficulty in vanquishing it," another man added. The stout man interjected, "So, how many laborers do you anticipate acquiring from this expedition, Your Highness?" Contemplating, the stout man proposed a wager to Wu Xie. "Shall we place a bet on how many subordinates the princess will recruit this time?" Wu Xie, intrigued, responded, "I wager 4. As that was the number from the previous tomb of King Lu Shang. The stout man chuckled, "I'll go with 3. "I predict 2, remarked another. Chapter 28. The Face-Sucking Cockroach. The princess's renown grows. The sea monkey, possessing considerable intelligence, tore open the scroll under the pressure of the flying corpse and blood corpse. Upon signing the contract, Su Mu instantly felt the presence of the sea monkey in her mind. Testing her commands, she found that the sea monkey could comprehend complex instructions, far superior to the mindless blood corpse. This sea monkey is indeed cleverer than the blood corpse, she noted. It has been dead for millennia. Simply being able to move is impressive, remarked another. King Lu Shang would be quite hurt by this, were he not betrayed by Iron Face. He would surely outsmart this sea monkey, added the stout man. King Lu Shang feels inexplicably distressed. It's not his fault he has become dull-witted, he chuckled. As Su Mu led the group, they encountered a rope several meters high, causing Wu Xie's legs to weaken at the thought of climbing down. He was acutely aware of his lack of fitness, leading to his current trepidation. Upon reaching the ship's railing and looking down, she noticed the occupants of a small fishing boat gazing up at her. After surveying both the fishing vessel and her own research ship, she fell into contemplation. I would prefer not to reside in the cramped quarters of that fishing boat. It's far too unstable. She pondered, "Isn't this ghost ship unclaimed? I shall take it." Wu Xie, bewildered, exclaimed, "What? Did I hear you correctly? You wish to claim this ghost ship? This is the ghost ship that instills dread in all sailors." With a wave, she beckoned the fishermen, "Come aboard, everyone." Initially hesitant, the fishermen were invigorated upon recognizing her as the reincarnation of Mazu, and they promptly obeyed her summons. "What are your orders, Mazu?" they inquired eagerly.
Sumu.
Feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, replied, "Investigate the various components of this vessel to determine if it is seaworthy. Should danger arise, flee immediately and call for help. I will come to your aid." Despite their trepidation regarding the ghost ship, the fishermen, inspired by Su Mu's assurance, quickly affirmed their commitment to the task. As the fishermen dispersed to inspect the ship, Su Mu heard a series of blood-curdling screams followed by hurried footsteps from below deck. 5 individuals, visibly shaken, emerged from the stairwell, recognizing Su Mu and crying out for Mazu before instinctively seeking refuge behind her. Moments later, a rustling sound echoed from the staircase, instilling fear in the fishermen. "It's a face-sucking cockroach. A man-eating face-sucking cockroach." Su Mu recalled, "Ah yes, I nearly forgot about this creature. It can latch onto a person's neck and control their movements." Wu Xie, hearing this, instinctively tightened his clothing. The corpulent man shifted uncomfortably. Clad in scant attire that offered no protection, the young man remained indifferent, prepared to eliminate any threat that approached. The rustling sound ceased in the darkness beneath the staircase, as if a grotesque creature were observing them from the shadows. Intrigued, Su Mu leaned forward to gaze below. Just then, a hand suddenly sprang forth from the darkness.
Targeting Sumu stats.
If it managed to land, it would attach itself directly to her visage. Su Mu remained utterly unresponsive, seemingly lost in thought. The young man, puzzled by her demeanor, was about to intervene when he felt a sudden breeze brush past his ear, carrying a distinct scent of the sea. He froze momentarily, then realized the sea monkey. Instantly, a towering figure materialized before Su Mu. With a swift motion, it severed the hand that was lunging at her, causing it to plummet down the staircase. Only then did Su Mu calmly raise her head. A ghost. The boatman, upon seeing the sea monkey, collapsed in fright.
Yasha.
Yasha ghost. Su Mu's mind raced with confusion. Yasha ghost? Is it truly a Yasha, or merely a ghost? Nevertheless, the name Yasha has a certain allure. I shall henceforth refer to this sea creature as the sea Yasha. Wu Xie remarked. In truth, they are quite similar. Both are fearsome entities. Folklore tends to amalgamate terrifying beings, signifying something even more dreadful. The corpulent man agreed. Indeed, the term sea monkey lacks gravitas. Yasha possesses a far more commanding presence. Invoking Yasha in a crisis sounds infinitely more powerful than calling upon a mere sea monkey. The young man mused. Every time I see the sea monkey, it feels oddly familiar. Where have I encountered it before? The boatman, terrified by the sight of the Yasha, stood at the edge of the boat, desperately gazing up at it. As if poised to leap overboard, Su Mu quickly instructed the Yasha to stand behind her, adopting a submissive stance. The fearsome visage of the Yasha was enough to terrify any ordinary person. "Do not be afraid. The Yasha is here to assist me, and will not harm you." The expressions of the boatmen shifted from awe to terror. Observing their reactions, Su Mu proclaimed, "I am the reincarnation of Mazu. Subduing the Yasha ghost is merely a natural occurrence. Wu Xia exclaimed, Huh? Is this truly a normal affair? The corpulent man responded, You are the reincarnation of Mazu. The final interpretation lies with you. Wu Xia and the corpulent man were both astonished, yet the boatman, barely grasping Su Mu's words, believed her without question. At that moment, Su Mu heard the rustling sound of the grotesque creatures stirring behind her. Chapter 29, The Decoder Wu Xia and the Submissive A Ning. Before Su Mu could turn her head, she sensed a rush of wind. The Yasha dispatched all the approaching grotesque creatures with swift strikes. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 grotesque corpses littered the ground. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to human hands, as if human palms had been severed at the wrists. Remarkably, there were both left and right hands. Wu Xia gasped in shock upon seeing the corpses. He crouched down, retrieving a dagger from his pocket to poke at the grotesque remains. Oh, this creature even has a large mouth in its palm. Wu Xia pieced together a severed grotesque hand, pointing to its mouth and exclaiming, Princess, look. This grotesque creature even possesses a large mouth with sharp teeth. The nose seems to be the indentation in the palm, and what the hell, does it actually have eyes? And 2 of them at that? Su Mu watched Wu Xia's actions. Her expression, one of incredulity. He terrified of these creatures? Why is he suddenly so keen to investigate? Wu Xia confessed, To be honest, I am utterly terrified. But you have tasked me with decoding this, so how can I disappoint you? No matter my fear, I shall decode. I will not let you down. The corpulent man remarked, Is Wu Xia trying to impress the princess? What a sly fellow. The young man noted. Before Wu Xia could utter another word, the familiar rustling sound returned. This time, it seemed as though hundreds of grotesque creatures were advancing. Su Mu turned her gaze towards the staircase. Within moments, a swarm of grotesque hands poured forth from the staircase, crawling across the deck like a tide of insects. Their target was the Yasha. At that moment, the Yasha's claws dripped with fresh blood, remnants of the grotesque creatures it had previously dispatched. All the grotesque creatures rushed towards the bloodstains. The corpulent man let out a terrified shriek, quickly retreating behind Su Mu. Zhang Tubi loudly exclaimed, This is bad. This is dire. He turned to a Ning and the others on the small fishing boat, urgently calling out, Quick, bring the guns. If we delay, we're all doomed. At that instant, the Yasha sprang into action. It swung its claws, effortlessly severing every grotesque creature that lunged at it. Its movements were precise and elegant, devoid of any hesitation, even somewhat aesthetically pleasing. This was Su Mu directly directing the Yasha, as it comprehended her intricate mental commands. If it were a flying corpse or a blood corpse, such coordination would not be possible. Despite the Yasha's rapid strikes, the sheer number of grotesque creatures pouring from the hold was overwhelming. In less than 3 minutes, the Yasha was swarmed with grotesque creatures. Just as Su Mu was about to summon the flying corpse and blood corpse for assistance, she heard Zhang Tubi shout, The guns are here. He raised his gun, aiming at the Yasha. At that moment, an idea struck Su Mu, and she commanded the Yasha to toss the grotesque creatures in its grasp into the air. Zhang Tubi, transformed into his own persona, understood the Yasha's movements. He raised his gun and pulled the trigger. A flurry of bullets tore through the air, shredding the grotesque creatures, soaring into the sky. The grotesque creatures emerging from the hold multiplied, soon covering the entire deck. All the boatmen huddled behind Su Mu, trembling in fear. A Ning, who had just boarded the ghost ship, nearly toppled into the sea upon witnessing the scene. Fortunately, she steadied herself. Grabbing her gun, she aimed at the grotesque creatures that continued to be flung into the air, firing furiously. Hey, give me one too. I've used one before. The corpulent man called to a Ning. Without hesitation, a Ning tossed her gun to him. After dispatching several approaching grotesque creatures, a Ning quickly darted back behind Su Mu. Here's a gun for you too, she said, shoving a submachine gun into Su Mu's arms. Su Mu thought, To be honest, this little thing seems less effective than my abilities. Wu Xia couldn't help but chuckle. My lady, what are you thinking? Why would you believe the princess requires this weapon? The corpulent man laughed heartily, and the young man joined in. A Ning paid no heed to their ridicule. Su Mu instinctively accepted the gun, feeling its weight. This was the first time in her 2 lifetimes that she had held a real firearm. Just as she was beginning to comprehend how to use it, the swarm of grotesque creatures suddenly paused. Then, they all leapt into the ocean without a moment's hesitation. Observing the fleeing grotesque creatures, Su Mu refrained from commanding the Yasha to pursue. She still held a deep respect for the ocean. Recklessly sending the Yasha into the water could result in losing this valuable ally. The synchronized movements of the fleeing grotesque creatures gave the impression that they were being controlled by an unseen force. While the Yasha wreaked havoc, Su Mu had attempted to use her insect control technique. However, the grotesque creatures showed no response to her command. The human-faced cockroaches, upon close examination, hardly resemble insects, rendering the use of insect manipulation techniques futile. Alternative methods must be employed to control this swarm of human-faced cockroaches. Even after all the cockroaches had leapt into the sea, the deck remained strewn with a multitude of their carcasses, estimated to be in the tens of thousands. The boatmen lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. They had been saved. Mazu is indeed present. Mazu has manifested. After surveying the scene, Sumu calmly remarked, someone should check if this vessel still poses any danger. Upon hearing this, Wuxia instinctively stepped back, seeking refuge behind his rotund companion. He was willing to decipher puzzles, but to act as bait for sea monkeys or human-faced cockroaches was another matter entirely. The hefty man, pale with fear, yanked Wuxia aside and exclaimed, didn't we agree to share both fortune and peril? At that moment, An Ning stepped forward. I shall go, she declared. What method should I employ for the inspection? Although her complexion was pale, her expression exuded determination. Sumu glanced at her and instructed, examine all areas of the ship. If you encounter any danger, flee immediately and call for my assistance. Understood. And Ning departed without hesitation. Sumu observed her retreating figure, somewhat surprised. She had expected a display of defiance. Yet the girl complied so readily. She then turned her attention to the boatman. Clean this ship thoroughly. Afterward, we shall set sail for our destination. The boatman, weary, only caught the first half of her statement, and they trudged off to clean the ghost ship. After the fright from the demon and the cockroaches, the ghost ship now appeared almost innocuous. However, I discovered many marine creatures' corpses in the ship's hold, along with a few human remains, all bearing signs of gnawing. It seems the human-faced cockroaches had taken this ghost ship as their nest. Yet, I found no sign of a king among them, perhaps sensing they could not overpower us. They fled. Sumu nodded in acknowledgement. Well done. Go clean up and once finished, take a rest. And Ning cast a lingering glance at Sumu, who was enjoying the view at the bow, and replied, all right. The only one idling on the ship was indeed Sumu. Nonetheless, none dared voice their thoughts. And Ning let out a resigned chuckle, acutely aware that her role as captain had been temporarily usurped. She then joined the collective effort to scrub the deck. Chapter 30, Marine Delicacies and the Return of the Human-Faced Cockroaches. The thoroughly cleaned ghost research vessel shone anew, devoid of the dark green moss and the corpses of human-faced cockroaches. It appeared as if it had never been missing. Moreover, all equipment aboard the vessel remained functional. Even the radio, once rebooted, was able to establish contact with the outside world. Initially, the boatmen harbored reservations about the ship. However, after maneuvering it at full speed for a short while, they grew enamored with its performance. They were mere impoverished boatmen accustomed to small vessels, having never piloted something of this magnitude. Once they became accustomed to it, they no longer cared whether it was a ghost ship. They simply reveled in the experience. Even if genuine spirits were to demand this vessel, they would stand their ground. This large ship, which sways little, is indeed a comfort. Sumu reclined on the sofa, exhaling a sigh of contentment. You are absolutely right, Your Highness. Wu Xie exclaimed. On that tiny fishing boat, I nearly succumbed to seasickness. The hefty man remarked, I wonder how Your Highness intends to deal with this ghost ship. Perhaps I should speak up and request to be entrusted with this matter? Zhang Tuzi, trailing behind An Ning as they surveyed the vessel owned by her company, felt a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, An Ning sneezed. Approximately 3 hours later, the research vessel finally reached its destination, Yongxing Island. The moment Sumu set foot on solid ground, she felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart. Though the research vessel was stable, it still swayed. Standing on solid ground felt infinitely more secure. Upon arriving at Yongxing Island, Sumu did not immediately send anyone to locate the underwater tomb. Instead, she prioritized securing some food. She vividly remembered the seafood hot pot the trio had savored at this location. Previously, she could only watch. Her appetite peaked. Now that they had arrived at the very place described in the book, she was determined to indulge. The chef is on holiday? Tenfold overtime pay. Not enough ingredients prepared? Let us gather them from the sea. Unfavorable weather, possibly a storm, hindering ingredient acquisition? We will shift the stars and change the days. After resolving all issues, Sumu could not help but exclaim, to go through so much for a meal, what a hardship it has been for me. The young man commented, the heart of a food lover is truly unfathomable. Wuxia added, I have never seen anyone disperse a storm just to catch a few fresh lobsters. The hefty man remarked, Your Highness possesses quite the remarkable ability. If I had such power, I would trouble the Meteorological Bureau daily. Oh look, a storm is brewing. The Meteorological Bureau emits a sharp alarm. Oh, the storm has dissipated again. Approximately an hour later, Sumu beheld the large lobster being served at the dining table. Just an hour prior, this lobster had been lively on the ocean floor. Sumu marveled at the power of wealth. Such is the might of money. Wu Xie corrected, no, it is clearly your power. Who else would disperse a storm for a single lobster? The hefty man added, this lobster is worth a typhoon. Meanwhile, the young man, now Zhang Tuzi and affiliated with An Ning's side, munched on steamed buns and leftover hot pot scraps. He sighed, how blissful. This flavor surpasses that of the seafood at the Yuhang Grand Restaurant by 1,000-fold. Wu Xie remarked, every time Your Highness enjoys a delicious meal, she never forgets to compare it to the Yuhang Grand Restaurant. The hefty man pondered, what kind of psychological shadow has the Yuhang Grand Restaurant cast upon Your Highness? The young man sighed again. After a satisfying meal, Sumu reclined on a lounge chair, gazing at the distant sunset. It is too late today. Perhaps we should leave the search for the underwater tomb until tomorrow. Wu Xia interjected, but my famed uncle is still shivering in the underwater tomb. The hefty man suggested, Your Highness, this is a fine idea. After a hearty meal, it is time for rest. I must concoct a reason. The young man, feeling distressed, remarked, Your Highness, why don't we postpone the descent today? After all, the underwater tomb is right there, and won't be going anywhere. Wu Xia, infuriated, immediately stood to counter the hefty man's suggestion. However, Su Mu disregarded their argument. As she admired the sunset, she began to sense something amiss. A layer of jellyfish skin suddenly emerged on the nearby sea surface. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the scene before pursing her lips. Oh dear. It seems the human-faced cockroaches are seeking vengeance. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the layer of jellyfish skin was, in fact, a swarm of human-faced cockroaches paddling through the water. Those cockroaches floated atop the surface, their 5 fingers flailing as they swam toward them with alarming speed. The voices of Wu Xia and the hefty man fell silent as they turned to face the sea. Wu Xia exclaimed, Human-faced cockroaches? The hefty man questioned, seeking revenge? Zhang Tuzi squinted at the sea for a moment. Upon recognizing the nature of the approaching threat, he shouted, Grab the guns. Prepare the gasoline. The human-faced cockroaches are coming again. Su Mu summoned Yasha from the depths, instructing it to guard the beach. She surmised that the cockroach's target must be Yasha. 4. During their time on the ship, these cockroaches had exhibited a profound desire for vengeance, targeting anyone who bore their blood. Soon, the human-faced cockroaches surged forth as anticipated, their singular focus fixated on Yasha. Yasha brandished its claws, slicing through the ocean of cockroaches. And Ning and Zhang Tuzi approached, armed with guns and gasoline. I recall that the human-faced cockroach seemed to have appeared in the underwater tomb as well. Perhaps the tomb serves as their nesting ground. If we can repel them once more and follow closely behind, we may directly uncover the location of the underwater tomb. Wu Xia exclaimed, What? This ghastly creature's lair is actually in the underwater tomb? What about the safety of my false uncle? He could only reassure himself internally, believing that his clever false uncle would escape at the first sign of danger. The chubby man interjected, Incredible. Is this what they mean by finding the treasure without any effort after treading the iron shoes? Xiao Go, after pondering for a moment, considered this possibility quite plausible. She instructed the group, Prepare yourselves, we shall follow that swarm of human-faced cockroaches to the sea floor. Glancing at the gasoline on the ground, she ordered, Move the gasoline to the beach. Subsequently, she commanded Yasha to transport the gasoline to the beach at the fastest pace, pouring it over the human-faced cockroaches. Given their previous encounter on the ship, this tactic was not applicable then. However, they were now on solid ground by the seaside. It would be a waste not to use the gasoline. Soon, a fierce blaze erupted on the beach. The human-faced cockroaches crackled and popped under the flames, accompanied by the distinct odor of charred flesh. Within minutes, the attacking swarm suffered severe losses and began to retreat. Observing this, Su Mu utilized her ability, drawing the boundless universe. With focused intent, she inscribed a boundary around herself and swiftly followed. Zhang Tu, who had just arrived, hastily trailed behind her. As the seawater encountered the boundary of the drawing the boundless universe, it was repelled to either side. Ning followed closely, gazing in astonishment at their surroundings. Are you truly the reincarnation of Mazu? Chapter 31. The Underwater Tomb, a Bottomless Abyss, Su Mu remarked. I can forgive the ignorant boatmen for their chatter, but how could you join in? Wu Xia mused. This fellow must have been rendered foolish by Her Highness, the princess. Xiao Ge commented. Such reactions are quite normal, though I may have forgotten, I've experienced similar situations. Once the drawing the boundless universe took effect, nothing could approach within a 5-meter radius of Su Mu. A vivid barrier of azure surrounded her, preventing any marine life or seawater from encroaching. Even as she advanced, anything within that area was pushed away, akin to a bubble gliding along the ocean floor. Wu Xia treaded upon the soft seabed, mimicking Su Mu's pace. He gazed up at the increasingly dim sky, feeling a wave of panic rise within him. The sun, unable to penetrate the depths of the sea, had set, leaving them in darkness. As they reached a certain point, all light vanished in an instant, plunging them into a profound silence. So quiet that they could hear their own insides stirring. Not only was it silent, but the darkness was so thick that Wu Xia felt as though he had gone blind. Suddenly, an orange glow flickered silently ahead. The fire illuminated Su Mu's profile, casting a soft glow on her indifferent expression. This was the Southern Ming fire she had exchanged for. Though it was an extravagant choice for illumination, it proved useful. The sun has set, Wu Xia noted. Should I not have entered this underwater tomb at night? Oh well, I'm already here. He added, Your Highness. I strongly oppose entering the tomb at night.
However, what could he say?
The chubby man pondered. The underwater tomb is constructed so deep beneath the seabed. I wonder how ancient craftsmen addressed the issue of lighting. Could it be the legendary night pearl? Xiao Ge noted. Her abilities are multiplying. Su Mu regulated the firelight to illuminate a 5-meter radius beside her, continuing her advance in silence. The group walked quietly, Wu Xia heard the sound of his own intestines moving, a sensation that traveled through his body to his bones and then to his ears. Goosebumps prickled over him. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Your Highness, in this darkness, can you still see the direction in which the human-faced cockroaches fled?" "I can see," Su Mu replied. The atmosphere fell into silence once more, leaving Wu Xia feeling drained. He had read a paper claiming that no one could endure absolute silence for 24 hours. He had scoffed at it in the past, but now he found the assertion quite reasonable. Forget 24 hours. He couldn't even last 24 minutes. Fortunately, just as Wu Xia struggled to conjure a suitable topic, Su Mu suddenly halted. "We've arrived." The moment everyone heard her voice, they perked up. Where is the tomb?" The chubby man rubbed his hands, his pale face regaining some color. Su Mu expanded the flame at her fingertip. Soon, they beheld a significantly large pit on the seabed. However, due to the firelight's inability to penetrate the deep seawater, they could only see this pit, resembling the entrance to an abyss, seemingly bottomless. Silence enveloped them. Surely, Her Highness did not intend for them to leap into this terrifying pit. Su Mu glanced down at the underwater cavity, then intensified the flame at her fingertip. The seabed appeared as though a new sun were rising. With the brilliant firelight, they discovered that the seemingly profound abyss was, in fact, not very deep, perhaps only 5 meters. "It doesn't seem too deep. We can go down," the chubby man remarked. "Wait, are we supposed to jump from here?" Wu Xia pondered. If it were diving, it would be easy to descend. But now we are within the underwater bubble created by Su Mu. How do we proceed? As Wu Xia contemplated, Zhang Tu produced a length of rope. Noticing Wu Xia's gaze, he grinned. "I brought a little extra." Wu Xia thought, had he not known Zhang Tu was Xiao Ge, he might have been deceived by that excuse. Quickly, Zhang Tu prepared the rope for descent. Everyone turned their attention to Su Mu. The chubby man spoke. "Your Highness, please go first." Su Mu gently shook her head. "You go first. I'll expand the protective range." With a snap of her fingers, the original 5-meter barrier doubled, encompassing the deep pit as well. Wu Xia thought, "I believed the 5-meter range was Her Highness's limit. I clearly underestimated her abilities." The chubby man exclaimed, "Her Highness's powers are truly astonishing. This is an underwater depth of 13 or 14 meters, yet she can maintain a bubble with a diameter of 10 meters. And she shows not a hint of fatigue."
What does this imply?
"It suggests that Her Highness's strength far exceeds our comprehension." Filled with deep respect for Su Mu, the chubby man was the first to descend via the rope. Following him were Wu Xia, then Zhang Tu, and lastly a Ning. They descended quickly, and just as Su Mu opened her mouth to speak, a Ning had already reached the bottom. "I am pursuing the lair of the human-faced cockroaches, not the tomb. By the way, don't any of you plan to scout for potential dangers first? Have you all forgotten what we are chasing?" Amidst his thoughts of unraveling mysteries,
Wu Xia suddenly realized Su Mu's unvoiced concern.
this was indeed the lair of the human-faced cockroaches. Startled, he lost his grip on the rope and fell straight down. The chubby man exclaimed, "Can I still climb back up in time?" The young man acknowledged his mistake, believing that with her presence, there would be no cause for concern. Witnessing Wu Xia tumble down, Zhang Tubo let go, plunging downward alongside him. With a thud, Wu Xia landed heavily upon the sandy beach. Fortunately, his descent was cushioned by the soft sand, mere meters from the ground. Otherwise, he might have ended up in a rather unfortunate state. Upon hitting the ground, Wu Xia disregarded the pain and swiftly regained his footing. To his relief, the human-faced cockroach did not attack. At that moment, Su Mu gracefully descended. Not wishing to land in a similarly awkward manner as Wu Xia, she had exchanged her points in the system store for a special ability. The ability, levitation technique, was acquired by trading 1,000 hydrocypress seeds. This choice proved to be remarkably astute, allowing Su Mu to descend with elegance and poise. The others, watching her float gently to the ground, were nearly awestruck. Particularly, a Ning trembled and promptly knelt, offering a profound bow to Su Mu. "The reincarnation of Mazu,"
Ah,
exclaimed the portly man, "and Ning is practically dancing on the princess's territory." The young man chuckled, sensing Su Mu's rising ire, and immediately addressed a Ning. "The princess is indeed a princess, not a reincarnation of Mazu. Come to your senses." Chapter 32. The Tomb of Wang Songhai. The emergence of the hexagonal bell after a deep sigh, Su Mu chose to ignore An Ning's thoughts. She surveyed her surroundings and soon discovered 2 shadowy openings. To be precise, these 2 openings were not mere caves, as they bore remarkably precise right angles. It was evident to all that these were the entrances to the tomb pathway. Could this be the tomb of Wang Songhai, where extraordinary treasures and beasts are stored? Wu Xia felt an exhilarating rush at Su Mu's thoughts. Indeed, as anticipated, once we entered the tomb, the princess would reveal many secrets she knows. For instance, this name, Wang Songhai. Wu Xia recalled that Wang Songhai was an exceptionally skilled craftsman from the Ming dynasty, involved in the design of several imperial tombs, a figure of great significance. If it were he, constructing a tomb beneath the sea would not be surprising at all. The portly man chimed in. "I just heard the key words. Extraordinary treasures. What wonders could Wang Songhai have hidden within this tomb?" The young man remarked, Wang Songhai, what a familiar name. Damn. Why can't I recall more? Subsequently, Wu Xie scrutinized the pit they were in. Rather than a pit, it appeared to be a deep well deliberately hewn by human hands. Originally a tomb chamber. It seemed the top had been forcefully breached, eroded by seawater over time, transforming it into this deep well. The portly man realized they were in one of the underwater tomb chambers and retrieved a shovel from his backpack, beginning to clear the sandy floor. What are you doing? Wu Xie inquired, puzzled. How naive you are. This is one of the chambers of an underwater tomb. How could it possibly lack accompanying treasures? Wu Xie retorted. Is there nothing in your mind beyond treasure? The portly man paused, then solemnly replied, there's also cash. Wu Xie thought he would soon be driven to a heart attack by frustration. Su Mu observed with amusement, the portly man has given me a garden. He must be nearly broke now. Haha, Wu Xie, just be understanding. I understand, Wu Xie responded. The portly man exclaimed. The princess truly understands me. I knew that garden was a worthy gift. The young man interjected. The portly man gave her a garden? Impressive. And Ning also took out a shovel and began to clear the sand from the tomb chamber. Wu Xie initially intended to refute their seemingly foolish actions, but was abruptly halted when the sand was cleared away, revealing wall carvings. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. Wall carvings within the tomb? They might conceal many secrets. Wu Xie then joined in, wielding a shovel to clear more sand. Oh, naive one. Have you also come to hunt for treasure? The portly man teased, winking at Wu Xie. Ridiculous. I'm here to clear the sand, not to hunt for treasure. Don't hide it, I know your true intentions. Before the portly man could finish a sentence, and Ning's voice interrupted. Look at this. Su Mu looked up to see a Ning holding a hexagonal bell. Is that the hexagonal bell? This item is quite dangerous. Once it rings, everyone present, except me, will likely fall into a hallucination. Wu Xie exclaimed, a hallucination? I never wish to experience a hallucination again. The portly man mused. If only we could take out the treasures from the hallucination, I would become the richest person in the world. The young man warned, this item is extremely perilous. As Su Mu contemplated this, she intended to take the hexagonal bell from a Ning. However, in a moment of carelessness, a Ning inadvertently shook it. The clear chime echoed, reverberating through their minds with an almost mesmerizing power. A Ning collapsed first, followed closely by Wu Xie, and then the portly man. Zhang Tubo, now transformed into a young man, staggered, as though he might fall at any moment. Such remarkable willpower.
Hearing Sumue's thoughts.
He shook his head and leaped to a Ning's side, snatching the hexagonal bell from her grasp. He then drew a dagger and shattered the bell. The crisis came swiftly and departed even quicker. Once the hexagonal bell was destroyed, Wu Xie bounced twice on the ground, blinking in confusion. The portly man sprang up, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Upon seeing Su Mu's exasperated expression, they quickly realized they had once again encountered a hallucination. The portly man shouted, when will this wretched hallucination become real? His complexion was flushed, showing no signs of distress from the hallucination. However, Wu Xie appeared even paler.
Sumu shook her head.
Wu Xie truly needs to work on his fitness. I'm working on it. Princess, please stop lecturing me. The portly man laughed, haha. If one is fit, they can do as they please in a hallucination. After enduring the ordeal, Ning slowly regained consciousness once everyone else had awakened. Her presence gave them the impression that she had become somewhat daft. Just as Su Mu was about to instruct them to continue clearing the sand, her ears caught the faintest rustling sound, the human-faced cockroach. Su Mu was all too familiar with that sound. Naive one, she signaled for the portly man to silence. Soon, the young man also recognized the impending threat of the human-faced cockroaches. The rustling noise quickly enveloped them from all directions. A loud clapping sound echoed from above, startling everyone to look up. They beheld a hand pressed against the azure barrier, a hand with a grotesque mouth in its palm and eyes glowing red. Wu Xie and the portly man huddled together in fear, while Ning could only weakly embrace herself. From the adjacent tomb pathway, more rustling sounds emerged. Su Mu turned to see human-faced cockroaches emerging from both ends of the pathway. Soon, they were surrounded by an endless swarm of these grotesque creatures. In the blink of an eye, the barrier Su Mu had conjured was crawling with hands resembling those of the human-faced cockroaches. Zhang Tubo's face turned pale. The multitude of humanoid insects posed a significant challenge for him. Nevertheless, he raised his weapon, aiming at the creatures outside. Just then, Su Mu softly interjected, there is no need to fire. Before Zhang Tu could inquire further, a figure reflecting the firelight descended from the heavens, landing amidst the crowd. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Tu realized it was the sea monkey dubbed Yacha by Her Highness the Princess. Upon its arrival, Yacha knelt before Su Mu in a gesture of deference. She gestured towards the left passage of the tomb, indicating it to proceed and clear the way. Without hesitation, Yacha obeyed, brandishing its claws and charging through the barrier into the tomb's passage. Being a sea monkey, the water was its dominion. Coupled with its smooth scales, it became the ultimate nemesis of the humanoid insects that thrived on flesh. Soon, the waters were stained crimson with the blood of the humanoid insects. Chapter 33. The mysterious long hair, Her Highness the Princess acquires another labor. Su Mu followed closely behind Yacha into the tomb passage. The water ahead was continuously displaced, revealing the true form of the tomb's corridor. Though I may have lost track, I have gained something anew, Wu Xie exclaimed, so that's it. Her Highness the Princess is responding to change with steadfastness. The humanoid insects have delivered themselves right to our doorstep. The fatty remarked, is Her Highness intending to recruit the humanoid insects as laborers? The young man lamented, is there truly no one to assist me with these burdens? And Ning struggled to keep pace with the group, her strength waning. Yet, the thought of the encroaching waters and the terrifying pressure spurred her on. It was unthinkable to perish in such a manner. Yacha moved with remarkable speed, soon leaving the others far behind. However, Su Mu did not falter. She pressed onward through the tomb passage. Minutes later, her pace slowed, and a sense of joy welled within her. I have captured it. At last. I have seized the key to controlling the humanoid insects. Wu Xie, incredulous, questioned, is this truly it? The fatty, equally puzzled, turned to Su Mu. So, the princess has ensnared the mastermind behind it all? It was evident that her prowess was unmatched. The young man reiterated, is there genuinely no one to lend me a hand? Before long, Yacha returned, clutching a hand that appeared before the group. Upon sighting the hand, all instinctively recoiled a few steps. The hand, astonishingly, possessed 10 fingers and a forearm. Though it featured but one wrist, it boasted an abundance of fingers, each adorned with a hexagonal bell. Those who had previously suffered at the hands of the bells reacted instinctively, raising their weapons in alarm. Yet, as Yacha held the hand, they hesitated to fire, recognizing Yacha as a servant of the princess. Is this the shadowy puppeteer? Wu Xie remarked, the hand doesn't appear shadowy at all. It looks quite pale. The fatty mused, if we could detach those hexagonal bells, it could be a path to untold riches. The young man pondered. I feel as though I have seen this 10-fingered hand before, though I cannot place it. Su Mu produced a contract scroll for the spectral entity and tossed it to the 10-fingered hand. The hand, possessing sentience, understood its predicament and, following Yacha's cue, tore the scroll asunder. After establishing contact, Su Mu carefully attuned her senses. Indeed, the intelligence of these humanoid insects is quite high, comparable to that of Yacha. Wu Xie exclaimed, is it possible, Your Highness? A mere hand possesses intelligence on par with Yacha? The fatty inquired, did this hand transform from a severed human limb, or has it evolved into this form? The young man speculated, this must be something cultivated by Wang Songhai, hidden within the depths of the tomb. So, it is through the hexagonal bells that the humanoid insects are controlled. I see. The bells emit specific frequencies. By utilizing one of these frequencies, one can manipulate the humanoid insects. Furthermore, sound travels well through water, allowing for control over a distance of up to 10 kilometers. Wu Xie commented. This suddenly feels scientific, yet upon deeper reflection, it remains quite perplexing. For instance, how do they maintain their population? The fatty babbled incoherently. The young man exclaimed, the hexagonal bells can serve such a purpose? In an instant, Su Mu gestured, and all the humanoid insects retreated like a receding tide. In the blink of an eye, the area before them became pristine, devoid of any trace of the humanoid insects. And Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. She witnessed Su Mu toss a scroll to the 10-fingered hand, which then tore it open. Following this, Su Mu waved her hand, and the humanoid insects retreated entirely. And Ning was left dumbfounded. What was happening? She had previously dared to question this reincarnation of a deity. She must have been out of her mind. As these thoughts coursed through her body weakened, and Zhang Tu quickly supported her. Forgive me, Your Highness, she murmured, adopting the respectful title that Wu Xie and the others used for Su Mu. Su Mu, ignoring her, turned to Wu Xie and the others, stating, I have just received word from the humanoid insects. Within this tomb lies another formidable creature. The humanoid insects only know that it possesses an unfathomable amount of long black hair. If you encounter it, be sure to inform me immediately.
As someone spoke,
She noticed the eyes of those around her widening in alarm. Soon, in the reflection of Wu Xie's gaze, she beheld a pale, disembodied face, a visage devoid of a body. Startled, she conjured a fireball and hurled it behind her. Simultaneously, Yacha surged forth like a specter, charging at the ghostly face. The humanoid insects that had just retreated surged back, attempting to encircle the spectral face. A hissing sound erupted as the fireball, concentrated by her control, struck the barrier surrounding the pale face. Yet, it was thwarted by the cascade of black hair, which absorbed the impact, ultimately dissipating in the waters. Yacha, undeterred, pressed toward the ghostly visage. The black hair extended from the spectral face, entwining around Yacha and spinning it in circles. The once formidable Yacha, capable of dispatching humanoid insects, found itself unable to approach this mass of hair. Attempts by the humanoid insects to grasp the black hair, seeking to control it, only resulted in their own destruction as they were shredded to pieces. Su Mu was taken aback. It is my first encounter with a tomb creature that can withstand such relentless assaults. Very well, you have captured my interest. I must recruit you as a laborer. Wu Xie remarked, following the hand. Her Highness the Princess now sets her sights on a head. The fatty wondered aloud. I wonder if this tomb's creature can be pieced together into a complete human form. The The young man exclaimed, "This thing. It is a jinx." As Sumu prepared to conjure another fireball to launch at the ghostly face, the entity seemed to cower, retreating into the depths of its black hair. The fireball soared forth, but the endless strands of hair ensnared it, extinguishing it 3 meters away. When Sumu looked again, the ghostly face had vanished, leaving only Yacha spinning in confusion amidst a throng of humanoid insects. What was that thing?
Zijn tu den spook?
It is a jinx, I know. Spare me the details. Zhang Tu confirmed. It is indeed a jinx. Wu Xie chuckled. Haha. The young man declared. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. The origins of this entity were complex and difficult to articulate, but it was undoubtedly perilous. Indeed. The history of this jinx could entwine all the tombs Wu Xie has ever explored. Su Mu silently reflected. Wu Xie inquired, All the tombs I have visited can indeed be connected through this mysterious lady.
Oh.
The princess must be referring to the tomb I am destined to explore in the future. Moreover, from the tone of the princess, it seems she is even aware of the complete origin of this enigmatic figure. The portly man exclaimed, How intriguing. Please elaborate, Your Highness. The young man interjected, unfortunately. I have lost my memory, otherwise, I could clarify everything right now. Chapter 34. In the Tomb Chamber's crossroad, Wang Songhai surprisingly manages to breed human-faced cockroaches. Wu Xie, eager to eavesdrop on Su Mu's secrets, was disappointed when Su Mu ceased to express any further thoughts on the matter. Reluctantly, Wu Xie focused his attention on the tomb chamber before him. After some cleaning, the sand within the chamber was nearly cleared away. How can such a spacious tomb chamber lack any burial goods? The portly man grumbled as he wandered around. Wu Xie, disinterested, was preoccupied with decoding the engravings on the chamber walls. Before long, Wu Xie made progress. The engravings indicated what this tomb chamber contained. The portly man swiftly approached Wu Xie, his eyes wide with innocence, urging him to reveal the contents. It contains the pets raised by the tomb's owner, Wu Xie stated. Amused. For instance, the human-faced cockroach and the sea monkey recently tamed by the princess, along with some other abstract figures depicted only in outlines. The portly man instantly lost interest. How peculiar for the tomb owner to have their pets buried with them. Modern people generally do not do such things, do they? Wu Xie rolled his eyes, reminding him that the tomb owner was not a modern individual. Wang Songhai is somewhat impressive, managing to acquire creatures like the human-faced cockroach. Wu Xie thought, nodding internally in agreement. Yet, I believe the princess is far more formidable than this impoverished Wang Songhai, the portly man remarked. The young man added, I have a vague feeling that I should know these things, but regrettably, I cannot recall. Wu Xie cleared his throat and pointed at the mural, explaining, This sea monkey seems to thrive by the seaside. Observe the numerous wavy lines here, representing the ocean. Before Wu Xie could finish, the portly man impatiently interrupted. Get to the point, my dear comrade. We are pressed for time. In essence, the sea monkey is a coastal species. The tomb owner, having learned of its existence through folklore, sent someone to capture it. Through some mysterious ritual, they controlled the sea monkey to fight for the tomb owner. Ultimately, to prevent others from wielding such power, the tomb owner entombed the sea monkey with them.
Ah.
The portly man exclaimed. It seems this tomb owner was not a benevolent individual. Even the loyal companions who fought alongside him were buried with him. Wu Xie agreed silently with the portly man's insight. However, if the sea monkey were to be discarded once no longer needed, the shores would not remain peaceful for long. Wu Xie concurred, indeed. The princess's reasoning is impeccable. With such formidable combat prowess, it would be foolish not to entomb the sea monkey rather than abandoning it on the ground. The portly man retorted, What harm would it be? If I were to find it, my descent into the tomb would be all the more enjoyable. The young man chimed in. Such creatures were once abundant. Suddenly, he wondered why he was recalling such trivial matters. Wu Xie sighed, ignoring the portly man, and pointed at the adjacent mural, saying, As for the human-faced cockroach. As he began, all eyes turned to him. While the origins of the sea monkey could be surmised, the human-faced cockroach remained a mystery, its appearance far too abstract. Wu Xie suddenly felt an unexplainable wave of anxiety. After taking a deep breath, he continued, It hails from a sacred mountain. More precisely, it was discovered within a cavern beneath this sacred peak. When the tomb owner found it, the human-faced cockroach was in this human-like state. As Wu Xie was interpreting the content of the next mural, he suddenly frowned. The mural had been defaced, marred by some sharp object, with numerous cracks added to the original lines, some appearing deliberately misleading. Upon examining the subsequent murals, he found them similarly damaged. It was strange that 7 or 8 murals bore signs of destruction. Then he arrived at one mural that rendered him speechless. It depicted the tomb owner beginning to train the human-faced cockroach to perform tasks from murder and arson to construction and creation. Really? Such a leap in capability? The portly man exclaimed. It seems these murals illustrate Wang Songhai's process of training the human-faced cockroach, yet someone has deliberately erased them. Wu Xie exclaimed. Your Highness possesses an astute eye, effortlessly perceiving the intentions of the destroyer. The portly man marveled. So, Wang Songhai truly could train the human-faced cockroach to serve him? Were the ancients of this past dynasty really that remarkable? With so many hands, how many treasures could we carry away from the next tomb? Zhang Tuzu approached the damaged mural, running his hand over the traces left behind. The young man mused, this technique feels oddly familiar. Could it have been my doing before I lost my memory? Wu Xie glanced at the other murals, noting that none described anything more than the human-faced cockroach. Clearly, this creature was of utmost importance to Wang Songhai. Wu Xie sighed, yearning for the day when these insights could be shared anew, providing many with a vivid understanding of antiquity. The portly man clapped Wu Xie on the shoulder. Stop pondering, my naive friend. How could such knowledge resurface? Did you not notice that the technique for breeding human-faced cockroaches has been deliberately erased? Come now, let us move forward. With a sweeping gesture, the portly man led the way. Upon reaching the tomb path, he sheepishly hid behind Su Mu. Your Highness, please go ahead. Su Mu retorted. Could you not muster a little courage? It's easy for you to say. I am genuinely afraid of that mysterious lady. Her hair could incinerate me. The portly man replied. Wu Xie chuckled. Oh, you fool, allow me to take the lead. The young man added, the mysterious lady is indeed somewhat daunting. Wu Xie patted the portly man's shoulder, grinning. Leave the professional matters to the experts. If you don't have the strength of a diamond, don't undertake delicate tasks. All right. You have the skill, you go first. The portly man conceded. Wu Xie smiled softly and took the lead. I did not expect Wu Xie to be so bold. Wu Xie declared, I wish to see the engravings within this tomb as soon as possible. Besides, the princess would not allow me to perish. The portly man fretted. Oh no, I provoked him, and he is actually going. Under Wu Xie's guidance, the group entered the tomb path. Thanks to the light and barrier provided by Su Mu, Wu Xie felt remarkably at ease. In no time, they arrived at a fork in the path, which consisted of a relatively wide main tomb path and 3 smaller side paths ahead. They found themselves in the right side of the fork.
Oh.
This familiar layout. This must be where Wu Xie and his companions encountered danger. Wu Xie pondered. A familiar layout? A place of danger for me? I see. It is one of the possible futures the princess glimpsed. Wu Xie's steps became cautious. After only a few paces, the portly man exclaimed, Whoa, a coffin. His keen eyes spotted a coffin at the end of the main tomb path. In that moment, all fear dissipated, and he rushed to the limit of the protective barrier provided by Su Mu, rubbing his hands as he focused intently on the coffin. Chapter 35, and Ning's disappearance and the little rice dumpling in the jar. Ah, I remember. This is the place where Ning ambushed Wu Xie. Su Mu thought as she glanced back. The Ning, who had been hiding behind her, had now vanished. Wu Xie. And Ning would actually ambush me in a place like this? What in the world? Did I provoke her? The fatty. How dare she take a shot at my good brother? I'll deal with her right now. The fatty turned his head and saw Su Mu deep in thought, and the empty space behind her.
Huh.
That person has already fled? The young master. This person is indeed not to be trifled with. Fortunately, she didn't recognize me. This mechanism designed by Wang Zonghai is quite something. After a fleeting sensation disappeared, and Ning was gone. It seems she discovered the mechanism and triggered it intentionally. Wu Xie, is the princess really that formidable? She could even see through the trap set by the master craftsman Wang Zonghai. The fatty, TSK. Should I also study mechanisms? I wouldn't want to be ambushed by someone like a Ning. The young master. Wang Zonghai's mechanical skills are indeed impressive, I must admit. But the fact that a Ning could activate it voluntarily indicates she is also a troublesome character. Zhang Tuzi turned his head, confirming that a Ning had completely vanished, and sighed. His body then twisted, as if undergoing a transformation. First, his bones stretched, causing his skin to protrude, followed by his flesh writhing, filling out the sunken skin. Wu Xie and the fatty stared in astonishment at Zhang Tuzi's transformation, their mouths agape. Although they already knew Zhang Tuzi was the young master, witnessing the physical change still left them shocked. What the hell? The fatty murmured in awe. Incredible. Is this the legendary bone-shrinking technique? The young master's body quickly reverted to its previously elongated form. After stretching, he nodded at the fatty. Yes, it's the bone-shrinking technique. Wu Xie rubbed his sore chin and sighed. You scared me. Why did you choose to sneak in this way? Because a Ning and her backers are quite dangerous. Wu Xie, I see. The fatty. That person is dangerous along with her backers? The young master. The princess truly understands me. Su Mu contemplated and glanced towards the end of the main tomb passage. Just then, a jar inside the tomb stirred and made a few clattering sounds. The young master, who had intended to speak, immediately fell silent, his gaze sharpening. Shall we go take a look, princess? The fatty promptly sought Su Mu's permission.
Sumunadid.
I wonder what the little rice dumpling looks like. Can it be of any use as a labor? Wu Xie. That sudden noise was made by a little rice dumpling? No wonder the princess is so impressive. With her around, this tomb is not frightening at all. The fatty, a little rice dumpling? It's a valuable little rice dumpling. Even if we can't overpower it, it likely has many treasures. It's like a moving treasure trove. The young master. Hopefully, the little rice dumpling doesn't harbor too much resentment and hasn't turned into something more troublesome. As Wu Xie stepped forward, he suddenly heard a dull thud beneath his feet. Following that, the sound of a mechanism being triggered echoed.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
The sound of arrows whistled through the air. Dozens of small holes appeared in the wall, from which arrows shot out at high speed towards Wu Xie, only to be blocked by the indigo barrier. Wu Xie was startled, but when he saw that the arrows hadn't harmed him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Naive comrade, weren't you supposed to be knowledgeable about mechanisms? How could you trigger such a simple trap? You're not up to par, naive. The fatty mocked Wu Xie from behind. Wu Xie rolled his eyes. With the princess here, what do I have to fear? I can only protect you for a moment. I cannot shield you for a lifetime. You should take this opportunity to study these mechanisms while I am still able to protect you. The fatty. Hey, look. The princess makes a fair point. While she can still protect you, you should indeed study more, lest you end up being ambushed later and have to thank others. The young master. The princess speaks wisely. With this barrier in place, there is little to fear in Wang Zonghai's tomb. Wu Xie, how insightful. I am left speechless. After taking a deep breath, Wu Xie declared, I've been a bit lax. That was merely an accident. I will take things seriously from now on. Don't stand there being a nuisance. The fatty chuckled a few times and distanced himself from Wu Xie. Thanks to the barrier provided by Su Mu, Wu Xie felt remarkably at ease. Throughout the journey, he triggered only one more mechanism before leading everyone out of the main tomb passage and into the burial chamber. As soon as they entered the burial chamber, they heard the clattering sound again. The chamber had been quiet, and since no one spoke, the noise was particularly jarring. At this critical juncture, the usually brave fatty became timid. He hid behind Su Mu and asked, Princess, that thing over there won't be dangerous, will it? Su Mu couldn't help but chuckle. How would I know? You wouldn't want me, a weak woman, to poke at that rice dumpling, would you? The fatty. I was wrong, princess. The young master, haha. Wu Xie. In the end, this fatty is utterly unreliable. I must take the lead myself. Taking a deep breath, Wu Xie cautiously approached the jar that had made the clattering noise. The indigo barrier expanded with Su Mu's thoughts. With every step Wu Xie took forward, the barrier moved with him, perfectly enveloping him. Although the seawater that had flooded into the burial chamber had mysteriously receded upon entering the main tomb passage, Su Mu had no intention of dispelling her ability to create a protective barrier. After all, dangers lurked everywhere in this tomb. As for why the seawater had vanished, one could attribute it to the mechanisms designed by Wang Zonghai. Wu Xie edged closer to the jar, while the fatty began eyeing the burial items in the chamber. He first set his sights on a large, resplendent vase in the left corner, clearly valuable. However, just as he took a couple of steps toward it, he heard a rumbling sound from Wu Xie's direction. Turning his head, he saw the jar before Wu Xie tumble to the ground. Just as the fatty was about to angrily scold Wu Xie for being careless, he witnessed the jar rolling around. Wu Xie quickly cleared a path for the jar. This bizarre occurrence startled him greatly. This must be a vengeful corpse, the young master calmly stated beside Wu Xie. Wu Xie, what is a vengeful corpse? The young master. It refers to a child who died unexpectedly and was taken by someone knowledgeable in sorcery for some bizarre ritual, turning them into a guiding vengeful corpse. Following such entities typically leads to perilous places. It's best to avoid them if possible. What is there to fear? It's just guiding us to a white-haired drought spirit. Wu Xie, a white-haired drought spirit? Wait, can drought spirits be classified as white-haired, black-haired, or bronze-haired? The fatty. Goodness, this vengeful corpse is rather sinister, leading us towards the drought spirit. The young master. Therefore, we should take another path. Chapter 36, Wu Xie. That day. But for the princess, I would have become a hedgehog. Before leaving the burial chamber, the fatty glanced around and ultimately chose a smaller vase to stow in his backpack. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the most valuable large vase in the chamber. Rather, he simply lacked the strength to do so. That vase was as tall as he was and slightly bulkier, making it impossible for him to carry. Furthermore, he didn't dare ask the princess for help. So he had to leave it behind. The group exited the burial chamber. The little Zongzi hiding in the jar was still there, waiting for everyone at the entrance of the left side tomb passage. Upon seeing it, Wu Xie, leading the team, changed his expression, recalling the words of the young man. Without hesitation, he led the group into the central tomb passage. As soon as they stepped inside, Wu Xie triggered a mechanism once more. Hearing the sound of arrows striking against the barrier, Wu Xie felt a flush of embarrassment. This was not the first time. Why couldn't he shake off his careless habit? How naive. If you continue like this, you will inevitably be killed by the traps of the underground palace. How can you be so reckless? Wu Xie. I am sorry, Your Highness. Fatty. Wow, the princess is indeed strict. Young man, I don't think it's entirely his fault. These traps are indeed quite hidden. Wu Xie took a deep breath and cautiously advanced. After just a few steps, he triggered another mechanism. Su Mu. Wu Xie truly is a source of worry. If I don't intervene, he will be done in by these traps. She opened the system shop, searching for the ability she desired. Soon, she found her target, Tomb Mechanism Technique. This ability could be exchanged for just 100 Hydra Cypress seeds. Upon exchanging it, Sumu immediately felt a flood of experience and knowledge merging within her mind, as if this ability had been honed through years of rigorous training. It would be more than sufficient to deal with the arrow-shooting traps ahead. But will my barrier ability affect Wu Xia's judgment? Forget it. I'll just remove it. Wu Xia. No, no, no. The barrier does not affect anything at all. Fatty. Oh no. The countdown to being turned into a hedgehog has begun. Young man, this azure barrier indeed has an impact. I was trying to find a gentle way to remind him, but it seems that that's unnecessary. Sumu then removed the barrier, and Wu Xia watched helplessly as it vanished, feeling utterly depressed. But soon, he rallied himself. What if there was no barrier? This was something he had to face. He could not retreat. Wu Xia took another step forward. After 2 more steps, he had not triggered any traps. Wu Xia breathed a sigh of relief. He then lifted his foot again, focusing on the last tombstone. Wait, you're going to step on that tile? No, there's a mechanism beneath that tile. Should I remind him? Fatty, oh? I thought the naive one was about to trigger another trap. Young man, it seems that these traps are somewhat challenging for Wu Xia. Hey, the naive one is quite perceptive, it seems. That last tile has an extremely sensitive measuring device. Not only will your weight trigger it, even a shoe dropping on it will set it off. At that point, all the traps in this passage will be activated, and you'll become a hedgehog. Wu Xia. So that is how it is. Thank you, Your Highness, for the reminder. I understand now. Fatty. Wow. The princess even understands trap techniques? What else does she know? This knowledge is not typical for a princess. Young man, it's clear that the princess possesses a depth of understanding about traps that surpasses my own. After pondering for 10 minutes, Sumu, why are you so foolish? Just take out the crowbar from your bag and poke it against the wall to get past, right? Wu Xia. This? He had forgotten to use a tool. He had been so focused on how to get through using only his strength. Fatty. Wow. Are you planning to fly up the walls? Young man, it's easy enough. At that moment, Wu Xia clapped his hands, realizing the traps were only on the tiles, not on the walls. We can insert the crowbar into the wall as hollow and step over it. Fatty, hey, are you copying the princess's idea? Wu Xia shook his head and sighed. I just fell into a mental trap. I completely forgot about the walls. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. With Wu Xia's plan, they quickly passed over the last and most perilous tile. Upon entering the tomb chamber at the end of the side passage, everyone fell silent. Why was this tomb chamber so empty? Just then, Sumu keenly sensed a change in the side passage behind them. A mechanism has silently activated. Wang Songhai indeed has some skills. The group ahead was startled. Wu Xia, what mechanism? Fatty, huh? It activated silently? Young man. He didn't sense it. Sumu, detecting the subtle changes behind her, opened the system shop panel. This level 1 mechanism technique was still unable to discern the traps set by Wang Songhai. I need to level up. Upgrading the mechanism technique from level 1 to level 2 required 200 Hydrocyper seeds, with each level increasing the total by 100. The cost was not very high, and coincidentally, Sumu had just the amount needed. She directly upgraded it to level 5. An immense wealth of experience and knowledge flooded into Sumu's mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. Once she absorbed and integrated it, she recovered. Wu Xia pretended to explore the tomb chamber, taking a few steps, then noticed the tomb passage they had come from. Upon seeing it, Wu Xia couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Fatty jumped in shock and immediately turned to look behind. What the hell? It was a coffin. Young man's expression grew solemn upon seeing the coffin. It was an open coffin. The details were not what mattered. What was crucial was that 2 pale hands were clinging to the edge of the coffin. Chapter 373839, 12-handed female corpse, 3-year drought demon. Upon seeing the hands clinging to the coffin's edge, everyone dared not make a sound. Minutes passed, and the anticipated rising of the corpse did not occur. Those hands continued to cling to the coffin's edge. Fatty swallowed hard. Is this Zongzi playing a game of red light, green light with us? Wu Xia whispered. Perhaps something went wrong, and it hasn't fully risen. Fatty. So, what should we do now? Should we throw a detonator to greet it? Can't you think of something more refined? Why is it always about detonators? Wu Xia shot him a glare. You don't think you've blown up enough of your ancestors already, do you? Fatty. He pretended not to notice Wu Xia's glare. If we can't use a detonator, then what should we do? Should we all go over and investigate? Oh, I remember now. This coffin is for nurturing corpses. Just as he was about to move, Wu Xia hesitated upon hearing Sumu's thoughts. Wu Xia, what on earth is a nurturing coffin? Fatty, it seems to be a practice of burying one's relatives with them. Young man. Wu Xia gritted his teeth and decided to venture inside. By the way, the 12-handed corpse inside that nurturing coffin is quite remarkable. That white-haired drought demon is in its belly, right? Wu Xia, maybe we shouldn't go in after all. Fatty, a treasure is great, but one must have the life to obtain it. The drought demon, just by its name, is not to be trifled with. Young man, the 12-handed corpse feels strangely familiar. Not just familiar, but extremely familiar. As if a vague memory was on the verge of surfacing. No, I must go and take a look, the young man thought. stepping past Wu Xia to take the lead. Wu Xia and Fatty were instantly excited at the sight of the young man leading the way. With the young man at the forefront, what was there to fear? Sumu lingered at the back of the group, observing the newly appeared tomb passage. The seam was indeed here. Such a subtle seam, no wonder it went unnoticed before. Wu Xia exclaimed, "Oh no." In his excitement, he forgot about the mechanisms in this tomb passage. However, it seems this passage lacks the kind of arrow shooting traps from before. The stout man remarked, Has your highness discovered the seam of the mechanism? The young man asked, What seam? The seam of the mechanism? Such contraptions are designed to be utterly concealed. How could there be a seam? Ise hemuset. This mechanism can be likened to a three-dimensional version of a sliding block puzzle. Indeed. Wang Songhai is a genius to have devised such a mechanism. It is truly impressive. Wu Xia felt bewildered. For the first time, he sensed that he might actually be a bit dull-witted. The heartfelt words of the princess were crystal clear, yet he still could not grasp the concept. What was a three-dimensional sliding block puzzle? The stout man stammered. The young man suddenly smiled. I understand now. This is an elevator. Wu Xia was taken aback. Did he comprehend it already? Soon after, the stout man clapped his hands and exclaimed, I get it too. This is an elevator. Wu Xia was even more perplexed. It was one thing for the young man to understand. After all, he was quite impressive. But how could a stout man, burly and round, understand it faster than he did? At that moment, the stout man continued, 2 buildings, 3 buildings, or even more buildings can share a single elevator. Upon hearing this explanation, Wu Xia finally understood. He was not foolish. He merely lacked experience and had a narrow perspective. Once enlightened, he could grasp the crux of the matter immediately. Then, he too clapped his hands, I understand. To his surprise, the stout man had reacted even faster than him. Could it be that Wu Xia is truly dim-witted? The stout man laughed heartily. Your highness has praised me. The young man smiled. Wu Xia protested, no. How could that be possible? I refuse to accept it. I just needed a moment to rethink. I am definitely smarter than the stout man. He then recalled, by the way, where is the seam that your highness just mentioned? If I can find the seam, I can prove that I am not dim-witted. Wu Xia slowed his steps and began to scrutinize the tiles carefully. Then, he realized something was amiss. Where had that large tile gone? How could it have vanished? Was the seam located at the junction between the tomb chamber and the passage? He understood, and the stout man beside him also grasped it. For the sake of the princess's praise, there are 3 seams in this tomb passage. Please do not wander about. Wu Xia exclaimed, I just realized that this so-called elevator is not a true elevator. Rather, it suggests that every spot we stand upon could serve as an elevator, transporting us to other tomb chambers. Sumu nodded in approval, looking at Wu Xia with admiration. Well done. You've grasped it quite rapidly this time. Upon hearing Wu Xia's words, the stout man also came to an understanding. They watched as the stout man abruptly vanished, whisked away by the elevator beneath his feet. Wu Xia and the young man had just witnessed it clearly. A shadow darted past, and the stout man disappeared. The speed of his disappearance was even swifter than a blink of an eye. Moreover, the previously empty tomb chamber had transformed into one filled with coffins. A living person, and a hefty one at that, could vanish without a trace, making not a sound at all. The labyrinth designed by Wang Songhai was truly absurd. It was downright eerie. Wu Xia fell silent. What should they do now? Just stand here and wait for him? Su Mo remarked, I believe the issue is not grave. How could the stout man possibly perish in this tomb? Wu Xia responded, Your highness, do you have such confidence in the stout man? The young man questioned, Is it truly safe? This maze designed by Wang Songhai seems rather sinister. Su Mu suggested, Let us proceed into the tomb chamber. After all, we are currently standing on a seam. Wu Xia exclaimed, Oh. The group hastily entered the tomb chamber. The three-dimensional, eerie maze designed by Wang Songhai left them in awe, even surpassing the 12-handed corpse behind them. Wu Xia gazed at the passage where the stout man had vanished, his heart heavy with worry. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a ticking sound behind him, akin to water dripping from a leaky faucet. Upon hearing this sound, Wu Xia's heart raced, and his legs instinctively tensed. What lay behind him? He stiffly turned his neck to look back. Before him stood the 12-handed corpse, which the princess had mentioned, rising from its coffin. It loomed there, its large flesh lump hanging low, wider than its shoulders by 3-fold. Its 12 arms sprawled outward like the legs of a spider, radiating in a grotesque formation. Stay calm, Wu Xia urged himself, taking deep breaths to suppress the urge to scream in terror. No, he could not disgrace himself in front of the princess. He had to endure. The young man swiftly drew a dagger from his waist. For this descent into the tomb, he had not even brought his treasured black gold sword to maintain his disguise. Ugh. He grimaced, this thing is truly revolting. Wu Xia gasped. If the princess deemed it repulsive, then it must indeed be quite ghastly. The young man remarked. Her sense of aesthetics has finally proven accurate. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from behind. Wu Xia recognized it as the stout man's voice. Instinctively, he turned to look. At that moment, he heard the young man growl beside him, "Duck." In an instant, the 12-handed corpse lunged toward Wuxia as if teleporting, its 12 twisted, desiccated arms reaching out to embrace him. Wuxia, having turned his head back just in time, found his face aligned with the drooping flesh lump of the 12-handed corpse.
Ah!
Wuxia let out his first piercing scream since entering the tomb. Chapter 40, The Upright Coffin. The eerie green-faced zombie after a round of flattery from the stout man, the young man stood up at the opportune moment. "Let us take a look over there." He gestured toward the tomb passage from which they had come. Exiting the tomb chamber, which had previously been devoid of anything, they now found it filled with numerous coffins. The stout man clapped his hands in delight. "I think this is great. Let us hurry over. With so many coffins, there must surely be countless treasures within. Your Highness, what do you think?"
Sumo casually nodded.
"I think it's excellent. My sole objective is to find the tomb owner, eliminate it, seize ownership of the tomb, and then cultivate the land." Wuxia remarked, "Your Highness truly is persistent." The stout man chimed in, "I understand. Whatever the princess does not need in terms of burial goods, I shall take care of." The young man commented, "It is indeed simple and straightforward." Thus, the young man took the lead, paving the way ahead. Having experienced separation before, everyone surrounded Sumu, forming a tight circle around her. No one wished to get lost in this perilous maze filled with traps. Even if the princess could eventually rescue them, it would still be a harrowing ordeal. Upon re-entering the tomb chamber, they immediately heard the sound of mechanisms activating behind them. At the same time, everyone turned to look back. The tomb chamber where Xiao Bai had once been vanished. In its place was an exceedingly dark, deep passage. The flames flickering at Sumu's fingertips could not illuminate it entirely. Faced with this unknown terror, Wuxia could not help but inch closer to Sumu. At that moment, Sumu suddenly sensed a change behind her. The tomb chamber, once filled with coffins, vanished, replaced by a row of upright coffins. Moreover, the lids of these coffins emitted faint creaking sounds, as if the contents within were gently pushing against the lids, eager to emerge. "Wow," Wuxia exclaimed. "This psychological warfare designed by Wang Zonghai is rather impressive. How could this Wang Zonghai be so inhumane?" The normally bold fatty trembled slightly. Can this damned Wang Zonghai refrain from conjuring such horrors in his own grave? "You're going to scare me to death," Fatty complained. The young man instinctively reached for the black gold ancient knife behind him, but found nothing. He could only clench his fists and prepare for what lay ahead. "I wonder if these dozen or so coffins hold any laborers we could recruit." "I Haven T found several decent workers during this tomb exploration," Wuxia remarked. As expected of Her Highness the Princess, she is always thinking of capturing laborers. Fatty replied, "While I understand Her Highness's daring nature, these coffins are creaking ominously. I'm truly frightened." The young man, unarmed and slightly anxious, had no time for Wuxia to gather his thoughts. Suddenly, all the coffins before them burst open simultaneously. As the coffins opened, their contents revealed themselves. Elegantly dressed men with ashen faces, elongated fangs reaching their chins, and pitch-black eyes. They appeared to be genuine zombies.
"Oh."
There are a total of 18 zombies. It seems Wang Zonghai is indeed intent on exterminating intruders. Hearing Sumu's thoughts, Wuxia's brows twitched in agitation. This Wang Zonghai truly lacks humanity. Fatty scoffed, "I refuse to believe it. I must seize this treasure today. How can Wang Zonghai stop me?" The young man lamented. "If only I had brought the black gold ancient knife." Without giving the others time to react, the elegantly dressed zombies leaped from their coffins and swiftly encircled Wuxia and the others, trapping them completely. Wuxia, Fatty, and the young man found themselves huddled together, facing a ring of zombies. "Wait, these zombies don't seem like typical zombies?" Sumu observed the zombies aimed at her, surprised.
"Huh?
"Not zombies?" Wuxia questioned. "What are these if not zombies?" Fatty echoed. "Indeed, they lack the essence of true zombies," the young man noted. Sumu snapped her fingers, quietly commanding the zombies before her, "Freeze." At the very moment her voice fell, all but the immobilized zombies rushed toward the nearest living beings. 5 zombies lunged at Sumu, only to be swiftly toppled by Xiao Bai, the white-haired ghost. Against these green-faced zombies, Xiao Bai was overwhelming. Just then, Sumu heard clanging sounds behind her. Turning, she saw the young man brandishing a crowbar, fending off the attacks of the green-faced zombies. Upon hearing the sound, Sumu was once again convinced these green-faced zombies could not possibly be authentic. "Princess, save me." Fatty's panicked cries echoed nearby, followed by Wuxia shouting, "Princess, save us. We can't handle this." Faced with the onslaught of the green-faced zombies, Fatty could barely defend himself, while Wuxia was being kicked around like a ball. Seeing the scene, Sumu couldn't help but chuckle. Although they seem fierce, these creatures are not truly lethal. Is this Wang Zonghai's mercy? Or perhaps a privilege reserved for the tomb raiding trio? Wuxia realized, indeed, these zombies haven to use their most lethal claws. They're only attacking with their arms. All blunt force. Fatty grimaced, "Ugh, being hit by these ghastly things really hurts." After considering it for a moment, Sumu waved her hand, instructing Xiao Bai to eliminate the remaining green-faced zombies. As a ghost of the highest caliber, Sha Bai's combat prowess exceeded even that of the young man in his prime, and even 18 green-faced zombies posed no threat to it. A few breaths later, all the green-faced zombies were piled together by Xiao Bai, forming a towering heap. While she understood through their bond that Xiao Bai's intention was to prevent further chaos, Sumu couldn't help but smirk at the sight of the zombie tower. Impressive, Xiao Bai's intelligence is truly remarkable. Wu Xie, who lay on the ground gasping for breath, acknowledged, indeed, that zombie tower has truly opened my eyes. Fatty commented, if only I weren't immobilized, I'd certainly rise and kick those zombies myself. The young man remarked, is it over so soon? I feel a bit unsatisfied. Naive. Come and see if you can discern anything from these green-faced zombies, he suggested. Wu Xie was taken aback. Wait? The princess is actually asking me to decipher this. Just watch. I won't disappoint you. Ignoring his pain, Wu Xie stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and approached the zombie tower, scrutinizing it closely. Meanwhile, Sumu stood aside, opening the system store to search for the abilities she desired. Chapter 41. Wang Zonghai's puppets. As Sumu opened the system store, she sought the powers she wished to acquire. She had already understood the origins of the zombies before her. Although she was initially unaware, the ninth princess's memories unexpectedly contained detailed knowledge about these entities. These green-faced zombies were a form of puppets, akin to the puppets controlled by the ancient practitioners, known as Yanshi. They were, in essence, Wang Zonghai's puppets. Upon arriving at this underwater tomb, Su Mu was witnessing elements beyond the original narrative for the first time. After all, the original text never mentioned Wang Zonghai as a master of puppetry. Given such valuable labors, Su Mu was unwilling to let them go to waste. While Wu Xie pondered on the ground regarding these puppets, Su Mu exchanged the capability from the system store. 1,000 hydrocypress seeds were exchanged for the ability, puppetry. As the ninth princess, Su Mu already possessed foundational knowledge in this area, and with the system's guidance, she quickly mastered the art of puppetry. Upon reopening her eyes, she could discern the quality of the puppets before her merely by their gaze. Just as she had anticipated, these green-faced zombie puppets were indeed of high quality, crafted with materials and internal structures that bore the mark of Wang Zonghai's extraordinary craftsmanship. At that moment, Wu Xie suddenly exclaimed, I've got it. They're puppets. Oh? Wu Xie actually recognized their true nature? Not bad. Well done. Impressive, impressive, Sumu chuckled. Wu Xie was elated. The omnipotent princess has praised me. Haha. Fatty grumbled. Damn it, my standing in the princess's eyes is quickly being overshadowed by Wu Xie. I must up at my game. The young man inquired, puppets? Clearing his throat, Wu Xie elaborated. In ancient times, puppets were used for singing and dancing, controlled by practitioners known as Yanshi. He continued his explanation, leaving Fatty in a state of bewilderment. Listening to Wu Xie's narration, Sumu suddenly felt something was amiss. The ninth princess's memories seemed to resurface once again. Soon, she found her answer. Oh, I remember now. The puppet was crafted by King Mu of Zhou for the Western Queen Mother, merely to elicit a smile from her. To think I was actually present at that moment. How curious that these memories have suddenly resurfaced. Wu Xie, who had been eavesdropping on Sumu's thoughts, gradually fell into a daze, pondering the implications. The princess was there when King Mu of Zhou met the Western Queen Mother? Wu Xie was bewildered. Counting on his fingers in his mind, King Mu was the sovereign of the Zhou dynasty, wasn't he? The Western Zhou? How long ago was that? 3,000 years? Or 5,000? As he calculated, Wu Xie hesitated to continue. The rotund figure mused, judging by the princess's tone. It seems she is acquainted with both King Mu and the Western Queen Mother. Which dynasty does this princess belong to, exactly? By the heavens, what have I unleashed with that bundle of explosives? The young man mused. If that's the case, she must be contemporaneous with the Zhang family, perhaps even predating their lineage by some measure. As Sumu pondered the recently surfaced memories, she rose to her feet and, employing her puppet technique, commanded the zombies controlled by the little white puppet to come under her sway. Seizing control of these unclaimed puppets was remarkably simple. Without expending much effort, Sumu had the 18 green-faced puppets stand upright. Unfortunately, these puppets lacked sentience and were not true zombies. Should they break free from Sumu's control, they would be relegated to performing mechanical, repetitive motions, much like when they had previously besieged the rotund figure and Wu Xie. After several attempts, Sumu resigned herself to the idea that having them accompany her was unfeasible. These creatures, devoid of intellect, would demand a constant drain on her mental faculties to keep them in line. They were far less convenient than the Yasha or the little white puppet. With no other option, Sumu decided to leave them in the tomb chamber. Having resolved the dangers in this area, it was time to explore elsewhere. As Sumu stepped forward, she halted at the entrance to the tomb. The passageway before her was rather intimidating, illuminated only by the flickering flame at her fingertips, which failed to penetrate the darkness. Wu Xie followed closely behind, feeling a sense of trepidation at the sight of the foreboding corridor. It resembled the throat of some monstrous creature, and stepping inside would be akin to walking into its maw. Princess, shall we not trigger a few more mechanisms? Wu Xie suggested. Indeed. The rotund figure exclaimed, excitement surging within him. If we trigger a few more mechanisms, we are sure to find a way out. Su Mu corrected him. We must descend to locate the tomb's master. Right. That is precisely what I meant. Su Mu furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the tomb chamber and passageway. Is it true that there is only one seam to be found? Wu Xia inquired. The singular seam indicated that a three-dimensional mechanism existed between the tomb chamber and the outer passage. That cannot be right, the rotund figure argued. The princess can certainly sense a vast distance, yet in her perception, there are no seams in that pitch-black passage ahead. How could that be? The young man added. Indeed. I too have only discerned one seam. It is rather peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu stated, to descend, we must navigate this three-dimensional maze. Yet it appears we are ensnared in a cul-de-sac. How shall we break through? Upon hearing this, the rotund figure promptly retrieved explosives from his backpack. With utmost seriousness, he looked at Su Mu and asked, Princess, do you require my explosives? Su Mu shot him a glance. Perhaps you should acquire a demolition license before employing explosives. The rotund figure protested, Wu Xia. The princess does not trust him. It was understandable, after all. The princess had been liberated from her confines by the very explosives he wielded. Breaking through seemed simple in theory. To descend, one would dig a tunnel downward. And to ascend, one would excavate upward. However, such actions bore significant risks. Let us not forget that this tomb lies beneath the sea. Su Mu's words made Wu Xia and the rotund figure realize they might be trapped in a dire situation. I remember there is a tunnel that can lead to the lower tomb chamber, she recalled. But since we are here, I am disinclined to leave the labyrinth left by the hidden sea unsolved. It vexes me. Wu Xia interjected, Princess, shall we not cease this endeavor? The priority is to descend. Yet, he would never voice such thoughts. The princess wished to play, and he could only accompany her to the end. The rotund figure exclaimed, What a splendid idea, Princess. I was lamenting my inability to exact revenge. If you unravel this labyrinth left by the hidden sea, it would be akin to avenging me. In Chapter 42, Opening the Coffin Must Awaken the Dead, the trio convened to devise a plan for exploring the unknown tomb chamber. Ultimately, it was decided that the young man would venture forth first to conduct a cursory exploration. Once he confirmed that the danger was minimal, Wu Xia and the rotund figure would follow. As they watched the young man step into the dark passage, less than 3 minutes passed before they noticed a fleeting blur before their eyes. Upon blinking, the endless dark corridor had vanished, replaced by a moderately sized tomb chamber that seemed to be merely a few steps away. In the center of the chamber lay a considerably large coffin, cast in bronze. The rotund figure's eyes sparkled at the sight of the coffin. A coffin. There must be treasures within. He rubbed his hands together, envisioning the marvels he might discover. At that moment, the group was startled as the young man abruptly reappeared in the passageway. What the? The rotund figure exclaimed in astonishment. Am I seeing things? Wu Xia patted the rotund figure on the shoulder. It's merely a mechanism. The young man's abilities were formidable to begin with, and after receiving guidance from Su Mu, he had comprehended the structure of this maze completely. Let us proceed. We shall open the coffin. The rotund figure declared excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Surely this grand bronze coffin belongs to the tomb's master. Su Mu chuckled lightly, who would bury their own remains in a maze. Would they not fear that those who traverse the labyrinth might unleash their wrath upon their bones? Wu Xia chimed in. What is this about unleashing wrath? I am but a seeker of the maze. I harbor no such brutal intentions. I merely wish to toss it into the sea to feed the fish. The young man chuckled in amusement. Although he had heard Su Mu's thoughts, the rotund figure remained undeterred. He rubbed his hands together, beckoning Wu Xia and the young man to join him as he brandished a crowbar, cautiously advancing toward the tomb passage. I wonder what Wu Xia will unearth upon opening the coffin this time? Wu Xia protested. I am not. I have not. Please do not make baseless accusations. I have only opened a few coffins. Surely not. There cannot be such a sinister occurrence. The rotund figure remarked. What does that imply? Is this something she foresaw? At that moment, the cautious rotund figure swallowed hard as he gingerly stepped onto the first tomb brick. To his dismay, it triggered a mechanism. A flurry of arrows whizzed through the air, shooting forth from all directions with deadly precision, even from the ground. Sensing the onslaught of arrows from all sides, Wu Xia and the rotund figure instinctively clenched their legs together, marveling at the tomb master's cruelty. After the initial volley of arrows had subsided, the rotund figure cautiously advanced once more. Excellent, he mused, gripping his crowbar tightly as he gingerly stepped onto the second tomb brick. Swish, swish, swish. Another wave of arrows descended upon him. Drawing from his previous experience, the rotund figure escaped even more swiftly this time. Leading the charge is truly exhausting. Next time, Wu Xia should take the lead. After traversing 6 tomb bricks, the passageway was now strewn with an entire layer of arrows. Even if 10 individuals were to arrive, they would surely be transformed into a porcupine. Witnessing the scene, the rotund man's complexion turned an ashen white. Had he recklessly charged forward just moments ago, he would have likely been pierced by 1,000 arrows. Wu Xia swallowed hard. The tomb's owner was rather ruthless. With such an abundance of arrows, one could have easily orchestrated a small-scale battle in ancient times. Is this all there is? Wu Xia exclaimed.
Ah,
This is merely the beginning? The rotund man commented. This Wang Songhai is quite extravagant. So many arrows wasted on just this one trap. His burial goods must be numerous and precious. The young man added. Without a weapon in hand, we are at a significant disadvantage against these traps. After triggering all the arrows, there were no further mechanisms within the tomb passage. The rotund man proceeded boldly down the passage, but once he stood before the tomb chamber, he became cautious once again. To his surprise, there appeared to be no traps in the chamber's floor. His excitement grew, and he promptly called for Wu Xia to assist in prying open the coffin lid. With a unified effort on the count of 3, they managed to create a small opening in the bronze coffin lid. Upon seeing this, they endeavored even harder to push it open. Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted, drawing everyone's attention. Wu Xia observed a dark cloud billowing forth from the bronze coffin.
no.
This was not a cloud, it was a swarm of corpse bugs. Seeing something familiar, yet deadly, in this unfamiliar tomb caused Wu Xia's face to pale instantly. Holy hell! Quickly, get the fire starter. The rotund man shouted, frantically rummaging through his backpack. Noticing Sumu, who was trailing behind them with an air of calmness, Wu Xia instinctively dove behind her for cover. Princess, save me. Sumu responded, impressive. I knew Wu Xia would unearth something unexpected. I was wrong, princess. Wu Xia cried. The rotund man added, perhaps we should avoid letting Wu Xia open coffins in the future. The young man mused, isn't she capable of taming those corpse bugs? Just then, Su Mu raised her hand. The corpse bugs posed no threat to her, especially with her insect-controlling abilities. They were merely offering her their labor. After effortlessly dispatching the swarm and compelling them to retreat into the coffin, Su Mu crossed her arms and regarded Wu Xia and the others with a detached gaze. Wu Xia thought to himself, the princess's gaze is so chilling. The rotund man, undeterred, meticulously examined the tomb chamber, only to find it utterly devoid of burial goods. Reluctantly, the young man took the role of the scout once more, venturing to explore other chambers. As they blinked in astonishment, they noticed that the opposite chamber had become completely vacant.
Oh?
Empty? Wu Xia immediately recalled the previous empty chamber, pondering whether this was a safe zone. As he spoke, he curiously approached. Since the archery traps had already been triggered, Wu Xia proceeded with utmost caution and bravery. Su Mu squinted, observing the vacant chamber. It seems to be a strong acid trap that activates upon stepping inside. As Wu Xia's foot touched the floor tile, he heard Su Mu's warning thoughts. Instantly, a sharp click echoed. That slight step had triggered the chamber's mechanism. Blood-red viscous liquid erupted from holes in the tomb walls, resembling blood arrows, and appearing quite terrifying. As the thick, crimson liquid splattered onto the ground, it instantly began to produce billowing clouds of smoke, accompanied by a hissing sound. Wu Xia's expression shifted. Such a terrifying strong acid? The rotund man exclaimed, good heavens. The tomb's owner is exceedingly ruthless. Ha, is that all? The real danger hasn't he even revealed itself yet? Wu Xia suggested, Princess, should we make a hasty retreat? The rotund man queried, there's more danger? The young man mused, traps are no issue for me, but how does she perceive the traps from such a distance? Chapter 43. The inundation of the sea upon triggering the mechanism that releases strong acid. The chamber was not perilous. One could remain safe by simply avoiding entry. However, the issue lay in the fact that this mechanism was not standalone. It would incite a chain reaction. The young man remained vigilant, scrutinizing ahead.
Soon.
He heard a peculiar sound, a blend of the strong acids hissing mixed with a faint, elusive noise, barely perceptible even to the keenest ear. The young man's instincts screamed danger.
Oh.
The strong acid has corroded the floor tiles. The seawater is flooding in. Wu Xia momentarily froze, his eyes widening in realization. The seawater was surging into the chamber. The rotund man exclaimed, is this a complete extermination? Is this what the princess referred to as Wang Songhai's ultimate move? The rotund man felt dizzy, envisioning his own demise, the image of his bloated corpse, lonely and drifting on the sea's surface, rising and falling with the waves. Wang Songhai's ruthlessness is unprecedented. To eliminate grave robbers, he would drown this entire labyrinth. Princess, save me. The rotund man cried. Goodness. Wang Songhai is truly a devil. Isn't this his posthumous home? The young man declared, no, we cannot sit idly by. He whispered urgently, we must flee quickly. The strong acid will eat through the ground. Before he could finish, a sharp crack reverberated. Suddenly, water gushed forth from the chamber floor, flooding the space. The seawater mixed with the strong acid, yet the acid's potency remained unabated. Wu Xia observed as the strong acid reacted violently with the water. The seawater boiled, releasing thick clouds of steam. The steam rolled within the water, radiating an extreme temperature, further boiling the surrounding sea. In an instant, nearly all of the strong acid that flooded into the chamber had transformed into vapor, filling the tomb. Holy cow! This is going to cook us alive. Uft, the rotund man's description lacks nuance. This scene is clearly intended to steam you alive. Wu Xia exclaimed, Princess, please refrain from mocking the rotund man. We're on the verge of being cooked. The rotund man whimpered, Steamed? A chill shot from his soles to the crown of his head, making him shiver uncontrollably. As the steam threatened to engulf him, Sumu slightly narrowed her eyes. With a subtle thought, she activated her ability to create a barrier. With a gentle whisper, a protective barrier appeared around her, encasing everything within a 3-meter radius. In less than 3 seconds, the scalding steam occupied both tomb chambers and the passageway. Yet, within the protective barrier, the individuals felt no heat whatsoever. Despite the steam raging outside, the atmosphere within the barrier remained unaltered. Wu Xie's anxious heart finally settled. He let out a long sigh of relief. I was terrified. Without the princess, we might have perished. The rotund man vigorously nodded in agreement. Without the princess, we would have surely been reduced to mere bones. The temperature of the steam was extraordinarily high, capable of cooking them effortlessly. Just as they believed they were safe, Wu Xie suddenly noticed that seawater began to seep in around the barrier. Following the reaction between the strong acid and the seawater, the acid was insufficient, and the seawater began to dominate, encroaching upon the chamber. Observing the scene, Wu Xie's heart sank. Wang Tsang Hai showed no mercy towards grave robbers. With a flurry of lethal moves, he couldn't help but glance at the young man beside him. At that moment, he noticed that the young man's complexion had turned somewhat pale, evidently struggling to cope with the traps laid before them. Slightly retracting the azure barrier, Su Mu let out a soft sigh. Now I understand the depth of his disdain for tomb raiders. Wu Xie remarked. Is Wang Songhai truly so averse to tomb raiders? Thankfully, I am merely here to spectate and decipher the inscriptions. Strictly speaking, I am not a tomb raider. I am an archaeologist. The stout man chimed in. I feel compelled to give this Wang Songhai a taste of his own medicine, perhaps a package of 300 lashes followed by pulverizing his bones. After all, he does not cherish his own burial site. His own remains are certainly of no concern to him. The young man interjected. Let us hope we do not trigger any self-destructive mechanisms. The seawater swiftly filled the tomb chamber, yet under Su Mu's prowess, no one suffered any harm. After approximately 10 minutes, the influx of seawater subsided, returning to tranquility. After a brief respite, the young man stepped forward, taking the lead. Let us proceed. Absolutely. The stout man exclaimed, clapping the young man's shoulder. The tomb's master has provided us with quite the surprise. We must approach him and have a word. Wu Xie cautioned. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much. If the tomb's master truly engages you in conversation, you, my hefty friend, might be so startled that you would be rendered speechless. Ha! Are you doubting my courage? I dare say my bravery surpasses yours. Wu Xie chuckled, dismissing the stout man's banter. This 3-dimensional maze was governed by an exceptionally precise measuring mechanism. The young man stated, now that the seawater has flooded this area, the weight should be balanced and all the burial passages should be revealed. I just noticed a new path intersecting the original passage. Presumably, that upward path leads to safety. As he speculated, fragments of his memory began to resurface, albeit incompletely. For the sake of everyone's safety, he proposed this course of action. This is indeed the path that Wu Xie traversed. It must be safe. Wu Xie responded in disbelief. Huh? Because I walked it is safe? Am I truly so formidable in the future glimpsed by Her Highness? Yet why do I feel so inadequate now? The stout man added. Can this Navi fellow really navigate the correct path? The young man mused. So this is what the future holds? Wu Xie curiously inquired, Your Highness, how should we proceed now? Su Mu shot him a glance, replying, I do not know. You might as well consult Xiaobai. The group paused, turning their attention to Xiaobai, who was merely 3 years old. Wu Xie and the stout man exchanged puzzled looks. Are we to let a Zongzi from the tomb lead the way? Your Highness, are you certain this Zongzi will not lead us into a dead end? The young man hesitated momentarily, then stepped forward, saying, I suspect there is a vertical shaft within this maze. All the mechanisms revolve around this shaft. We simply need to locate it to escape the maze and enter the true burial site. He spoke with conviction. The trio, having gleaned no useful insights from Su Mu's thoughts, decided to follow the young man's suggestion, with Su Mu trailing behind. After taking several steps, the young man suddenly halted, carefully examining the nearby tomb bricks. If we push this brick above, there should be a passage leading to the upper level. Wu Xie exclaimed, Huh? Push? Isn't that triggering a mechanism? The stout man interjected, How could I have overlooked this? Wang Songhai is a master of psychological warfare. The young man remarked. I was still exploring. How did she figure it out so quickly? Chapter 44. The Art of Deception under the young man's guidance. They traversed through 4 or 5 burial chambers until they arrived at a nondescript, somewhat narrow tomb chamber. There is a mechanism leading to the next level of the underground palace here. Wu Xie questioned, Really? We found it so easily? How did Her Highness discern the presence of these mechanisms? The stout man exclaimed, Treasures. Treasures, here I come. The young man inquired, Mechanism? Where? He began to search meticulously. Soon, he delivered a forceful punch to a specific spot on the ground. The sound of creaking doors filled the air, and the once unremarkable wall made of tomb bricks began to slowly crack open. The fissured wall transformed into 2 doors, which opened increasingly rapidly under their watchful gaze. After about 10 breaths, the doors swung fully open, revealing a staircase leading downward. Wu Xie remarked, "Is it truly this simple?" The stout man exclaimed, "Joyous tidings. After enduring so much, I finally see a glimmer of hope." The young man noted, "This underwater tomb extends even further downward? Quickly. Your lost memories from 20 years ago lie below." Wu Xie interjected. "Huh? Is the young man's amnesia so severe?" The stout man exclaimed, "Incredible. Is this the fulfillment of his desires?" The young man pondered, "My memories lost for 20 years? Although I have indeed lost many memories, 20 years is a significant span for me. Do I truly possess memories of this place?" Filled with uncertainty, the young man led the way while Wu Xie and the stout man followed closely behind. As they walked, Su Mu dispelled the azure barrier, for the seawater had receded. In an instant, a strong scent of the sea permeated the air, akin to standing directly beside a fishing ground. Wu Xie rubbed his nose. "Surely the water from the maze will not surge back, will it?" The stout man reassured him, "Impossible. You must trust in the master's prowess. This is a genuine tomb. No matter how unpleasant the master may be, he would never destroy his own burial site. That would be a grave taboo in ancient times." As soon as the stout man's words fell, a resounding rumble echoed from behind them. The group immediately halted to listen. Soon, the young man deduced that the sound originated from heavy objects crashing to the ground, likely the two tomb chambers that had been submerged in seawater plummeting to the ocean floor. "Not to worry, we shall proceed." After approximately 10 minutes descending the staircase, Su Mu's fingertips ignited with a glow, illuminating a vast expanse ahead. Upon witnessing this immense space, Su Mu's eyebrows arched. "Wow, this area is truly expansive, yet remarkably dark." Indeed, only by experiencing it firsthand can one obtain the most complete experience. Wu Xie quipped, "Does Her Highness view this descent into the tomb as a form of tourism? A complete experience?" The stout man added, "In such a vast area, there isn't even a coffin? How disappointing." The young man cast a sidelong glance at Su Mu, who appeared to be in a semi-dazed state, gazing at the vastness before them, his lips quivering slightly. In the safest place, he certainly knows how to choose a spot. Wu Xie and the stout man were instantly invigorated. One relished deciphering mysteries, the other sought treasures, and in this safest of places, their excitement was palpable. Only the young man remained, standing in a daze, his expression vacant and helpless. By the way, Wu Xie mentioned that this space is imbued with the art of deception, although the exit has long been destroyed. Upon hearing Su Mu's thoughts, Wu Xie jolted with surprise. "Did I just say this space contains the art of deception? Am I truly so impressive? How was I unaware of this?" Right. I only appear formidable in the future glimpsed by Her Highness. As for the damaged exit, is it not still an exit? Surely Her Highness can repair it? If I locate the broken exit, I could earn her favor. I must perform splendidly before Her Highness this time." The stout man remarked, "The art of deception? My word, can Wang Songhai truly delve into such esoteric matters? I wonder if he left behind any of the precious texts on Qi Men Dunjia that he studied. Such treasures are indeed rare. If I were to master Qi Men Dunjia, would it not imply that no burial site could hinder my path?"
Hehe.
The rotund fellow couldn't help but wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. Wu Xie surveyed the surroundings and suddenly exclaimed, "I see it. There exists a Qi Men Dunjia formation here. Let me uncover this life gate." "Just you?" Wu Xie replied, "Might you not have a bit more faith in me?" "Your Highness?" The rotund man chimed in. "Well said, Your Highness." "Haha, should Wu Xie fail to find the life gate, it shall be up to me." He too began to search around. The young man, lost in thought, was suddenly jolted by a loud exclamation. The outburst drew his attention, and soon he heard the rotund fellow exclaim, "What on earth, is that a foreign script?" Wu Xie could not help but laugh in exasperation. How could there possibly be foreign characters within an ancient tomb of the Ming dynasty? Come see for yourself. Although my education is not extensive, I can still recognize it. Wu Xie sighed and approached to examine the text closely. "Stop looking, you won't comprehend it. That is a mark left by the young man." Just as Wu Xie discerned the writing on the wall, he heard Su Mu's inner voice. "Ah, a mark left by the young man? Indeed, it is foreign script." He instinctively glanced at the young man, who had not approached this area since he had descended. Has the young man been here before? Could it be that the treasures of this place have already been claimed by him? The young man, bewildered, responded, "I left a mark? I was here 20 years ago and left a mark?" With a profound sense of confusion, he walked towards Wu Xie. Upon seeing the series of symbols on the wall, he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Wu Xie waved his hand in front of the immobile young man. "Young man? What's wrong?" The rotund fellow curiously approached as well. "Ah." The rotund fellow mused, "I wonder if the young man left any treasures for me from 20 years ago." It appeared he was momentarily lost in thought. "Stop staring, Wu Xie. Hurry and find the life gate." The rotund man declared victoriously, "However, I assure you, I shall find the life gate before you." Wu Xie retorted, "Do you think Qi Men Dunjia is so easily deciphered?" The rotund man dismissed Wu Xie and turned to search the surroundings. Wu Xie, resigned, began to examine the area as well. However, His attention was soon captivated by the statue at the center of the space. Curious, the rotund fellow approached Wuxia. So, have you found the life gate? Wuxia shook his head. No, this statue of a monkey meant to pacify the sea is rather peculiar. It bears a resemblance to the sea monkey that your highness subdued. Su Mu glanced at Wuxia, who was intrigued by the statue, and felt a slight amusement.
Oh.
Wuxia, I did give you a chance. When I uncover the life gate, do not shed tears. Wuxia exclaimed, I am an adult.
How could I possibly cry?
The rotund man chuckled. Indeed, your highness speaks wisely. Su Mu summoned the system's marketplace to explore the abilities she desired. Soon, she found her target, Qimen Dunjia. This intricate knowledge required 1,000 seeds of the Hydra Cypress for exchange. Su Mu glanced at her balance, feeling a slight unease. She had already redeemed numerous abilities during this expedition, and her stock of Hydra Cypress seeds was dwindling. However, the urgently needed Qimen Dunjia was still within reach. Upon completing the exchange, a wealth of complex knowledge materialized in Su Mu's mind. She willingly embraced and absorbed this knowledge, swiftly mastering it as if she had been practicing for decades. As she opened her eyes to survey the space around her, her mind conjured a bagua array that corresponded with the area. With an ample understanding of the subject, Su Mu began to search for the life gate. The sensation of having her mind filled with knowledge was utterly captivating. Yet, upon applying what she had just learned, to her surprise, she discovered that the life gate had vanished. The configuration of Qimen Dunjia had been deliberately disrupted, transforming what was once a life gate into a dead end. Moreover, the individual responsible for this destruction possessed considerable expertise in Qimen Dunjia. With Su Mu's current level 1 proficiency, she could not discern how to restore it. Well, it seems I must showcase my true skills, she mused, investing more seeds of the Hydra Cypress to elevate her Qimen Dunjia level to 5. With this enhancement, she surveyed her surroundings anew.
Wuxia,
determined not to lose, was engrossed in his studies when he suddenly heard Su Mu's thoughts and froze. Does even your highness need to display her true abilities? Wuxia nearly succumbed to despair. Was the Qimen Dunjia of this place truly too advanced? He shook off the fleeting thought of surrender. Now was the present, and the future awaited. One day, I shall comprehend this Qimen Dunjia. After raising her proficiency to level 5, the space transformed entirely in Su Mu's eyes. What had previously seemed insignificant now appeared indispensable. Upon a cursory glance, she discerned that at least 95% of the items in the space were essential and even untouchable. Having fully grasped the Qimen Dunjia within this space, it naturally followed that she understood how to repair the damaged life gate. Just as the rotund man pretended to search for the life gate, he suddenly noticed a figure lurking in the shadows of a corner. Alarmed, he thought, who is that? Alive or dead? Could it be the corpse of a previous Tomb Raider? He swallowed hard and bravely crept closer. As he approached the shadow, it abruptly turned its head. The figure's eyes reflected the flickering light, cold and piercing, causing the rotund man's heart to chill. Startled, he yelped and jumped high in fright. Holy moly! There's a ghost. In a flurry, he fumbled in his backpack for a crowbar, aiming to strike the figure's head. At that moment, the shadow spoke. It's me. Recognizing the familiar voice, the rotund man froze. Young man? He retrieved a flashlight from his bag and illuminated the figure before him. Indeed, it was the young man. Though his expression was rather difficult to interpret, the rotund man glanced behind him and then back at the young man. Why had he stealthily come over here to frighten him? Just then, Wuxia, alerted by the commotion, approached as well. Upon seeing the young man's pale visage, as though he had suffered some immense trauma, even his gaze betrayed a sense of lifelessness. Wuxia was taken aback and hurriedly shone the flashlight on the young man's body. Are you alright? Why does your expression look so grim? Have you been injured or seen something unsettling? Realizing the young man's demeanor, Su Mu concluded. It seems he is recalling events from 20 years ago and is now in a daze. Wuxia exclaimed, What? Is it true? Can one truly remember something from 20 years ago? Such distant memories can still resurface? The rotund man remarked. I wonder what the young man experienced 20 years ago that now causes him to appear so dazed. Brother, she truly hit the nail on the head. I have indeed been to this place. But how much does she really know? Is it possible that she is aware of everything? He shook his head and slowly began to recount the memories that resurfaced. 20 years ago, you followed Wu Sanqing and Chun Wenjin to this graveyard, using the guise of an archaeological team. Brother, Wuxia, ha, fatty, this is hilarious. Even brother's own memories can be spoiled, ha 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 ha. Speaking of which, did the princess possess this prophetic ability while watching the drama series? If so, wouldn't that mean she could spoil it for herself? After a brief silence, brother began to reminisce about events from 20 years prior. Fortunately, only he could hear the princess's inner thoughts. Otherwise, Wuxia would have been spoiled too. Wuxia, incredible. First, I hear the princess's inner thoughts, and then brother elaborates. If I weren't the only one able to hear the princess's thoughts, I might suspect brother was improvising based on her hints. Fatty, this is utterly tormenting. When can we go treasure hunting? Brother, could you possibly refrain from speaking? I'd prefer to only hear the princess. Thankfully, brother couldn't hear her thoughts. Otherwise, knowing his character, he would have already fallen silent. Chen Wenjin is styling her hair. To be honest, I'm quite curious about what Chen Wenjin looks like to have left brothers so mesmerized. Wu Xia. Goodness, how beautiful must Chen Wenjin be to captivate even brother, the taciturn one? Fatty. No matter how beautiful, she cannot compare to our princess. Just mere superficial beauty. Brother. Sometimes, I feel that not hearing her thoughts is, in fact, a more fortunate circumstance. Then, you imitated Chen Wenjin's movements and discovered the entrance to the secret passage. I know, the third hidden door. Wu Xia. The third hidden door is indeed the entrance. I heard it. Fatty. Great. We can prepare to search for treasure. Brother felt a long-forgotten sense of unease. Patiently, he narrated the memories of the past. Everyone understood that the third hidden door was indeed the entrance. The group swiftly moved to the third hidden door. Brother approached, fumbled a bit, and then opened the door. Upon seeing the entrance swing open, Fatty became instantly excited. It's open. Behind this must be the true resting place of the tomb's owner. After all the trap set for me, I must have a good chat with him. Fatty exclaimed, pulling out a flashlight from his backpack and rushing inside. Wu Xia felt a surge of excitement as well. Seeing Fatty rush in, he followed closely behind. Brother sighed helplessly and trailed after them. Su Mu, have you forgotten something? Well, what S meant to come will eventually arrive. Wu Xia. Huh? Why did the princess suddenly express such sentiments? Fatty, I get it. The princess is implying that my treasure will certainly not be taken from me. Brother, why does this make me feel a bit anxious? Chapter 46. The shift of life and death following the group through the entrance. A while later, Su Mu remarked. Fatty is truly bold. I just wonder if he will still be so daring when he realizes the walls are beginning to close in. Brother. The ominous feeling has come true. She indeed knows there is danger here. Wu Xia. I just remembered. The princess mentioned that this entrance is cursed. It has turned into a death door. I was so excited that I let Fatty lead the way astray. Although I am also quite anxious. I suddenly wonder how Fatty would react if he knew this. Fatty, is it too late for me to turn back now? I regret it so much. It feels like my insides are turning green. Damn it. Wang Songhai really is no human. Does the princess have any remedy for regret? Had I known the walls could close in, I would never have gone ahead. Fatty, in a state of panic, walked at the front. Knowing there was danger ahead, he couldn't show it and had to pretend to be oblivious. Fatty expressed his deep frustration, walking while bracing his hands against the walls. To Wu Xia, it seemed as if Fatty was afraid of falling. As they proceeded, Fatty suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell?" Wu Xia jumped in surprise and angrily retorted, "When will you learn to curb your tendency to shout at every little thing?" Fatty shouted back, "When have I shouted? This is seriously bizarre. Come see, there are two skeletons here that perished together." Hearing this, Wu Xia grew curious. Two skeletons that perished together? Approaching closer, Wu Xia saw the skeletons Fatty pointed out. Goodness, they're still standing? Wu Xia stared in amazement at the two skeletons before him. Their hands were thrust into each other's chests, even breaking the protective ribs. It appeared as though they had simultaneously struck out, piercing one another's hearts. Goodness, this is indeed eerie. Wu Xia thought to himself that had he been leading the way, he would likely have screamed just like Fatty. At that moment, brother suddenly spoke. There is something happening. The walls are closing in. Startled, Fatty, who was at the front, quickly pressed his hands against the walls. However, he found he couldn't even stretch his arms. All because he was distracted by the two skeletons before him. What retreat? The hidden door has already locked itself. Hearing this inner voice, Wu Xia felt a chill. It's over. We're doomed. He could already see the lights of life flashing before his eyes. Fatty, I don't want to die yet. Brother, at this moment, remain calm. We must stay composed. Alas, it seems I must take action. Little White.
Go.
In that moment, the princess's seemingly cold voice sounded like a melody to Wu Xia. The benevolent and magnificent princess was stepping in to save them.
They were saved.
Little White's figure instantly vanished from sight. Following that, a booming sound echoed. With sheer force, Little White broke open the self-locking hidden door. Let us go first. The team turned around, with Su Mu, who had been trailing at the back, now leading the way. Fatty collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. This journey nearly gave him a heart attack. Wu Xia, you scared me to death. I must remember this lesson. I can never forget the princess's inner thoughts. I need to find a way to transform the princess's thoughts into words. Princess, do you know why this entrance transformed into a death door? Su Mu chuckled lightly, saying, because the mystical formations here have been disrupted. The one who disrupted it is a master. It's normal that you can't tell. Wu Xia's eyes brightened. Do you have a way, princess? Su Mu nodded, then looked at Little White beside her. Move that stone over there. Su Mu pointed toward the darkness in the distance, instructing Little White. Little White immediately flew over. Wu Xia watched in astonishment. Is that all it takes? Su Mu nodded, saying, yes, that is all it takes. The stone I asked Little White to move was misplaced. It should have been positioned in the correct location of the 9 palaces, but it was moved to the wrong spot, causing chaos and leading to the creation of death doors everywhere. However, I have corrected it now. Wu Xia, it seems I've been reading a counterfeit version of Qi Men Dunjia. Fatty, what is the princess talking about? I should understand all these characters, right? Little brother, impressive. What else could she possibly not know? With a heart full of trepidation, Wu Xia once again stepped into the threshold of life and death. Upon entering, he resolutely pressed his hands against the walls. It wasn't that he doubted the princess. Rather, he was unnerved by the imposing walls surrounding him.
Hey,
There's truly no issue now, Fatty exclaimed as he followed closely behind Wu Xia, his mind racing with possibilities. Perhaps it was time to seize the lead position? After all, those at the forefront were bound to discover valuable treasures. Soon, they arrived at the location where the white bones had been recently uncovered. By the way, climbing up from here, Wu Xia will see those critically important blood characters. I can't let Wu Xia miss out because of me. How should I convey this to him? Wu Xia, Critical blood characters for me? What do they say? Your Highness, could you possibly share a hint? Fatty, are they crucial for Wu Xia, but not for me, then? I'm starting to entertain the idea of acting independently. Little brother. Oh, it's that set of blood characters. Remarkable, I know about it too. At that moment, Wu Xia suddenly raised his flashlight and looked up. Why are these 2 white bones here? He casually shook his head but unexpectedly discovered a hidden tunnel near the ceiling. Look over there. How could there be a tunnel? Fatty paused, gazing upward with suspicion. Was Wu Xia's mind truly this erratic? Staring at the bones on the ground, he was suddenly looking up. Ah, yes, it's right here. Climb up quickly. Ascend with all haste. Up there, you shall witness blood characters that will impact your life forever. Wu Xia. Since the princess has said so, I must ascend to take a look. With that, Wu Xia retrieved a crowbar and forcefully struck it into the wall. Shall we go up and investigate? Little brother nodded, producing his own crowbar from his backpack and inserting it into the wall. Wu Xia, such strength. I envy it greatly. Fatty, I suddenly no longer wish to act independently. With the combined efforts of the 3, they swiftly began their ascent. Su Mu stood on the ground, examining the 2 white bones. After a meticulous investigation, she concluded that these standing bones had only taken on this form due to external forces after becoming skeletal. As for why the bones were standing, the long black hair blended into the darkness, so Wu Xia and his companions had failed to notice this detail. Having resolved a lingering question in her mind, Su Mu utilized her abilities to levitate slowly into the air. Here we are, Wu Xia exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 47, The Forbidden Woman. When Su Mu floated before the tunnel, she realized it was so small that only a child could pass through. Miscalculation. I had intended to use this passage to capture the Forbidden Woman as a labor, but I never anticipated it would be this tiny. Fatty, overhearing Su Mu's thoughts, was suddenly taken aback. The Forbidden Woman? Did I just hear that term from the princess's thoughts? And she knows there is a Forbidden Woman in this tomb? Fatty was bewildered, panicked, and terrified. Little brother, I told you, she doesn't follow the conventional paths for a reason. Wu Xia had already spotted the blood characters and was staring blankly at them. Wu Sanqing harmed me. By the way, this is the line of characters. You must remember it clearly, especially their arrangement. Wu Xia, is there something wrong with the arrangement? Fatty, don't block the way. Little brother, being able to fly is quite advantageous. Little brother finally reached the tunnel. He glanced at the narrow passage and hesitated briefly before using his shrinking bone technique to slip into the tomb. Seeing little brother transform into a youthful figure and squeeze into the tunnel, Su Mu's eyes lit up. This is splendid. If I could assume the form of a small child like Xiao Bai, I could enter as well. Fatty. Wait, are we talking about a 3-year-old princess? I'm oddly curious to see that. Little brother, could she possibly know the shrinking bone technique too? At this point, Su Mu had already opened the system shop. Soon, she discovered a skill. Transformative metamorphosis. One of the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang, the practitioner could be male, female, old, young, divine beast, or strange creature, capable of changing into any form of the world. Seeing this, Su Mu immediately chose to exchange for it. This was one of the 36 transformations. The transformative metamorphosis required 1,000 hydrocyper seeds, but Su Mu deemed it worthwhile. After deducting the seeds from her account, a warm current surged from the back of her head into her body. In less than 3 seconds, Su Mu mastered the transformative metamorphosis. With a snap of her fingers, her form shrank as if air was escaping from a balloon. Soon, she was reduced to the size of a 3-year-old, even her clothing mirroring this transformation. This change reflected her innermost thoughts. The clearer the image in her mind, the more reasonable the transformation. With a gentle leap, 3-year-old Su Mu jumped into the narrow tunnel. Standing alongside Xiao Bai, he stared at the 3-year-old Su Mu, wide-eyed and speechless. Fatty's face twitched twice. Is this really what the princess looked like at 3? Absolutely adorable. But where was her voice? To hear Su Mu speak, Fatty feigned curiosity. Your Highness, what are you doing? Su Mu chuckled. I don't want to crawl forward.
So here I am.
Fatty. Her voice hasn't changed. It's still that of an adult. What a pity. I am a princess, after all. You wouldn't want me to crawl through this tunnel, would you? Wu Xia. I can only say, the princess truly excels. Fatty. This reasoning is impeccable, leaving him with no retort. Little brother. Incredible. Though I appear as a 3-year-old child, my abilities remain unchanged. No one would dare question your current capabilities. Fatty chuckled wryly. Just as he was about to crawl forward, he reconsidered. Forget it, let Wu Xia take the lead. After waiting a while, Wu Xia finally committed the blood characters to memory. He glanced once more at the characters at the tunnel's entrance, a complex expression on his face as he attempted to pass Fatty. At that moment, little brother suddenly blocked him, saying, I'll go first. Little brother, according to her, there is a forbidden woman in this tunnel. If we let the defenseless Wu Xia go ahead, he would surely meet a grim fate. To prevent such a situation,
I shall lead the way.
Wu Xia. Upon hearing this, Fatty clapped his hands and exclaimed, Brilliant. Please go ahead. Unable to perform the shrinking bone technique, he curled himself into a ball to allow little brother to pass. Little brother, having used the technique, nodded to Fatty and proceeded forward. The tunnel was extremely narrow, clearly hastily excavated in a state of desperation. The soil within had not been properly cleared, and the tunnel itself appeared as if it had been gnawed by dogs. Utterly chaotic. As they progressed, they noticed the flashlight's beam dimming, as if it were running out of power. Oh no, is the forbidden woman already setting a trap? As little brother crawled forward, a wave of anxiety washed over him, prompting him to exercise even greater caution. Fatty. The princess is truly employing a dull knife to cut flesh. She keeps saying the forbidden woman is nearby, yet she never appears. This is messing with my mind. Wu Xia felt his limbs grow cold, and suddenly recalled the incident where Su Mu used fire to attack the ghost woman. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting him to retrieve a firecracker from his backpack. Without hesitation, he struck it alight. With fire came warmth, and the icy chill in Wu Xia's limbs began to dissipate. Even the surrounding darkness seemed to retreat somewhat. Wu Xia exhaled in relief, but just as he caught his breath, the flame in his hand extinguished abruptly. In that instant, he sensed a figure, imbued with a nauseating, fishy scent, lunging into his embrace. At that moment, Wu Xia could already envision where he would bury himself. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an overwhelming survival instinct surged within him. He cried out in terror, brandishing the flashlight to strike the figure in his arms. A dull thud echoed, followed by the irate voice of the fatty. What the hell are you doing, you naive fool? The fatty clutched his head, pointing at Wu Xia as he berated him. There's a ghost. A ghost. Wu Xia frantically clawed at his chest, yet found no trace of the figure. It's the ghost woman. That thing just dove into my clothes, he exclaimed in horror. But upon looking around, he found nothing amiss. The fatty rubbed his head, glaring at Wu Xia in annoyance. Can you at least make sure of what you're hitting before you strike? If it weren't for my tough skin, you would have sent me straight to the afterlife. Wu Xia thought to himself, at a time like this fat fool still has the audacity to joke around. That ghost woman is right beside us. I indeed saw her. The ghost woman has appeared, and she is targeting Wu Xia fiercely. It seems your nature of attracting filthy entities is starting to manifest. Fatty, did you hear that? The princess herself confirmed the ghost woman's presence. Wu Xia felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Do I really have a knack for attracting these vile entities? Can't I just explore the tomb in peace? If revenge is in order, it's the tomb's mummies that should go after that fat fool. He asked the genuine tomb raider here. Wu Xia lamented silently.
Wow.
So the naive one has a talent for attracting dirty entities? I must take him with me the next time I venture into a tomb. While he attracts the filth, I'll be busy collecting treasures. Oh, splendid. The young master remarked. Wu Xia possesses such troublesome traits? He calmly patted Wu Xia on the shoulder. Stay calm. That thing fears fire. The young master picked up the fallen firecracker and placed it firmly in Wu Xia's grasp. Hold on tight, and don't drop it again. Wu Xia nodded vigorously, clutching the firecracker tightly. Seeing this, the fatty also snapped off a firecracker to hold in his hand.
Oh.
So that's what the ghost woman looks like. Truly, she is quite hideous.
Hey.
Why did she only show herself to me for a moment before hiding in her hair? Hearing Su Mu's thoughts, Wu Xia turned in surprise to see her, lingering at the back of the group, now enveloped by a mass of black hair. From the outside, it appeared as though her hair had formed a ball, completely concealing her within. Wu Xia was about to hurl the firecracker at the dark locks when he heard Su Mu softly command, "Fire." In an instant, the black hair surrounding Su Mu was entirely engulfed in flames, leaving only wisps of smoke behind. The fatty exclaimed, as expected of the princess. That flame is ferocious, much stronger than our firecrackers. Chapter 48. The Ghost Woman's Abode, the fatty's explosive art. Su Mu attempted to immobilize the ghost woman with a binding spell. However, it seemed the creature possessed an acute sense of danger, as Su Mu's 3 attempts to bind it were thwarted by its strands of hair. Goodness. This ghost woman possesses quite a bit of intelligence. Enraged, Su Mu unleashed the southern bright fire, incinerating all the hair entangling her. Yet, by that time, the ghost woman had already fled, leaving only curling smoke behind. Wu Xie sighed. Princess, you turned the tide. Well done. The fatty remarked, astonished. The princess didn't finish off the ghost woman directly? Could it be that she is formidable? Is it going to take some real prowess from the princess to subdue her? The young master advised, it's best to avoid provoking this ghost woman. Just as Wu Xie was about to respond, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back. A mournful wail echoed in their ears, reminiscent of a woman weeping in a dark corner. The sound sent shivers down Wu Xie's spine. The sobbing seemed to swirl around them, first appearing behind Wu Xie, then near the fatty. Both were gripped by terror, frantically waving their firecrackers to dispel the sound. Uft, this ghost woman is somewhat amusing. She knows how to scare. Wu Xie was on the verge of tears. Princess, why are you just standing there? This ghost woman is about to drive me insane. The fatty exclaimed, goodness. The surround sound crying is too intense. Why does this ghost woman not target the young master? Why does she only pick on us two soft targets? At that moment, Wu Xie and the fatty suddenly heard the wailing recede. It had moved towards the young master. The young master, startled, swiftly delivered a hook punch behind him. A dull thud sounded, followed by a cry of pain. Nice one. Wu Xie cheered. Well done. Let that bastard scare me. The fatty exclaimed. I think you two are celebrating too soon. This thing only grows fiercer with each blow. Wu Xie silently retrieved more firecrackers, igniting them. The fatty, feeling anxious, stealthily moved closer to the 3-year-old Su Mu. In this tomb filled with ghost women, only the princess's side offered him a semblance of safety. Before the fatty could reach Su Mu, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the tomb. The chilling shriek sent Wu Xie into a spiral of dread. It felt as though 100 burly men with skinning knives were approaching to flay him alive. Soon after, Wu Xie let out a harrowing scream, one that could make anyone's heart tremble. Seeing that she could not overpower the young master, the ghost woman resorted to underhanded tactics. The sound she emitted could plunge an ordinary person into profound fear, affecting even the young master to some extent. Though the fatty was somewhat bolder, he too, in this moment, was frantically swinging his crowbar at the surrounding air. Su Mu snapped her fingers gently, and the flames floating beside her surged 1,000-fold. In an instant, the orange-red flames engulfed the entire tomb. The ghost woman let out a desperate growl before vanishing, and the wave of terror dissipated. With her departure, everyone collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Xie clutched his chest, leaning weakly against the wall, gasping for air. Thank you, princess. The fatty sprawled on the ground, breathless. Thank you for saving my life, princess. Wu Xie remarked, young master, this fatty is quite impressive. This fatty's words are rather amusing. Wu Xie laughed, haha. It seems this fatty has made a blunder. The fatty protested, that shouldn't be. According to my calculations, the princess should be laughing at my antics. The young master and Wu Xie rested for about 10 minutes before barely regaining their strength. Next time I encounter that witch, I will certainly blow her up. The fatty vowed fiercely, pulling out 2 bundles of explosives from his backpack. Wu Xie watched, his eyelids twitching. Why do you bring explosives to every tomb?
Hey, you naive one. You just don't understand.
The plump fellow exclaimed dramatically to Wu Xie. This is not merely explosives. This is our lifeline. Just think about it. What if you encounter a door that cannot be opened? Blow it up. If you want to escape, but the shovel can't dig a tunnel, blast it loose. And if you run into that meddlesome ghoul and can't defeat it, blow it to bits. What is art, you ask? Explosions are art.
Ha ha ha.
Wu Xie retorted. Is there nothing else in your mind besides explosions? The plump fellow pondered for a moment and replied, demolition. You cultural types are always such a hassle. It's as simple as blowing things up, yet you insist I provide a more elegant term, right? Wu Xie sighed. That ghoul must have been injured by me. I wonder where it will hide. Next time I see it, I should just encircle it with flames to prevent its escape. Upon reflection, that ghoul is quite intelligent. It even knew to use its hair to block my binding spell. If I could enslave that ghoul as a labor, I would no longer need to worry about tending to the crops in this underwater tomb. Hearing Su Mu's thoughts, Wu Xie felt invigorated. The princess wishes to capture the ghoul for labor but is troubled by its elusive nature, right? A plan is in order. Did the princess not say I have the constitution to attract foul entities? I shall risk my life for her. The plump fellow chimed in, to be honest. If we could use that ghoul as a labor, it might be worth 100 normal ones. With all that hair, and its high intelligence, wouldn't it be equivalent to having many hands at our disposal? The prospect excited the young man. Dealing with that ghoul will be troublesome. If we can let it handle itself, the cemetery will become significantly safer. After a brief rest, the young man took the lead again. Just a few steps in, Wu Xie patted his shoulder. Let me take the lead. The young man paused, contemplated, and then nodded in agreement, understanding Wu Xie's intentions. He would use his ability to attract foul entities to lure the ghoul out. As the group continued forward, they soon stumbled upon a vertical tunnel descending straight down. Coincidentally, the area was somewhat spacious, and everyone gathered around the entrance in a circle. Wu Xie marveled. This is indeed a perfectly vertical hole. The plump fellow muttered. What kind of person could enter and exit through this hole? The young man whispered. It must be a tunnel dug by the ghoul. We might have found its hiding place. The plump fellow blinked, then realized. Are you suggesting that the hole leads to that ghoul's home? It's just a conjecture. I cannot be certain, the young man replied. Wu Xie's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Chapter 49. The Art of Explosion. Princess captures the ghoul. Wu Xie crouched before the cave, meticulously examining the walls of the vertical shaft. The markings of excavation were subtle, arranged in fine lines, smooth as if brushed with a steel wire. If the ghoul's lair lay beneath and it often ventured out, these marks would make perfect sense. Thus, this was indeed the ghoul's dwelling. Having confirmed his suspicion, Wu Xie casually sat beside the entrance of the ghoul's lair. He looked at the young man and asked, "What shall we do now?" The young man remained silent. "Let's be decisive. Plump fellow, quickly use your explosives to flush it out." Wu Xie interjected, No. This is a confined space." The plump fellow exclaimed in astonishment. "The princess actually wants me to use explosives?" "No problem. I will ensure the task is completed." The young man questioned, "Why doesn't she use her own powers?" The plump fellow scoffed and pulled out 5 bundles of explosives from his backpack, glaring at Wu Xie while holding a lighter in one hand and explosives in the other. "What now? What can we do?" Wu Xie gazed at the plump fellow and his explosives, thinking, I refuse to believe that this much explosive won't affect the ghoul. Wu Xie frowned. "You," the plump fellow interrupted. "I understand. Just be quiet. This is demolition, not mere explosions." Standing behind them, Sumu pondered. Haha, art is indeed explosions. Wu Xie exclaimed. Why is the princess also learning from that explosion fanatic? Quickly use your unmatched flames to devise a plan. You cannot descend into the path of destruction. The plump fellow exclaimed. The princess also enjoys explosions. I must perform well. The young man remarked. To be fair, in this situation, using explosives is indeed the best choice. Taking a deep breath, the plump fellow deftly bound the 5 bundles of explosives together. Wu Xie silently retreated behind Sumu, both out of fear of the explosive shockwave and concern for the ghoul's potential wrath after the blast. 5 bundles of explosives, in his view, were not enough to kill the ghoul outright. The plump fellow ignited the fuse and quickly tossed it into the vertical tunnel. He then immediately dropped to the ground, covering his ears with his hands. Approximately 5 seconds later, a faint popping sound echoed from below. The explosives had landed. 3, 2, 1. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the entire cemetery. The tremors were akin to an earthquake, emanating from the depths below. Wu Xie even fancied he could hear the waves above churning into a tsunami. The explosive sound was fierce yet fleeting. Aside from the slowly settling dust, nothing in the tunnel had changed. Su Mu, who had braced for impact, found herself somewhat speechless. I prepared my abilities, but this shockwave feels as light as a feather? Wu Xie pondered. Did I overestimate the power of those explosives? The plump fellow remarked. The explosion was too deep. Just how far has the ghoul dug? The young man clenched his fists, sensing the ghoul's aura. Oh, it's coming. The ghoul is approaching. Wu Xie gasped. Is it here? After being blasted, it will surely enter a frenzy. I must keep my distance. The plump fellow quietly hid behind Sumu. Princess, you are my only hope now. Please don't abandon me. Only the young man stood protectively in front of Sumu. After a brief silence, the ghoul's terrifying, wailing scream echoed from the cave. 3 seconds later, the ghoul's form emerged. They beheld a grotesquely swollen body, as if bloated by seawater, rising into the air, surrounded by an immense mass of hair. In the blink of an eye, orange flames engulfed the corpse, forming a hovering sphere. Wu Xie's scream was caught in his throat. He stared at the fiery mass, unsure of how to react. Should he cry out? At that moment, the plump fellow began cursing beside him. I thought this ghoul was formidable. Turns out it's no match for the princess. Well, he's an adult now. He mustn't scream at the slightest provocation. Su Mu's south bright fire began to contract, emitting the ghoul's mournful wails from within. It was still resisting. It continued to attempt to use its voice, which could amplify the deepest fears of humanity, to fight back. Su Mu chuckled coldly, extending her grasp toward the south bright fire. The ghoul within let out another piercing scream, but this time, the sound lacked its former potency. As the south bright fire continued to shrink, the ghoul's cries grew progressively weaker. By the time the fire had diminished by half, the ghoul's voice had vanished. Is this sufficient? Su Mu queried, uncertain. Let Xiao Bai take a look. Wu Xie, I fear, Your Highness, that you may have inadvertently caused its demise. The fat one, I feel this is excessively alarming. Perhaps, upon igniting the southern Ming fire, the spirit woman shall be reduced to ash. After positioning Xiao Bai near the southern Ming fire, Su Mu prepared to employ the immobilization technique. The moment the southern Ming fire flared, Su Mu softly uttered, still. The spirit woman, who lay motionless upon the ground, was ensnared in place. All present observed clearly that the spirit woman had not knelt as a result of the princess's immobilization spell. She had already knelt the moment the southern Ming fire was kindled. Su Mu, She has released the immobilization technique. Once liberated, the spirit woman began fervently bowing her head to Sumu. Wu Xia gazed at the spirit woman, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. He found himself feeling a tinge of pity for her. Admittedly, her body, swollen and pale from the water, with singed hair barely remaining, and her tattered garments, could easily be mistaken for an ordinary person if not scrutinized closely. After a moment of silence, Sumu retrieved the entity contract scroll and tossed it before the spirit woman. This creature possesses remarkable intelligence. It is likely but a step away from speech. Wu Xia. So, it has indeed achieved sentience. No wonder it is so adept at assessing the situation. The fat one, what a pity. If I possessed your highness's abilities, the world's burial treasures would all belong to me. What a shame. The young man, the existence of a spirit woman is already a rarity. For it to possess such high intelligence is even more astonishing. How did this being come into existence? The spirit woman deftly tore open the scroll and, adopting the most humble posture, began to kowtow to Sumu. Upon sensing the connection established with her, Sumu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This way, the spirit woman shall serve as one of my laborers. Wu Xia, congratulations, your highness. You have acquired yet another capable laborer. The fat one, congratulations, your highness. The young man, Chapter 50, and Ning reappears, the mysterious hexagonal bell. After the spirit woman became Sumu's laborer, eager to demonstrate her worth, she continued to bow before Sumu while gesturing towards the direction of the tunnel. Observing her actions, everyone realized she intended to lead the way. Goodness? This entity has truly achieved sentience? The fat one exclaimed in astonishment. Wu Xia rubbed his temples. She was already sentient. Why the surprise? Though he too felt a sense of shock, he refrained from overreacting like the fat one. Wu Xia then turned to Sumu. Your highness, how shall we proceed?
Sumu shot him a glance.
Are you suggesting we follow something from the grave? What are you thinking? Wu Xia fell silent, acknowledging the validity of her point. He nodded. Very well, I shall lead the way. That is better, Wu Xia. If you hesitate, what will become of your third uncle? Wu Xia. Speaking of which, I came here in search of my third uncle, didn't I? Had it not been for your highness's reminder, I would have thought myself an archaeologist. The fat one, right? We haven't seen a trace of the fake third uncle.
Who should be worried about him?
Surely, hasn't he forgotten? Wu Xia shook his head, organized his belongings, and led the group onward. After traversing the narrow tunnel for a while, they arrived at a relatively spacious burial chamber. In the center of the chamber, Wu Xia beheld a dazzling tree. He paused for a moment, then grew suspicious. Where is this place? How could such a tree exist here? Goodness, this must be a treasure. The fat one's eyes widened at the sight of the resplendent tree. How much could this be worth? Not worth much, merely coral priced at 18 yuan per pound. Before the fat one could approach, he was taken aback by the princess's inner voice. The fat one? How is that possible? This tree is so beautiful. It cannot possibly be worth only 18 yuan per pound. Wu Xia, is this truly so undervalued? Unsure. I must investigate further. The young man, her eyesight is impressive. She can see so well from such a distance. The group jumped into the burial chamber, surrounding the magnificent tree. As they drew closer, Wu Xia discerned that the resplendent tree was crafted from coral. With a display base, it stood approximately 15 meters tall, entirely composed of red coral. Embedded among the coral were reflective stone fragments, creating a symmetrical and exquisite form. Without considering its historical value, it might sell for 20 yuan per pound in the outside market, primarily due to the abundant supply of such coral. As for its dazzling appearance, that was merely a result of the flames from the princess's fingertips reflecting off it. The fat one rubbed his hands together, increasingly enamored with the coral tree. Surely, this must be quite valuable. Alas, the market outside is flooded with such items. It tops out at 18 yuan per pound. The fat one could hardly believe it. He glanced at the young man, who slowly nodded in agreement. This is disheartening. The fat one lamented. Something so visually appealing, yet so inexpensive? Wu Xia chuckled. Its abundance is the reason for its low value. The fat one. If this were in the Ming dynasty, it would indeed command a high price. But, oh fat one, have you considered what era we are in? Wu Xia. The princess is absolutely right. What era are we in? The 21st century. Such things are no longer rare. The fat one. My heart aches. After finally encountering something magnificent, it turns out to be worthless. The young man, coral may be common. Yet the bell hanging from the coral has significant implications. He pointed at the coral tree and said, Look at that.
What is that?
The group followed his gesture.
Goodness.
A hexagonal bell? Wu Xia gasped, stepping back several paces. This object can create illusions. The fat one's expression shifted as he retreated beside Wu Xia. This object also appeared in the tomb of King Lu Shang. Upon hearing Su Mu's inner voice, Wu Xia immediately recalled that he had indeed discovered such an item in King Lu Shang's tomb. How did this come to be here? Wu Xia could not restrain his curiosity. Does this object have any connection to the owner of this tomb? The fat one blinked in confusion. He could accept identifying treasures. But guessing the origins of this item left him utterly in the dark. Could it be that the tomb's owner brought it from King Lushan's tomb? Or has the craftsmanship of such items been passed down to the Ming dynasty? The fat one pondered, stroking his chin. He then looked at Wu Xie. Goodness. After so long in the tomb, have you deduced the identity of the tomb's owner? It is Wang Songhai, that master craftsman from the Ming dynasty. Wang Songhai. Wu Xie. Thankfully, the fat one cannot hear the princess's thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely stop asking me. The fat one, alas. Every day is a performance. If it weren't for my reading that book, I'd have no idea how to continue this act. The young man, Wang Songhai. Wu Xie cleared his throat and said, observing the maze of this tomb and these mechanisms, I suspect it belongs to the most renowned architectural master of the Ming dynasty.
Wang Ganhai.
He was involved in the design of most of the Ming dynasty's imperial tombs, as I read in a book. The fat one listened, stroking his chin. I wonder if this fellow left behind many treasures in the tomb. Just as Wu Xie was about to continue explaining to the fat one, he rolled his eyes. So, this glutton only cares about burial goods, huh? TSK, I won't bother explaining. The fat one searched the burial chamber twice, without finding a single treasure. Wu Xie examined the chamber for a while, and then led the group onward. As far as I have observed, tomb chambers are generally symmetrical. We have discovered one such chamber here, which suggests that there must be a corresponding chamber in the opposite location. Between these two symmetrical tomb chambers lies the main burial passage. The stout man exclaimed, are we about to uncover the true burial site of Wang Songhai? Wu Xie nodded in affirmation. The group continued onward, and not long after, Wu Xie noticed that the passage turned to the right. He quickened his pace. Soon, the expansive main tomb passage revealed itself to the group. It appeared that we were on the left side of the main passage. Just as Wu Xie spoke, he stepped into the main passage. Upon entering, he immediately noticed a vast hall on his left. Wu Xie was taken aback. The stout man spotted a corpse sitting cross-legged at the center of the hall. Remarkable. It seems we have indeed found the main burial chamber. He rubbed his hands together and excitedly moved forward. Unbeknownst to him, not far ahead on the ground lay a figure. As he approached, he stumbled over the figure. Damn it, who would be so malicious as to set a trap here? Su Mu glanced at the ground, musing to herself, is that a Ning? I never expected her to be here. Wu Xie exclaimed, a Ning? The one who tried to get me killed? The stout man added, a Ning? How did she end up here? Could it be that she has stolen my treasures? Chapter 51. The infighting of the trio. The princess's methods are truly impressive. How could a Ning, who had long since fled, be here? Wu Xie felt a headache coming on. But now this individual stood before him. What was he to do? Observing a Ning lying on the ground, her face pale from being soaked by seawater, Wu Xie sighed and helped her to lean against the wall. The stout man approached. What happened to her? The young man pried open a Ning's eyelids and said, she has fainted. Feigning, Wu Xie thought, startled. Feigning unconsciousness? The stout man exclaimed, I knew this person was no good. The young man asked, is it possible that I misjudged? He looked again, uncertain. Wasn't her rolling eye indicative of her being unconscious? The stout man glanced at Wu Xie and whispered, what should we do? It's not uncommon for someone to die in a tomb. Should we just take care of her? Wu Xie replied, what are you thinking? That's murder. Just last month, he was merely an ordinary antique shop owner. How could he so readily resort to killing? His heart had not darkened to that extent. Oh ho ho, the stout man is quite impressive, a character capable of taking decisive action. The stout man exclaimed, did you hear that? The princess praised me. Wu Xie questioned, does the princess truly mean we should kill a Ning? The young man turned to the stout man, who whispered, since Wu Xie cannot do it, shall we carry her into the previous chamber and deal with her there? Wu Xie retorted, am I blind? The stout man suggested, you could choose to be selectively blind. How Navi, you can't do it, but I can take care of it. Let me tell you, the more beautiful a woman is, the more one must not underestimate her. You must have read about femme fatale. Why do I feel like the stout man is mocking me? The stout man replied, of course, except for the great and benevolent princess. Wu Xie scoffed, a fair weather friend. The young man remarked, the stout man is likely not doing this intentionally. He said coolly, I see and hear nothing. Wu Xie stared at him in disbelief. How can you never mind? The young man had never been particularly kind. He was aware of that. The stout man was as well. To say that the stout man had not taken a life before would be hard to believe. So, was a Ning's fate now in his hands? After all, the stout man and the young man would certainly not care about this woman's life or death. Wow, the stout man and the young man. Are they allowing the Navi one to grow up? Unfortunately, they will ultimately be disappointed. How could someone who cannot even bear to step on an ant possibly harm a living person? Wu Xie remarked, Your Highness, you are exaggerating. Who hasn't he inadvertently crushed an ant? The stout man exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Xie, both aware that the Navi one could not make such a decision. The young man sighed inwardly. The nickname naive was truly well-deserved. The stout man clapped his hands and stood up. Fine. Since the Navi one cannot bear to see this viper die here, I shall set aside that thought. Hey, this person has been pretending all along. Death may be avoided, but living punishment cannot. No, I must remind them. Before Sumu could speak, she saw the stout man adjust Ning's position. Just as Sumu's gaze filled with confusion, she witnessed the stout man deliver a resounding slap across Ning's face. The sound echoed through the tomb. Even Wang Songhai, who was asleep, could have been startled awake by such a noise. Wake up, you dead witch. Don't think I can't see that you're pretending to be unconscious. Wu Xie stood there, dumbfounded, having never anticipated the stout man would act this way. The young man raised an eyebrow. How did the stout man discern that Ning was feigning? Sumu could not help but raise her eyebrows. Is the stout man's perception so sharp? It seems there is no need for a reminder. The stout man spat and said to Wu Xie, let me tell you, Navi One, this person is the best at acting. Don't be fooled by her seemingly delicate appearance. She has surely studied the art of performance. Wu Xie, the young man, Sumu. The stout man, having said this, reached his right hand back. Seeing this, Wu Xie hurriedly positioned himself in front of the unconscious Ning. Don't do that. You've already slapped her once. She hasn't woken up yet. What kind of person can pretend to this extent? The stout man raised an eyebrow, his eyes darting around, then sighed and lowered his hand. Just then, he suddenly widened his eyes, trembling as he pointed to his right front. Wang Songhai has come back to life. The stout man's demeanor did not seem feigned. It was evident that he was genuinely frightened. Wu Xie instinctively turned to look. Then, two crisp slaps echoed once more. Upon hearing them, Wu Xie realized he had been deceived by the stout man. You dare to trick me? The young man, who had not diverted his gaze from Wu Xie's face the entire time, revealed a look of utter foolishness in his clear, Navi eyes. Just look at the young man's expression. I bet he is thinking how truly Navi and troublesome this one is. The young man. When would she finally rid herself of those absurd thoughts? Wu Xie. Damn. The stout man. Is the young man really this greasy? The stout man instinctively glanced at the young man beside him. The young man pursed his lips, wanting to argue but at a loss for words. At this moment, Ning, forgotten by everyone, lay on the ground, squinting her eyes to observe the situation. Just then, Sumu's gaze landed on Ning's face. Oh. Ning is quite resilient. There's no choice. The Navi one is truly too Navi. I must take action. As Wu Xie felt a chill run down his spine, he thought, must the princess really intervene? Doesn't that just prove that the Navi one has no ability? The stout man exclaimed, TSK, Ning is truly a tortoise. Even in this state, she can still pretend. Never mind, I'll handle it.
Sumoset Koli.
The corpse toad is just in need of food. With that, she snapped her fingers. In an instant, a cacophony of buzzing filled the air, rapidly approaching their location. Lying on the ground, Aining's expression changed dramatically. She had no doubt about the ruthless nature of the princess. This was someone who could indeed feed her to a corpse toad. Thus, Aining promptly regained consciousness. Your Highness, please spare me. Aining immediately knelt and bowed her head to Sumu, pleading for forgiveness. I am not feigning unconsciousness. I truly was dazed. I was struck a few times and still in a daze, which is why I failed to react. Aining bit her lip. If it weren't for the fat man, her plan to escape this ancient tomb using Wu Xie's innocence would not have gone awry. It was all that damned fat man's fault. He should never have been brought along this time. At that moment, the fat man began to clap. It's still the princess who has the magic touch. My hands are sore from trying to wake her up, but just one word from the princess rouses her instantly. Truly, the princess is like a divine healer. Chapter 52. The Miniature Heavenly Palace, Main Chamber of the Underwater Tomb. Wu Xie's gaze dimmed. Upon hearing the princess's inner thoughts, he realized that Aining was merely pretending. However, he could not be as heartless as the fat man. In the end, it was once again the princess's intervention that resolved the situation. What was he to do? Did he truly have to kill Aining? Or should he resort to giving her a few hard slaps like the fat man? Wow, look at Wu Xie's injured little eyes. Does he realize his own helplessness? Quickly, little brother, it's your turn. Go comfort the innocent one. Wu Xie, there's no need for that. Fat man, what interest does the princess have? The little brother turned his head and gazed into the darkness, not far ahead. This seemed to be the main chamber. The attention of Wu Xie and the fat man was instantly drawn to this statement. Wu Xie, damn, how did I become this kind of person? It's just the main chamber, I can't resist. Fat man, is little brother so knowledgeable? Little brother, where do all these bizarre thoughts of hers come from? Aining pouted. As the beauty of the department, when had she ever endured such humiliation? Not only had that fat man slapped her a few times, but now no one even paid her any mind. Aining touched her face, which had already swollen. Those 3 slaps from the fat man had left no mercy. Her once clear mind had been left in a daze from those blows. Wu Xie sighed in frustration and said to Aining behind him, I can take you out, but you must not cause any trouble. Aining looked at Wu Xie, touching her swollen cheek, and nodded. If she had left directly at the beginning, would this situation have occurred? Wow, the scent of green tea is so strong. I'm certain that if this person turns into a green tea girl, She could definitely capture the heart of the innocent one. Wu Xia. I can't hear. I can't hear. I can't hear. Fat man, what? Is there gossip? Little brother, green tea scent? Why can't I smell it? Wu Xia began to explore the vast hall. Through the flickering flames at the princess's fingertips, he could see a considerable indoor structure ahead. Yet, the princess's light only illuminated their immediate surroundings, making it difficult for him to see clearly. Without a second thought, Wu Xia began to probe around, searching for mechanisms within the hall. After a thorough examination, Sumu finally discovered a small mechanism beneath the massive indoor structure. He estimated that this small mechanism had an 80% chance of being related to the lighting apparatus. He pressed it gently. Suddenly, a series of clicking sounds echoed from the ceiling. Accompanying the noise, a soft moonlit glow gradually bathed the hall. Before Wu Xia could lift his gaze to observe, he heard the fat man's voice. Holy cow! A luminous pearl. The legendary luminous pearl. Wu Xia also raised his head to look at the dome. 7 pearls radiating a moonlit glow were embedded in the hall's ceiling. They formed a constellation. Wu Xia recognized it clearly. It was the Big Dipper. What luminous pearl? That thing is just a fake among fakes. However, this object does hold some monetary value. Upon hearing the word money, the fat man's eyes transformed into dollar signs. He began contemplating how to acquire the 7 pearls above. Wu Xia, the princess is truly knowledgeable. The little brother's gaze was not drawn to the dome, but rather to the structure before him. Little brother, the heavenly palace atop the clouds. Wu Xia's attention was immediately captivated. This model is stunning. It is evident that Wang Songhai invested a great deal of effort into it. Once I obtain ownership of this tomb, I will take this model with me and place it in my courtyard. Just as Wu Xia managed to glance at the model, he thought, will I be able to see this heavenly palace atop the clouds in the princess's courtyard in the future? What a magnificent archaeological opportunity. Fat man, excellent. Truly befitting of the princess. Her discerning eye immediately spotted the most valuable thing in this tomb. Although he could not take it with him, had he been able to move this model, he would have certainly circled in front of the princess to see if he could obtain it. Wu Xia began to observe intently. The model before him depicted towering majestic snow-capped mountains, grand rivers, and vast seas, resembling a war map. Wu Xia crossed his arms in contemplation and finally discerned that this was indeed a map. This model, referred to as the heavenly palace atop the clouds by the little brother, truly deserved such a name. By following the landmarks indicated on the map, one could easily locate the heavenly palace atop the clouds. As for the landmarks, they were the several magnificent snow-capped mountains. Majestic palaces stood atop these mountains, illuminated by the moonlit glow, appearing exceptionally sacred. With a touch of clouds and mist, it truly resembled a heavenly palace that existed only atop the clouds. Subsequently, Wu Xia discovered 4 murals on the surrounding walls. The first mural depicted farmers resembling ants transporting materials to the summit of the snow mountain. The second mural showcased the initial formation of the heavenly palace atop the clouds. The third illustrated an avalanche burying the heavenly palace entirely. The fourth mural illustrated a scene of chaos, as if a war had erupted. With thoughts of the tomb's master, Wu Xia suddenly felt invigorated. Was this heavenly palace atop the clouds designed by Wang Songhai? The fat man was climbing the wall beside him, while the little brother remained silent. Wu Xia murmured to himself, but why would the hexagonal bell appear in this tomb? Could it be that Wang Songhai had some connection with King Lushang? TSK. Poor innocent one. Not even a soul to converse with. Wu Xia, I'm used to talking to myself. You needn't mind. Fat man. Thanks for the invite. But I'm busy digging for luminous pearls and can't spare time to chat with the innocent one. Little brother. What can I say? Wang Songhai is a descendant of a prestigious feng shui family, looking down upon the despicable work of tomb raiding. The little brother shook his head indifferently. Perhaps he unearthed the hexagonal bell during construction. Wu Xia pondered for a moment. Indeed, that was a possibility. At that moment, they suddenly heard a strange shout from the fat man, followed by a thud as he fell to the ground. Wu Xia couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose and sighed. What now? There's a Zongzi behind. Upon hearing this, the little brother's expression turned icy as he clenched his fists and glanced behind him. There was no Zongzi. No, I meant there's a Zongzi sitting behind that model. The fat man quickly corrected his blunder. Little brother, he thought there was some Zongzi that could escape his investigation. Wu Xia, can you not say things that can be interpreted in 2 ways? Do you have to phrase one statement in 2 meanings? Chapter 53. The new tomb, no. The new vegetable field limit. The fat man shrank back his head and said, I was just startled. He murmured as he leaped from the wall to the ground, curiously approaching the corpse behind the model of the celestial palace. The others gathered around. The young man squinted at the seated corpse, murmuring softly, this is a sitting transformation into a golden body. The body, cross-legged behind the celestial model, was clad in a red robe adorned with golden threads. Due to desiccation, the corpse had shrunk significantly, reduced to little more than a thin layer of dried skin clinging to the bones, with some areas of skin having ruptured. Through the torn skin, a faint golden hue of bone was visible. The desiccated corpse maintained the posture it had in life, its hands resting on its knees. After examining the corpse, Wu Xia inquired with curiosity, "What is a sitting transformation into a golden body?" The young man replied calmly, "It refers to a person who dies while seated. In simpler terms, it is a corpse of someone who is starved or dehydrated to death. Regarded as one of the most revered deaths for monks, it is said this manner of dying brings one closer to the Buddha." Wu Xia remarked, "The world is vast and full of wonders." The plump man was taken aback. Such a cruel way to die? The young man pursed his lips, wondering how she knew everything. After a few clicks of his tongue, the plump man approached the golden body. Seeing him, Wu Xia felt an ominous sensation rise within him. "Do you think this robe is valuable?" The plump man said, reaching out. "Do not disturb the deceased. I haven't found anything worthwhile during this trip." The plump man grew anxious, swatting Wu Xia's hand away as he attempted to touch the robe. Just then, he suddenly noticed a tail protruding from behind the seated golden body. "What is this?" The plump man curiously pulled Wu Xia over to point it out. Wu Xia raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he did not recognize it either. Could it be that this corpse was once a creature with a tail? At that moment, Wu Xia suddenly heard Su Mu's inner voice. "The bomb's fuse. It could blow this tomb to smithereens." The plump man's hand, about to touch the seated golden body, froze instantly. "Thank you, princess, for saving my life once more," he exclaimed, relieved to hear her thoughts. Wu Xia swallowed hard and whispered, "I suspect there is explosives within this corpse. We should keep our distance." The plump man nodded vigorously, retreating several steps without waiting for Wu Xia's words. Because the corpse contained explosives, he was highly reluctant to approach it. Compared to the potential treasures on the dangerous corpse, he considered the few luminous pearls above much more enticing. Though they were fake, they were still valuable. Wu Xia scrutinized the corpse and then reasoned, "This corpse is adorned in a robe, leading me to suspect it may not be Wang Songhai himself." The plump man turned his head, intrigued. Then who could it be? Wu Xia pondered, perhaps a tomb guardian? Ultimately, this underwater tomb, to me, does not resemble a burial site at all. It appears rather to be a practice ground for crafting that celestial palace. Despite Wu Xia's analysis, no one paid him any mind. He noticed Su Mu standing before the seated golden body, contemplating it. He approached her curiously, asking, "Princess, have you discovered something?" Su Mu glanced at him before returning her gaze to the seated golden body. "This person is indeed the tomb owner, because I have yet to obtain ownership of the tomb." Wu Xia replied, "So that's how you discerned it?" The plump man remarked, "Is the princess claiming ownership of this tomb?" The young man wondered, "I wonder what she plans to plant in this tomb." Wu Xia stroked his chin, contemplating. Perhaps the tomb owner was a minority who did not favor coffins. Su Mu nodded and reached toward the golden body. Wu Xia widened his eyes, unable to contain himself. "Princess, there are explosives within this corpse." All eyes turned to Wu Xia at his exclamation. Under their watchful gaze, Su Mu grasped the robe of the corpse and gently lifted it. "I can handle this. Why worry so much?" "Wu Xia, I was presumptuous." The plump man watched as Su Mu set the robe aside and began disarming the mechanism. The plump man exclaimed, "Wow. The princess is so bold." He had thought she was the type who would never touch anything unclean, let alone a corpse. The young man observed, her technique in disarming mechanisms is quite adept. She seems to be a master of this craft. Under everyone's scrutiny, Su Mu swiftly neutralized all the connecting mechanisms on the corpse. The explosives remained untouched. Disarming this mechanism is rather simple, isn't it? Witnessing Su Mu's remarkable skill left Wu Xia in awe. Being closest to her, he observed every detail. In just a few moments, the corpse was laid flat, so effortlessly that he felt as if he could do it too. Wu Xia murmured, "Simplicity embodies great skill." The princess's mastery of mechanism crafting has reached an extraordinary level. "Su Mu, do not flatter unnecessarily." "Wu Xia, I am genuinely not flattering." The plump man laughed, "Ha. You've slipped up in your flattery." The young man approached, his eyes fixed on the intricate mechanism parts. He pondered whether he could have disarmed it so easily. Clearly, that was impossible. The plump man, while observing the golden-threaded robe and the mechanism components, noticed the parts were both delicate and numerous, overwhelming his senses. Is disarming mechanisms really this simple? He wondered. But with so many components, it certainly didn't appear easy. Hearing this, Wu Xia scoffed. "If it were you, we would have been blown to bits by now." "It seems simple to you only, because the princess's expertise in mechanism crafting has reached unparalleled heights, simplifying the complex. If someone else attempted it, they would be drenched in sweat just from observing." Wu Xia did not hold back in criticizing the plump man. The plump man moved closer to the golden-threaded robe. "You have a point. What are you doing?" Wu Xia scrutinized the plump man's hands as he attempted to stow the golden-threaded robe into his backpack. The plump man awkwardly chuckled. "Isn't it a waste to leave this here? I believe this should belong to the princess," Wu Xia said, glancing at Su Mu, who was in deep thought. "Princess, what do you think?" Su Mu waved her hand. Upon hearing her words, Wu Xia had no objections. After Su Mu disarmed the mechanisms within the seated golden body, the system notification arrived. System detected that there is currently no tomb owner, automatically granting ownership of the tomb to the host. System, please refer to the map for the current plantable area of the tomb. System, the premium energy available in the current tomb has an unlimited usage duration. Chapter 54. Exiting the tomb, Shark School. The system-generated map appeared before Su Mu, delineating the areas available for planting. Su Mu glanced at it and noted that the plantable area of this underwater tomb was somewhat small. Only 2/3 of that of the tomb of King Lu Shang. However, Su Mu was indifferent. If it was small, so be it. After all, the premium energy could be utilized indefinitely. Wu Xie still had many places to explore, so the planting area would certainly not be lacking. Reflecting on this, Su Mu couldn't help but exclaim. One can only say, as expected of Wu Xie. If it isn't a feng shui treasure, Wu Xie won't enter. Suddenly, Wu Xie paused.
Huh?
He quickly realized, so as long as I have visited a tomb, it is a feng shui treasure? I have only entered 2 tombs. The plump man exclaimed. Indeed. You are simply my lucky star. I have explored many tombs, yet this is the first time I've come across a golden threaded robe. How much is it worth? The young man concurred. Indeed, as expected of Wu Xie. Soon after, Su Mu beheld the reappearance of the system's luminous interface. The system announced, the current number of plantable spots in the graveyard has been calculated. It continued. The maximum planting limit is 600 corpse fragrant ghost taro, or 130 hydrocypresses. The system then detected a new type of shadow plant, the human face taro. Do you wish to collect it? Su Mu was somewhat astonished to learn that the human face taro was indeed a spiritual plant. Of course, collect it, she thought. The human face taro was no ordinary spiritual flora. It could manipulate the thoughts of living beings. Collect, Su Mu quietly commanded. A second later, the system chimed. Collection successful. Wait, it was that easy? Su Mu had anticipated a struggle akin to that with a hydrocypress. Observing the human face taro, she noted it offered no resistance. With a smile gracing her lips, she watched as the newly acquired human face taro was added to her system space. To her surprise, after gaining control of the graveyard, she had harvested a new shadow plant. Yet it seemed she had done nothing at all. The trio remarked, "What is the young lady smiling about? It's quite terrifying. Why can't we hear her thoughts anymore? This is unsettling." Su Mu pondered for a moment. Not yet having completed her task, she decided against planting all the new spiritual flora in the graveyard. She commanded the system. Plant 300 corpse fragrant ghost taros, 65 hydrocypresses, and 100 human face taros. The exchange ratio for the human face taro to corpse fragrant ghost taro was 10-1. Moving forward, these 3 types of graveyard spiritual plants would serve as her invaluable allies, thus a balanced planting strategy was the most prudent choice. Upon Su Mu's decision, the system promptly acted upon her command. Seeds of the graveyard spiritual plants were evenly sown throughout the underwater tomb. The seeds of the corpse fragrant ghost taro emerged within the chamber, causing the rotund Wu Xie to step back several paces. These were capable of inducing hallucinations. They never wished to be ensnared in an illusion again. Subsequently, when both realized that Su Mu had sown these seeds, they sighed in relief. Wu Xie genuinely praised. The princess is truly formidable. The plump one nodded vigorously. Indeed. Meanwhile, Ning, who had been pretending to be invisible, could no longer contain herself upon hearing this. She stared incredulously at the composed Su Mu. Wasn't she the reincarnation of the sea goddess? How had she transformed back into a princess? Could it be that the sea goddess had once been a princess? Ning was utterly bewildered. The plump one cast a cold glance at Ning and remarked, "Did you just realize this?" Wu Xie. Clearly, the plump one remains oblivious. Ning fell silent. The plump one exclaimed, "I haven't even pried the night pearl from its place yet. Your Highness, grant me another chance." Su Mu ignored him and strode out of the tomb. "Impossible. You possess a golden silk cassock yet remain unsatisfied?" The plump one mused. How can human greed ever be satiated? Wu Xie pondered. So, have I returned empty-handed from this excursion? Should I tell the princess that I, too, desire a night pearl? Yet, I feel too bashful to voice it. The young man commented, that golden silk cassock should be a treasure in the Buddhist realm. I wonder if the plump one has the means to sell it for a profit. The plump one glanced at Su Mu's retreating figure, his desire still very much ignited. He licked his lips and fixated on the night pearl above, beginning to plot his ascent once more. However, as he climbed, he sensed something amiss. Why had the chamber suddenly grown so cold? The plump one took a moment to glance at the ground. That fleeting glance caused him to topple over in fright. There, beside the celestial palace model, a shadow was slowly taking form. Gradually, a pair of eerie green eyes emerged from the figure, fixating intently on him. After a brief silence, he screamed, "Ah, Your Highness, wait for me. There's still a sticky rice dumpling here." As Su Mu led the way, she heard the distant screams behind her and smiled knowingly. A simple scare for the plump one will suffice. Following Su Mu, Wu Xia struggled to contain his laughter. I must hold it in. I cannot laugh. The young man remarked. This foolish plump one will inevitably be undone by his own greed. As the group reached the initial tomb chamber, Su Mu harnessed her abilities, conjuring a radiant line of ink. A stream of vibrant colors emanated from her hand, as if imbued with sentience, swirling around her. The vivid light coiled around her like a spiritual serpent before suddenly expanding into a protective barrier capable of shielding them from most harm. And Ning stared, wide-eyed. What is this? Wu Xia responded. Something that can protect us. The plump one patted her shoulder, urging her to follow. And Ning watched in disbelief as Su Mu approached the water's surface. Could this truly safeguard them? Though skeptical, she had no alternative. Upon witnessing the vibrant barrier part the water and dry the ground where Su Mu was about to step, she was astounded. Initially lingering at the back of the group, and Ning now rushed to the barrier, eager to examine it closely. As they traversed the tomb passage and set foot on the silken sands of the seabed, and Ning was struck by the breathtaking scenery before her. Not only her, but even the young man was momentarily captivated by the sight. Sunlight streamed down from the surface, penetrating the ocean but losing much of its brilliance. By the time it reached them, it appeared dim, as if night had fallen. Nevertheless, they could distinctly see the shadows moving in the water. Without needing to look up, they could spot the massive creatures gliding nearby. Su Mu paused, enlarging the fiery orb in her hand to increase its brightness. Upon recognizing what the shadows were, Wu Xia was bewildered. Sharks? The enormous black shapes swimming above them were indeed sharks, equipped with rows of menacing teeth. These sharks were as large as small boats, their gaping maws capable of swallowing a person whole. There was not just one shark. Numerous others were nearby. A glance revealed at least a dozen, casting an overwhelming aura of terror upon the group. Upon witnessing this, everyone was stunned. The plump one exclaimed, "Where did these sharks come from? Did we take a wrong turn and stumble into a shark den?" Su Mu squinted as she scrutinized the sharks, her eyes narrowing. "After holding my breath all this way, and now some blind fools come seeking death. In a good mood, I might consider sparing you. However, my mood is foul. So you shall be reduced to ash and serve as fertilizer." Wu Xia. The plump one. The young man. The trio shared a singular thought. This was a school of sharks, seemingly numbering in the hundreds, and the princess was contemplating their fate. Chapter 55. The sky burns and the sea boils. The princess is enraged. And Ning could not hear Su Mu's thoughts, only gazing at the swarm of sharks above with a mix of astonishment and puzzlement. Great white sharks, lemon sharks, short-fin makos, and even oceanic white-tip sharks. How peculiar that these different species of sharks had congregated together. The plump one scoffed dismissively. Isn't it obvious? They're here to hunt. Do you think they gathered for a market? No sooner had he spoken than a massive great white shark suddenly turned and charged towards them. The 6-meter-long predator opened its gaping maw, unleashing a wave of terror. Except for Su Mu and the young man, the others turned pale with fear. The plump one shouted, "Your Highness, we should flee at once." At that moment, Su Mu's expression was cold and silent, emanating an unusual chill. The trio observed Su Mu's expression, which was chillingly cold, a visage they had never encountered before. The princess, typically aloof yet amiable, now bore the countenance of one provoked to wrath, exuding an aura of fury as if her very scales had been touched. Wu Xia instinctively took several steps back, slightly unsteady under the weight of Su Mu's imposing presence. The stout man, who had long hidden at a distance, steadied him. Wu Xia was taken aback by the stout man's quick reflexes. The stout man seemed to read Wu Xia's thoughts, chuckling softly, "Naive, you're still too inexperienced." Beside them, and Ning, perplexed by the unfolding scene, suddenly sensed an aura emanating from Su Mu, reminiscent of those possessed by only the most talented individuals. This aura ignited within her an overwhelming impulse to pay homage, and had she not clutched the stout man's arm, she might have collapsed. The young man fixated intently on Su Mu's silhouette, his lips pressed tightly together. Meanwhile, Su Mu gazed at the ominous shadows looming above, her anger intensifying. Does the tiger not roar, leading one to believe it is but a sickly cat? Nanmeng Li Hua, filled to the brim. The system promptly obeyed Su Mu's command, instantly elevating the level of Nanmeng Li Hua to its maximum. Unbeknownst to them, Su Mu had long harbored a seething rage within. A dignified individual with a system, trapped within an underwater tomb for ages, unable to find an escape. Ensnared by a being from centuries past, this was a grave affront to her image. This indignation must be avenged. Her previous discretion was primarily due to the fact that the resources within the tomb had not yet matured. The earlier harvest had been largely exchanged and lacking sufficient leverage. She could only procure the most rudimentary items, such as the nascent stages of Nanmeng Li Hua. Just moments ago, however, the system delivered exhilarating news. The corpse fragrance taro and 9-headed serpent cypress planted in the Luwang Palace had matured once more, as had the leeks. After harvesting the second batch of corpse fragrance taro and 9-headed serpent cypress, she would finally have enough to exchange for the fully developed Nanmeng Li Hua. Soon, The fully matured Nanmeng Lihua unveiled its true form. In an instant, the flames at Su Mu's fingertips erupted into a vivid, pure crimson, dazzling and resplendent. After the initial explosion, Nanmeng Lihua softened, dancing gently at her fingertips as if imbued with sentience, delicately caressing her fingertips. Wu Xie's eyes widened in astonishment. A mere flame could exhibit such anthropomorphic gestures? Could even the princess's abilities attain such a level of sophistication? The stout man's lips had been twitching ever since, overwhelmed by the princess's terrifying wrath. If her aura were even slightly diminished, it would have sent him fleeing in fright. The young man's lips remained tightly sealed, his eyes reflecting the ever-growing crimson flames. The fully developed Nanmeng Lihua soared above Su Mu's head, transforming into the divine bird Zhuke, spiraling majestically. Su Mu's icy gaze remained fixed on the massive shark shadows. Then, parting her lips, she softly commanded, "Annihilate." The flaming Zhuke, circling above her, emitted a clear, piercing cry as if it could cleave the heavens asunder, and an endless torrent of crimson flames swiftly engulfed the sea. Last time, the seawater extinguished my flames. This time, I shall dry you up. Wu Xia's eyes bulged in disbelief, his mind reeling. To scorch the ocean dry? The stout man slowly widened his eyes, while the young man, lips pursed, gazed at Su Mu with anticipation. If he too possessed such abilities, was it truly possible? The blood-red, fully matured Nanmeng Lihua plunged into the ocean, and in an instant, the surrounding waters evaporated entirely. The mist-like boiling seawater met the frigid ocean, only to be recondensed, and then instantly vaporized once more by Nanmeng Lihua. The massive shadows of sharks that had previously loomed overhead were reduced to mere ashes, with nary a trace remaining. Su Mu nodded in satisfaction, exhaling a sigh of relief. What a relief! Do they truly believe I am a soft persimmon, easily squished? The sentient flame Zhuke circled around Su Mu, akin to a devoted pet clinging to its owner. Wu Xie gaped, incredulous at the spectacle before him. Am I dreaming? Can fire truly burn in water? The stout man's mouth hung agape, wide enough to fit an apple. He clapped Wu Xie on the back. The sound was loud, surely. This was no dream. Still dazed, Wu Xie had yet to register the stout man's slap, feeling only a stinging warmth on his cheek. Such pain surely confirmed he was not dreaming. The young man, too, was not faring much better than Wu Xie, but he possessed a remarkable capacity for acceptance. He soon quelled his inner astonishment, murmuring, "This is immensely powerful." Ning, coming back to her senses, slumped to the ground. Her eyes filled with fear as she gazed at Su Mu, her mind racing with disbelief. Why was she capable of feats that seemed reserved for deities? Ning was utterly astonished, her earlier actions flooding back to her, causing her to tremble in shame. Having caught her breath, Su Mu dismissed Ning's presence, glancing at the azure sky and calmly stating, "Let's depart. Though I am not hungry, I am craving something delectable." What delightful fare awaits us this time? Wu Xie, dazed, instinctively trailed behind Su Mu, his mind struggling to process the situation. He felt a need to reconstruct his worldview to accept such occurrences. The young man took a deep breath and followed closely behind Su Mu, grasping Wu Xie's clothing, wary that he might inadvertently stumble into the princess's path. Should that happen, they would likely be vaporized as well. The stout man, observing the retreating figures, glanced back at Ning, still sprawled on the ground. After a moment's consideration, he shook his head, squatted down, and hoisted Ning onto his back. Surely, having witnessed the princess's cataclysmic display, she would no longer harbor any ill intentions toward them. Thus, as the heavens show mercy, so shall he. As Su Mu continued on, she employed her ability to create a safety zone with a diameter of 5 meters. While walking, she spotted an even larger shadow hurtling toward them. Su Mu remarked, the young man muttering to himself in confusion. Another shark? How could deep-sea sharks appear in this location? As the young man spoke, the incoming shadow grew exponentially larger. How immense! Where did this battleship emerge from? Su Mu observed closely, a smile creeping onto her face. Wu Xie's description is indeed quite vivid. The stout man chimed in, vivid, indeed? Wu Xie exclaimed, wait, did I misjudge? Is that truly a shark? The young man added, like a battleship? Chapter 56. The Megalodon, evidence that the world is not monochrome. Su Mu gazed at the colossal shark shadow, its size dwarfing all previous sharks combined, creating an overwhelming sensation akin to an island crashing toward them. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. Why does this shark appear so familiar? Wu Xie asked, huh? The princess recognizes a shark? The stout man speculated, could the shark have been the princess's labor in the past? The young man questioned, is this also a shark? Indeed, is this not the renowned Megalodon? Su Mu compared the enormous Megalodon before her, which was currently devouring other sharks, with the Megalodon etched in her memory. She soon concluded that the creature before her was indeed the same Megalodon from the movie. Wu Xie exclaimed, what? There's a species of shark called the Megalodon? The plump man commented, goodness, that name is truly fitting. Those teeth must be taller than even him. The young man added, I can't possibly fight that thing. Sumu gazed at the megalodon with a sense of astonishment. Could it be that this world was not merely a realm of tomb raiding? Before she could ponder further, the water around her was stained crimson with blood. The megalodon flung a dead shark's carcass toward her, the surrounding waters turning red. With a loud crash, the severed shark body struck Sumu's azure barrier. Though the noise was thunderous, it posed no threat to her shield. Before Sumu could part the water to see clearly, another resounding crash echoed. The megalodon's gigantic teeth loomed outside her azure barrier. Then, she saw her own barrier being clamped in the creature's jaws. The grinding sound of the megalodon's teeth relentlessly slicing through her barrier filled the air. Upon hearing this, Wu Xia felt his legs weaken with fear. Had it not been for the protective barrier enveloping them, he would have surely ended up as the megalodon's meal. The megalodon's enormous maw scraped against the azure barrier. Not only Wu Xia was frightened to the point of trembling, the plump man turned pale with fear as well. Only the young man managed to maintain his composure, standing firm. Sumu observed the megalodon's teeth and, glancing at its throat not far away, silently mocked. Foolish creature. Your intellect seems lacking. Just when I need a gatekeeper, you appear. This must be fate. The others had just secured the underwater tomb. But the only guardian was a 3-year-old drought spirit, clearly insufficient manpower. To Sumu, this megalodon was the perfect candidate for a worker. It was decided. Given the megalodon's intellect, it was evident it could not comprehend her words, and Sumu had no intention of negotiating. With a snap of her fingers, a fully realized South Mingli fire transformed into a small vermilion bird, suddenly expanding 100-fold. The blood-red divine sparrow manifested behind her, emitting a cry that resonated through the heavens as the South Mingli fire surged forth once more. In an instant, the megalodon's eyes changed color. A quarter of an hour later, having been thoroughly subdued and compelled to sign a contract, the megalodon became a laborer, carrying the group away from the underwater tomb. They sat atop the megalodon, feeling the refreshing sea breeze. Wu Xia remarked, "My legs feel weak." The plump man exclaimed, "Wow, Your Highness, you are truly a deity incarnate. Is there anything in this world that you cannot accomplish?" The plump man unabashedly expressed his admiration. "You are a god." Wu Xia widened his eyes at the plump man, but despite his efforts, he found no opportunity to interject. The plump man's chatter went on for 10 minutes without pause. And Ning, even more so, had not uttered a word since before, instead opting to express his admiration through actions, bowing deeply to Sumu. Having vanquished the megalodon and listening to the plump man's flattery, Sumu felt her mood gradually brighten. "The plump man is quite agreeable. I enjoy hearing him speak." Wu Xia said, "I wish to express my thoughts as well." The plump man took a deep breath and resumed his boasting. The young man commented, "Ah, it seems she possesses a more humane side." The megalodon trio, a few days prior, the captain who had brought them oversaw Sumu and immediately knelt in reverence. The islanders who followed suit also knelt without hesitation, paying their respects. The captain had informed them that the terrifying maritime storm from a few days ago was quelled by this reincarnation of Ma Zu. Who else could dispel such a storm but Ma Zu? Could they not worship her? Reincarnation of Ma Zu. Ma Zu manifests. Ma Zu descends to save the world. In a rare moment of improved spirits, Sumu thought, "Let them call me as they please." Besides, the title of Ma Zu's reincarnation is quite advantageous. Wu Xia inquired, "So, Your Highness truly accepts this title?" The plump man added, "Your Highness has gained another title. However, she does not seem particularly fond of it." The young man remarked, "How wonderful." Sumu glanced at the group of fishermen and islanders worshipping her, her expression stern as she commanded, "Do not mention my presence to anyone." The islanders and fishermen immediately bowed, exclaiming, "We shall obey Ma Zu's will. We shall heed Ma Zu's holy words. We shall follow Ma Zu's decree." Sumu interjected, "There is no need to repeat it thrice. Truly, I am not deaf." Wu Xia chuckled, while the plump man understood. "Got it. Your Highness does not appreciate superfluous words." The young man pondered, "Does she wish to keep her existence hidden from more people?" "Why? It seems the 9th princess has also been worshipped like this before, and in greater numbers than during this occasion." After discarding a Ning, Sumu commanded the ship to set sail. Unbeknownst to anyone, after her departure, a helicopter hovered above the waters ignited by the South Mingli fire. "Report, I am the Sea Oil 001 inspection helicopter. I have discovered a vast oil field in this maritime region. The flames are clear and pristine. It is undoubtedly high-quality oil. Not only China, but spies from other nations also received this news. The Dragon Kingdom might have discovered a new oil field." The world trembled. An hour later, a fleet of destroyers, in combat formation, sped into the area. A loudspeaker blared from the island. "Everyone, stay away from the coast. Captain, the megalodon is heading toward this island. It has inexplicably fallen silent. This is a megalodon in heat. It should not have quieted down so soon. Continue searching. We must not allow it to enter the inner sea." This expedition to the tomb lasted a total of 5 days and 17 hours. Although Sumu could forego rest, Her habit of sleeping remained unchanged. Upon waking from a refreshing slumber, she received a call from the plum man. As she answered, she heard his voice. Your Highness, have you awakened? I am currently at your doorstep. I have found a renowned chef, skilled in the 3 major cuisines of Sichuan, Cantonese, and Shandong. And I have procured some ingredients. May I? Before the plump man could finish, Su Mu had already opened the garden gate. She immediately spotted the tall, slender chef behind him, along with a small truck filled with a bounty of ingredients. Su Mu's eyes lit up, and she waved for them to enter. Come in, and let's talk. How well you understand me? The plump man knows just what I crave. How did he know I was hungry? I was just about to fly to Jingguan City to savor some Sichuan cuisine. The plump man chuckled to himself, because I am the worm in your belly.
No.
Let us say I am your cozy little quilt. Ha ha ha. Innocence has once again met its match. As Wu Xie lay on his bed, pondering whether he had forgotten something during the trip, he sneezed violently. It must be that damn plum man. Chapter 57. The Temptation of Cuisine. A monthly salary of 100,000 just for the sake of gluttony. The chef brought by the plum man, surnamed Jiang, was tall and slender, remarkably well preserved. Appearing to be in his 20s. Rather than a chef, he resembled a young gentleman from a wealthy family. While Su Mu did not like to judge by appearances, she couldn't help but feel slightly doubtful upon seeing the chef. Is this young chef truly as skilled as the plum man claims? The plum man replied, haha. You'll know once you taste the dishes he prepares. Wu Xie remained in his Wu mountain residence, while the young man who had emerged from the underwater tomb subsequently vanished once more. The vast garden was sparsely populated. Su Mu casually selected a few dishes and settled in the living room, awaiting her meal in tranquil silence. The rotund fellow beside her animatedly recounted his past experiences of tomb raiding, his eloquence often eliciting laughter from Su Mu. Before long, Chef Jiang presented an exquisite pumpkin pastry, resembling a tiny pumpkin yet bursting with a subtle potato fragrance, complemented by a hint of sweetness that immediately awakened the appetite. Su Mu's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "This pastry is quite delightful. I did not expect such talent from a seemingly young chef." At her praise, the rotund man beamed, his eyes narrowing with joy. Chef Jiang, whom he had brought along, had pleased the princess, a sure sign of his favor. After savoring the pastry, Su Mu thought to herself, this fellow is quite impressive, far surpassing the blunt Wu Xie. The rotund man exclaimed, haha, the blunt Wu Xie. Shortly after the appetizer, Chef Jiang wheeled in a cart laden with 7 elegantly presented dishes, each modest in portion but varied in type, perfect for breakfast. After the meal, Su Mu could not help but nod in approval, turning to Chef Jiang with a smile. Would you consider working as my chef at home? The rotund man's eyes widened, realizing the chef's genuine passion for culinary delights. Chef Jiang hesitated, but before he could speak, Su Mu added, how does a monthly salary of 100,000 sound? The rotund man's eyes bulged in astonishment. What? 100,000 a month? A million a year? What kind of successful individual is this? Just cooking can lead to such success? Chef Jiang was momentarily taken aback. After all, this was an extraordinary salary. He thought. Even a fleeting moment of hesitation would be a disservice to that string of zeros. Absolutely. I will not disappoint you, he declared, thumping his chest, excitement coursing through his strong arms. After providing Chef Jiang with a few instructions, Su Mu dismissed him. The rotund man gazed after Chef Jiang's departing figure, then turned to Su Mu. Your Highness, I can cook too. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, amused. Oh, really? Yes. Just wait a moment, I'll prepare something for you. He was determined. After all, a monthly salary of 100,000 was nothing to scoff at. If he could earn such a sum, why would he ever return to tomb raiding? Mere employment as a private chef could yield such a fortune. Before long, the rotund man reappeared, presenting a plate of spicy chicken. He placed it before Su Mu, watching eagerly. However, upon glancing at it, she felt a twinge of disdain. This presentation leaves much to be desired. Hearing her inner thoughts, the rotund man felt a chill of disappointment. After tasting a few bites, Su Mu mused, this falls significantly short compared to Chef Jiang's creations. The rotund man lamented, my life is so tragic, playing Chopin in the rain, and my 100,000 monthly salary has evaporated. Su Mu chose her words carefully, telling him, you've done well, but there is still a noticeable gap compared to a professional. Keep at it, I believe you will reach Chef Jiang's level one day. The gap is not insurmountable. It's merely a matter of finesse. Upon hearing Su Mu's encouraging words, the rotund man felt a flicker of joy, only to be deflated by her inner commentary, nearly choking on his disappointment. Well, it seems I am destined to a life of tomb raiding. Just as he was wallowing in sorrow, a knock at the door interrupted. Turning to look, he found Wu Xie standing at the entrance to the living room. Su Mu glanced at Wu Xie and gestured for him to enter. Has he come to share news of the next tomb site? Upon stepping inside, Wu Xie exclaimed, no, it's not that. I haven't. The rotund man sighed. It seems I am fated to dig for a living. When Wu Xie spotted the plate of spicy chicken on the coffee table, he raised an eyebrow. You rascal. I wondered why you weren't answering my calls, and it turns out you snuck away. Sneak away? What do you mean? The rotund man shot back. But Wu Xie rolled his eyes, settling down on the sofa and producing a serpentine copper fish from his pocket. Your Highness, I opened the box. And this is what I found. You, with your vast knowledge, should know its significance. Su Mu cast a glance at the serpentine copper fish. You will understand its purpose once you visit Changbai Mountain. When destiny calls, its utility will become clear. Wu Xie exclaimed, I knew it. Your Highness surely understands its value. The rotund man interjected, I'm not sure how much this is worth. He recalled the golden silk cassock he had unearthed and felt a surge of excitement. By the way, Your Highness, I wish to sell the golden silk cassock you gifted me. Is that acceptable? Su Mu glanced at him. It's your possession. You may decide. Chapter 58. The Rotund Steward and the Alluring Curiosity of the Bronze Divine Tree. The rotund man sold the golden silk cassock for 10 million. The buyer was a wealthy temple abbot. Immediately upon receiving the funds, he rushed to present Su Mu with a bank card. He understood the difference between a sumptuous feast and a mere meal. Your Highness, I sold the golden silk cassock for 10 million, a significant sum. Here are 7 million for you, as a token of my respect. Maintaining such a large estate must be costly. At that moment, Su Mu was strolling through the back garden, casually glancing at the bank card he offered. Just leave it in the living room. Money is always welcome. Observing the neglected garden, she realized it was time to hire someone for its upkeep. Though she could manage it herself, it would be a waste of her time. Contemplating this, Su Mu decided to assign the task to the rotund man. You should seek out some individuals to tend to the garden for me, but remember, quality over quantity. The funds on that card can serve as operating capital. Upon receiving this directive, the rotund fellow departed with great enthusiasm, believing this command was bestowed upon him due to the princess's trust. However, Su Mu merely found it a bothersome task. After wandering through the back garden for a while, she suddenly received a call from Wu Xie. Your Highness, I have something rather intriguing here. Would you care to come and take a look? Wu Xie's voice brimmed with excitement over the phone. After pondering for a moment and calculating the days, Su Mu deduced that the intriguing matter he spoke of referred to a specific event. Very well, I shall come over. Before departing, Su Mu placed the keys beneath a flower bed at the entrance. She distinctly recalled that Wu Xie had come alone, without the company of the rotund fellow or the young man. Wishing to avoid disrupting the original plot, she chose to leave the rotund fellow behind. As for the young man, his whereabouts were unknown to her. Upon arriving at Wushanju, she unsurprisingly encountered a similarly sized man with a buzz cut. This must be Lao Yang, Wu Xie exclaimed, his eyes widening. I knew the princess would surely know something. He introduced, Your Highness, this is my good brother Lao Yang. He recently got out of prison and shared some particularly interesting information with me. Su Mu nodded nonchalantly. Oh. I know you must be captivated by the tales of the bronze tree, Wu Xie remarked, a hint of blush creeping onto his cheeks. Indeed, he had been drawn in by Lao Yang's descriptions of the bronze divine tree. Your Highness. Lao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, darting between Su Mu and Wu Xie. What kind of address was this? Lao Yang struggled to comprehend. Wu Xie opened his mouth to explain but soon realized that his explanations lacked conviction. After a moment's thought, he said to Lao Yang, Do not mind it. The princess possesses true abilities. As for the title, fret not. When the time is right, you shall understand its significance. Lao Yang was taken aback. When did Wu Xie become one to withhold secrets? Wu Xie understood that he need not explain anything to Su Mu, yet to avoid misunderstandings. He felt compelled to elaborate. Lao Yang shared that 3 years ago, he discovered an ancient tomb in the Qinling Mountains, which housed a gigantic bronze divine tree. Enveloped in mystery, this spurred his desire to explore further. Would you care to accompany me, Your Highness? Su Mu nodded again, her demeanor calm. Upon hearing Wu Xie's words, Lao Yang was bewildered. He quickly pulled Wu Xie aside and whispered urgently, Wu Xie, are you out of your mind? We're going to explore a tomb, not playhouse. She's a lady. How can you bring her along? Just look at her delicate hands. She is surely the type who has never lifted a finger. Wu Xie rolled his eyes, thinking that if Lao Yang were not his good brother, he would have slapped him. Trust me on this. I won't lead you astray. You have yet to witness the princess's formidable capabilities. Thus, you cannot comprehend her. But I assure you, with the princess by our side, this endeavor will be significantly simpler. After much persuasion from Wu Xie, Lao Yang reluctantly placed his trust in him. I have already prepared everything, Wu Xie stated, turning to Su Mu. Your Highness, we are headed to the Qinling Mountains. Oh, poor Wu Xie, to be so easily led astray by Lao Yang. Su Mu mused internally. But it matters not. I shall intervene. Wu Xie, filled with excitement, felt as though he had been doused in icy water upon hearing Su Mu's thoughts. Led astray by Lao Yang. His breath quickened with anxiety. Why would Lao Yang deceive me? He strained to hear Su Mu's inner voice again, but she was preoccupied with contemplating whether to plant peach blossoms or cherry blossoms in her garden. Wu Xie felt a rising tide of unease. The initial excitement had waned significantly. He had no doubt about Su Mu's insights, but he was reluctant to question his good brother, Lao Yang. Watching as Lao Yang slung his backpack over his shoulder, Wu Xie temporarily suppressed his doubts. Once everything was in order, the group set off. Lao Yang observed that Su Mu had brought nothing with her, further diminishing his opinion of her capabilities. After boarding the vehicle summoned by Wu Xie, they spent considerable time reaching the city of Chang'an. After resting for a night at the foot of Chang'an, Wu Xie and Lao Yang shouldered 15 kilograms of gear and rented a car to venture into the Qinling Mountains. As Su Mu admired the scenery, she texted the rotund fellow, instructing him on the garden matters. Oblivious to the fact that Su Mu was now thousands of kilometers away, the rotund fellow cheerfully complied with her instructions. As they drove deeper into a small village within the Qinling Mountains, twilight had already begun to descend. Wu Xie found an inn, but before they could settle in, he noticed a group ahead. The markings left on the ground by those 5 individuals caused Wu Xie's expression to darken. This group appeared to have the same intentions related to tomb raiding. Upon seeing the patterns on the ground, Wu Xie instantly recognized the general layout of the underground palace. There were additional lines indicating their plans for navigation, once inside. Oh no, they cannot be heading to the same location we intend to. Wu Xie fretted as he examined the patterns. How astute, Wu Xie. How did you know you were destined to cross paths with them?
What?
Not only are we headed to the same destination, but we are also bound to confront them directly? How are we to manage in such a vulnerable position? I should have brought along the rotund fellow. Wu Xie lamented internally, regretting his decisions but still feigning nonchalance as they entered the inn, booked a room, and settled in. The following morning, the group followed the other team into the mountains. Observing Wu Xie's furtive demeanor as he trailed behind them, Su Mu stifled a yawn. Wu Xie is rather naive, isn't he? She thought. Does he truly believe he can shadow them without raising suspicion? I wouldn't dare. Wu Xie protested. They are armed. Lao Yang had remained silent throughout the journey, perhaps feeling inhibited in the presence of Su Mu. Wu Xie's anxiety intensified as he contemplated Su Mu's remark about being led astray by Lao Yang. Why would Lao Yang deceive him? As anticipated by Su Mu, Wu Xie and his crew lost their way shortly after embarking. He searched earnestly for traces of the other group, but it was evident that they had skilled individuals capable of concealing their tracks. Wu Xie lacked training in this area, making his inability to locate them unsurprising. How naive can one be? Wu Xie muttered. Your Highness, please spare me your jests. Without them, we are left to rely solely on Lao Yang. But Lao Yang is suspect, and you have said nothing, leaving me hesitant to confide in him. Of course, he dared not voice these concerns. After about an hour, Wu Xie ultimately conceded defeat. Lao Yang, do you remember the way? Of course I do. Even if you wish to abandon this endeavor, I can conjure a reason for you to persist.
What?
Wu Xie's disbelief was palpable. That's impossible. Lao Yang and I have grown up together. This thought ignited a flicker of temptation within Wu Xie. He sighed and sat down heavily. This place is far too difficult to navigate. I think I shall abandon this quest. I still have some funds left in my shop to sustain me for a while. If all else fails, I will seek out my third uncle.
Oh.
Wu Xie's sudden change in attitude raised eyebrows. Is he giving up so easily? Wu Xie's face fell, mirroring exhaustion. In truth, he felt a gnawing anxiety within. Su Mu gazed at Wu Xie, and a thought flickered in his mind. No. Wu Xie has discerned that there is something amiss with Lao Yang. Wu Xie responded, no. It is all thanks to your Highness's guidance. I have never doubted Lao Yang, nor do I wish to. However, I certainly do not wish to doubt you, your Highness. Upon hearing Wu Xie's words, Lao Yang's brows instantly shot up. If Wu Xie were to refuse accompanying him to seek the bronze divine tree, how could he fulfill his lifelong wish? How could he resurrect his mother? I say, Wu Xie, are you truly so fragile that you cannot endure this little hardship? We haven't even reached the outskirts of that grand tomb yet. In fact, we have barely traversed a tenth of the journey, and you are already faltering? Having grown up alongside Wu Xie, Lao Yang understood his temperament well. He needed to accommodate Wu Xie's nature, yet not too much. Wu Xie felt a heavy weight in his heart. It was almost suffocating. Hearing Lao Yang's words, Wu Xie's heart chilled significantly. To persuade him to venture to the grand tomb, Lao Yang was resorting to provocation? Although, considering the context, such words were somewhat normal. Wu Xie pondered for a moment and replied, it is not cowardice. This journey is so long, and with so many companions, it is truly exhausting. Wu Xie wished to rest, but Lao Yang would not permit it. After spending 3 years in prison, he had come straight to find Wu Xie without a moment's delay. In his eagerness to resurrect his mother, he even resorted to deceiving Wu Xie. Yet now, Wu Xie expected him to wait a few days? That was absurd, absolutely impossible. Wu Xie, I must say, your constitution is rather feeble. Lao Yang shook his head. This was the perfect opportunity. If they missed it, all the treasures would likely be claimed by those ahead. Wu Xie, you must truly muster your resolve. If you do not stand firm now, our efforts may well be in vain. Surely you do not wish to make 2 trips and end up with nothing? Unbeknownst to Lao Yang, Wu Xie had already gleaned his intentions through Su Mu's thoughts, thus he was testing him. Wow, I can guess that Wu Xie's heart is now filled with suspicion. Wu Xie admitted, indeed, a belly full of doubts, nearly becoming a schemer. Laoyang observed Wu Xie's indifferent expression, feeling a pang of anxiety. He knew his childhood friend well. Wu Xie had always favored sincerity, yet that did not imply foolishness. On the contrary, he was quite astute, simply disinclined to doubt those around him. Seeing Wu Xie's current demeanor, perhaps he was beginning to harbor suspicions about himself? Laoyang fell into contemplation. Wu Xie chuckled lightly. Did we not hear those explosive sounds when we first entered the mountains? I fear that all the good things have already been taken, leaving us with only the mediocre. Though Laoyang aimed to deceive Wu Xie, it was not with malicious intent. Wu Xie exclaimed, "What?" Shocked. So, Laoyang does not wish for my demise? This was much easier to discuss. As long as Laoyang did not seek his life, he would not mind being utilized a bit. Just as Wu Xie was about to express that he was merely tired and speaking nonsense, he once again heard Su Mu's thoughts. It must be said that Laoyang is indeed pitiable. To resurrect his mother, he must deceive the very friend he grew up with. Wu Xie gasped. Wait. Laoyang wishes to resurrect his mother? How does one accomplish that? Can the dead truly be brought back to life? Oh right, it is indeed possible. The princess beside me is a prime example. After a moment's reflection, Wu Xie ultimately decided to step into Laoyang's trap. As Laoyang saw Wu Xie rise, he was about to say something when Wu Xie patted him on the shoulder. Do not mind me. I am merely venting a little. These past few days have been excessively tiring, and I have had no time to think properly. Laoyang sighed in relief. Very well, let's proceed forward. Perhaps we shall uncover the whereabouts of that group. No, what we discover is a campsite. Wu Xie remarked, as long as it does not threaten our lives. It is acceptable. 3 hours later, Wu Xie spotted the small campsite foretold by the princess. He exhaled in relief. Everything was unfolding as the princess had anticipated. I am somewhat tempted to dig up the branch of the bronze divine tree that Laoyang buried. To manifest imagined objects is indeed astonishing. Upon hearing this thought, Wu Xie's eyes widened in surprise. What? To manifest imagined objects? The power of the bronze divine tree is truly extraordinary. Could it be as formidable as the princess? With this realization, Wu Xie could no longer remain still. He glanced at Laoyang, who was busy tidying the campsite, and whispered, Laoyang, given the circumstances, do not conceal anything from me. Speak the truth, and perhaps I can assist you. But then again, sharing may not be comprehensible to others. Yet withholding will certainly lead to misunderstanding. Regardless, knowing a bit is better than knowing nothing. Laoyang's movements came to an abrupt halt. He slowly rose, gazing at Wu Xie, who was seated upon a stone, his expression complex. Wu Xie, your intelligence remains unchanged. Wu Xie scoffed. Do not flatter me. Let us discuss serious matters. Laoyang approached Wu Xie's side, casually patting a stone on the ground before sitting down. I know. He must be about to speak of the shadowy figures. Laoyang began. Wu Xie, are you familiar with the shadowy figures? Wu Xie replied. That feeling of being deceived by the whole world is truly unbearable. Annoyed, Wu Xie retorted, I do not know. Chapter 60. The shadowy figures, the Monkey King's family. Who cannot avoid misfortune. The shadowy figures are those who serve the king of hell in the underworld. They appear like ordinary people, yet they can converse with spirits. To identify them, there is but one method. When they sleep, place their shoes by the bedside with the toes facing inward. Wu Xie could not help but glance at Su Mu upon hearing this. The princess had transformed from a zombie into a living person. If zombies could exist, what of ghosts? Could such legends be rooted in actual events? As Laoyang spoke, he departed for a moment. Upon returning, he held a bronze staff wrapped in cloth. He continued, my cousin became quite eccentric after encountering the staff, claiming he was chosen by the king of hell to become one of the shadowy figures. After hearing this, would you still dare to touch the staff? Wu Xie's gaze shifted uneasily to the bronze staff. Ever since he learned that it was sawed from the bronze divine tree, he had been tempted to touch it and see for himself. The power to manifest imagination, as the princess had described, was intriguing. Feeling a surge of agitation, Wu Xie raised his head. To his shock, he noticed a pair of bloodshot eyes peering at him from within the tent. What is that? A monkey? The eyes darted around before revealing a furry tail, as it turned and scampered away with a bundle. A monkey is stealing. Princess, your bag has been pilfered. As Wu Xie was about to inform Su Mu of the incident, he suddenly caught a whiff of a faint fragrance and saw a figure with a dark face, dripping with water. None other than the princess herself. Su Mu approached, unabashedly seizing the bronze staff wrapped in cloth that Laoyang held. Laoyang exclaimed, what the hell? This girl truly is fearless. Wu Xie mused, is the princess truly this bold? He did not worry about Su Mu's safety. Rather, he was concerned for the bronze divine tree within the tomb. If it caught the princess's eye, it would inevitably become her possession. He wondered whether the bronze divine tree had attained some consciousness to comprehend the princess's intentions. Oh, indeed, it can sense the power contained within. Upon hearing this, Wu Xia's heart surged with excitement. The power to transform imagination into reality. He desired wealth. Alas, his strength was insufficient, like a flickering candle in the wind. Wu Xia immediately felt disheartened. Lao Yang, observing Su Mu's actions, raised an eyebrow with discontent. Miss, you heard it too. This is not a good item. I keep it because it holds significant value. Lao Yang could not comprehend why Wu Xia would choose to bring along this seemingly fragile, yet distinctly noble young woman to the grave. Could it be that she brings fortune to others? Just as Su Mu was about to speak, a loud howl echoed from outside the camp. It was deafening. Her hand trembled slightly, and the bronze rod in her grasp soared through the air, piercing the tent and thrusting outward. Lao Yang's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. It wasn't Su Mu's prowess that astonished him, but rather the precious bronze rod she had so carelessly discarded. What are you doing? Lao Yang exclaimed, both shocked and furious. That item was his aspiration. How could she toss it away so easily? Frantic, he flung open the tent flap to retrieve the bronze rod. Wu Xia glanced at Su Mu and suddenly remembered something. Your Highness, your bag has been stolen. Su Mu replied coolly, annoying monkeys. She had always harbored a deep disdain for monkeys, recalling an incident in her past life at a May mountain when a monkey had torn her skirt. Just then, a startled cry from outside the tent caught their attention. Holy cow! Wu Xia, come quick! A horde of monkeys is stealing our gear. Wu Xia was momentarily bewildered. This was Qinling, not a May mountain. How could monkeys be thieving here? Upon exiting the tent, he was met with a sight of countless red-haired monkeys glaring at them, most of their equipment already whisked away. The monkeys shared the spoils among themselves, infuriating Lao Yang. Wu Xia mused, is this not Qinling? Do the monkeys here also engage in theft? He pondered, is the infamous reputation of the Amei monkeys now known to your highness? His gaze shifted to the ground. Where the bronze rod Su Mu had thrown was embedded in the tail of a red-haired monkey, pinning it firmly to the ground. The rod had penetrated deep, leaving the monkey squawking in desperate attempts to escape. 3 inches into the stone. Witnessing this, Wu Xia swallowed hard, his understanding of Su Mu's strength becoming clearer. Previously, he had assumed she was a mage, but now it was evident that she was a formidable practitioner of both magical and physical arts. The monkey's tail was pinned beside the princess's backpack, ensuring it remained untouched by the thieving monkeys. There are certainly many red-haired monkeys here, Wu Xia observed. It seems they have tasted success in their thieving endeavors. Indeed, with so many monkeys, they could easily become bandits. At that moment, Lao Yang finally spotted the bronze rod, his expression shifting dramatically. What have you done, young lady? He stammered, pointing at the rod in shock. Su Mu cast him a sidelong glance. Not me. But I saw you throw the bronze rod. Lao Yang protested. You saw and still question me? Wu Xia chuckled. I can't help but laugh. Lao Yang was so astonished that he could barely close his mouth. After a moment, he murmured, I was wrong, miss. I should not have underestimated you. I swear. I will never disrespect you again. Su Mu couldn't be bothered to respond. Oh, is the Monkey King arriving? She did not question how she knew. After all, it was a Monkey King that had led a band of monkeys to rob her on a May mountain. The Monkey King? Wu Xia realized. Is the king here to take revenge for the red-haired monkey you caught? He silently mourned for the Monkey King for a fleeting moment. Of all possible foes, why provoke the princess? Just then, a Monkey King, noticeably larger than the others, appeared atop a distant tree. The sight of the red-haired Monkey King sent Lao Yang into a panic. It's the Monkey King. We can't possibly fight off so many. Wu Xia retorted. Did you forget that the princess just demonstrated her strength? He began to question whether Lao Yang had become dull from his time in prison. I loathe monkeys. Especially those that steal. They infuriate me just by existing. Wu Xia laughed. It seems this Monkey King is destined for a grim fate. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu accessed the system shop and acquired a crude ability that did not align with her gentle demeanor, Ape Demon's Super Strength Fist. She felt no remorse in exchanging for this power. Though her reanimated body possessed inherent strength, it was still insufficient. In the next moment, she assimilated the ability and opened her eyes just in time to see the Monkey King audaciously slapping its rear at her. With a smirk, she exchanged for another ability, Earth Fiend's 72 Transformations, Divine Movement. Wu Xia thought, why does this Monkey King seek its own demise? How dare it mock the princess? He then witnessed Su Mu's skirt transform into a blur, instantly placing her amidst the horde of monkeys. Soon, screams filled the air. Wu Xia's eyelids twitched, while Lao Yang was paralyzed with fear. It was the first time Wu Xia had seen such a violent side of the princess. Thuds echoed as, moments later, a group of bruised monkeys knelt before Su Mu, bowing repeatedly and screeching in submission. The Monkey King even surrendered the very monkey that had attempted to steal their belongings. As if seeking to sever ties in a display of groveling, Wu Xia was taken aback, murmuring, the princess has clearly been harboring a great deal of anger. Lao Yang stood in stunned silence, unaware that flies had begun to enter his agape mouth. Is this still human? Chapter 61. The Philosopher's Frog arrives. Wu Xia was startled by Lao Yang's muttering. The princess's mood was evidently foul, yet Lao Yang dared to speak so freely. If the princess decided to deal with the Monkey King, he might very well find himself next on her list. Lao Yang, you should be cautious. The princess is merely an ordinary person. Wu Xie fixed a stern gaze on him. Lao Yang, being astute, understood the implications of Wu Xie's words. He fell silent, then curiously asked, "Why do you refer to that young lady as your highness?" Before Wu Xie could respond, Lao Yang exclaimed in realization, "I see. You must be expressing your respect for her, just like how one adds lord after someone's surname. You're quite clever. You've guessed half of it," Wu Xie replied. Just as Lao Yang was about to inquire further, he heard footsteps approaching from behind and promptly shut his mouth. It was best to remain observant in the presence of someone of high stature. "Phew, that felt great," Wu Xie exclaimed, surprised to see Su Mu walking back, accompanied by the battered Monkey King, limping and dragging a paw. Su Mu nodded. "Heaven shows mercy, and so shall I," Wu Xie thought. It seems the princess is indeed not a bloodthirsty person. This Monkey King is quite reasonable. Perhaps he could be trained. Wu Xie wondered aloud. How might the princess go about training him? Before he could finish, a swarm of monkeys came barreling toward them. Wu Xie felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Could it be that the Monkey King had been subdued while the monkey horde remained unyielding? However, it did not take long for him to realize his misjudgment. The group of red-haired monkeys was, astonishingly, carrying a rattan sedan chair towards them. Wu Xie could hardly believe his eyes. Rubbing and blinking, he looked again. And the troop of red-haired monkeys had already approached with the chair. "Wow!" Lao Yang exclaimed, astonished by the spectacle. "This is truly something I've never seen before." Though Wu Xie was momentarily bewildered, he quickly accepted the reality. Truly, the princess had an effortless knack for taming the monkey horde.
Oh.
The Monkey King certainly knows how to gauge the situation, Wu Xie mused. "So, this sedan chair was not commanded by you?" Remarkably, it seemed that the Monkey King possessed a certain understanding of human nature. Killing it would indeed be a pity. After a brief rest, Wu Xie and his team set off once more. After about an hour, a narrow gorge, known as the One-Line Sky, appeared before them. Lao Yang, upon spotting the terrain, suddenly became animated. "I remember. When I escaped with that old cousin, I saw this gorge. If we venture further inside, we will surely find the ancient tomb." Wu Xie noted that Lao Yang's reaction seemed to be theatrically performed for his benefit, based on the princess's sentiments. He sighed inwardly and feigned excitement, saying, "Really? Then let us hurry over." After walking for a while in the gorge, the scenery abruptly opened up before them. A vast valley appeared, dominated by enormous stone sculptures strewn across the ground. The moment Wu Xie laid eyes on those colossal carvings, he was taken aback. They were so lifelike that it seemed as if petrified beings had been shattered there. "Ah, we've arrived," Wu Xie exclaimed. "Is this really it?" His excitement surged instantly. However, Lao Yang's expression shifted uneasily. "No, I don't remember these sculptures. This doesn't seem to be the path I took when I exited. Should we consider another route?" Wu Xie stifled a laugh and patted Lao Yang on the shoulder. "No need to change paths. If you can't recall, then don't dwell on it. In my estimation, there must be an entrance to the ancient tomb nearby." Those sculptures likely served as guardians to deter intruders from entering the tomb. Given their shattered state, it's probable that explosives were used, indicating that someone has already been here, disrupting the original layout. Let us quickly locate the entrance. Thanks to Wu Xie and Lao Yang's efforts, the way into the ancient tomb was soon discovered, a narrow tunnel. Lao Yang exclaimed, "This hole is far too small. How do we enter?" Wu Xie replied, "Of course, we crawl in." "Haven't you ever entered a tomb before?" After a moment of hesitation, Lao Yang reluctantly nodded. The situation diverged entirely from his memories, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. Su Mu examined the cramped cave before her and silently activated her ability. Transformation. "Crawling in? That doesn't align with my status," she remarked. Wu Xie assured her. "The princess will never lose her grace. You all guard my belongings outside. If I lose a water bottle, I'll roast a monkey brain for dinner." The monkeys, not knowing where they learned this, immediately lined up under the Monkey King's lead and saluted in unison. With a huff, Su Mu activated her ability, transforming into a miniature version of the princess. She calmly followed at the end of the line and gracefully proceeded inside. What is happening? How can the princess shrink?
Lao Yang wondered it.
Is this the rumored skill of the bone shrinking technique? A rare tomb-robbing art unknown even among the ninth door? As they crawled, the group arrived at a cavern. Water dripped from the ceiling, pooling on the ground to a considerable depth. Wu Xie stepped into it, and the water reached his ankles. "Mind you, these shoes cost me $200, he remarked. "Quite good. This is a fine tradition," he added. Lao Yang, noticing the scene, widened his eyes in disbelief and muttered, "Water and fire are invincible?" Wu Xie patted Lao Yang's shoulder. "Don't fret. There are always extraordinary individuals in this world. It's not surprising they appear before us." Lao Yang's lips twitched as he struggled to accept this notion, knowing he had experienced it firsthand. The group continued through the cavern, silence enveloping them. broken only by the sound of water droplets falling from stalactites. The area was exceedingly dim, and the light from their headlamps illuminated only a small sphere ahead, leaving the surrounding darkness an enigma. Wu Xia felt a pang of anxiety, regretting not bringing more people along. After a while, the cavern widened. The jagged stone walls transformed into neatly arranged gray-green tomb bricks. Although still rough, they were an improvement over the previous cave. Wu Xia, do you think these coarse bricks could belong to a tomb from the Tang dynasty? I've heard they were fond of excavating grand mausoleums, Lao Yang speculated. Wu Xia rolled his eyes. Excavating grand mausoleums does not imply roughness. If Tang dynasty tombs were this crude, the craftsmen would have been buried alive long ago. After a moment of silence, Lao Yang nodded, and they resumed their journey, but the water in the tomb passage grew deeper. When it reached Lao Yang's neck, he began to hesitate. Suddenly, something stirred in the water. Wu Xia's instincts kicked in. There was a monster. Indeed, Su Mu's inner commentary ceased momentarily.
Oh.
A Channa micropelts has appeared, Wu Xia thought, alarmed. Channa micropelts? In this dark cave? That cannot be. Before he could contemplate further, Lao Yang tugged at Wu Xia's clothes, exclaiming, There. Something is coming through the water. Wu Xia turned to see a massive dorsal fin slicing through the surface. Nearly a meter high. Is that a Channa micropelts? Or a ghost fish?
Run.
Wu Xia realized this creature was definitely not provoked by him. Chapter 62. Beast Mastery Technique? No. The skill of capturing through hard work. Lao Yang flailed frantically in the water, his swift movements propelling him several meters away. When he surfaced for air, he was stunned to see a figure standing atop the water, calmly observing the approaching monster. In disbelief, he wondered if he was hallucinating. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again, only to see a familiar petite figure standing on the water surface, none other than the princess Wu Xia had brought along. Wow! A goddess? Lao Yang screamed, panic washing over him. His previously calm demeanor crumbled as he splashed about in the water, inadvertently drawing the attention of the Channa micropelts that had intended to attack Wu Xia. With his dagger at the ready, Wu Xia watched in exasperation as Lao Yang, in his frantic state, managed to divert the creature away. That guy truly deserves it. I have the utmost disdain for those who abandon others in times of crisis. Wu Xia muttered. Indeed, I share your disdain. Wu Xia felt a surge of indignation. Yet, despite his contempt, he could not bear to watch Lao Yang perish at the hands of the Channa micropelts. Swiftly, he swam over, brandishing his dagger to stab the creature and rescue Lao Yang. Su Mu observed the commotion below, watching Wu Xia and Lao Yang struggle in the water. She had no intention of intervening. Regardless, Wu Xia could certainly resolve this situation on her own. Why should she intervene? Wu Xia felt a surge of frustration, her heart heavy with tears unshed. You believe in me, yet I do not believe in myself. In a moment of peril, if you misjudge, it could spell my demise. However, I can no longer rely solely on the princess. I am a man too. At this juncture, I must fight with all I have. Wu Xia clenched the dagger in her hand with newfound resolve. Soon, through her tenacity, she managed to slay the attacking Charo salmon. Su Mu followed closely behind Wu Xia, and before long, they arrived at a slightly more spacious area. Su Mu's gaze fell upon a staircase ascending not far away. As expected of Wu Xia, she has found the tomb passage. Wu Xia paused, surveying her surroundings before spotting the staircase. Ah, this is unexpected. Wu Xia tugged at the Charo salmon's lifeless body in the water, swimming toward it. Su Mu intended to follow, but at that moment, she sensed more Charo salmon emerging in the distance. This is bad. Wu Xia, there's more than one. The dazed Lao Yang noticed the increasing ripples on the water surface and was immediately gripped by terror, swimming frantically toward the staircase. In his panic, he inadvertently slapped Wu Xia a few times as he dog-paddled. Wu Xia exclaimed, You rascal, Lao Yang. Your Highness, are you not coming? In the midst of their escape, Wu Xia suddenly realized that Su Mu had not moved. Instead, she stood there, curiously observing the emerging creatures. This is it. It is not the princess who is in peril. It is the monsters. He recognized that gaze all too well. These Charo salmon are quite impressive. I like them. A fine helper for assessing the situation. Su Mu felt elated as she opened the system shop. Indeed, upon hearing this thought, Wu Xia felt a profound sense of relief. Growing concerned for the Charo salmon. If the princess had taken an interest in them, then he would be safe. Surely, she would subdue the Charo salmon before they had a chance to harm him. However, the art of insect control would not be useful. Contracts were unsuitable for group-type monsters. After pondering for a moment, Su Mu decided it was time to exchange for a new ability. Last time, in a fit of rage, she had turned a school of sharks into fertilizer. This time, she would not squander the opportunity. In the system shop, she found the ability she desired, the true technique of beast control. This technique allows one to command spiritual beasts, enabling the practitioner to master all creatures and forge bonds with them. By cultivating this method, one can communicate with beasts, harness their power, and turn foes into allies. Whether soaring through the skies on a mighty dragon or lurking in the depths of the ocean with a sea serpent, or even encountering mystical creatures in the heart of the forest, the true technique of beast control empowers the practitioner to wield their strength with ease. When faced with truly formidable beasts, it can even allow the practitioner to unleash extraordinary prowess by integrating the beast's power into themselves, akin to a tiger gaining wings. Indeed, the true technique of beast control is an invaluable asset in exploration, aiding one in traversing unknown realms and subjugating untamed laborers. Wu Xia noticed Su Mu's silence, realizing she had ceased sending thoughts. Just moments after she exchanged for the true technique of beast control, Su Mu comprehended it entirely within mere seconds. She clenched her fists, relishing in the newfound power and knowledge as if she had practiced for an eternity. Then, she turned her gaze towards the group of Charo salmon in the water. Little cuties, bow down and submit. With a snap of her fingers, Su Mu unleashed an imposing aura that directly suppressed the Charo salmon. Naturally fierce and undaunted by death, the Charo salmon grew increasingly savage when wounded. Yet under Su Mu's command, they exhibited no inclination to resist. The disparity between them and Su Mu was as stark as that between ants and humans. Against such a superior foe, annihilation could be achieved in an instant. Their cries shifted from brutality to flattery. Wu Xia and Lao Yang looked on as Su Mu activated the true technique of beast control. Suppressing, subduing, branding, and bestowing intelligence, all actions were executed seamlessly. When she opened her eyes again, Su Mu had established a connection with the group of Charo salmon. She casually directed them, assessing their capabilities, and commanded them to guard the tomb. After arranging their duties, Su Mu suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over her mind slightly foggy. Controlling this group of Charo salmon is quite taxing. It seems I need to find an opportunity to enhance my own strength. Wu Xia, relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster, was taken aback by Su Mu's revelation. Could the princess actually enhance her own power? Was this not her limit? Wu Xia could scarcely fathom the implications. What abilities would the princess possess upon further strengthening herself? The graves of Earth would no longer suffice for her. Would she venture to Mars for burial? Contemplating this, Wu Xia swallowed hard. Could it be that the princess is truly a reincarnation of a divine being? Su Mu rubbed her temples and then stepped onto the staircase, gliding through the ripples. Lao Yang stared at Su Mu, his mind blank in disbelief. Who could fathom what he had witnessed today? In the span of a single day, his worldview had been shattered multiple times. Each time he thought he had seen the pinnacle of the princess's prowess, she showcased an even greater facet of her strength. His imagination could hardly keep pace with her might. Where exactly did Wu Xia procure this ancestral figure? She surpassed even the legendary monsters of the old Nine Gates. Oh dear, being Na'vi is quite the burden. But rest assured, tomorrow will be even more challenging, Su Mu remarked, glancing at the drenched Wu Xia. Wu Xia coughed, nearly choking on his words upon hearing Su Mu's thoughts. What? This current struggle isn't even the most arduous? Wu Xia lamented internally. Your Highness, I wish to carry you. It seems much safer this way. After coughing for a while, Wu Xia lay on the ground, gasping for breath. I wonder if this is edible. Wu Xia distinctly recalled the fat man had once cooked for the princess. He could not fall behind. If the fat man could cook, then so could he. Upon hearing Wu Xia's words, Su Mu fell silent. This Charo salmon has eaten human flesh. Hearing this thought, Wu Xia trembled and immediately began to gut the Charo salmon. Shortly thereafter, a round object rolled out from the fish's abdomen. Wu Xia stared silently at the object. Lao Yang squinted closely, and then they both gasped in horror. A human head. Goodness, Wu Xia has quite the appetite. Daring to consume a fish that is feasted on humans. Wu Xia exclaimed, No. I had no idea this Charo salmon had consumed human flesh. If I had known, I would never have brought it ashore. Lao Yang looked at Wu Xia, astonished. After a long moment, he gave Wu Xia a thumbs up. Wu Xia, I once thought I was ruthless enough. I had no idea you could be even more so. I shall respectfully call you Wuga from now on. Wu Xia thought to herself. Chapter 63. The Earth Gun. The Mud Scholars Team Surprise Attack. Wu Xia's expression darkened. She had anticipated a warm meal, only to uncover a severed head instead. Staring at the gruesome sight on the ground, even the thick-skinned might find it difficult to swallow. Wu Xia fought to suppress her nausea as she prodded the head with her dagger. After turning the severed head over, Wu Xia discovered that the face had been utterly destroyed. However, the damage was not due to digestion. Rather, it appeared to have been caused by external force. It seemed likely that the head had been chewed by the Jelluo salmon that had consumed him. Judging by the degree of decay, the individual had not been swallowed for long. Although there was some rotting of the skin, much of it remained intact. Wu Xia speculated that the person had only been ingested for about 12 hours. Upon analyzing this information, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. This head was still relatively whole. It appeared to be one of the individuals we were tracking. Indeed, you've guessed the truth, my naive friend. Upon hearing Su Mu's unspoken praise, Wu Xia felt a flicker of joy in his heart. His diligent practice in Wu Mountain residence had not been in vain. Lao Yang looked at the head with disgust. As he noticed Wu Xia attempting to examine it further, he couldn't restrain himself from kicking it into the water. Stop looking at it. It makes me nauseous. Wu Xia retorted. It's not like you're the one examining it. What is making you feel sick? Lao Yang rolled his eyes. I don't understand how you can find that thing interesting. He then walked over to the Jelluo salmon that Wu Xia had eviscerated. As he pulled at the salmon, he inadvertently drew out its innards, spilling a multitude of severed limbs onto the ground. The dismembered hands and feet lay grotesquely on the earth. Lao Yang's expression darkened at once. Ugh, what a nuisance. Wu Xia, come help me get rid of this. It's disgusting to leave it here. With a sigh, Wu Xia stepped forward to assist. After a couple of tugs, he discovered a pitch-black handgun among the salmon's entrails. Quick as lightning, he seized it. Good heavens, isn't this a double-barreled shotgun? Wu Xia instantly recognized the firearm in his possession, though he was bewildered. This weapon was clearly loaded with pellets, yet the barrel was even shorter than that of a typical handgun. It was a peculiar amalgamation. What on earth is this? Doesn't the user fear that firing it might cause the barrel to explode and harm themselves? Lao Yang, intrigued by the item in Wu Xia's hand, leaned closer. That's a paddle gun. Hey, naive one, don't let him take the gun. Su Mu urgently called out in her mind as she saw Lao Yang reach for the gun. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Wu Xia retracting his grip on the weapon. What is a paddle gun? It is a modified small-caliber shotgun with its barrel sawed off and a handgun-style grip. This term is commonly used to refer to any homemade firearm that has undergone such modifications. Upon hearing this, Wu Xia understood the implications. The shotgun's characteristic is its capacity for wide-area, close-range lethality. Originally short in range, the sawn-off barrel further diminished its effectiveness. Nevertheless, in the current graveyard-like setting, this firearm could prove invaluable. Clearly, this makeshift weapon belonged to the unfortunate soul who had been devoured by the Jelluo salmon. Wu Xia examined the paddle gun and found it still in working condition, with 8 rounds, 4 red and 4 blue. He immediately felt a desire to retain control of it, especially since Princess Su Mu would prefer it not fall into Lao Yang's hands. With this thought in mind, Wu Xia said to Lao Yang, I'll hold on to this gun for now, my shooting skills surpass yours. You can charge ahead while I provide cover from behind. Lao Yang's expression darkened as he pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Tisk, why didn't Wu Xia just shoot that guy dead? Wu Xia replied. Good heavens, that would be murder. I have no desire to end up in prison. After a brief rest, Lao Yang and Wu Xia continued forward. About an hour later, the flashlight in Lao Yang's hand began to flicker. He tapped it against the wall, but in doing so, accidentally dropped it to the ground. The light illuminated the floor, coincidentally revealing a copper ring. Upon witnessing Lao Yang's actions and the illuminated copper ring, Su Mu's heart became clear as crystal. Wu Xia, hearing Su Mu's thoughts, also realized the truth. Lao Yang's earlier antics had all been a ruse. This fellow should be awarded an Oscar. It would be a grave loss to the film industry if he didn't pursue acting. Had it not been for Princess Su Mu's mental voice, he might have been completely fooled by Lao Yang. What could be the purpose behind such a calculated deception? It seemed there was a hidden door. Shall we explore? As Lao Yang spoke, he reached for the copper ring. Wu Xia thought to himself, this is quite the performance. He decided to observe as Lao Yang lifted the copper ring and opened the concealed door. Wu Xia felt somewhat puzzled at how easily Lao Yang had discovered it. Before he could voice his thoughts, he suddenly heard the sound of a firearm being cocked. Turning around, Wu Xia was confronted by someone aiming the makeshift gun directly at his head. This is rather unfortunate, he muttered. Lao Yang turned pale with fear. Realizing that the group they had been tracking was now right behind them, he exclaimed in shock, What are you doing behind us? There were 5 individuals in that group, but now only 4 remained. In that moment, Wu Xia finally spotted the petite figure of Princess Su Mu, who was also being threatened by a burly man brandishing a firearm. However, Su Mu's charming face was now etched with frost. How could I forget about them? It's fortunate. My garden could use some fertilizer. Wu Xia thought to himself, sensing trouble brewing as Princess Su Mu's anger began to surface. With a cold glint in her eyes, Su Mu summoned the corpse-eating insects from the tomb of King Lu Shang. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air. Those present had all experienced the terror of the corpse-eating insects, and upon hearing the noise, their faces turned pale with fear. Almost immediately, they heard the burly man let out a blood-curdling scream. The cry drew the attention of everyone present. When they realized what was happening to the man, their expressions shifted dramatically. It was a swarm of corpse-eating insects. They were crawling all over him, ravenously consuming his flesh and blood.
Sumo spoke softly.
Who gave you the audacity to point a gun at me? With a sharp crack, the makeshift gun fell from the man's grasp. The crowd, drawn to the sound, finally noticed the small figure of Su Mu standing before the man, her demeanor as cold as ice, contrasting sharply with the anguished cries of the man behind her. It was as if the little girl had unleashed the insects to devour him. What on earth? How did the corpse-eating insects get here? One member of the group, a thin young man with a shifty demeanor, shouted in horror, Run. Or, it'll be too late. Upon hearing this, Su Mu narrowed her eyes and glanced back.
Run?
Did you ask for my permission? The moment you pointed a gun at me, you became my prey. As her gaze swept over the scene, the swarm of corpse-eating insects surged forth, advancing towards the remaining 3 individuals. Though they too were armed with makeshift guns, they were utterly overwhelmed by the sheer number of insects. After hastily firing 3 shots, they found themselves surrounded by a swarm of corpses. Wu Xia, caught in the encirclement, felt a surge of panic. Your Highness, could you perhaps release me before we discuss anything further? The incessant buzzing in his ears made him tremble uncontrollably. He was acutely aware that these corpses were under the princess's control, yet the fear of being devoured by them lingered. These creatures were known for their gruesome consumption. The man's agonizing screams echoed incessantly, wrenching the hearts of those present. How excruciating must that pain be? Su Mu deliberately restrained the corpses from draining the man too swiftly. Those who offend me shall pay the price, she declared. I want him to truly savor the experience of being gradually consumed by these corpses until he becomes mere fertilizer. Wu Xia gulped nervously. The princess was truly incensed now. It was only natural. She was royalty, and that fool had dared to threaten her with a firearm. It was only fitting that he should suffer. Stepping into the ring of corpses amidst the man's horrifying cries, Su Mu observed Wu Xia and Lao Yang huddled together. A sneer of disdain crossed her face. How foolish you are to have followed me for so long. I didn't do anything. It was Lao Yang who insisted on clinging to me, Wu Xia protested. While the other 3 formed a trembling group, scanning their surroundings with expressions of terror. When Su Mu appeared before them, they were utterly dumbfounded. To their astonishment, the corpses parted to create a path for the little girl. These creatures were somehow linked to her. Then, with a snap of her fingers, the corpses sealed the path behind her. Even the most obtuse among them could grasp the implication. The girl was commanding these corpses. The trio's eyes widened in shock, and the slightly portly leader nearly gasped but managed to stifle his voice, terrified of provoking her further. No one appreciated the foolishness of vocal outbursts in such a dire situation. Su Mu scoffed, eyeing the 3 men with a cold smile. Aren't you supposed to be armed bandits? Why don't you aim your guns at me? The man's tormented screams still reverberated in the background, causing the trio to tremble and collapse to the ground. We did not recognize your greatness. Please, show mercy and spare our lives. The middle-aged man who appeared to be the leader stammered, Please, forgive our ignorance. We beseech you. Su Mu chuckled derisively.
Was that it?
They were cowering already? Wu Xia remarked, It's concerning that they're not terrified of you. Just moments before, they had appeared so fierce, brandishing weapons at me. Upon hearing this, the 3 men's faces shifted dramatically, and in unison, they fell to their knees, fervently bowing their heads to Su Mu. Wu Xia gazed at them with a complex expression. Compared to the fate awaiting these men, the princess's treatment of him was remarkably lenient. He had even blown open the gates to her tomb. Lao Yang seemed dazed, staring blankly at Su Mu, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. His gaze wandered mechanically between Su Mu and the corpses behind her. Was she even human? Suddenly, Wu Xia's expression changed, and without hesitation, he kicked Lao Yang away. He certainly didn't want to be dragged down by someone else's recklessness. Cautiously, Wu Xia observed Su Mu's expression. When he noticed her approval of his swift action, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Su Mu then turned her attention to the 3 men still kneeling and bowing fervently. Are you the one surnamed Tai? The leader trembled, bowing even harder. I am indeed surnamed Tai. Wu Xia's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, the princess knows his name? Then she turned to the slightly overweight man beside him. And you are the one surnamed Wang? The man, now identified as Boss Wang, nodded vigorously. Yes, that's me. Wu Xia was utterly bewildered. How could the princess know these men's names? How was this even possible? Was this the power of a cultivator? It seemed almost unfair. Oh, divine being. I did not recognize my error in confronting you today. Please forgive me. Boss Wang exclaimed, hurriedly removing his jade ring and gold ring, as well as a jade pendant from around his neck, offering them to Su Mu. This is my humble offering of contrition. I implore you, spare my life. Su Mu let out a cold laugh and glanced at Wu Xia, signaling him with her eyes. Wu Xia was taken aback, eyes wide as he pointed at himself. What do you want me to do with this?
What are you staring at?
Take these items, she seemed to say through her gaze. Wu Xia, still confused, approached and accepted the items from Boss Wang. Weighing them in his hands, he questioned, Is this all? Boss Wang shuddered, his face a mask of despair as he nodded. Who would have thought that fortunes could shift so rapidly? All right then, this man is a miser. This is acceptable. I wouldn't want to touch anything filthy that others have worn, Wu Xia mused, examining the items. The jade Buddha was polished to a shine, and the gold ring sparkled brilliantly. Clearly, these items were well maintained and appeared free of dirt. At that moment, Su Mu ordered, You 3, go ahead and scout the path. The moment they heard scout, the trio's faces turned pale. Who knew what awaited them beneath? Sending them to scout was akin to sending them to their doom. Su Mu raised an eyebrow and remarked, If you're unwilling to scout, then perish at the hands of the corpses.
No, no, no. We will go at once,
they exclaimed, scrambling to comply. 3 hapless scouts ventured forth, followed closely by the buzzing corpses. Wu Xia walked alongside Lao Yang, who wore a worried expression, his gaze fixed on the 3 ahead. Lao Yang, do you think there is danger down there? Wu Xia asked in a hushed tone. Lao Yang instinctively shook his head, but then nodded. I recall there being a volcano down there. Here it comes. Wu Xia thought, astonished at the mention of a volcano. After all, the Qinling Mountains were not situated in a volcanic belt. Upon hearing Su Mu's thoughts, Wu Xia was even more shocked. What did she mean by inducing his subconscious? Could his subconscious actually influence the terrain of this place? Curiosity overcame him, and he asked Lao Yang, how could there be a volcano down there? Upon hearing the question, Lao Yang looked up at Wu Xia with a dazed expression and then began to mumble. I believe there's a volcano, and other things beneath. After uttering this, his eyes regained clarity. Wu Xia stared at him, unable to suppress his curiosity. How do you know? Because he created it himself. Su Mu's voice echoed in Wu Xia's mind, sending waves of shock through him.
What?
Lao Yang could conjure a volcano? How was that even possible? Having frequently heard Su Mu's thoughts, Wu Xia had developed a demeanor that remained unfazed by any revelation. Su Mu's heartfelt words truly astonished him. He could no longer allow Lao Yang to lead him and directly asked Lao Yang, what exactly lies beneath? Upon hearing this question, Lao Yang involuntarily furrowed his brows. Wu Xia, do you still doubt me? I cannot disclose the details, for if I did, you would surely refuse to go. All I can say is that venturing below holds immense benefits. Wu Xia, who was ready to respond, felt a sudden chill at the mention of immense loss of memory. The initial part might have been an adjective, but the latter part clearly indicated an impending event. Determined, Wu Xia declared, if you want to tell me what lies below, I will not go. Lao Yang's expression changed instantly. How can you not go? I am truly looking out for your best interest. Before Lao Yang could finish a sentence, a thundering sound of a collapse echoed from behind the group. Su Mu frowned slightly and turned to look back. To her astonishment, the passage they had just traversed had collapsed in a most absurd manner. Moreover, it had completely blocked their retreat, leaving no gap whatsoever. Yet miraculously, it had not touched Su Mu at the very back. Witnessing the scene, Wu Xia was dumbfounded. How could it be that heaven itself was aiding Lao Yang? Was it as if the heavens were compelling him to follow Lao Yang? A few ludicrous thoughts flashed through Wu Xia's mind, only to be dismissed by himself. After witnessing the abilities of this resurrected princess, Wu Xia had reconstructed his worldview several times. Since there existed a princess who, despite being reclusive, enjoyed cultivating in graveyards, it was certain that there were other extraordinary cultivators and talented beings. Perhaps Lao Yang was one of those remarkable individuals. Considering this, Wu Xia's gaze towards Lao Yang became more obscure. In the current situation, it was evident that Lao Yang was not on his side. Only the princess could shield him. Su Mu squinted her eyes, surveying the fallen stones. She had observed them closely. They were indeed genuine stones, devoid of any deceit. Those stones, which had seemed stable moments ago, had indeed collapsed in an utterly absurd manner. Undoubtedly, this was accomplished by Lao Yang leveraging the power of the bronze divine tree. While Wu Xia was oblivious to her clarity, Su Mu was well aware. Oh, this bronze divine tree is quite intriguing, she mused. It can actually influence reality. I wonder if it can hasten the maturity of my crops. Su Mu's interest was piqued by the unfolding events. If this bronze divine tree could cause her crops to ripen instantly, she would gain her freedom, liberating herself from the anxiety of harvest.
Wu Xia,
upon hearing Su Mu's thoughts, found himself momentarily perplexed.
Huh.
The power of the bronze divine tree can influence reality? I seem to have missed that. However, the princess was remarkably carefree. Even at such a critical moment, her thoughts revolved around her crops. She was far too invested in them. A sudden impulse surged within Wu Xia, wishing to be cultivated by the princess. Let me be your crop. Lao Yang, witnessing the collapse, earnestly patted Wu Xia's shoulder. Only by accompanying me below can we find a glimmer of hope. Hearing this, Wu Xia dispelled his unrealistic fantasies and glared at Lao Yang. Did you orchestrate this? Did you deliberately create the situation to coerce me into going with you? Lao Yang's expression flickered. What are you talking about? If I had such power, would I have caused such a ruckus? You can choose not to go, but there is no other path left for you now. You may as well try to dig through those stones. Oh, he believes Wu Xia has no other choice, hence he dares to speak to him like this. Su Mu mused, stroking her chin while observing the two. I haven't even spoken yet. Why are you both in such a hurry? Su Mu chuckled, adding, why not inquire about my opinion? Upon hearing Su Mu's voice, Wu Xia's heart soared with joy. I knew, princess, you would surely have a way. Su Mu chuckled lightly and then snapped her fingers, upgrading her ability to the 5th level. The first level of her ability allowed her to wield the power to manipulate the elements, yet it could not restore the shattered stones to their original form. However, the 5th level could. With enhanced control, restoring the fallen stones became effortless. As Wu Xia heard the sound of Su Mu's finger snapping, He instinctively turned to look at the collapsed stones. In an instant, those stones began to levitate. Realizing what was happening, Wu Xia immediately understood. This was the princess's power. Lao Yang, witnessing the scene, was left speechless, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. How is this possible? Even the jagged edges that had been smashed were restored to their original state. This was beyond belief. Such feats were beyond human capability. Hearing this, Su Mu coldly smiled. Do not presume to gauge my powers with your limited understanding. I can indeed handle the dead and the decayed. Wu Xia exclaimed. Well said, princess.
Lao Yang, does it? Stammered.
If such a person existed, what was the purpose of his persistence? Just as he was about to speak, a scream echoed from the passage ahead. In chapter 66, the natural hot spring of the princess was finally within reach. The trio of expendables was driven by the corpse insects, trudging towards the end of the passage in a state of despair. Halfway through, they heard the sound of stones rolling and collapsing behind them. They were bewildered. How could there be a collapse out of nowhere? Yet, they understood that with the path behind them now blocked, their only option was to move forward for a chance of survival. Thus, the trio of expendables hurriedly ran ahead. However, as they exited the passage, a plume of sulphurous steam erupted from the ground, instantly scalding the leading Uncle Tai to death.
Poor Uncle Tai.
He barely had time to emit a brief scream before being boiled alive. Upon witnessing this, the remaining two expendables dared not advance further. Fortunately, the corpse insects did not push them forward, instead standing 1 meter behind them, effectively sealing off the passage. Hearing the agonizing screams from the passage's end, Wu Xia immediately recalled Lao Yang's mention of a volcano. What on earth is down there? Lao Yang scratched his head and replied, a volcano, I suppose. This volcano cannot erupt on a large scale, so it only spews small bursts. Wu Xia's expression turned extremely grim. Although he did not know how Lao Yang had conjured such a phenomenon, he still felt it was utterly absurd. It was the first time he had heard the word volcano in an ancient tomb. This was more ludicrous than Zhu Beiji's marriage to Chang'e. Wu Xia couldn't help but take a few steps back, fixing his gaze on Lao Yang. I'm not going down there. You can go find whoever you want. Wu Xia felt that this place was far too sinister. Continuing onward could invite unknown horrors. Damn it. For the first time, Wu Xia felt a pang of fear. Suddenly, Su Mu's hand rested on his shoulder. I haven't planted my crops yet. Where do you think you're going? Wu Xia instantly realized.
Ah.
The princess wants to go into the tomb to plant crops. Very well. I shall accompany the beauty to the death. Surely, the princess wouldn't let him die. Let's go. Su Mu looked at Wu Xia, blinking her eyes. Be good, Wu Xia. Don't put me in a difficult position. Wu Xia, goodness. I almost jeopardized the princess's grand plan. Wu Xia promptly nodded. If the princess said to go take a look, then he would indeed go take a look. Otherwise, Her Highness the Princess might just twist off his head and kick it like a ball.
Lao Yang muset.
Reflecting on how the princess's single word proved far more effective than his earlier attempts at persuasion and threats, regrets surged within him. Had he known, he would have sought to curry favor with the princess instead of being consumed by thoughts of his mother, thus neglecting this evidently formidable figure entirely. Though Lao Yang's expression bore the weight of remorse, he quickly regained his composure. Surely, it must be the aftereffects of the power bestowed by the bronze divine tree. He knew such power could lead to memory loss, erasing recollections as if they had never existed. After a moment of self-reassurance, he strode ahead, urging Wu Xia to follow. Come on, Wu Xia. Once you descend, you will understand. I would never bring you harm. There are immense benefits awaiting below. Wu Xia could not help but roll his eyes. Great. All I hear about are tremendous benefits, yet the nature of these benefits remains shrouded in mystery. Perhaps the princess would know what these great benefits truly entailed? Wu Xia listened intently to Su Mu's thoughts. By the way, does the geothermal spring water contain abundant minerals? If I were to soak in it, would it enhance my skin's radiance? Though my skin is already quite flawless, who could resist the allure of further beauty? Wu Xia. No wonder she is a princess. She's already contemplating how to exploit the geothermal spring. Wu Xia continued to listen, but regrettably, Su Mu's thoughts yielded no further useful information. Rubbing his temples, he followed Lao Yang until they reached the end of the passage. The cloud of corpse toads dissipated, revealing two hapless figures huddled together. Su Mu cast a disdainful glance at them before shifting her gaze toward the geothermal spring ahead. An elderly, portly man clutched a lanky youth in his arms. The sight was almost unbearable. Wu Xia's lips twitched in disgust as he inquired, "Where's the third person?" The two hapless figures immediately pointed forward. Wu Xia took a few steps in their indicated direction and soon spotted Uncle Tai, curled up on the ground. His exposed skin was flushed, and his posture made him resemble a boiled shrimp. Wu Xia exclaimed, "Huh? What happened to him?" Wu Xia questioned, "Isn't this a geothermal spring? Why is there steam?" Just then, a hissing sound reached Wu Xia's ears. Subsequently, a scalding plume of steam erupted, enveloping Uncle Tai once more. The steam collided with the high ceiling, condensing into droplets that fell to the ground. Wu Xia's expression shifted dramatically. He observed Uncle Tai's body turn pale and begin to disintegrate under the steam's assault. The sight reminded him of chicken stewing to tenderness. He nearly lost his composure and vomited. The temperature of this geothermal spring is alarmingly high, Wu Xia thought with a grimace. Indeed. It was dangerously high, capable of rendering a person to mere pulp. I've made up my mind. Once I acquire ownership, I will transform this place into a natural hot spring. Wu Xia mused. Your Highness, do you truly wish to bathe in a 100-degree hot spring? He dared not voice his thoughts aloud, fearing the princess might misinterpret his words as suggesting that a dead pig is unafraid of boiling water. Ahead, Lao Yang rubbed his chin, fully aware of the geothermal spring's origins. Upon seeing the two hapless figures, Lao Yang smirked coldly. Get up. Her Highness commands you to continue scouting ahead. Wu Xia felt a surge of irritation at Lao Yang's authoritative tone. How could this cunning fellow wield such power? The two figures trembled as they stood, their reluctance palpable. Yet they had no choice but to forge ahead, resigned to their fate. Better to be scalded to death by the searing steam than to be drained of life by corpse toads through unimaginable agony. However, to the disappointment of the two figures, their exploration led them to a dead end, where they found not the geothermal steam but a waterfall instead. Your Highness, this path leads to a waterfall. How could there possibly be a waterfall here? Lao Yang explained. It was created using the power of the bronze divine tree. Wu Xia pondered. Is the power of the bronze divine tree truly that of creation? Can anything imagined come into being? Yet, despite my myriad thoughts, nothing materialized. Must one physically encounter the bronze divine tree to harness its power? Contemplating this, Wu Xia inquired of Lao Yang. Is the place you wish to take me located below? Upon hearing this, Lao Yang's excitement was palpable as he nodded vigorously. Yes, precisely. Just a few steps further down. Chapter 67. The Bronze Chains. Her Highness the Princess is here for a tour. Lao Yang, sensing Wu Xia's wavering resolve, immediately changed his demeanor, shedding his previous disdain for Wu Xia as if it had never existed. Let us proceed. Lao Yang gestured forward, illuminating the path with the light from his helmet lamp. Wu Xia's gaze fell upon a colossal chain, its reddish-brown, powdery surface reminiscent of rust. You want me to walk on that chain? He asked, incredulous. Is there no other route? No, there is. Wu Xia exclaimed. I knew the princess had a plan. You could simply fall. After all, you were going to fall anyway. Wu Xia replied, I'd prefer to pass on that suggestion. Rather than plummet into a mess, I'd rather traverse the iron chain. Though perilous, it is preferable to an immediate demise. Wu Xia considered the chains suspended before the waterfall, their reddish-brown rust raising doubts in his mind.
Lao Yang.
Are you certain we can traverse this chain? It hasn't rusted through, has it? Lao Yang raised an eyebrow. Who told you it was an iron chain? It's made of bronze. The reddish-brown powder you see is simply the alkaline residue left by the evaporation of the underground hot spring. It scrapes right off. Wu Xia, is it really that scientific? Skeptical, Wu Xia approached the nearby chain, crouched down, and scraped away a layer of the reddish-brown powder. To his astonishment, it was indeed alkaline residue that easily flaked away, revealing a potent sulfur scent beneath. As he scraped off the powder, the true nature of the chain came into view: bronze. The striking deep green of the bronze lay beneath, and no matter how much Wu Xia scraped, it remained bronze. Witnessing this, Wu Xia reluctantly accepted that the chain would not snap beneath him mid-crossing. He let out a sigh of relief, standing up to face the trembling figures behind him. You two, lead the way, Wu Xia ordered, pointing at the plump and skinny hapless figures. Their faces blanched, yet upon seeing Wu Xia raise his makeshift weapon toward them, they fervently nodded in agreement. You, the plump one, take the lead. The stout hapless figure, embracing the thought that it would be less painful to die from a fall, cautiously stepped onto the chain. Despite his legs shaking uncontrollably, he did not disturb the massive chain. In fact, the chain held his weight securely. Seeing this unfold, Wu Xia felt reassured and beckoned the slender figure onward. Following them was Lao Yang, and soon after, Sumu stepped onto the invisible stairs, rising into the air. Wu Xia barely had the chance to inquire about Sumu's opinion before she appeared before him. Walking on a tightrope does not befit a princess, she declared. I shall tread upon an aerial bridge. Wu Xia, puzzled, questioned, is there truly an aerial bridge here? He regarded Sumu's steps with skepticism. Subsequently, he could not resist moving to the spot where Sumu had just traversed the air bridge, reaching out to feel. Where on earth is this aerial bridge? The princess's actions were unmistakably a manifestation of her own flying capabilities. Look at Wu Xia's incredulous expression. Surely, he does not believe I am walking on an aerial bridge? Wu Xia lamented. Alas, Lao Yang and the others left too hastily and missed this spectacle. Otherwise, the princess's amusement would not be limited to just him. Sumu glided through the air and soon found herself at the heart of the waterfall. Although Wu Xia and his companions' mining lamps illuminated the area, their light was too concentrated to reveal the entirety of the waterfall. Intrigued by its width, Sumu ignited her Nanming Li Hua for illumination. The instant the flames flared, two exclamations erupted in unison.
Holy moly!
A deity! There is a deity! The shouts of the plump and lean cannon fodder reverberated through the space. Sumu cast a bemused glance upwards. These fools are truly bothersome. Always shouting at the slightest provocation. Wu Xia exclaimed, I shall silence them. Good heavens! Is that truly the princess? Lao Yang shouted in disbelief. How can this be? The princess can fly. Frowning, Wu Xia thought, why on earth is Lao Yang mimicking my address for the princess? A sudden wave of irritation washed over him. Was it not normal for the princess to possess such abilities? Wu Xia retorted, Lao Yang, do not act as if you have never seen the world. It is embarrassing. Lao Yang protested. Good heavens. That is flying. I have never witnessed anyone soaring through the air in my life. Well, now you have, Wu Xia replied.
Glancing at Lao Yang.
Keep your voice down. Do not disturb the princess. Lao Yang held his breath, nearly choking. Wu Xia was relentless in his obsession with the princess. What enchantment had she cast upon him to elicit such fervent defense? Lao Yang felt a twinge of discomfort. Sumu disregarded the commotion above and focused on the waterfall before her. The waterfall was impressively wide, measuring at least 100 meters. With scalding water cascading down from a geothermal spring, the water bore a reddish-brown hue and exuded a pungent scent of sulfur. The flow was substantial, with no gaps to be seen. Sumu glanced at Wu Xia and the others. I wonder if this waterfall has the potential to be developed into a natural hot spring. If so, I would transform this place into my exclusive hot spring palace. Wu Xia remarked, they are here to loot, while the princess is here for leisure. Such is the disparity between people. I am enamored. Good heavens. The princess is heading down, exclaimed the lean cannon fodder. The plump cannon fodder retorted angrily, did you not hear her request for silence? Do not disturb the princess. The waterfall cascaded majestically, evoking a sense of grandeur. Upon reaching the base, Su Mu discovered a reddish-brown pool. The water had cooled, flowing through an underground river towards the outside, mingling with more mountain spring water along the way. After some exploration, Su Mu emerged from the underground river into a picturesque valley filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. The slightly reddish underground hot spring water merged with a small stream, appearing utterly unremarkable. Su Mu dipped her hand into the water, and within 3 seconds, she confirmed its beautifying properties. What a delightful surprise. This expedition has yielded unexpected rewards. The location for the hot spring palace is exquisite. I can hardly contain my excitement. Just as she set foot on solid ground, her legs still trembling, Wu Xia exclaimed, Good heavens. So, during the princess's absence, she was searching for the foundation of the hot spring palace? Chapter 68. The Thousand Coffin Formation. The wind after the strange gate, one cannot deny that the princess has an impeccable sense of timing. Following the chain to its conclusion, they found themselves in a space filled with coffins. What on earth is this place? The plump cannon fodder cried out, a mix of fear and excitement coursing through him. Fearful of the mummies, yet thrilled by the treasures that might be contained within the coffins. Wu Xia, uncertain, turned to Lao Yang for clarification. Lao Yang scratched his head, equally baffled. Wu Xia understood it was time for him to take the lead. He approached a coffin, beckoning Lao Yang and the 2 cannon fodder to assist in opening it. The 2 cannon fodder dared not voice their displeasure at Wu Xia's command and reluctantly stepped forward to help. The princess, clearly protective of Wu Xia, made it apparent that offending him would be tantamount to offending her. Good heavens, Wu Xia intends to open a coffin? Is he not afraid of his rumored ability to awaken the dead? Wu Xia's hand trembled involuntarily. Do I truly possess such a trait?
How could that be? Then,
a long sigh emanated from the coffin before them. Upon hearing this sound, Wu Xia's legs buckled beneath him. Good heavens, is it rising from the dead? The 2 cannon fodder and Lao Yang were equally terrified, abandoning the coffin and fleeing. Poor Wu Xia, paralyzed with fear, lay on the ground, unable to avert his gaze from the coffin. However, after a prolonged wait, nothing emerged from within. Goodness, how can Wu Xia be so cowardly? He is afraid of mere sounds in the air. With such a disposition, how can he dare to loot graves? Realizing the truth from Su Mu's thoughts, Wu Xia felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the coffin in humiliation. This was utterly shameful, especially in front of the princess. Once again, Wu Xia found himself prostrate on the ground. At that moment, Su Mu approached. She glanced into the coffin, revealing nothing but a decaying corpse. However, this corpse was somewhat grotesque, exuding an aura as if it were about to spring from the coffin. This is enough to frighten Wu Xia? Wu Xia replied. I would not have been scared ordinarily. Yet, princess, you mentioned I have a tendency to awaken the dead. I frighten myself. Supported by Lao Yang, Wu Xia stood, craning his neck to peer into the coffin, his heart racing as he realized the corpse appeared to be staring directly at him. Even the 2 cannon fodder regarded Su Mu with reverence. The princess was truly remarkable, remaining unfazed by such a ghastly sight. Well, this is nothing. After all, I too have emerged from a coffin, Wu Xia conceded. The plump cannon fodder, upon seeing the multitude of coffins, could not help but swallow hard. With so many coffins, there must surely be countless treasures, right? Wu Xia furrowed his brow. Was this the nature of all plump individuals? Though he had little interest in treasures, recent financial constraints had piqued his curiosity. Determined, Wu Xia led the way, attempting to utilize his knowledge to discern which coffin might harbor valuables. The coffin they had just opened contained only an unidentifiable corpse, with nothing else of worth. Soon, Wu Xia identified a well-crafted dark brown coffin and immediately called for the group to assist in opening it. Due to his fear of awakening the dead upon opening the coffin, he merely observed as a few individuals proceeded to do so. Once the coffin was opened, the corpse within came into view, a mummified body clad in the unmistakable attire of a Qing dynasty military official, complete with a hat of the same vintage. A sense of disappointment washed over the onlookers. Relics from the Qing era held little value, though they could still fetch a couple of silver coins. Consequently, two of the less significant characters eagerly began to search for treasures. Before long, they unearthed a string of beads, which they dutifully presented to Wu Xia. Old Yang, watching intently from the sidelines, could not suppress his curiosity and soon spotted another coffin, deciding to open it himself. This place harbors some secrets. It seems to align with the principles of Millennia-Old. As Wu Xia reveled in his newfound treasure, he was abruptly startled by Su Mu's thoughts. Millennia-Old? This place actually possesses such intricacies? Having once experienced its formidable nature, he had no desire for a repeat. He instinctively moved behind Su Mu, dismissing any thoughts of the treasures within the coffins. After all, no treasure was worth risking one's life. Suddenly realizing Old Yang was missing, Wu Xia turned, only to find that he had indeed vanished. How could he have run off at such a critical moment? Anxiety settled in as he pondered whether Old Yang, having been here before, had uncovered the secrets of Millennia-Old and hidden away in some obscure corner. If he harbored ill intentions, Wu Xia wished he could transform into an adhesive, sticking himself to the princess. The two minor characters, blissfully extracting a bead from the coffin, lifted their heads only to be met with Wu Xia's ghostly expression. Alarm surged within them as they recognized the peril surrounding them, danger so profound that even the princess's loyal minions felt trepidation. Sensing the urgency, they hurried to Wu Xia's side, each clutching his clothing in fear of being abandoned. Wu Xia swallowed hard and addressed Su Mu. Your Highness, I took the liberty of examining the surroundings closely. The arrangement of these coffins seems peculiar. There may be a formation at play. What do you think? Su Mu, after a moment of calculation, nodded in agreement. You are correct. There is indeed something amiss here. Do not wander off. It is easy to lose one's way. A frail minor character timidly raised his hand. But one person has already gone missing. Su Mu cast him a glance, unconcerned. Let him be. It is of no consequence. I am curious to see whether he will meet his demise. Wu Xia chuckled. Your Highness has a bit of a wicked streak, but that is fine. For I possess one as well. Quite a considerable one, I must say. Perhaps you might stamp your foot? He suggested respectfully. Stamp my foot? The two minor characters were momentarily baffled, yet they quickly complied, bowing and urging the princess to do so. Your Highness, please stamp your foot. Wu Xia. Su Mu's lips twitched in resignation as she nodded. She glanced at her already redeemed level 5 Millennia-Old and upgraded it. In a bold move, Su Mu acquired the highest level of Millennia-Old. Mastery attained. Wind behind Qimen. Upon completing the exchange, a profound understanding enveloped her mind, revealing the enigmatic powers within. Was this truly the wind behind Qimen? The ability to manipulate the 8 doors and control the fabric of time and space? As she opened her eyes, the layout of the tomb materialized before her, and a Tai Chi diagram depicting the 8 doors of life and death began to form in her gaze. The superior skill proved its worth. Su Mu's fingers glided gently over the coffin's edge, like a melody on a string instrument. With the guidance of the 8 doors, she sought the portals of life and death within the 1,000 coffin formation. Wu Xia and the two minor characters stood entranced, witnessing the princess's graceful movements as she effortlessly ticked aside a coffin lid, as if performing a dance alongside the forces of life and death. Her gaze pierced through the veil of illusion, revealing the essence of existence. With a series of swift motions, Su Mu opened all the coffins in succession. The two minor characters were spellbound, observing how the princess delicately caressed the treasures and ancient bodies within, her actions imbued with poetic grace and philosophical depth. Suddenly, Wu Xia was jolted from his reverie by a sharp slap. What are you daydreaming about? We've found the focal point. Awakened from his stupor, Wu Xia gazed at the now dismantled coffins, his lips twitching involuntarily. You haven't merely found the focal point, you've dismantled the entire array, which naturally reveals the focal point. With a sigh, he turned and slapped each of the two minor characters. Stop dawdling. Get to work. Chapter 69. The Fire Dragon Formation. The Dance of Stars. Upon receiving the command, Wu Xia quickly joined Su Mu, focusing on the focal point she indicated. The focal point of this 1,000 coffin formation was an unremarkable coffin, coated in a deep red lacquer, displaying a weathered texture. Wu Xia stared incredulously at the coffin before him. How could the heart of a formation capable of ensnaring souls be so ordinary? Were it not for his ignorance, he might have doubted the princess's insight. Could it be that she wanted him to take action? Wu Xie felt a swell of gratitude, grateful for the trust. He promptly beckoned the two minor characters over to the coffin at the focal point, wielding a crowbar in preparation to open it. Lacking old Yang's brute strength, he would have to rely on his own hands. He cast aside his fears of awakening the dead. The priority was to escape this wretched place. Just as Wu Xie and the two minor characters struggled to lift the coffin lid, a shout from old Yang echoed from a distance. "Oh no! It's on fire!" As soon as the words left his mouth, a fire dragon materialized in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon surged towards them. What is that? None of them had ever witnessed such a spectacle. A monster? A monster? The two minor characters, overwhelmed with panic, abandoned the coffin and fled, terrified that the fire dragon would devour them. To think the fire oil was indeed ignited, old Yang has a knack for causing more trouble than he solves. Wu Xie exclaimed, "Huh? Fire oil? So this fire dragon is a result of physical combustion." Having heard the two minor characters' cries, he was nearly convinced that the fire dragon was indeed a demon. He patted his chest, relieved that the princess was aware of everything. Thank goodness he had remained calm enough to heed her thoughts, otherwise, he would have faced great embarrassment. The fire dragon danced chaotically along the path laid out by its creator. Within mere seconds, it had ignited half the ground. Su Mu leaped into the air, evading the flames. This is rather bothersome. If I do nothing, Xiao Wuxie will surely be burned alive. Wu Xie replied anxiously, "Indeed, he certainly will." Witnessing the fire dragon illuminate the entire burial site, Wu Xie's heart raced. Unable to contain himself, he crouched down and scooped up a handful of soil to sniff. "Your Highness, it truly is fire oil. The ground beneath us is saturated with fire oil."
Sumo sighed softly.
"I know." She then extended her right hand, grasping the raging flames as if to contain them. The fifth level of the celestial transformation is sufficient to completely shift this flame. As for where it will be moved, how about the monkey's den? 3 seconds later, the coffin cave returned to darkness and silence, as if the flames had never existed. Wu Xie stared blankly at the darkness before him, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Nevertheless, he felt an immense relief. Had it not been for Her Highness the Princess's presence, he would have succumbed either to the flames or to the choking smoke produced by the burning oil. In the next moment, everyone was stunned. Countless flames suddenly ignited in the dark graveyard, illuminating the path ahead like torches, creating a radiant avenue. A miracle. This deadly fire had transformed into a beacon. Is this something a mere mortal can accomplish? Wu Xie swallowed hard, trying to mask the turmoil within him. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life once again. Without you, I truly would not know what to do." Su Mu waved her hand indifferently. "No need for thanks. To repay your kindness, I shall hasten to find the tomb's owner. In truth, without you, I could find the tomb owner more swiftly. However, I rather enjoy the amusing spectacle of you exploring the tomb. After all, I have plenty of time. There is no rush." At this moment, Wu Xie, who had been feeling inspired, suddenly calmed down upon hearing her thoughts. He even felt a bit like a fool. He had thought he could be of use. But it turned out that Her Highness merely enjoyed his antics. He couldn't help but scratch his scalp to alleviate his embarrassment. Just then, a scurrying noise approached from a distance. Wu Xie turned to see the dark-faced Lao Yang appearing not far away. "Finally, I have found you." Lao Yang took a few deep breaths, then approached Wu Xie. Seeing the distressed expression on Lao Yang's face, Wu Xie took a few steps back in disdain. "Don't come any closer. I don't want you to dirty me." Haha, as expected of Wu Xie. Lao Yang only wanted to embrace you and express his gratitude for surviving the ordeal. He didn't intentionally disappear. He was genuinely on the verge of death. Who told him to be greedy and open the coffin? Wu Xie exclaimed, "No. That filthy scoundrel is too dirty." Every pore on his body rejected the thought of an embrace. Even if this time he was expressing genuine feelings, Wu Xie still refused.
Lao Yang,
having experienced a roller coaster of emotions, was suddenly invigorated, even feeling an urge to punch Wu Xie. If you can't speak, then don't. No one thinks you're mute." Wu Xie shot him a glare, saying, "Since you're here, then help out." The two of them labored to move the coffin at the array center, revealing a deep staircase before them. The staircase flickered with flames once more. This ability is truly useful. With a snap of the fingers, the graveyard is illuminated.
wait. Hold on.
If such a large fire exhausts the oxygen in the grave, will I not perish? I am not like Her Highness, who is immortal. Wu Xie's complexion paled. He quickly dismissed such unrealistic thoughts, focusing on the staircase ahead, swallowing hard. The legendary bronze divine tree that Lao Yang spoke of. Is it at the end of this passage? Wait a moment. Where are those two scouts? Lao Yang, revitalized, immediately began searching for the two hapless scouts. Once ruthless tomb raiders, they had become mere pawns in this scenario. It was uncertain whether they had seized the opportunity to escape amidst the earlier flames. "Your Highness, please wait." Lao Yang addressed Su Mu. "I will look for those two scouts. With them leading the way, our safety will be ensured." Wu Xia shot Lao Yang a sidelong glance, smirking. Do you think Her Highness cannot ensure her own safety? Cold sweat poured down Lao Yang's forehead. Wu Xia's words had nearly knocked him out with their weight. You fool. I do not doubt Her Highness's abilities. I worry that those two scouts might conjure something disastrous that could put us at risk. Is there anything in this world that could bring harm to me? Wu Xia. Indeed, how could anything exist that could pose a threat to Her Highness? Lao Yang clearly looked down on her. Oh wait, there actually are many things. For instance, the Sichuan cuisine at the Grand Restaurant in Hangzhou, the Cantonese dishes at the same, and the Hunan cuisine as well. Wu Xia. That. As Lao Yang spoke, he dashed toward the distant darkness. Wu Xia shook his head, pushing aside Lao Yang's complaints and reconsidering his words. Why would the two scouts conjure something that would cause them harm? Analyzing from Her Highness's perspective, it seemed the bronze divine tree possessed a miraculous ability to manifest one's thoughts into reality. Anything imagined would appear in the tangible world. Yet, he had secretly attempted this many times without success. Could it be because they had not yet encountered the bronze divine tree? Or were the conditions to activate such powers exceedingly stringent? Perhaps those two scouts happened to meet those harsh conditions? Before Wu Xia could deduce further, a scream suddenly echoed from the direction Lao Yang had departed. Wu Xia clearly heard it. It was the chubby scout who had cried out. Shortly after, Lao Yang returned, dragging the plump scout with him. In Chapter 70, Thoughts Become Reality, Lao Yang's expression was grim. Approaching Wu Xia, he whispered, The thin one is dead. Dead? Wu Xia raised an eyebrow. How did he die? He was scorched by the flames twice, his skin curling up. I suspect he was painfully burned to death. Wu Xia instinctively envisioned that scene, shivering involuntarily. Just the thought of such a death sent waves of phantom pain throughout his body. Damn it. Why did I have to say that? Well, they had it coming. Wu Xia replied, hearing Her Highness say that, I suddenly feel much better. Since they deserved it, I need not feel sorrow for them. I, Wu Xia, am not a saint who sympathizes with everyone. Lao Yang recovered quicker than Wu Xia. He kicked the chubby scout, saying, Get to the front and scout ahead. The plump scout, eyes vacant, mechanically stepped forward after being kicked. The shocking death of his companion had greatly shaken him. Wu Xia watched his retreating figure and quietly asked Lao Yang beside him, Why do you want him to go first? Because it's the most dangerous ahead. Lao Yang replied seriously, I warn you, in this grave, if you do not control your imagination well, you will meet a gruesome end. Lao Yang patted Wu Xia on the shoulder. Let's descend. The plump scout, as he walked, suddenly lost his composure and charged ahead, unable to be halted. The group walked in silence. Wu Xia felt utterly exhausted. The people beside him knew everything, yet they said nothing to him. Setting aside Her Highness. What was Lao Yang hiding? At this point, did he still not intend to explain the function of the bronze divine tree? Wu Xia's gaze turned icy as he fixated on Lao Yang. Oh. Wu Xia is still unaware. Wu Xia. This? Even if I wanted to know, I have no means of finding out. Lao Yang sighed and began to recount the tale slowly. Wu Xia, after descending into the tomb, did you not find it rather peculiar? This place is replete with phenomena that defy logic. For instance, those salmon, the geothermal springs, and the cascading fountains. Wu Xia squinted his eyes. Is this the power of the bronze divine tree? Wu Xia was taken aback. The essence of the bronze divine tree's power is to conjure the illogical? At that moment, Lao Yang continued. Have you ever pondered why these illogical occurrences manifest in this locale? Wu Xia replied, perhaps it is due to the power of the bronze divine tree. Subsequently, Wu Xia menacingly threatened, if you keep spouting nonsense, I shall send you to the afterlife at once. Lao Yang, with a mischievous grin, remarked, with your intellect, have you not considered the crux of the matter? Wu Xia scoffed, here, one reaps what one thinks. Then why have I never created anything? You are indeed very clever. Lao Yang sighed, producing a pack of cigarettes and igniting it with a match. Witnessing this, Wu Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Where in the world did you procure those cigarettes and matches? Lao Yang, clad in a thin long-sleeved shirt devoid of pockets and ragged jeans, appeared as if he could not possibly be concealing anything. Yet, paradoxically, he produced a pack of cigarettes and a matchbox, both seemingly untouched. In this tomb where movement is fraught with peril, how could he possibly have such new items? To harness such power, you must tap into your subconscious. Lao Yang waved the cigarette in his hand. The power of the bronze divine tree is indeed extraordinary. Wu Xia heard Sumu's thoughts and turned to look behind him. He beheld Princess, who, unbeknownst to him, was now holding a radiant gold bar. What? Is it truly that incredible? A gold bar appearing out of nowhere? Alas, the cost of such power is exorbitantly steep. It demands an entire year of the caster's memories. Fortuitously, I have a shield. A self-destructive power, merely a form of dark sorcery. Suddenly, beside Sumu appeared a bewildered sea monkey. What has transpired? How did I end up here? Who is this woman, and why must I heed her commands? Wu Xia exclaimed, oh my goodness. Regardless of the context. This exclamation reverberated in Wu Xia's mind. The power of the bronze divine tree requires a year of memories as its price.
Yet,
The princess can transfer this cost onto the sea monkey, suggesting she can wield this power at will. Wu Xia could not help but envision the blood corpses and flying zombies devoid of memories. Wait, do they even have memories? If so, that could amount to thousands of years. Lao Yang, puffing on a cigarette, suddenly sensed something amiss. When did the dimly lit tomb become so glaringly bright? He turned in the direction of the light. To his astonishment, he saw Princess toying with a thick, hefty gold bar. Lao Yang could not help but exclaim, "A gold bar? I can't believe I've encountered such a heavy gold bar in a tomb." He rubbed his eyes vigorously and, after careful observation, confirmed that he was not mistaken. It was indeed a brand new gold bar. Princess had utilized the power of the bronze divine tree to conjure a gold bar weighing nearly 30 pounds. That equates to 6 million yuan. Lao Yang was astounded, unable to comprehend. He had spent 6 months barely grasping a fraction of the bronze divine tree's power. Yet this princess had seemingly mastered it with just a few words of his. Doubt crept in. Could the gold bar be an illusion crafted by the princess? He approached Sumu and asked, "Princess, might I take a closer look at that gold bar? I possess a keen eye for gold. A mere touch will reveal its quality." Hearing this, Wu Xia could not suppress a smirk. Lao Yang surely intended to keep the princess's gold bar for himself. Sumu glanced at Lao Yang, smirking. "Want to see it? Why not create one of your own?" Wu Xia remained silent, observing as Princess passed by. Still playing with the gold bar. What a sight. Princess is truly magnificent. This is how to deal with scoundrels like Lao Yang. Wu Xia cast a disdainful glance at Lao Yang and eagerly followed in Sumu's footsteps. "Princess, could you teach me how to conjure such a gold bar?" Sumu paused and replied, "Naive. Using such power comes at a great cost." "No worries, I can handle it. It requires a year of memories as payment." A year's memories in exchange for a hefty gold bar? It seems a tremendous bargain. Sumu thought. Well, now I see Wu Xia is truly desperate for wealth. Wu Xia interjected, "Isn't a mere year of memories trivial? A year's memories cannot compare to a 10-pound gold bar's worth. Utilizing this ability is quite simple. If you wish to use it, you might as well start deceiving yourself now. That gold bar should always exist in your hands. Only by deceiving yourself can you wield the power of the bronze divine tree to create." With Sumu's guidance, Wu Xia fell into deep contemplation. Lao Yang trailed behind, absorbing Sumu's words, utterly shocked. It had taken him half a year to grasp this concept, yet the princess understood it effortlessly. Lao Yang was profoundly astonished. He finally comprehended why Wu Xia referred to that young lady as princess. With such capabilities, he could just as easily call her a divine being. Chapter 71. The purpose of Lao Yang and the Qigu, however, until the group entered the domain of the bronze divine tree. Wu Xia had yet to manifest anything of his own creation. Upon gazing at the towering, seemingly endless bronze divine tree, Wu Xia was momentarily dumbfounded. He could not help but murmur, "If I were to touch this bronze divine tree, would I be able to directly create something of my own?" It was not merely the sight of Princess conjuring a gold bar that stirred him, it was pure curiosity about such power. Surely it was nothing more. Lao Yang cast a sidelong glance at Wu Xia, saying, "If you wish to end up like my crazy cousin, you might as well give it a try." Lao Yang's cousin had merely touched a branch of the bronze divine tree and had transformed into an unrecognizable entity. He had no desire to meet such a fate. There are indeed many vengeful spirits atop this bronze divine tree. Princess's thoughts echoed. Vengeful spirits? Wu Xia felt a spark of realization. It seemed that Lao Yang's cousin had been possessed by the vengeful spirits atop the bronze divine tree, hence his ghastly transformation.
Lao Yang.
Bringing me here was your true intention, was it not? Wu Xia quietly inquired, glancing at Lao Yang, who was entranced by the magnificence of the bronze divine tree. Indeed.
Lao Yang Siget, nodding.
Wu Xia, do you remember my mother? She was a stunning woman, possessing the grace of a refined lady, with an elusive charm in her every gesture. In essence, she was an extraordinary person. However, the woman that resides in my memories is from a time long past. Had I not possessed a good memory, I might have forgotten her entirely. I remember, Wu Xia nodded. Lao Yang's clever ploy. To borrow Wu Xia's memories to resurrect his youthful mother. So, Lao Yang coaxed me into the tomb for this purpose? Wu Xia found himself questioning his own understanding. He had been here for such an extended period, yet he had not even produced a single lighter. How could he possibly resurrect the young mother of Old Yang?
To bring someone back to life. He was no deity.
Even if he were, he would be an evil god. Poor Wu Xia. Still, that was Navet. Wu Xia, I suspect Her Highness the Princess is calling me foolish, though I have no evidence to support such a claim. Old Yang, observing Wu Xia's pensive demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. He knew he had succeeded. By harnessing Wu Xia's memories and subconscious, he brought his mother back to life and restored her appearance to that of her 30-year-old self. Although this scheme had been riddled with flaws, it ultimately bore fruit. Old Yang let out a deep sigh. With the matter weighing on his heart resolved, he felt a sudden sense of relief. Wu Xia rolled his eyes and remarked, "How would I know? Could it be that your home was demolished?" Old Yang chuckled in disbelief. That was not the case. Something far more dreadful had transpired. I saw my mother, slumped over that sewing machine, transformed into a mere cadaver. No one had cared for her, so when she passed, no one was aware. She lay dead in that room for 3 long months. When I lifted her, her skin had adhered to the sewing machine. Wu Xia's expression soured as he listened. He couldn't help but envision that harrowing scene, yet fear gripped his heart. Old Yang continued wistfully. Before her death, my mother was still making clothes for me. Wu Xia, do you comprehend the sorrow that occupies my heart? Wu Xia, I do not wish to know. How truly representative of a nefarious heart Old Yang was. If he fell into my hands, he would have perished 100 times over. Wu Xia. Is Her Highness the Princess seeking to slay Old Yang? No, if that were the case.
Why has she not acted until now?
Yet, I respect his fate.
Wu Xia, fate.
Upon hearing that word, Wu Xia couldn't help but reflect on his own appearance in the future as envisioned by Her Highness. Perhaps that was his true destiny? If he were to follow the guidance of fate, would he not transform into the powerful figure that the princess foresaw? Just as Wu Xia was lost in thought, a series of desperate shrieks echoed from above. Shortly thereafter, a series of dull thuds followed. The crowd looked up. And due to Su Mu's earlier division of the fire dragon, the space was now brightly illuminated. As they raised their heads, they beheld a plump figure plummeting from above. It was the hapless scout. The rotund figure fell into the branches of the bronze divine tree, impaled by its sharp twigs. The enormous momentum even broke his body, with his upper half lodged in the branches, while his lower half continued to fall. Ultimately, his lower half was also pierced, hanging from the branches of the bronze tree. Yet, even so, he remained alive, emitting a chilling wail. Wu Xia shivered at the sound. Was this the ancient torture of being cut in half? Truly terrifying. When did that fellow ascend so high into the bronze tree? Old Yang pondered the same question, his expression shifting as he whispered urgently, "This is bad. That guy must have touched the bronze divine tree. What he imagined will appear immediately. Damn it, he had indeed suffered a hidden loss." Just then, Wu Xia heard the last words of the plump scout before he lost consciousness. Chigu. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a rustling sound surrounded them, reminiscent of a colossal centipede traversing the ground. Wu Xia thought for a moment and quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that the power of the bronze divine tree manifested with a certain priority. The closer one was to the tree, the more quickly their thoughts were materialized.
Ugh.
Why did that fellow have to think of insects? Wu Xia, I am in a panic. How splendid it would be if the young man were here. His precious blood would deter any insects from approaching. Before Wu Xia could lament further, he saw, illuminated by the flames, a swarm of black shadows creeping from the ground towards them. These shadows emerged as though they were monsters from the depths of hell, surging forth from the earth as if propelled from the crevices of stones. Wu Xia exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." The moment he glimpsed the black shadows, his scalp prickled in terror. What manner of creature was this? It possessed the long body of a centipede, yet bore a grotesque human face on its back. A mere glance at that malevolent visage sent chills down Wu Xia's spine, rendering him weak-kneed. Fully aware of his own frailty, he chose to hide behind Su Mu. Chapter 72. Don't soil my vegetables. So many repulsive insects. I wouldn't want any of these to spoil my crop. Wu Xia, does Her Highness the Princess still have the spirit for jest at this moment? Damn it, I shall fight them. Old Yang clenched his teeth, pulling out explosives from his backpack, preparing to ignite them with a lighter. Wu Xia, terrified, rushed forward to stop him. What are you doing? I intend to blow these wretched creatures to smithereens. Old Yang shouted in anger. Let go of me. Wu Xia gripped Old Yang's hand tightly. Your explosives won't affect those creatures, but their destructive potential towards us is immense. Hearing this, Old Yang immediately calmed down. Indeed, he couldn't perish here. He still had to escape. Then what do you propose we do? Old Yang's eyes widened, fixated on Wu Xia. Wu Xia, in turn, felt a surge of panic. Though he had encountered similar situations before, he had always had someone to protect him. He lacked the experience to handle such matters independently. Instinctively, he turned to glance at Su Mu, who was not far behind. The princess could protect him. However, at that moment, Su Mu was calmly holding a squirming Chigu with 2 fingers, examining it with an air of indifference, devoid of any sense of urgency. What are you looking at? You're not in a life-or-death situation. When you're in danger, I will act. Wu Xia, witnessing Su Mu's calm demeanor and her detached inner voice, felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. If the princess remained unflustered, then why should he be in a state of panic? He understood the significance of her actions. She was undoubtedly cultivating her own abilities. I, Wu Xia, am no mere idle dandy. With that thought in mind, he gritted his teeth and raised his makeshift gun, firing at a Chigu that was slowly approaching. As he blew one apart, its dark green entrails splattering, he turned to Old Yang and shouted, "Let us climb to the top of the bronze divine tree." Old Yang's face paled. There were likely Chigu up there as well. Don't forget what that scout said before he died. Wu Xia glanced down, gritted his teeth. If there are, then so be it. It's better than the Chigus swarming at our feet. At that moment, the Chigu, emerging from the crevices of the stones, had densely covered several layers. Had he not shot many of them as they crawled, they would have been left with no foothold. Even the floor beneath them began to tremble. Seeing this, Old Yang gritted his teeth and pulled out several pairs of brand new protective gloves from his backpack.
All right.
Let us climb the bronze divine tree. Wu Xie stared at the yellow rubber gloves in hand, feeling somewhat bewildered. He encountered a peculiar and unsettling sight in the cemetery once again. But there was no time to ponder it now. Wu Xie swiftly donned his gloves, secured his soil gun at his waist, and began to climb the towering bronze divine tree with both hands and feet. Fortunately, the immense size of the tree allowed for ample space to stand on its branches. Otherwise, his stamina would not have endured such an intense climb. At that moment, he suddenly remembered Su Mu on the ground. Oh no, the princess. Just as Wu Xie's words fell, he saw Su Mu walking through the air, standing right behind him. Wu Xie thought to himself, how naive I was. He glanced down, and his attention was instantly captured. Princess, look at the ground. The stone bricks we just stepped on have transformed into Chihu. Su Mu casually glanced and confirmed it. How naive. He didn't even realize he was standing on the face of a person just moments ago. Wu Xie exclaimed, I can't believe I was standing on something like that, and was completely oblivious. He felt a chill run down his spine. Although the ground had completely morphed into a sea of Chihu, there was a silver lining. The Chihu moved at a very sluggish pace. Wu Xie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Come on, Wu Xie, you must become stronger. I anticipate your performance. Wu Xie felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. With the princess supporting him, he found a newfound courage. All right, since the princess believes in me so much, I will certainly not hold her back. He looked up, intending to call Lao Yang to continue climbing, only to discover that Lao Yang had already ascended nearly 30 meters. Moreover, he was still diligently climbing upward. Wu Xie felt his anger rising. Lao Yang, wait for me. Lao Yang slowed his pace, and Wu Xie seized the opportunity to rush after him. Before long, Wu Xie caught up with Lao Yang. He stood on a branch of the bronze divine tree, exhaling a sigh of relief as he patted Lao Yang on the shoulder. I knew you wouldn't forget about me. Su Mu glanced at the direction Lao Yang was fixated on, then turned to Wu Xie with a complicated expression.
Och, na wann?
Perhaps you should have looked first at what Lao Yang encountered before speaking. Wu Xie was momentarily taken aback, then followed Su Mu's suggestion and looked ahead. What he saw sent shivers down his spine. The trunk of the bronze divine tree was crawling with centipede-like Chihu bearing human faces. In that instant, Wu Xie saw the Chihu in front of Lao Yang move. The creature suddenly revealed countless deep brown legs, while the human face on its back wore a sinister smile directed at Wu Xie. Ah! Wu Xie's heart couldn't withstand such a fright. As he instinctively stepped back from the eerie grin, he found himself losing his footing and plummeting to the ground. It's over. At that moment, a parade of thoughts flashed through Wu Xie's mind. However, in the next second, he felt himself being lifted by Su Mu. She looked at Wu Xie with disdain, gripping his collar with her right hand and hoisting him back onto a branch of the bronze divine tree. Wu Xie, in despair, covered his face. Just a moment ago, he had vowed to strive and not be a burden to the princess. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had stepped into thin air. Even being devoured by Chihu would have been more heroic than this. The embarrassment struck him so suddenly that he wished he could disappear into the ground. Sumu, with a hint of exasperation, muttered about going to Chengdu for food, perhaps opening a Sichuan restaurant and hiring dozens of chefs. Wu Xie's head drooped even lower. Su Mu chuckled softly, casting her gaze downward at the multitude of Chihu, before snapping her fingers. In an instant, a flame of South Ming leaf fire erupted beneath her feet. One after another, blossoms of South Ming leaf fire ascended, resembling golden lotus flowers unfurling. Boom! Thousands of South Ming leaf fire transformed into a wall of flames, encompassing Su Mu within it. A celestial being had descended. Had Lao Yang not been on the bronze tree, he would have already knelt in reverence. The South Ming leaf fire, the true fire of the vermilion bird, the celestial guardian, was the nemesis of all malevolent entities, commanding purity and holiness. Just a wisp of it could instill immense dread in all sinister beings. As the South Ming leaf fire manifested, the Chihu began to flee in terror. How repulsive you are, I wouldn't want my dishes soiled by your presence. Su Mu took a step forward and calmly proclaimed, burning the malign and purging the filth, incinerating the dark and cleansing the spirits, sweeping through the ages, purifying all directions. In an instant, the South Ming leaf fire transformed into a vast sea of flames, sweeping in all directions, soaring above the bronze tree, illuminating everything. The surrounding Chihu were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. It was over. Chapter 73. The Ghost Monkey. Countless Chihu wriggled on the ground, their chilling, grinning faces incessantly crawling, attempting to ascend the bronze divine tree. Their movements were painfully slow, yet their numbers were overwhelming, exceedingly vast. Should any tomb raider venture into this place and disturb the Chihu, they would face certain doom. For the only exit from the space of the bronze divine tree was below. What if the Chihu moved sluggishly? The tomb raiders had nowhere to escape. Under Su Mu's indifferent gaze, the flames of South Mingli fire surged towards the ground. In an instant, all the Chihu were consumed and turned to ash. The South Mingli fire was immensely powerful and a bane to malevolent spirits. Faced with such flames, the Chihu had no capacity to retaliate. As the flames dissipated, Su Mu beheld a mound of pristine ash on the ground. The South Mingli fire incinerated the Chihu without releasing even a hint of foul odor. Su Mu exhaled in relief. Finally, those disgusting creatures are gone. She found those Chihu utterly revolting and had no desire to utilize them as laborers. Wu Xie too breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the princess had quite stringent standards for laborers. Just then, a piercing scream from Laoyang echoed from not far away. Ah! Wu Xie instantly realized that there were still Chihu present on the branch before Laoyang. Damn it! He had completely forgotten about this. He turned his head and found a Chihu right in front of Laoyang. Panic surged through Wu Xie. At such a close distance, there was a chance Laoyang had already been affected. Wu Xie didn't have time to think. He reached out and pulled Laoyang towards himself. However, in that moment, the Chihu before Laoyang extended a pitch-black hand. The hand grasped Laoyang's shoulder tightly, pinning him down. Laoyang cried out in pain. Oh no! This is a tomb raider controlled by the Chihu. Wu Xie exclaimed. Huh. A tomb raider? As Wu Xie focused, he saw that the hand gripping Laoyang's shoulder belonged to a hunched figure. No, it was more accurate to call it a desiccated corpse. A corpse so emaciated that only skin clung to bone. The face of the corpse had been overtaken by the Chihu. The human face on its back had become the new visage. Beneath that new face, Wu Xie barely discerned limbs. After feeling pain, Laoyang's ferocity was ignited. He snatched the soil gun from Wu Xie's hand and pulled the trigger. With a deafening bang, the Chihu before them was obliterated. Damn it, Wu Xie! Why are you dawdling? Laoyang urgently freed himself from the grip of the corpse, glaring angrily at Wu Xie. Wu Xie gasped, realizing that was indeed a tomb raider controlled by the Chihu. What a blatant truth. Before Wu Xie could utter a sound, the crisp sound of a click resonated once more. Wu Xie and Laoyang's expression stiffened as they slowly raised their heads to look upward. A monkey was seen gripping a branch of the bronze divine tree with both hands, hanging above and gazing down at them. The sound they had just heard was the result of its mask colliding with the branch. From this vantage point, Wu Xie clearly discerned how the Chigu was controlling the monkey. The Chigu was a long centipede-like creature, and at that moment, its lower half was lodged within the monkey's mouth, extending almost halfway down its throat. The upper half of the Chigu, adorned with a human face, covered the monkey's visage, effectively replacing its original features. The legs of the Chigu's upper body clutched the monkey's cheeks with an intensity that had embedded deeply into its skin and even reached its bones. Wu Xie suppressed the nausea threatening to rise within him. The princess had indeed spoken the truth. This Chigu was utterly revolting. The moment he grasped the true nature of the Chigu, Laoyang erupted into a piercing scream of fear. Moments later, a resounding bang echoed as he fired again, shattering the Chigu on the monkey's face. Wu Xie's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing his inner thoughts. What? There were even more monkeys under the control of the Chigu? He gasped, raising his gaze once more. In the not-so-dim space, countless monkeys hung from the branches of the bronze divine tree, swaying like wind chimes. Wu Xie's face turned pale at the sight. There were simply too many monkeys controlled by the Chigu to count. Laoyang, in a frenzy, continued to fire his weapon. After several shots, his gun ran out of ammunition. Though he had killed a few of the Chigu-controlled monkeys, it was merely a drop in the bucket against the overwhelming number of them. This act only served to enrage the remaining monkeys, who began swinging toward Laoyang like a pendulum. Wu Xie found himself within the line of attack. These Chigu-controlled monkeys were weak. As long as they didn't come into contact with blood, even Wu Xie could defeat them with a single punch. Yet, the sheer number of them was virtually endless. Additionally, being merely human, he risked sustaining a wound if he wasn't careful. Once blood was spilled, the Chigu would thrive, sealing their doom. Just as Wu Xie contemplated this dire situation, he heard a muffled grunt from Laoyang ahead. He turned to see that Laoyang was now covered in injuries, blood seeping from his wounds and staining his clothes. The Chigu-controlled monkeys, sensing the scent of blood, became visibly more agile. Wu Xie thought to himself, the Chigu was certainly patient, akin to a predator that thrives upon the sight of blood. Just as he was lamenting, another wave of Chigu-controlled monkeys charged toward him. In a moment of panic, he exclaimed, "This is it." After smashing a dozen monkeys that lunged at him, he felt the skin on his fist tear, blood oozing forth. He knew it was no time for bravado. "Princess, please save me."
Laoyang,
realizing the gravity of their situation, cried out, "Please, princess, help us." Upon hearing their pleas, Su Mu, who had been observing Wu Xie's skills, glanced at his tattered appearance and let out a soft sigh. "I knew it," she mused. "In the end, I must take action. Should I train Wu Xie for another hour?
please don't.
I'll perish long before that hour is up." Wu Xie was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears welling in his eyes. "Let me see. What should I summon?" She pondered. Ah, Fei Jiang, Xiaobai, Shuesher, come forth and unleash your fury. Wu Xie felt a surge of hope. Having powerful allies was a blessing. When would he ever possess such formidable companions? No, he must strive to be the princess's protector. Suddenly, his marksmanship ignited. Laoyang was taken aback. What? Wu Xie, you're incredible. This is the power of envy. Wu Xie replied exuberantly. In that fleeting moment, Wu Xie felt as though the princess's thoughts were mocking him. However, when the copper-skinned Fei Jiang and the petite white-haired Huanba appeared, all his negative emotions evaporated in an instant. She had summoned her two most formidable champions. The princess truly cared for his life. He resolved to give his all. In the next moment, three figures materialized, tilting their heads to survey the surroundings, one wielding a bronze axe from the Zhou dynasty. Apologies, but I cannot see, as I lack eyes. The Fei Jiang and Xiaobai, along with Shuesher, charged up the bronze divine tree, their movements remarkably agile, especially Xiaobai, whose childlike form nimbly navigated the branches with ease. The Fei Jiang wielded its axe with ferocity, cleaving through every monkey in its path. With the two formidable allies summoned by Su Mu, the pressure on Wu Xie and Lao Yang diminished to nothingness. Lao Yang stared in shock at the trio wreaking havoc above, his lips trembling in disbelief. Where did these Zongzi come from? Though he lacked knowledge of tomb dwellers, he recognized that the three figures were indeed powerful Zongzi. How could such beings appear before them, assisting them? Wu Xie patted his shoulder, calmly stating, "Those three are the princess's laborers." Upon hearing this, Lao Yang made the connection between the Zongzi and the princess. He was flabbergasted, nearly wide-eyed with amazement. My goodness, the princess can tame Huanba? Fei Jiang expressed discontent. How could you overlook me? Wu Xie chuckled. The princess is truly adorable. What's wrong, Lao Yang? Are you so old that you only see children? Lao Yang shivered. That little Zongzi is undoubtedly older than I am. Wu Xie quipped. Why does it seem like this fellow is trying too hard to cover up? They looked up to find that the countless monkeys had been reduced by half in mere moments. Lao Yang's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated the white-haired Huanba's strength to be so formidable. In less than half a minute, it had dispatched over 100 Chigu-controlled monkeys. In a daze, Lao Yang realized that the monkeys above had vanished entirely. He turned his rigid neck towards Su Mu, only to witness the three Zongzi kneeling on one knee before her. As if reporting for duty, Lao Yang felt his worldview shatter. Could there truly be someone capable of taming Huanba for their own use? Wu Xie observed the scene, filled with admiration. Fei Jiang had been a loyal servant for 3 generations. The princess had traversed 3 tombs, with Fei Jiang assisting in each. Truly, the princess had a keen eye for her oldest allies. Su Mu snapped her fingers. The flying corpse wielding an axe and the blood corpse vanished in an instant, leaving only the small white creature brushing against her leg. Witnessing this scene, Lao Yang could no longer maintain his composure. After the crisis was averted, Wu Xie turned his attention to the bronze divine tree. After a brief observation, he suddenly clapped his hands. I've got it. Lao Yang, curious, inquired. What have you figured out? I understand how the Qi-Gu and the monkeys appeared. Wu Xie replied. Well done, Your Highness. You saw right through his thoughts. Wu Xie continued. I've discovered why the Qi-Gu manifested. Upon hearing this, Lao Yang raised an eyebrow and asked, why did it appear? Because of that fat dead man. The cannon fodder. Wu Xie said, pointing at the branches of the bronze divine tree. Su Mu flew over as well. Look, these grooves on the branches. Aren't they peculiar? After examining them, Lao Yang nodded in agreement. They were indeed strange. Wu Xie elaborated. Have you noticed that all these grooves slope downward? It was only then that Lao Yang realized the implication. Indeed. So I speculate that the blood of that cannon fodder flowed through these grooves into the ground, causing the Qi-Gu to awaken. As for the monkeys controlled by the Qi-Gu, it's even simpler to explain. When a living person approaches the Qi-Gu, how can it not awaken? Lao Yang begrudgingly admitted, though I find it unpleasant. Your analysis does hold merit. Not bad. Wu Xie has finally become clever. Wu Xie chuckled. Wait. What do you mean by finally becoming clever? I have always been intelligent. I was just too frightened before to think clearly. Observing Wu Xie's smug expression, Lao Yang couldn't help but say, since you're so clever, let me ask you this. Do you know what the bronze divine tree is for? Wu Xie paused, squinting. I need to think about it. This is a fishing rod for fishing. Wu Xie replied, slightly bewildered. What does the princess mean by that? A fishing rod for fishing? What fish can one catch with the bronze divine tree? Although he was puzzled, Wu Xie continued to ponder this direction. The more he thought, the more alarmed he became. The sharpness of the tree's branches seemed to serve a singular purpose, bloodletting. Regardless of whether it was the trunk or the branches, every part of the bronze divine tree possessed these bloodletting grooves. These grooves would collect all the blood from the trunk, directing it into the roots of the bronze divine tree, and then deeper into the earth. Suddenly, Wu Xie recalled what Su Mu had said upon first seeing the bronze divine tree. So many wronged souls. In that instant, clarity washed over Wu Xie's mind. and all his questions were answered in succession. I've got it. He couldn't help but clap his hands, exclaiming, "This bronze divine tree is a special ancient altar. It is for live sacrifices. When a living sacrifice is impaled on the branches of the bronze divine tree, blood will flow endlessly from it. The blood will gather through the grooves into the roots of the bronze divine tree and then flow into the earth, thereby offering a tribute to some existence below."
Wow.
Wu Xie is quite astute. The truth has almost been uncovered. Lao Yang, observing Wu Xie's confident demeanor, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Could it be that what he said was true? But how did he know? Lao Yang voiced his doubts. Wu Xie smiled gently. Naturally, it is inferred through observation and knowledge. It's not in vain that I've been diligently studying related knowledge. Su Mu, pondering, scrutinized the bronze divine tree before them. So, the power of the bronze divine tree, as one might expect, hides another secret. The blood of the living sacrifice is used for fishing, while the living sacrifice itself is offered to the bronze divine tree. After absorbing countless wronged souls and utilizing some secret method, the bronze divine tree gains the ability to manifest thoughts into reality. I must say, the individual who arranged this bronze divine tree is truly talented. After all, who would have thought that a living sacrifice could serve dual purposes? Wu Xie found himself in a state of bewilderment upon hearing Su Mu's thoughts. His face turned pale as he contemplated. Could it be the Ghost King? Chapter 75, The Amber Coffin and the Significance of the Bronze Divine Tree. Listening to Wu Xie's analysis, Lao Yang's complexion gradually paled. Then, what do you say this bronze divine tree is offering? He murmured. It's hard to say, but in my view, this should not be an offering.
Indeed.
Wu Xie has great insight. This is not an offering, it's fishing. Wu Xie remarked. Fishing? More like dragon fishing. I can hardly imagine what terrifying creature could be caught using such a gigantic bronze divine tree. Wu Xie looked down at the scene below. The space accommodating the bronze divine tree became increasingly narrow as one descended. The root area could barely fit 3 people standing side by side, resembling an extremely slender funnel. Lao Yang's eyes widened as he muttered, "If this isn't an offering, then what is it? I've heard that in ancient times, the southern regions had such rituals for deities. Could this bronze divine tree be an ancient offering to the spirits?"
Ah.
The Qinling is genuinely the heart of the Central Plains. Wu Xie retorted. Lao Yang. You brainless one. Even a person from thousands of years ago knows that Qinling is part of the Central Plains. Wu Xie shot Lao Yang a glance. Use your brain and think. In ancient times, did Qinling belong to the Central Plains or the southern regions? Lao Yang paused, though the question was a bit challenging. He happened to know the answer. The ancient Qinling was indeed part of the Central Plains. Lao Yang realized Qinling belongs to the Central Plains? Then why does this bronze divine tree have such southern regional characteristics? Wu Xie nearly choked on his breath. Is it possible, he suggested, that the southern regions resemble the Central Plains, rather than the Central Plains resembling the southern regions?
Lao Yang fell silent.
He understood Wu Xie's implication. In this world, sons resemble their fathers. How could a father resemble his son? All right then, what exactly is this bronze divine tree for?
Lao Yang gazed at Wu Xie,
eager for an explanation. Wu Xie's heart stirred slightly. He knew the answer but couldn't he reveal it, otherwise, the princess would surely catch on. Wu Xie simply shook his head. I don't know. But for now, we seem to be safe. Let us take this opportunity to climb up and see what we can find. Wu Xie glanced upward. He vaguely spotted something resembling a coffin on the trunk of the bronze divine tree, but it appeared somewhat rounded, so he couldn't be certain. Wu Xie and Lao Yang began their arduous ascent once more. After half an hour, Wu Xie finally discerned the object that resembled a coffin, yet was quite rounded. Undoubtedly, it was a coffin. However, it astonishingly exhibited a semi-transparent orange-yellow hue. Through the translucent exterior of the coffin, Wu Xie could see a desiccated corpse lying within. After a few swift movements, Lao Yang found himself beside the coffin, unable to resist caressing its surface. Wu Xie, this must be natural crystal, right? What a valuable piece of natural crystal. This clueless Lao Yang. This is clearly amber. When have you ever seen orange-yellow crystal? Wu Xie replied. Exactly. Natural crystals do not possess such a dazzling orange hue. If they do, they would be classified as gemstones. He cast a glance at the ignorant Lao Yang and scoffed. This is amber. Lao Yang paused, recognizing the term. However, could such a massive coffin before him actually be made of amber? Is there such a large piece of amber in existence? Wu Xie also found it peculiar. He crouched down to examine it closely. This amber was remarkably a single, solid piece. Lao Yang blinked. What do you mean? Wu Xie could not help but roll his eyes, reminiscing about Fatty and Xiaoge. If it were Fatty, he would only be concerned about whether this amber could fetch a good price. If it were Xiaoge, he would not utter a word at all.
Lao Yang,
lacking both wit and the ability to provide comic relief, was merely complicating matters for himself by accompanying him to the tomb. Wu Xie sighed and explained. What I mean is, this amber is man-made. Lao Yang exclaimed, huh? A coffin made of such a large piece of amber is actually artificial? Oh, right. It is precisely because it is so large that it must be artificial. I have never seen a natural amber this size. Then who is the person inside this amber coffin? In Lao Yang's mind, amber held value, but artificial amber was worthless. Thus, there was no need to pay attention to the artificial amber, but rather to focus on the corpse inside the amber coffin. Wu Xie too was intrigued by this question. Indeed, a person worthy of being placed in a coffin made of such amber must have been someone extraordinary in life, right? He looked up and noticed Princess floating before the wall. Upon closer inspection, he realized that there were murals on the wall beneath her. Wu Xie's heart suddenly lit up. So, the princess was examining the murals. No wonder he could not hear her thoughts. Her attention was entirely on the artwork. Wu Xie carefully maneuvered himself along the branches of the bronze divine tree to position himself closest to the wall. He widened his eyes to see the murals. The first image depicted a long, serpentine dragon soaring amidst the clouds. The second image showed the dragon, for some reason, plummeting to the ground. The third image illustrated someone rescuing the dragon and joyfully celebrating what it had left behind. The fourth image revealed someone igniting the dragon's remnants, only to discover that it burned with a radiance akin to the sun. This depiction emphasized the luminosity, portraying it as a second sun. Upon reaching this point, Wu Xie felt a surge of speculation. He continued to peruse the murals. The fifth image depicted many individuals arguing and fighting, seemingly disputing over the dragon's remnants. Wu Xie stroked his chin, pondering the allure of this object that released a sun-like brilliance. The sixth image showed the victorious faction seeking knowledge, ultimately discovering a secret method in the south. The seventh image depicted these individuals constructing the bronze divine tree. Witnessing this scene, Wu Xie felt an absurd sensation wash over him. Could it be that this bronze divine tree was intended to ensnare that dragon? The central figure in the murals, the long, dragon-like entity he would temporarily refer to as the dragon. The eighth image displayed the completed bronze divine tree, adorned with numerous objects. After scrutinizing it closely, Wu Xie's expression changed drastically. Those objects hanging from the bronze divine tree were, in fact, human beings, living sacrifices. In an instant, Wu Xie recalled Su Mu's thoughts. Those suspended from the bronze tree were indeed thousands of living sacrifices. Moreover, standing before the bronze divine tree was an entity resembling the figure within the amber coffin. It appeared that the true identity of the corpse in the amber coffin was becoming evident. He was the orchestrator of this ritual. The ninth image showed the dragon being lured by the bronze divine tree, while archers concealed nearby had already released their arrows. Witnessing this, Wu Xie felt an ominous premonition materialize. The very individuals who had once rescued the dragon were now turning against it. The 10th and final image, depicted in mere strokes, revealed the dragon imprisoned underground, with the bronze divine tree suppressing it above. In the illustration, the dragon's form was engulfed in fierce flames, radiating a light reminiscent of the sun. Upon witnessing this, Wu Xie fell silent. Was this truly a sacrifice to the dragon? Chapter 76. Candle 9. Princess exorcises the wronged souls, so it is. I never expected these people to have internal strife. When dealing with Candle 9, Su Mu's voice suddenly resonated. Wu Xie was momentarily taken aback. Internal strife? He hurriedly located the previous mural depicting the chaos of people quarreling and fighting. Upon closer examination, he indeed discerned faint traits of discord among those individuals. They had once quarreled over the matter of Candle 9. It was clear that those unwilling to act against Candle 9 had perished. It was likely that those suspended from the bronze divine tree were among them. Wu Xie sighed inwardly. Candle 9, he had encountered this name in an ancient text. Candle 9, also referred to as Candle Dragon, was a mountain deity in ancient mythology, reputedly powerful. It was said that its eyes opening brought daylight, while closing ushered in night. Of course, this was merely information derived from folklore. The truth of its authenticity remained to be verified. However, the notion that its opening eyes heralded day and closing eyes brought night was indeed a bit exaggerated. He merely wished to pose one question to the Candle Dragon. Does it not blink? At that moment, Wu Xie suddenly noticed a slight smile curling at the corners of the princess's lips, her eyes sparkling. This expression? As expected, her thoughts emerged. Very good, very good. This Candle Dragon could be used for culinary purposes. Wu Xie, incredible. Truly, the princess is remarkable. A legendary creature from mythology dares to be contemplated. What else is there that the princess would not dare to consider? If his conjecture was correct, this Candle 9 seemed to be suppressed beneath the bronze divine tree. This meant they were literally treading upon the head of Candle 9. Wu Xie's countenance darkened slightly at this realization. Just the thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. Su Mu spoke calmly. We should first deal with the bronze divine tree before contemplating Candle 9. Wu Xie. The princess intends to resolve the bronze divine tree? How does one accomplish that? Wu Xie rubbed his shoulders. Ever since he arrived at this position, he had felt an unbearable chill surrounding him. This coldness not only chilled him physically, but also induced a sense of unease in his heart, as if some ominous presence loomed nearby. At that moment, Lao Yang's voice echoed from behind. Hey, Wuxia, are you done looking? This cursed place is freezing me to death. We should hurry and find a way out. Wuxia nodded. Alright, let us find a way out. We shall continue upward. Just as Wuxia was about to set off with Lao Yang, Sumu suddenly interjected. No need to go upward. Wuxia's heart stirred, realizing that the princess had already devised a plan to deal with the bronze divine tree. However, before Wuxia could finish speaking, Lao Yang interrupted. Isn't this inappropriate? Although Lao Yang appeared frightened, he still pointed towards the nearby amber coffin. What about that thing? Sumu, uninterested in Lao Yang's concerns, turned her gaze to Wuxia. Wuxia shivered and then slapped Lao Yang on the head. The princess has commanded us to descend. We will dutifully comply. Why do you have so many questions? Lao Yang, exasperated, retorted, I was merely suggesting that if there are treasures on the person inside that amber coffin, wouldn't it be a mistake to retrace our steps? Wuxia scoffed. Treasures? More like death traps. He was the shaman of the bronze divine tree, the one who bestowed it with extraordinary powers. Did he ever ponder the possibility that his corpse might attract the attention of grave robbers? Upon hearing Wuxia's blatant threat, Lao Yang's expression shifted wildly. After all, he had to give it a try, hadn't he? What if the shaman entombed within the amber coffin hadn't he set any traps for his remains? Wuxia took a few steps back, clearing the way, and said, if you feel that way, then please go ahead. Lao Yang glanced at Wuxia's countenance. Then, at the amber coffin. To be honest, if Wuxia had not been there to open the coffin with him, he would have never dared to approach it alone. He couldn't afford to doubt Wuxia's judgment. Reluctantly, Lao Yang lowered his head and followed closely behind Wuxia, hastening his descent from the bronze divine tree. This tree harbors too many vengeful spirits. It is best to leave it behind. One Wuxia is already troublesome enough. If there are more ill omens, I fear I may not be able to contain them. Let me contemplate how to resolve the matter of this bronze divine tree.
Wuxian exclaimed. Ah.
My princess, you have misunderstood me. I am certainly not an ill omen. Sumu perused the System S exchange shop and suddenly spotted a Taoist scripture, the Tai Jiu Hushin Miao Jing. Perfect. I shall first guide these vengeful spirits to the afterlife, then refine this bronze tree. The initial batch of souls that perished on this tree were virtuous and kind-hearted individuals. They are deserving of salvation. Wuxia gasped in astonishment. Your Highness, you too are a virtuous soul. Are you truly willing to guide those souls who have been dead for countless years? Wuxia was profoundly shaken. He had previously contemplated doing something for those noble individuals, yet he could not devise any solutions, for he lacked the capability. But the princess possessed such power. Wuxia felt an immense gratitude. He had already despaired over his own impotence, yet the princess had once again salvaged his spirit. Truly, she was a living deity. Wait a moment. She wouldn't be considering redeeming me, would she? Without further hesitation, Wuxia swiftly pulled Lao Yang down the bronze divine tree, eager to create space for the princess. However, before they could venture far, an enchanting melody of Taoist chants resonated throughout the space. Supreme command, liberate the solitary souls. And all spirits, may the four realms receive grace. Wuxia paused, gazing upward. At that moment, Sumu stood atop a branch of the bronze divine tree, her face radiating compassion, with the ethereal visage of the supreme celestial master shimmering behind her. As Sumu's voice echoed, phantoms began to materialize and dissolve upon the bronze tree, gradually disappearing with her words. The surrounding chill dissipated as well. Witnessing this scene, Wuxia and Lao Yang were left utterly astounded. Who on earth is she? The apparition behind her must be a deity, surely. Could the princess truly summon a divine being? Lao Yang was completely bewildered. While he could somewhat accept Sumu's previous displays of power, he could not wrap his mind around this spectacle. As an atheist, he had just witnessed the ethereal shadow of a deity. Lao Yang's mind froze, unable to process the reality before him, as he stared in awe at that sacred and holy figure. Supreme command, liberate the solitary souls, transcend the sea of suffering, and be reborn as humans. After reciting the Tai Jiu Hushin Miao Jing for the final time, Sumu gently exhaled. The scripture she had just exchanged from the system shop was indeed powerful. Regular individuals reciting the rebirth incantation were often ineffective, as they lacked true Taoist techniques. However, what Sumu had acquired was a genuine method that could activate the chant. Once she completed the 9 recitations of the Tai Jiu Hushin Miao Jing, Sumu once again attuned her senses. The vengeful souls on the bronze divine tree had been redeemed, and those virtuous individuals had moved on to be reincarnated in the underworld. In her heart, Sumu silently wished, may you all live a life free from illness and misfortune, filled with happiness. Wuxia could hardly contain his emotions. The princess had used her abilities for the sake of those unknown souls. She truly had a kind heart. She is a deity. She is the star of salvation. At that moment, Sumu turned her gaze toward the bronze divine tree, now free of vengeful spirits. Its luster remarkably rejuvenated, resembling a newly forged creation. The mysterious patterns exuded an ancient yet majestic aura. Since this has become my garden, the bronze divine tree, which I shall use to fish for Zhu Jiuyin, need not remain in this world. Coincidentally, I am in need of a hairpin. This tree seems quite suitable.
Wu Onzième exclaimed, Ah?
Your Highness intends to use this 10-meter wide, who knows how long bronze divine tree as a hairpin. Can you even carry it? Is your true form that of a giantess? Wu Xia imagined a towering princess, thousands of feet tall, uprooting the bronze tree to adorn her hair, swallowing hard. Sumu cast a glance at Wu Xia. What are you thinking? Her expression twisted in disbelief. Wu Xia replied hastily, Nothing at all. I was thinking of nothing. Chapter 77. The Transformation of Creation. The divine tree hairpin. Wu Xia found himself somewhat perplexed. The princess wanted to transform that lengthy bronze divine tree into a hairpin? How was that even feasible? It was only then that he realized he could no longer hear the princess's thoughts. She stood right there, her face displaying a hint of contemplation. Yet he could not perceive her thoughts. At that moment, in Su Mu's heart, her desire to refine the bronze divine tree into a hairpin was not born from a genuine need for a hairpin. Rather, such an evidently malevolent object could not remain in the world. The power to manifest one's thoughts into reality was dangerously intoxicating. Rather than allowing the bronze divine tree to stay and continue wreaking havoc upon the masses, it was far more prudent to decisively remove it. Transforming it into a hairpin was the most fitting resolution. After all, the tree's power was far too extraordinary. She could not trust anyone else to safeguard it. Keeping it close to herself was the wisest choice. Indeed, she did not seek the bronze divine tree for its reality-altering powers, but rather to save humanity. While browsing through the system shop for various abilities, Su Mu's gaze suddenly paused. Her attention was drawn to a shimmering phrase. Heavenly Gang S36 Transformations of Creation. Transforming stone into heaven, converting all things, the ultimate skill of Nuwa, upgraded to the maximum level grants the power to recreate the universe. Achieving true manifestation of one's desires. In the initial stages of exchange, the host will possess the ability to refine all things, but only through equivalent transformation or lesser refinement. This was indeed a cosmic-level ability, capable of even creating life. Delighted by this description, Su Mu recognized that the ability for equivalent refinement meant transforming items of equal weight, while lesser refinement allowed her to elevate an object into a different substance. It seemed this was precisely the ability she required. However, the volume of resources needed for this power was staggering. To reach a sufficient level, she would need countless graveyards worth of materials. Given her current resources, she could only exchange for the lowest tier. Nonetheless, even the lowest tier would suffice. Without hesitation, she made the exchange. In an instant, a plethora of knowledge flooded Su Mu's mind, overwhelming her to the point that she could not fully comprehend it all. She stood still, massaging her temples, closing her eyes to organize her thoughts. Once again, she felt that her soul, or perhaps her primordial spirit, was indeed lacking in power. In the midst of the intricate dance of fate, she found herself unable to grasp the essence instantly. In the past, when her spiritual energy was abundant, she could absorb and comprehend it in a mere moment. Now, it took her a full minute to understand and integrate it into her own abilities. As she contemplated the profound power surrounding her, Su Mu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Indeed, this sensation, brimming with knowledge and strength, is truly delightful, she mused. Suddenly, Wu Xia, sensing her thoughts, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he could still hear the princess's inner voice. She had not forsaken him. Yet, what did her thoughts imply? Had she unlocked some sealed memories once more? Realizing this, Wu Xia felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. What had the princess intended before her moment of distraction? To refine the bronze divine tree into a hairpin. What transformation had occurred after her reverie? She claimed to be filled with knowledge and power. At this revelation, Wu Xia believed he had unraveled the truth. The princess had deliberately unsealed her memories to refine the bronze divine tree. Rubbing his hands together, he watched Su Mu's silhouette with uncontainable excitement.
Lao Yang.
Noticing Wu Xia's pause, also halted, standing beside him. What was the princess still doing there? Laoyang was puzzled. Hadn't she already transcended those souls? Wu Xia chuckled. Just watch and see. Upon seeing Wu Xia smile, Laoyang felt an unsettling sensation rising within him. It seemed this fellow knew something. Before he could voice his concerns, a resonant bell-like sound reverberated above him, echoing in his heart and sending shivers down his spine. With a thud, Laoyang could no longer suppress his trembling body and collapsed to the ground. He looked up in astonishment at the princess, who had just revealed a celestial shadow behind her, now manifesting yet another ethereal form. Wu Xia widened his eyes to observe the apparition behind Su Mu. This time, it was not a celestial being, but rather her own essence. Clad in resplendent garments, she appeared in her most exquisite form. Stunned, Wu Xia could hardly comprehend the situation. As he watched, the apparition behind the princess opened its eyes, revealing orbs that sparkled like a sea of stars, devoid of any emotion. For the first time wielding the power of transformation, Su Mu felt the strain. The figure behind her was the key to fabricating all things. Currently, her ability to manipulate this power was only at level 1, allowing her to utilize the apparition to create. Under her guidance, the apparition extended its left hand, gently touching the trunk of the bronze divine tree. At the moment of contact, a brilliant golden light radiated from the point of contact. The force of transformation flowed from the apparition's fingertip into the bronze divine tree, analyzing its essence and structure. After about half a minute, the intricate details of the tree's composition unfolded in Su Mu's mind. A smile graced her lips as she snapped her fingers. The immense apparition behind her spread its arms, and golden threads emanated from its palms, enveloping the towering bronze divine tree. Wu Xia and Lao Yang stood agape. Even Wu Xia, accustomed to grand spectacles, was momentarily at a loss. The colossal bronze divine tree began to shrink, diminishing in size as if air were escaping from a balloon. In less than 10 seconds, the once mighty tree vanished from sight. What in the world? Lao Yang exclaimed, bewildered. Where did that enormous bronze divine tree go? Wu Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet he understood. The key to the princess refining the bronze divine tree lay in those golden threads and the apparition. Then, a sense of defeat washed over him. High above, Su Mu examined the hairpin adorned with ancient sun patterns in her hand, satisfaction radiating from her. She did not favor the bronze hue. Thus she had chosen a light golden tint for the hairpin, complemented by 3 simple golden tassels and embellished with the motif of the sun deity's bird, elegant yet not outdated. As soon as she touched the ground, Lao Yang eagerly approached. Your Highness, how did you accomplish that? With a sidelong glance, Su Mu replied, what do you think? Lao Yang interjected. At that moment, Wu Xia keenly noticed that Su Mu's long hair had been styled up, a hairpin radiating a faint golden glow nestled among her flowing locks. Wu Xia was astounded. Your Highness, it seems you have suddenly acquired a hairpin? With a gentle smile, Su Mu nodded. It's a hairpin refined from the bronze divine tree. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Wu Xia's expression twitched. But that was once a tree filled with souls. Your Highness, donning it on your head, wouldn't that bring misfortune? Wait a minute. The princess herself emerged from a coffin. Did she even care about such things? Thus, Wu Xia declared, it's beautiful, truly beautiful. I wonder, can this bronze hairpin also transform into gold? Su Mu shot him a glance, chuckling. It could produce 3 chubby fellows. Wu Xia was taken aback, quickly waving his hands. No, no, no. Perhaps just 3 handsome lads instead. Su Mu laughed lightly. 3 handsome lads? I fear your constitution might not withstand it. Wu Xia was left bewildered, utterly perplexed by her words. Meanwhile, Lao Yang gazed at Wu Xia, as if he had seen a ghost. After a moment of hesitation, he whispered, aren't you curious how the princess refined that bronze divine tree? Wu Xia glanced at Lao Yang. Is it so strange that her highness possesses such abilities? Lao Yang exclaimed, isn't it strange? In Wu Xia's perception, is it normal for the princess to have such powers? Lao Yang found it impossible to accept. Was the world amiss, or was it his mind playing tricks on him? Why did he feel as if he had fallen into a bizarre illusion since descending into the tomb? Otherwise, how could he witness so many extraordinary events that seemed utterly impossible in the real world? As they both lavished compliments upon Su Mu, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. The mountain shook, and the surrounding tomb passages showed signs of collapse. Wu Xia, indignant, thought, what? Is this tomb intolerant of my praise for the princess? Just as he brooded, a thought struck him. What if the candle 9 suppressed beneath the bronze divine tree, was stirring? Ah! The candle 9 beneath began to struggle. What a ruckus! Su Mu remained steady amidst the chaos, her gaze fixed below the bronze divine tree. Wu Xia gasped, I was right. It is indeed the candle 9. Rather than fear, a sense of excitement surged within him. This was a legendary being, the candle dragon. Was he about to witness the mythical dragon today? The tremors intensified, nearly toppling Wu Xia. Rocks fell and debris flew. His expression shifted, and he whispered urgently, we must retreat. The princess may not fear the falling stones, but I certainly do. A blow from those rocks could scatter me in all directions. Wu Xia, accompanied by Lao Yang, retreated several meters, and the tremors of the ground intensified to a terrifying degree. Panic surged within Wu Xia as he dropped to the ground. Was the commotion caused by Zhu Jiuyin truly excessive? This could already be classified as a catastrophic earthquake. Could it not? At that moment, a thunderous crash erupted behind him. Wu Xia turned around, his expression shifting drastically. The passage they had traversed was now completely blocked by fallen rocks. He looked up and saw the stones above him teetering precariously. This was disastrous. He had foolishly distanced himself from the princess. He had forgotten the foremost rule of tomb raiding. Safety lies exclusively at the side of the princess. Wu Xia hastily pulled up the terrified Lao Yang and dashed towards Su Mu. He had just seen clearly that the princess stood at the exit, completely unmoved. I merely intended to clear space for you to face Zhu Jiuyin, Wu Xia thought, feeling a mix of frustration and confusion. Was he merely an external difficulty enhancer for this venture? He was unaware of this at all. Just as Wu Xia was grappling with his thoughts, a resonant roar akin to rolling thunder reverberated through the air. The sound emanated an unparalleled authority, as if a sovereign were expressing their wrath, compelling him to kneel in submission. Wu Xia thought fiercely, no way. I would never kneel to anything else. Only the princess deserves my reverence. With a decisive action, he pressed himself flat against the ground, convinced that if he lowered himself quickly enough, he could avoid kneeling. Upon hearing that furious roar, Lao Yang fainted instantly. This character is even weaker than the naive one, Wu Xia mused indignantly. So, the princess has always regarded me as the weakest among us? With determination, he forced himself to rise, intending to demonstrate his strength to the princess. However, just as he stood upright, the tremors abruptly ceased. In that instant, Wu Xia felt a shadow engulf him, plunging him into darkness. He widened his eyes, peering ahead into the void. It was so dark that he could see nothing. He thought to activate his headlamp to illuminate his surroundings. Then, he beheld an elongated pupil materializing before him. Oh my! How enormous is Zhu Jiuyin? Wu Xia was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed upon the creature. Was this the Zhu Jiuyin the princess had mentioned? He had yet to comprehend the nature of the being before him when the bright yellow entity vanished for a fleeting moment, only to reappear. Soon after, he observed the narrow black strip gradually widening before him. Wu Xia's face drained of color. Was this truly the pupil of Zhu Jiuyin? He realized he had grossly underestimated it. How could this creature be so colossal? The pupil of a single eye was taller than his entire being. Wait, is this the Zhu Jiuyin from the original world? He pondered. How has it grown so massive? Undoubtedly, a single grenade from me could have dispatched it effortlessly. Su Mu stood frozen, the Zhu Jiuyin before her starkly contrasting with her memories. Had her presence altered this world? Suddenly, she recalled the giant shark from the underwater tomb. Was it possible that this world was not the original tomb-raiding world, but rather a variant?
Now,
not only had creatures from other realms emerged, but even the original monsters had become more formidable. Hearing Su Mu's voice, Wu Xia was dumbfounded. You mean I could take it down with a single grenade? I couldn't even do that with 10. Just moments ago, he had barely managed to stand, and now he collapsed back onto the ground. Little naive one, could it be that Zhu Jiuyin has become so powerful because of you? Wu Xia thought vehemently. That is utterly impossible. Su Mu chuckled, having initially thought Wu Xia was courageous, only to realize he was merely paralyzed with fear. It seems I must swiftly subdue this Zhu Jiuyin, she mused. Indeed, I am but a delicate flower, unable to withstand such stress. Princess, please eliminate it at once. With a snap of her fingers, Su Mu summoned her loyal minions to test the strength of Zhu Jiuyin. In an instant, Fei Jiang, Shui, Xiaobai, and Hai Hozi all appeared.
Boom.
In the depths where Zhu Jiuyin resided, a giant shark emerged, crashing down upon Zhu Jiuyin. Is this the giant shark from the West Sea tomb? How is this even possible? Wu Xia exclaimed in disbelief. The giant shark settled down, occupying most of the space and pressing Zhu Jiuyin's eyes outward. Suddenly, Zhu Jiuyin felt something was amiss, its vision blurred and breath constricted. Unfortunately, the creature was too slippery. With a flick of its tail, Zhu Jiuyin wriggled out from the depths, clawing its way onto solid ground.
Roar.
Zhu Jiuyin had ruled this domain for millennia and never anticipated being confronted in such a manner. The giant shark flailed in the confined space, unable to engage in combat, merely baring its teeth at Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin retaliated with a mouthful of venomous saliva. The oxygen-deprived giant shark was baffled. Su Mu realized that she had forgotten that deep-sea fish could burst their blood vessels and perish when exposed to fresh water.
Clang.
At that moment, Fei Jiang could no longer tolerate the spectacle of a snake flaunting itself before him and swung his axe. However, when it struck Zhu Jiuyin, it produced a sound akin to clashing metal.
What?
Wu Xia was astounded. This creature had developed impenetrable scales? Fei Jiang was taken aback, but undeterred. Seizing Zhu Jiuyin for a confrontation, Shui and Xiaobai charged forward, yet their sizes paled in comparison to Zhu Jiuyin, and even the giant shark could not contain it. With a resounding crash, Fei Jiang was defeated by Zhu Jiuyin's might. What on earth? Zhu Jiuyin is this powerful? How could I possibly resolve it with a single grenade? Wu Xia thought in panic. Had the princess misjudged his capabilities? It appears that my arrival has indeed caused the creatures in the tomb to grow absurdly strong. Wu Xia pondered, could it be that the tomb possesses adaptive qualities, modifying the strength of the Zongzi based on the circumstances?
Boom.
Another deafening sound echoed as the most formidable among the Zongzi, Xiaobai, was sent flying by Zhu Jiuyin. Su Mu sighed. She could no longer remain a passive observer. Zhu Jiuyin was far too powerful, exceeding her expectations. If Zhu Jiuyin were to annihilate her hard-earned minions, who would assist her thereafter? Against such a savage creature, brute force was the only recourse. Su Mu accessed the system's marketplace and acquired the ability Gorilla Demon Strength Fist, maxing out its level. As the ability reached its zenith, a surge of formidable power coursed through her body, and an ancient gorilla demon's phantom rose behind her. This feeling of strength was invigorating. Wu Xie sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the princess, a presence that made him tremble. It felt as if he stood not before a princess of an ancient dynasty, but before a war god who commanded legions.
Boom.
The next to be sent flying by Zhu Jiuyin was Shui, brandishing 2 axes. In a mere 3 seconds, the 3 formidable generals she had subdued were sent flying. Su Mu chuckled softly. Is that enough? Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Jiuyin continued to roar into the air, threatening the flies that irritated him. After a couple of fierce roars, Zhu Jiuyin suddenly sensed something amiss. The presence of the flies had vanished entirely. Just as he believed he had driven them away, his gaze fixated on a figure standing before him, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Though Zhu Jiuyin could not see clearly, his instincts warned him. This woman exuded danger. Yet he was utterly disobedient. Wu Xie thought it's over. As a creature, he should be grateful that he couldn't overpower the princess's subordinates. Otherwise, he would be the one frozen. This was an entirely different matter. Although Zhu Jiuyin could not comprehend Su Mu's words, he could feel her disdainful aura directed at him. Enraged, Zhu Jiuyin drew a deep breath and roared at Su Mu. Before his menacing growl could fully escape, a figure appeared above him, regarding him with a dispassionate gaze, akin to observing a mere serpent, followed by a pale fist that struck him. Thud! Zhu Jiuyin's head jerked to the side, darkness engulfing his vision as an overwhelming force caused his eyes to bulge, his tongue extending a meter long, only to be violently smashed against the stone wall. Enough of your noise, Su Mu observed Zhu Jiuyin. If you continue to shout, your fate will not be that of a meal. You will be the dish itself. I relish snake soup. However, the princess has declared her disdain for raucousness, so I shall quietly cheer for her in my heart. The princess is mighty. The princess is invincible. At this moment, he finally understood why Wu Xie obeyed this princess without question. How is it possible that a mere human, who should only serve as my offering and sustenance, has inflicted harm upon me? Zhu Jiuyin seethed in disbelief, roaring once more at Su Mu. Yet again. Before his voice could fully erupt from his throat, Su Mu slapped him, sending his large head crashing to the ground, his tongue pierced by his own fangs. Wu Xie stifled a laugh. I can't allow myself to chuckle out loud. Ha ha ha. I wonder if a venomous snake bites its own tongue. Will it be poisoned? After receiving 2 slaps, Zhu Jiuyin's head must have been spinning. As Su Mu watched Zhu Jiuyin regain his composure, she struck him once more. Then, in a flurry, she unleashed a barrage of slaps, the thunderous sounds echoing as the stone wall, battered by Zhu Jiuyin, could no longer withstand the onslaught, shattering into pieces. Remarkable. Wu Xie marveled. It turns out the princess has only revealed 1% of her power thus far. This strength could hurl him from Yu Heng to Xiao Shan. The confined underground space severely limits his ability to unleash his true potential. Observing Zhu Jiuyin's movements, Su Mu made no attempt to intervene. She too disliked fighting in such cramped quarters. She turned to Wu Xie below and instructed, "Take care of yourself." Wu Xie nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, princess. I will protect myself." He felt something was off about his own words. Just then, he saw Su Mu's figure ascend alongside Zhu Jiuyin, launching into the sky. With a thunderous boom, light erupted as Zhu Jiuyin broke free from the ground, soaring into the heavens. Light cascaded from the shattered surface, illuminating the space that had once housed the resplendent bronze divine tree. Wu Xie emerged from the tomb, gazing upward. The azure sky and the profound dark well made him feel as though he were a frog at the bottom of a well. He realized it was time to reshape his worldview. Upon exiting, he would also reshape the perspectives of his friends. With this adventure, in the Qinling Mountains, he could finally boast before his companions, "I have seen a dragon." Chapter 80. After 3 strikes, a grin emerges. Zhu Jiuyin emerged into the world, soaring through the sky and reveling in its own might, announcing its arrival to the realm. The dragon's roar resonated throughout the Qinling Mountains, subjugating all living beings within its vicinity beneath the overwhelming pressure, be they the black bears of the mountains, the laborers, or the audacious tomb raiders attempting to plunder the royal tomb. A new enigma had emerged in Huaxia. At that moment, all creatures gazed up in awe at the true dragon soaring above. It possessed dark red scales, resembling those depicted in ancient totems. Compared to the dragon in the totem, it had only 4 claws and somewhat shorter horns. Yet, aside from these 2 differences, it was virtually identical to the dragon depicted in the totems. Zhu Jiuyin gazed at the heavens, enchanted by the sky it had not seen in ages, momentarily forgetting even Su Mu, who pursued it. Then, all living beings witnessed the dragon begin to spin around, as if someone had grasped its tail and was twirling it. Subsequently, Zhu Jiuyin was flung toward the ground, crashing down with a thunderous roar. What? Did I just see that? A dragon? Is that a real dragon? Excited exclamations erupted from the Qinling Mountains. Even strangers gathered to discuss the phenomenon. It must be a dragon. I knew that the 12 zodiac signs of our ancestors were indeed real. That dragon just now is proof. By the way, did anyone manage to record that? Just as Zhu Jiuyin finally escaped the underground, Sumu sent him crashing back down. Observing the now vastly expanded pit, Sumu couldn't help but grimace. Is this all? The transformation is remarkable. It even possesses the ability to ride the clouds. Wu Xie remarked, isn't it perfectly normal for a dragon to fly? He truly did not believe that such a powerful creature could be dealt with by a mere hand grenade. Is that a compassionate nuclear grenade? A bruised and battered Zhu Jiuyin glared at Sumu. Noticing several freshly healed wounds on Zhu Jiuyin, Sumu observed a particularly conspicuous scar on its abdomen, near its hind claws. A significant portion of the scales had vanished, replaced by twisted, deep red scars. Surrounding the scars were newly sprouted thin scales. Ah! It even possesses self-healing abilities. No wonder it has cultivated for thousands of years. Just as Sumu pondered, a deep, gravelly voice echoed. She looked up to see Zhu Jiuyin in the distance. She had clearly heard the voice emanate from Zhu Jiuyin's direction. Sumu was taken aback. Can it speak human language? Wu Xie replied, while it's not unusual for dragons to speak, considering it's the 21st century, such occurrences seem rather extraordinary. Hearing the hoarse, gravelly voice once more, Sumu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Could it truly be Zhu Jiuyin speaking? Who is Xiaoren? Sumu inquired of Zhu Jiuyin. After her question, Zhu Jiuyin appeared momentarily stunned. Sumu raised an eyebrow. I'm not the Xiaoren who sealed you underground. Upon hearing Zhu Jiuyin's words, Sumu recalled the murals etched upon the walls. It is presumed that those who sealed Zhu Jiuyin beneath the bronze divine tree are the Xia people mentioned by Zhu Jiuyin. This burden is not hers to bear. Zhu Jiuyin's dual pupils elongated due to the sun's rays, giving her a somewhat endearing appearance. People should keep to their own affairs. I must take my leave. Zhu Jiuyin fixed her gaze upon Sumu, articulating each word with precision. Sumu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, astonished by Zhu Jiuyin's unexpected cleverness. This creature understands colloquialisms? Moreover, it was evident that Zhu Jiuyin comprehended the meanings behind her words. Initially, Sumu had no intention of letting her go, but upon realizing Zhu Jiuyin's intelligence, she pondered if such a talking pet might be too valuable to release. After liberating you from beneath the bronze divine tree, you wish to depart without even a gesture of gratitude? Stepping forward, Sumu appeared before Zhu Jiuyin as if by teleportation. Or, do you believe you can escape? Zhu Jiuyin's eyes widened in disbelief, having sensed nothing moments before the diminutive figure appeared right in front of her. What sort of ability is this? She realized she had fallen into the hands of someone far more formidable. What do you desire as a token of my compliance? Zhu Jiuyin asked sullenly. Without hesitation, Sumu replied, be my pet and assist me with my gardening. Zhu Jiuyin understood her request, her eyes widening in fury as she roared. No. Impossible. This dragon would rather perish than submit. Boom. Just as Zhu Jiuyin finished her declaration, Sumu delivered a powerful punch that sent her crashing into the ground. Sumu looked down at the fallen Zhu Jiuyin with disdain, coldly stating, do you truly believe you have a choice? Zhu Jiuyin howled at the heavens. Impossible. I'd rather die than submit. Sumu chuckled coldly, instantly reappearing before Zhu Jiuyin, then unleashed another mighty punch. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Zhu Jiuyin roared in rage, fighting back with all her might. Sumu struck again, landing a blow upon Zhu Jiuyin's head. Impossible. Boom. No. Boom. As Wu Xie struggled to emerge from the ground, he sensed tremors akin to an earthquake. Wu Xie remarked, goodness. It seems the process of taming this laborer by Her Highness is particularly brutal. Shaking his head, he followed the direction of the vibrations. After approximately 30 minutes, Wu Xie noticed the tremors had ceased. Continuing onward, he overheard Sumu's voice along with another muffled yet pitiful one. If you lack strength, that is one thing. But why must your tongue remain so obstinate? Wu Xie discerned that this was indeed the voice of Her Highness. Stop hitting. Let me see. The voice was heavy and indistinct, leading him to speculate that its owner was likely a middle-aged man. Upon parting a cluster of lush bushes, he beheld Sumu clad in athletic attire, with Zhu Jiuyin prostrated at her feet. Sumu was gripping Zhu Jiuyin's tongue, signing the contract. Done. Wasting my time. Had you submitted sooner, you could have avoided this beating. Zhu Jiuyin lamented. I cried. Had I known you were this formidable, I would not have resisted. Chapter 81. What a coincidence, fatty. You have come to the tomb as well. Deep within the tomb, after returning to the deep sea, the great white shark felt that the saliva Zhu Jiuyin spat into its mouth was toxic, causing it to suffer for half a month. Standing in the tomb, Sumu finally heard the system's prompt. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the heart's vegetable plot at the Zhu Long altar. Shall you commence planting? Hearing the system's announcement, Sumu smiled with satisfaction. Of course, I shall plant. I will cultivate both the corpse-fragrant devil's tongue and the nine-headed serpent cypress, just as before, splitting the planting evenly. Until the system's task is complete, I must continue cultivating these two crops. Once the system received the command, it began to plant. At this moment, Sumu glanced back at the prostrate Zhu Jiuyin. After being subdued, Zhu Jiuyin was exceedingly compliant, remaining low to the ground without raising her head. Wu Xie stumbled over to Su Mu, breathless. Your Highness, is this the true form of Zhu Jiuyin? Wu Xie steadied his breath, gazing up at Zhu Jiuyin. She was so immense that, even lying flat on the ground, she was still over a head taller than Wu Xie.
Yes.
Zhu Jiuyin nodded vigorously, causing gusts of wind to stir. She swiftly burrowed into the earth, fearing that any delay would result in Su Mu using her for training. In the blink of an eye, Wu Xie witnessed the colossal Zhu Jiuyin slide into the ground, as slippery as an eel, leaving him utterly astonished. Your Highness, it is no wonder that you effortlessly subdued a legendary true dragon. If such a being were to be taken out to charge admission, ride bicycles, or walk on tightropes, they would surely amass a fortune. Your Highness even has that true dragon assisting with gardening. What dedication to horticulture. One must admit, Your Highness has poured all her efforts into this endeavor. Even Zhu Jiuyin is enlisted to aid in the gardening. Su Mu nodded as she watched Zhu Jiuyin disappear into the earth, suddenly recalling a colloquial saying. Goodness, what a dragon-sized hole. She then snapped her fingers, shifting stars and changing constellations. The enormous hole just created by Zhu Jiuyin could not be neglected. The surrounding earth rumbled once more, akin to an earthquake. As the mountains on either side pressed inward, Wu Xie was too frightened to utter a sound. Minutes later, the tremor subsided and the vast sinkhole before them vanished. A complete expanse of vegetation blanketed the former site of the pit, concealing it entirely, as if it had always been a forest. Wu Xie inhaled deeply. If an engineering team were to undertake this task, it would undoubtedly take months. Su Mu, satisfied, nodded and turned to leave. Oh, where did Laoyang go? Wu Xie was lost in thought when he suddenly heard Su Mu's inner voice. Realizing that Her Highness was mentioning Laoyang, Wu Xie froze. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently left Laoyang behind in the tomb. This is bad. Wu Xie's expression changed. I forgot Laoyang in the tomb. Su Mu, 6 Wu Xie. I didn't mean to. Wu Xie lamented, on the verge of tears. I will go find him right away. Su Mu nodded. We ought to see him alive, or at least find his remains. After all, he led us to the Qinling Mountains and the Divine Tree. Wait. There's no need. Su Mu observed Wu Xie's retreating figure and remarked, it seems he has already fled. When Wu Xie mentioned forgetting Laoyang, Su Mu had carefully sensed the nearby aura. To her dismay, she found no trace of Laoyang but rather the remnants of his departure. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In the distance, just out of sight, a group of monkeys, led by their king, surrounded a man, their faces displaying mischievous grins. Laoyang, help. Unfortunately, no one could hear him. Wu Xie, this. Wu Xie suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment. It was indeed Laoyang who had entangled him with Her Highness, yet Laoyang had the audacity to vanish without a word. Su Mu, perceiving Wu Xie's thoughts, chuckled softly. Do not dwell on Laoyang's situation. Rather, consider how you will explain this to Fatty. Wu Xie. Huh? Explain this to Fatty? Wu Xie appeared bewildered. What am I supposed to explain to him? Surely, you do not think he could sneak into the tomb without Fatty noticing? Wu Xie. Hiss.
He realized.
He had forgotten Fatty during this excursion into the tomb. Oh no, this is bad. What should I do now? Wu Xie glanced at Su Mu. Your Highness, can you give me some advice? He wasn't afraid of the chubby man, it was just that this fellow could be incredibly bothersome. And he might even come to stare at him with resentful eyes while he was asleep at night. Just thinking about it sent shivers down Wu Xie's spine. Su Mu couldn't help but chuckle. I don't know what to do either. Wu Xie's heart raced even more. Should he run away and hide somewhere until the chubby man's anger subsided? His thoughts were in turmoil as he followed Su Mu's retreating figure. Your Highness, please give me a hint. You laughing only makes me more anxious, Wu Xie said. However, Su Mu paid him no mind, captivated by the scenery of the Qinling Mountains as she continued walking. After achieving success in our endeavors, we must take a moment to relax. The beauty of the Qinling landscape was indeed remarkable. Yet, Wu Xie was too preoccupied with how to deal with the chubby man. After a short while, an idea began to form in his mind, and he sighed with relief. Your Highness, where are we heading now? Wu Xie inquired. To the hot springs? He suddenly recalled that the hot springs were fed by geothermal waters, which Su Mu had mentioned were beneficial for beauty. Wonderful. An hour later, Su Mu led Wu Xie into a quaint village nestled within the Qinling Mountains. I've heard there's a restaurant nearby that serves delicious dishes.
Som is ausbreitend.
Food? Don't deceive me. If I am disappointed, I shall make you dine with Zhu Jiuyin. Wu Xie exclaimed. Boss, you must guarantee my safety. After entering the small restaurant, Wu Xie ordered the house specialty, gourd chicken, mutton palma, and cold skin. He waited eagerly for the dishes to arrive, but, upon glancing towards the entrance, he spotted a familiar plump figure. A wave of unease washed over him. Surely, his luck couldn't be that bad? It was impossible to run into the chubby man right after exiting the tomb. Su Mu merely raised an eyebrow, unfazed, as she was more interested in the local cuisine. The mutton palma and cold skin from Shangxi were indeed enticing. Wu Xia quietly ducked under the table, adopting an ostrich-like approach, convinced that if he couldn't see the chubby man, then the chubby man couldn't see him. However, the chubby man immediately spotted Su Mu. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Su Mu glance under the table. In an instant, he recognized the figure hiding beneath the table, none other than Wu Xia. The next moment, Wu Xia saw the chubby man enter the restaurant, his footsteps slowly approaching. As the chubby man passed by him, Wu Xia let out a sigh of relief. Then, the chubby man plopped down beside him, causing the chair to creak with the weight. What a coincidence, Wu Xia. Fancy meeting you here. The chubby man had a strange expression as he winked at Su Mu, signaling her to play along. Have you finished eating, Your Highness? Yes. I have. Would you like to see the scenery? Su Mu smiled and walked away. Not long after she left, two loud sounds erupted from the restaurant. Puffed. The chubby man unleashed 2 rounds of biochemical attacks that could blow someone's hair off. What on earth have you eaten? You're suffocating me. Wu Xia exclaimed, covering his mouth as he bolted outside. The chubby man chuckled. What a coincidence, Wu Xia. Chapter 82. The Great Steward. What a coincidence, Wu Xia. You're here too. Wu Xia halted abruptly, covering his mouth. He sighed, knowing this moment was inevitable. It had to come eventually. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he sat up straight, looking sincerely at the chubby man. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. The chubby man scrutinized Wu Xia with a sneer. Indeed, quite the coincidence. What are you doing here? I'm here to eat. Wu Xia feigned innocence. Why are you eating here? The chubby man asked with a smile. Wu Xia opened his mouth, his eyes darting, and replied, because Your Highness is here for an outing. Uffed. Don't say it. Wu Xia really does manage to act quite innocent, someone remarked. Wu Xia thought to himself, I'm anxious. What should I do if I stop acting? The chubby man retorted, an outing? You traveled from Hangzhou to Qinling for an outing? Do you think I'm a fool? Why didn't you invite me? Wu Xia opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He then smacked his lips and reluctantly confessed, I forgot. Forgot? Yes, forgot, Wu Xia nodded. It's all because Old Itch made it sound so appealing. My mind was filled with thoughts of entering the tomb, and I completely forgot about you. The chubby man's face flushed with rage at this unapologetic explanation. Wu Xia, I considered you a brother and you treat me like heir? Noticing the chubby man's displeasure, Wu Xia hurriedly said, don't be upset. To make you feel better, I didn't take a single treasure this time. Oh no, are you adding fuel to the fire? Wu Xia exclaimed. What do you mean by that? The chubby man, who had been maintaining his composure, could no longer hold it together upon hearing Wu Xia's claim of not taking anything. How could you enter a tomb and come back empty-handed? So many treasures. That's all money. Wu Xia remained silent for a moment before responding, I forgot. The chubby man was left speechless, caught between outrage and disbelief. Ultimately, he glared at Wu Xia angrily and grabbed his collar, lifting him off the ground. Your Highness, I need to have a little private chat with Wu Xia. Uffed. Are you having a heart-to-heart? Su Mu chuckled, nodding and waving her hand. Go ahead, go ahead. Wu Xia thought to himself, a heart-to-heart? It should merely be a conversation. Right? The chubby man was nearly bursting with rage. This Wu Xia is incredibly infuriating. He shows no awareness. If I don't give him a beating, I might just explode. Treasures. That's money. Bringing them back would be a good thing. The chubby man dragged Wu Xia out of the small restaurant. Soon after, Su Mu heard Wu Xia's cries of pain. As she enjoyed the scenery, she observed Wu Xia and the chubby man reenacting a scene from the legendary Shaolin Temple. Of course, it was Wu Xia who was on the receiving end of the beating. He was already in the wrong and lacked the strength to retaliate. The chubby man wasn't overly harsh, but made quite a ruckus, though the actual blows were light. After the two exchanged blows for over 10 minutes, the chubby man finally released his pent-up frustration. By the way, I have something for you to handle. The chubby man perked up immediately. Your Highness, please tell me. I will go through fire and water for you. Su Mu chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. It's not that dramatic. I discovered a natural hot spring deep in the Qinling Mountains, and I want to develop it. Can you handle that? The chubby man's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? A natural hot spring? You want to develop it? He seemed bewildered. While he could handle entering the tomb to fight monsters, overseeing construction was a different matter entirely. Yes. Su Mu nodded, continuing. I'm not asking you to lay every brick yourself, just to oversee the project. If you can find a construction team, that would be even better. The chubby man slapped his chest confidently. That's easy. Don't worry. I will contact the best construction team and build the finest hot spring palace in no time. However, his expression soon turned awkward. Your Highness. Where exactly is that hot spring? The next day, after the two had confirmed the location of the hot spring, the chubby man sketched a rough map. On their way back, the rotund fellow bit down on his pen while mentally calculating the funds required for this venture. Observing the troubled expression on his face, Su Mu understood he was grappling with a dilemma. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to express them. The portly man took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "Your Highness, all that you have mentioned can be accomplished with sufficient funds. However, the money aspect is beyond my reach. The site you selected for the hot spring lies deep within the Qinling Mountains, approximately 7 kilometers from any road. I have inspected the area, and there are no paths whatsoever. To develop it, we would require a substantial amount of building materials and laborers. We might even need to construct a road to gain access." Sumu furrowed her brow slightly, then replied nonchalantly, "Then let us build a road. Money is not an issue. I still possess numerous treasures yet to be sold." It suddenly dawned on the portly man that the treasures in the princess's garden were indeed abundant. Though these items were inconsequential to her, they represented a fortune to him in soft currency. His mouth slowly closed. "Yes, that makes sense. There is but one challenge in this world, the lack of money. Once we resolve that, all other issues will dissipate. Do you know of any place where we can maximize the value of burial goods?" Upon hearing Su Mu mention this, both Wu Xie and the portly man raised their heads simultaneously, a singular answer resonating in their minds: an auction house. If there is a place that can truly maximize the value of antiques, it is undoubtedly an auction house. Coincidentally, I have received an invitation from the most renowned auction house in the country for the gold-threaded cicada garment you bestowed upon me, Your Highness. Let me take you there immediately. The portly man rubbed his hands together in excitement, his heart racing at the thought of once again beholding those resplendent treasures. "Very well," Sumo replied with a smile, instructing the steward to retrieve several exquisite relics from the Zhou dynasty from the royal palace of Lu and hand them over to the rotund man. "Steward, if you embezzle, do not blame me for leaving you to share your fate with the blood corpses in the royal palace of Lu." The portly man vigorously nodded. "Rest assured, when I undertake a task, I am utterly reliable. Wu Xie, prepare yourself. At this auction, I shall display my prowess. I will show those antiquities from the old Nine Gates who is truly formidable." Wu Xie observed with amusement as Su Mu smiled, appreciating her steward's ambition. Just then, a series of squeaks echoed nearby. A familiar monkey king appeared, leading a troop of monkeys, carrying a man who was shouting for help. They hurriedly knelt before Su Mu, squeaking and pointing at the man entangled in vines. "Your Highness, please help. I am Lao Yang," he cried, clutching a backpack that concealed several treasures. After the bronze divine tree was refined, his mind became clear. No longer did he yearn for his mother's resurrection. Instead, he sought to safeguard his treasures. He had believed he could sneak away with these items unnoticed, but was unexpectedly intercepted by the monkeys. How unfortunate! Lao Yang lamented inwardly. Chapter 83. The princess seeks to turn the tables in Yuhang. The portly man was pacing the courtyard, absorbed in calculations on his computer. "Your Highness, I have meticulously reviewed the figures. The cost of developing this hot spring is rather extravagant. Are you planning to create a private spa solely for your own enjoyment, or do you intend to open it for profit?" He regarded Su Mu, who was seated at the tea table, with utmost seriousness. "I believe these two purposes need not be mutually exclusive." Su Mu toyed with her teacup, her gaze lowered in contemplation. "The portly man has a valid point. If the hot spring is developed solely for my use, it would be rather wasteful. There are scant burial sites in the tales of theft. I must consider a backup plan." "Exactly. If one only expends without any income, what difference does it make from squandering one's resources?" The portly man continued. "Since this hot spring is so beneficial, capitalizing on it is entirely sensible." After reflecting on his proposal, Su Mu found it agreeable and nodded in assent. "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. However, the development of this hot spring must adhere to a specific theme. It will be designed around tomb raiding adventures, primarily catering to enthusiasts of cultural relics. Do you understand? I intend to transform the Qinling Mountains into a world-renowned hub for cultural relic information exchange and auctions. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall not let you down. Wait, information exchange and relic auctions? What exactly are you planning? Tomb raiding and selling relics are illegal."
Sumu chuckled lightly.
"Tomb raiding is illegal, but what if we frame it as exploration and treasure hunting? Isn't there something akin to Indiana Jones in America? We shall call it the Qinling Treasure Hunter Antique Hot Spring Resort. I have my own reasons for this endeavor. You need only execute the plan." The portly man grinned and replied, "Very well, but given that Qinling is a protected area, such extensive development may pose challenges. Thankfully, I have numerous connections in Huaxia. You need not worry about this matter, Your Highness." Su Mu nodded. The portly man's background had always been shrouded in mystery. In the original narrative, he was already serving in the military during the ascent to the Incense Mountain. It seemed implausible for someone engaged in tomb raiding to be so rotund. Her construction of the Qinling hot spring was primarily to uncover the truths of this world. While the internet provides access to a wealth of information, it cannot reveal the ultimate truths of existence. The truths of the world remain concealed, buried in secrecy and darkness, confined within small circles. What appears invisible to the eye is, in fact, a familiar reality to those within those circles. She aimed to attract more individuals from the tomb raiding community through the Treasure Hunter Resort, potentially acquiring information about foreign burial sites.
If she were to cultivate,
She must journey around the world to do so. This was not merely for leisure or indulgence. Time flew by. After being thoroughly chastised by the portly man, Wu Xia hid away in his residence, fearful of incurring further wrath. With the plan finalized, the portly man's frown had lifted considerably. The scheme was set. Now it was time to spend. However, before expending funds, they must first generate revenue. The portly man cheerfully informed Su Mu, "Your Highness, the treasures you entrusted to me have garnered considerable attention on the auction house's official website for a week. The auction is set to take place tomorrow. Will you be attending? An auction house. Now that I think about it, I have never stepped foot in one. It would be interesting to see, besides. I have nothing else to do." The portly man chuckled. "I knew you would choose to attend. So I have already contacted the auction house to reserve a private room." Su Mu nodded. "Let us go, for I have no other engagements." The following day, Wu Xia was absent. Upon noticing only the portly man present, Su Mu inquired, "Where is Wu Xia? Did you not summon him?" The portly man chuckled. "Heavenly Zhen is too busy researching his snake-browed copper fish to join us." This was a fib. The portly man continued, "We need not concern ourselves with Heavenly Zhen. We shall go alone. Moreover, his reputation for selling counterfeit goods has spread far and wide. If he accompanied us, it might lead the auction house to assume we are affiliated." As he spoke, he could not help but chuckle at his own reasoning. These were merely his excuses, as he sought to retaliate against Wu Xia for not taking him on tomb raids. "Humph, how convenient to scheme behind his back," the portly man retorted. "This is not mere scheming. I would say the same to his face. Your Highness, shall we depart?" The auction commences promptly at 10 o'clock. Yuhang's streets were thriving, adorned with charming pavilions and modern skyscrapers. Walking through the streets of Yuhang is akin to traversing the annals of history. The auction house mentioned by the rotund gentleman is situated on Jijiang Road in the Shihu district, a towering edifice of 25 stories. Atop the building hangs the name Zhejiang Group, exuding an air of sophistication. Upon reaching their destination, the gentleman graciously turned to open the car door for Su Mu, presenting himself like a refined steward. After alighting from the vehicle and casually surveying her surroundings, Su Mu's gaze settled upon him. This fellow had even donned a suit today. Who would aspire to transform into that naive, pretty boy? The gentleman exclaimed. "I, your humble servant, have carved my path through hard work." Su Mu, dressed in a relaxed home attire, did not make a special effort to dress up for this auction, despite it being her inaugural experience at such an event. Glancing at the antiques in the storage area, she chuckled softly. In a place like this, there must be no shortage of those who look down upon others. "I merely wish to quietly earn some money and hope not to encounter any troublemakers." Your Highness, what curious thoughts occupy your mind?" The gentleman replied. "The Zhejiang auction is among the finest in the country, operating on a real-name invitation basis. Those present are either of high society or esteemed dignitaries. Who would dare to tarnish their reputation?" He continued, "Even if someone were to insult you, the auction house would certainly intervene. Causing a disturbance here would be a disgrace to the Zhejiang Group, the local leader. Besides, I am here holding a VIP pass." Su Mu felt a twinge of anticipation for the unfolding drama at the auction house, yet the reception staff were exceedingly respectful. Upon seeing Su Mu, they immediately lowered their heads and approached her swiftly, speaking in hushed tones. "This way, please." Guided by the attendants, Su Mu entered the auction venue. Each staff member they passed immediately bowed their heads, stepping aside to allow her passage before slowly retreating. "How courteous." The gentleman, trailing behind Su Mu, discreetly wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. He glanced at the VIP pass he held. It was this very item that had commanded such deference from the staff they encountered. Upon entering the elegantly appointed private room on the upper floor, Su Mu settled in calmly, awaiting the commencement of the auction. The room featured one-way glass, allowing unobstructed views from the inside while rendering the outside an impenetrable darkness, effectively safeguarding identities. Just a few minutes after sitting down, a knock echoed at the door. "Could it be that someone is offering their face for me to strike?" The gentleman jested. "Your Highness seems to have an odd obsession with slapping faces. Shall I extend mine for you?" After the knock, the visitor did not enter right away. Observing Su Mu's expression, the gentleman finally called out, "Come in." A middle-aged man clad in a suit and a red tie entered the room. Upon entering, he warmly shook hands with the gentleman, exclaiming, "Boss Fat, what a rare visitor." Noticing Su Mu's presence, he inquired with a questioning glance towards the gentleman. "May I ask who this is?" The gentleman stiffened slightly and replied softly, "Manager Qin. Refrain from asking questions that are better left unspoken. The more you know, the more perilous your situation becomes." "Understood," Manager Qin said, his gaze quickly averting from Su Mu, as if he dared not meet her eyes again. "I understand. Please rest assured. I am not one for idle chatter." Su Mu considered whether to clarify her identity but ultimately decided against it, feeling it would be a waste of words on someone irrelevant. The gentleman remarked, "I see. Your Highness prefers silence." Shortly after Manager Qin's departure, the auction commenced. Su Mu received a list of items up for bidding. She casually scanned it and noted the presence of a copper fish with snake eyebrows, starting at a price of 10 million. This piqued her interest. It seems Wu Xie will soon be heading to the grave. The gentleman, lost in thought, jolted at her inner musings. What? Wu Xie is heading to the grave soon? I can't let him outpace me again. Could it be that Wu Xie's fate was intertwined with this copperfish? As Sumu continued to examine the list, she noticed that the items she had submitted were all positioned towards the end. Particularly the final highlight, a necklace of gold silk and agate that she found unappealing. The auction officially began, drawing a vast and affluent crowd, with bids starting at millions and soaring into the tens of millions. A set of tea utensils, purportedly passed down from the Song dynasty, fetched a staggering 98 million, despite being incomplete with 3 pieces missing. Sumu found it outrageous and flipped through the catalog to find the description. After reading, she realized that the tea set had once belonged to Wang Engshi, auctioned by his descendants. The mere association with Wang Engshi's name had inflated its value to such astronomical heights. Have I simply seen too little, or is this truly how absurd it is? The gentleman chimed in, I believe these items are indeed inherently ridiculous. A fragmented Song dynasty tea set selling for 98 million is astonishing, even to me. The auction continued with fervor. Soon, Sumu's first item was presented for bidding. A ruby-inlaid phoenix-patterned bracelet, sourced from a mysterious seller. It was said that the owner had meticulously cared for it prior to the auction, a family heirloom from an ancestor of the enigmatic seller. Our appraisers have confidently identified this bracelet as originating from the Qin dynasty. However, they cannot ascertain its previous owner. In the Qin era, only a princess or a queen could afford such an exquisite piece. Now, we commence the bidding for this ruby-inlaid phoenix-patterned bracelet, starting at 100 million. Upon hearing this opening bid, Sumu was taken aback. What? Is it truly that expensive? And that's just the starting price? The gentleman chuckled at her surprise. So, the princess does have a penchant for exclamations. It seems modern influences have corrupted her. After a brief silence at the auction, bids began to roll in. Within 10 minutes, the bracelet sold for 15 million. The buyer, a rotund man with a slicked-back Mediterranean hairstyle, was unmistakably a nouveau riche. Sumu thought to herself. 3 seconds of silence for that bracelet. The gentleman glanced at the Mediterranean man and remarked, Your Highness, I know that individual. He was once a coal mine owner in the north. After exhausting his resources, he moved to Yuhang to retire, boasting assets in the hundreds of millions. It is said he dotes on his wife. This bracelet is likely a gift for her. Sumu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Ah, a coal magnate. As the exhilarating auction proceeded into its latter stages, a calligraphy piece stirred considerable excitement, a wooden tablet inscribed with Book of Songs, penned by Li Si. The significance of the Book of Songs is well known, and Li Si's reputation is even more renowned. One is a widely circulated poem from the pre-Qin period, and the other is Li Si, the left chancellor of the Qin dynasty, a man of immense power. Together, their significance is undoubtedly clear to all present. Without further ado, let us begin the bidding at an opening price of 300 million. 500 million. Before Sumu could fully grasp the astonishingly high starting price, she was taken aback by the subsequent bidding frenzy. What? 5 billion. Oh my, Sumu murmured in disbelief. The portly individual beside her exclaimed, Goodness, I must have underestimated the value of that manuscript. She realized that her selections were all items she did not particularly favor. The worth of such artifacts held little meaning for her. Although her collection of authentic calligraphy was not extensive, she possessed several pieces, some of which were originally burial items belonging to the 9th princess, while others were acquired during her own tomb explorations. If one were to consider antiquity, her storage space even contained burial treasures from King Mu of Zhou. As for value, she owned an authentic piece of Algonquin's regular script, unearthed from the Qinling tombs. She had seen the elegant writing, yet its content eluded her understanding. She only knew it was a correspondence penned by Algonquin. In a trance, the original manuscript of the Book of Songs, inscribed by Li Si, was auctioned off for a staggering 12 billion. Had she known it would fetch such a price, she would not have felt compelled to present her other items. The portly individual, eyes glazed over, murmured his thoughts aloud. Sumu reassured him. I trust you won't embezzle any of this. The portly man stammered in response. The buyer was a remarkably young man, draped in a blue robe, exuding an air of elegance. Upon winning the auction, he swiftly departed, seemingly having come solely for that particular item. The tense yet exhilarating auction drew to a close, and the final item was revealed to all. An exquisite tortoiseshell ornament inlaid with imperial green inscriptions. Verified by industry experts, we confirm that this ornament belonged to an unrecorded princess, as evidenced by the large seal script inscribed upon it. The cultural significance of this item hardly requires elaboration, does it? The starting price was 1 billion. Goodness gracious. Sumu sat up straight. 1 billion. That hideous item is worth so much. The portly man remarked, an accessory of an unrecorded princess, so the hideous item spoken of by Her Highness was indeed her personal possession? Does this ornament bear her identity? Moreover, Your Highness, do you truly consider imperial green and tortoiseshell to be hideous? Chapter 85. A Letter from the False Third Uncle. Cloud Top Heavenly Palace. The tortoiseshell ornament, deemed hideous by Her Highness, commanded a jaw-dropping price of 212 billion. The exorbitant price stemmed from both the exceptional materials used and the cultural value attached to it. An unrecorded princess. Merely this fact might not pique much curiosity. However, the combination of top-tier materials and craftsmanship belonging to an unrecorded princess invites contemplation. The use of such exquisite materials indicates that this princess must have been favored. Yet, why is there no record of her in history? Had she committed a grave error? Did she perish young? Or was her existence deliberately erased by the emperor of the time? Regardless of the reason, those in the archaeological community found themselves deeply intrigued by the identity of the ornament's owner.
Wow.
I can't believe that hideous item fetched such a high price. This has truly opened my eyes. The portly man admitted, I didn't expect it to reach such a staggering amount. Is it possible that these individuals are simply withdrawing money from a printing press? If I were to auction my identity as a princess, would it fetch 100 billion? The portly man replied, I believe if you truly wish to auction it, no auction house would dare to take it on. It would most likely end up in a museum, and only national treasures are accepted there. As the portly man was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang.
Huh.
Is someone calling me? He answered in surprise, putting the call on speaker. Hello, boss. That ornament sold for 212 billion. Are you satisfied? The portly man raised an eyebrow, recognizing the voice of Manager Chin. Quite satisfied, he replied. Manager Chin had made this call not merely to deliver good news. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Manager Chin's tone shifted to one of caution. Boss, I've been entrusted by the buyer to inquire about something. The portly man's heart raced as he realized the true purpose of Manager Chin's call. Go ahead, he murmured. I suspect he wants to know where the ornament originated from. Could you disclose where you acquired that ornament? The portly man replied, Well, your highness predicted correctly. Tisk, I knew this 20 billion wouldn't be easily obtained. The portly man's eyes narrowed. He understood the implication. Using 20 billion as leverage, the seller was expected to offer the buyer some courtesy. No wonder Her Highness mentioned that the money would be difficult to procure. The challenge lay here. Where did this item come from? He asked. Manager Chin, please ask the person beside you if they know why I opted for an anonymous auction. A profound silence fell on the other end of the line. Ahaha, boss, you speak wisely. I shall relay your message to the buyer. By the way, if you have any similar items, please consider our auction house first. We will ensure you receive a satisfactory price. The portly man chuckled and exchanged a few more pleasantries with Manager Chin before hanging up. Well, I misjudged that fellow, he muttered, feeling disgruntled. I thought he was sensible, but it turns out he is just as clueless. Su Mu chuckled. After all, it's over 20 billion. Ignorance can only go so far. The portly man pondered and agreed with Her Highness's assertion. It was merely a phone call for a bit of inquiry. If he were to auction something worth over 20 billion, he would surely feel obliged to extend courtesy to the buyer. Reflecting on this, the portly man nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, I didn't expect someone would be interested in your identity, Your Highness. He gazed at Su Mu with astonishment. Rest assured, Your Highness. I will exercise utmost caution regarding your identity. What is there to be cautious about? It might be better to reveal it. I don't even believe I have descendants. The portly man gasped. Your Highness's descendants? This. He fell silent. In that fleeting moment, he too became curious about Su Mu's identity. Could it be that Her Highness truly has descendants? The portly man contemplated investigating further when he had the time. Currently, he possessed more information than the average person. Her Highness was the 9th princess, and her tomb was located in the outskirts of Shanggu City, standing as a solitary grave. With these two clues, he was certain he could uncover Her Highness's identity before anyone else. This portly fellow, with such a lecherous expression, surely isn't thinking of something inappropriate. Is he? The portly man jolted. I am not. I haven't. Please don't say such things. We shall take the back door. Otherwise, the buyer would undoubtedly be watching.
Someone nodded faintly.
At the auction, there was a snake-eyed copperfish with an opening bid of 10 million. This was something released by that Chen Piasi. He had originally intended to use his snake-eyed copperfish to entice out another, but unexpectedly, his naive innocence led him to overlook this crucial aspect, resulting in his absence from the auction and ultimately causing it to go unsold. It was precisely because of this snake-eyed copperfish that Wu Xie became intrigued by the meaning behind it. At present, Wu Xie should be at a tea house, poring over a map, pondering the connections between the 3 snake-eyed copperfish. Reflecting on this, Su Mu sipped her tea. There were still 2 to 3 days left before Wu Xie departed for the Yunding Tiangong. After a few more days of quiet waiting, she would embark on her journey to the tomb once again. The mere thought of the majestic and splendid descriptions of Yunding Tiangong stirred excitement within her. It was, after all, the authentic Yunding Tiangong. Cultivating crops there would surely bring immense satisfaction. The following morning, around 10 o'clock, Wu Xie called. Your Highness, Pansy has come to see me. He said that my 3rd uncle left a message for me, but it must be conveyed in person. Concerned about the implications regarding his third uncle, he added, I cannot afford to be careless, so I would like to request your company for this trip. Would that be agreeable? Sumu raised an eyebrow and replied, certainly. I shall come to you immediately. Wu Xie sighed in relief, exchanging a few pleasantries with Sumu before preparing to end the call. At that moment, Sumu suddenly inquired, have you called Fatty? He is currently in the main hall, and brother is here too. They arrived together. Oh, I shall come right away. Wu Xie responded, no need to come. We will come to get you. 2 hours later, Wu Xie candidly shared the news he had received. My third uncle found someone in Changsha and left some words for me, but I must go to Changsha, as that person needs to speak to me in person. The elusive brother only emerged during such extraordinary moments. I understand, someone remarked. The message from your false third uncle is to send you to Yunding Tiangong.
Huh, what?
So this was a trap? The unraveling of the mystery is waiting for me at Yunding Tiangong? Fatty exclaimed, TSK, TSK, TSK. This naive false third uncle is truly relentless in delivering treasures to him. Unfortunately, this fool does not collect a single treasure. Brother commented, Yunding Tiangong? The name suddenly evokes an ominous feeling. Fatty casually draped an arm over Wu Xie's shoulder and asked, when shall we set off? In an hour, Wu Xie waved the ticket in his hand, stating, Pansy bought me a ticket, insisting I take the green train. I wonder what my third uncle is up to. Pansy chuckled. My third uncle says the green train is safe. This time, in order to ensnare Ning and the others, the police released some tantalizing information, resulting in a swarm of officers everywhere, all to catch tomb raiders. I do not wish to clash with the police. Otherwise, the secrets I have kept for thousands of years will be exposed. Farewell. I shall await you in Changsha.
Huh.
Don't leave me behind. Your Highness. You cannot abandon me. Fatty remarked. Hey, this scheme by Jielianhuan is rather unscrupulous. How could he put his beloved naive nephew in such a predicament? Brother asked. Is the naive one in danger? Fatty's expression changed several times as he patted Wu Xie's shoulder and suggested, here is the plan, naive one. You are notorious. And the police will certainly be watching you. To avoid revealing your Highness's identity, she, along with me and brother, shall take a flight. You will travel on the green train with Pansy at a leisurely pace. Perfectly. There is an abundance of delicacies in Changsha. I can take your Highness to sample them. Sumu nodded slightly. Oh, that sounds delightful. I know Changsha's stinky tofu. It is the most famous. This experience will also serve as a training exercise for Wu Xie, allowing him to stretch his muscles, lest he fall behind after entering the tomb. Fatty laughed. Capturing your Highness's appetite is akin to capturing her heart. The warm-up exercise for the princess is eating, while Wu Xie's is running. Wu Xie, having heard Sumu's thoughts, knew he was in no real danger this time. If it were a significant threat, the princess would not genuinely abandon him. Sighing, he realized he did not particularly desire to stretch his limbs. However, if he did not take the train, Jielianhuan would likely grow suspicious. So be it, he would go along with it. This troublesome Jielianhuan certainly knew how to ensnare others while ensuring his own traps were perfectly set. Brother, contemplating this, shook his head and said, I will accompany Wu Xie. It is better to have someone to look out for him. Upon hearing this, Wu Xie was instantly moved to tears. Brother, you are the best. But what about all these tickets? Wu Xie stared blankly at the tickets he held. Fatty looked at Wu Xie incredulously and asked, naive one. How much are these tickets worth? Can't you just return them? If I return them now, I can only get half the money back. Fatty exclaimed, are you truly unwilling to part with those few dozen yuan? Wu Xie displayed a bashful expression, saying, money has been tight lately. I would rather stretch a penny to spend it. Ever since I started hanging out with Wu Xie, everyone else has become completely broke. Wu Xie's fortune for spending seems to impact those around him even more than himself. When did I ever have that kind of fortune? Wu Xie protested. Please do not joke with me. Fatty exclaimed, good heavens. I knew it. No, I must keep my distance from the naive one. In this lifetime, I will resolutely cling to the princess's thigh. Brother added, well, I do not have money, so I am not afraid of being drained by Wu Xie. Having happily determined their respective travel plans, the group divided into two, setting off simultaneously. Wu Xie, holding the ticket and accompanied by brother, went to the front yard to find Pansy, explain the situation, and then embarked on their journey. Meanwhile, Fatty drove Sumu straight to the airport. After a brief period of about 2 hours, Sumu landed in Changsha. She was reassured that Wu Xie would encounter no danger, especially with brother by his side. Thus, she allowed Fatty to guide her through a culinary journey. The world of tomb raiding and her previous life still bore some differences, and the flavors of the delicacies varied as well. Upon arriving in Changsha, Fatty called Wu Xie. Wu Xie indicated that he had only been on the road for an hour and would probably not arrive until evening. His breath came in short gasps, clearly indicating he was being pursued. Fatty, reveling in his misfortune, quipped, take your time, be cautious of the police. You are a tomb raider. Watch your identity.
Wu Xie,
glancing back at the flashlight chasing him, felt a surge of anger and hurriedly hung up, fearing that Fatty would utter more words that might infuriate him. Fortunately, Brother was by his side. Wu Xia looked at brother, who was resting with his eyes closed, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without the princess, brother was his strongest amulet. At that moment, after landing in Changsha, Fatty fully embraced his role as a tour guide, grabbing a local person to inquire about the best places to eat. After receiving several recommendations, Fatty rented a vehicle and whisked Su Mu away to the location suggested by the locals. Time was of the essence, and he needed to ensure the princess's hunger was satiated before Wu Xia arrived in Changsha. Subsequently, Fatty embarked on a spending spree. After traversing a street of snacks, he gazed at the bag in his hand with a somewhat vacant expression. We have visited every single shop on the snack street. The princess managed to consume everything he bought. The bag of skewers he held must have weighed 5 pounds. Fatty exclaimed, "My goodness. Is the princess really this gluttonous? Could it be that women possess 3 stomachs? One for staple foods, another for snacks, and a third for treats? This wooden skewer weighs a staggering 5 pounds. Even if one were to consume it and then regurgitate, it would be impossible to ingest such a quantity." After strolling through an entire street of delicacies, Su Mu pointed at a trash bin and said to the portly fellow, "Please dispose of the waste. Let's not pollute the environment." The hefty man replied, "I just inquired with a local and they mentioned another street nearby, specifically catering to the locals, with flavors superior to those here. Shall we explore that area?" The stout man felt a wave of dizziness, staggering a few steps before slowly approaching Su Mu.
All right.
At 1 a.m., Wu Xia, along with Pansy and the young man, finally arrived in Changsha. Upon spotting the gleaming, rotund figure, the disheveled Wu Xia could not help but deliver a hefty reprimand. "Treat me to a grand meal, or I shall squat by your bedside tonight." The rotund man chuckled. "I possess considerable strength. It seems my muscles have loosened up. Do not hinder my progress in the tomb." Wu Xia was incensed. "If not for your clumsiness, we would not have encountered any peril." The stout man retorted in anger. "And you, with your cursed physique, dare to criticize me?" As they exchanged insults and jabs, they entered a restaurant. An hour later, after the group had feasted to their heart's content, at Su Mu's command, they closed their mouths tightly and commenced their serious business. At this juncture, Pansy finally proved his worth, securing a vehicle and leading the group to their destination, Fushishan in Changsha. The attendant in the establishment, upon seeing Pansy, approached with a sour expression. "Why are you only just arriving? The essentials have been prepared. When do you intend to depart?"
Depart?
"When are we leaving? Where are we headed?" Pansy appeared utterly bewildered. Chapter 87. How dare anyone refer to Her Highness the Princess as a mere little girl? The veins on Pansy's forehead throbbed. "Do you think I would not know? Are you seeking trouble?" Pansy, known for his volatile temper, was provoked and nearly erupted. Had it not been for the presence of the establishment's owner, that attendant would have already faced his wrath. Yet the attendant, oblivious to Pansy's benevolence, continued to aggravate him. "I knew it. People like you prefer to feast alone. You ungrateful wretch." Before the attendant could finish, Pansy exploded in fury, launching a fist the size of a sandbag towards the attendant, simultaneously roaring, "You seek a beating." With that punch, the attendant's 2 front teeth flew out, clattering to the ground. The attendant, dazed, clutched his face and looked up at Pansy in disbelief. Just then, another fist, equally formidable, descended upon him. Wu Xia felt his eyelids twitch. He was aware of Pansy's notorious temper, but he had not anticipated such decisive brutality. The attendant was clearly courting disaster. Despite Pansy's evident displeasure, he dared to provoke further. Who else was there to strike, if not him? The stout man observed as Pansy pummeled the attendant, delivering blows from both sides. A surge of temptation arose within him. "What should I do? My hands suddenly itch." In the presence of the awestruck onlookers, the attendant cried out for mercy as Pansy continued his onslaught. "If I let you live, you may yet survive. But should this individual behind me take action, you are finished. Well done. The sight of that fellow's abject demeanor nearly compels me to unleash the flying corpse." Wu Xia remarked, "Wow. Even Her Highness the Princess possesses a fiery temper?" It was fortunate that Pansy intervened, otherwise the attendant would have met his demise. The stout man lamented, "Alas, how could I not restrain my hands? What a splendid opportunity to impress before the princess." After enduring a thorough beating from Pansy, the attendant obediently confessed, "I do not know the specifics, but I am aware that the goods meant for the 5 individuals are for you." Pansy shot the attendant a glare that sent him scrambling for mercy. "I truly do not know anything else. Please consult Boss Chu." Pansy snorted dismissively, choosing to ignore the inept attendant. He gestured for the group to follow him, leading the way down a narrow passage that culminated in an unlocked iron door. Upon pushing the iron door open, the group was greeted by a surprisingly spacious courtyard. What a massive bald head! Wu Xia, still taking in the surroundings, was interrupted by Su Mu's thoughts. He paused, following her gaze. "Indeed, what a colossal bald head!" the stout man echoed. The young man, hidden beneath his hood, wore a complex expression, as if words failed him. Thankfully, this was merely her inner voice. In the courtyard stood a glass table, beside which sat a middle-aged man with a shiny bald head, his face clouded with worry as he smoked. Pansy's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Brother Chu. Ah. You've arrived. Why so late? Brother Chu extinguished his cigarette, casting an irritated glance at Pansy. What is the issue? Why has the police suddenly taken an interest in us? The bald man shrugged. This comes at the behest of your third master. He instructed me to disseminate information regarding the dealings from a few years ago to stir the pot among those in the precinct. The provincial office has established a task force, keeping a close watch. Your third master is an old hand at this. His intentions are unclear. But it seems he aims to trouble another group. Pansy furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Another group? Wu Xia interjected. He knows. The princess mentioned it was to create difficulties for Ning. Only foreign forces like Ning can resort to such self-destructive tactics. This woman is stirring up trouble again. The stout man mused. We must seize an opportunity to investigate this woman. Severing someone's means of livelihood is akin to murder. Moreover, she is cutting off the princess's financial resources. That warrants 1,000 cuts. But wait, it seems the princess does not lack funds. She merely desires to cultivate vegetables. I wonder who consumes the vegetables she grows in the graveyard. As the stout man pondered this, a shiver ran down his spine. Could it be? He suddenly recalled a day when the princess personally purchased an entire refrigerator full of vegetables. Surely, those were not grown in the graveyard? He nearly retched. The young man furrowed his brow and remarked, could it be that those individuals share the same destination as us? Brother Chu nodded. Indeed. Your third master informed me that another group is competing for the same job. To avoid being outmaneuvered, he specifically instructed me to release this information. Because of this, it is nearly impossible to procure even a single shovel on the market now. This will effectively disrupt the other group's plans. As for your items, I have already prepared them in advance. Wu Xia contemplated. So, the place where Jie Lianhuan intends to go is also the destination sought by Ning's group? What could possibly draw these two formidable entities together? I am eager to discover what Jie Lianhuan has arranged for me. However, there is no need for excessive concern, for Her Highness the Princess is present. Last time, that woman nearly knelt before us. Pansy continued. What is the next step in the third master's plan? We shall take the tourist route. Departing from Changsha, we will pass through Shanhaiguan and Dunhua before arriving in Jilin and entering Changbai Mountain. Your third master has arranged for a guide in Changbai Mountain. Just contact them upon arrival. Brother Chu methodically outlined the itinerary, ensuring the group's journey was impeccably organized. Then, he turned his attention to Su Mu, who was standing at the back of the group, her face reflecting a daze. Why have you brought along a little girl? Wu Xia replied, 6. The stout man chimed in 6. The young man thought, little girl? Su Mu finally grasped the implication, realizing the term little girl might indeed refer to her. Wu Xia. Does the princess really not feel angry? The chubby man remarked, to be fair, Her Highness can be quite thick-skinned at times. The young man added, I wondered why she wasn't upset. It turns out she took it as a compliment. If someone were to say, he looks young, even if the phrasing were awkward, he likely wouldn't hold it against them, would he? Bald Chow observed Su Mu, who appeared lost in thought, and chuckled, shaking his head. He considered her merely Wu Xia's acquaintance and deemed her unworthy of concern. After all, she was brought by Wu Xia. How could she possibly undermine him? His intelligence network indeed included information on this princess, yet he remained indifferent. Jie Lianhuan had not provided him with detailed insights about her, only a peculiar expression advising him to pay attention. But what was there to pay attention to? All right. I've booked train tickets for tonight. You should all rest for now, Pansy suggested. Nodding, he called everyone to leave the courtyard. Wu Xia collapsed, eager to sleep. Oh. Wu Xia has been chased by the authorities all the way here. How pitiful. Upon hearing this, Wu Xia's expression turned sour. That damned Jie Lianhuan was truly something else. He was fully aware of the princess's presence, yet still engaged in such unnecessary antics. The chubby man said, well, I might as well take Her Highness along on the flight. Let the naive handle the burdens. The young man mused. Perhaps I could teach Wu Xia the art of shrinking his bones? Chapter 88. Pansy's wise decision. As the chubby man contemplated how to invite the princess to accompany him on the flight, he suddenly heard her inner voice resonate. For this journey, it's best that I take Wu Xia and the others on the flight. After all, that bald man will definitely be caught. And he will likely betray Wu Xia. Chun Pai Si is certainly not a good person. Wu Xia's steps abruptly halted, a jolt of shock coursing through him. Wait. Bald Chow will definitely be caught? And he will absolutely betray me? Is there a connection to Chen Pai Si? Could it be that Chen Pai Si reported him? The chubby man exclaimed, goodness, Jie Lianhuan's taste in associates is lacking. He has chosen someone who would betray him as an intermediary. Bald Chow's choices are equally poor. Wait a moment. Chun Pai Si seems to be someone Jie Lianhuan sought out, doesn't it? This only further proves Jie Lianhuan's poor judgment. Fortunately, we have Her Highness. Otherwise, we would have fallen victim to these two fools. The young man remarked, another traitor? Two of them? The trio's hearts were thrown into disarray by Su Mu's revelation. Yet their faces remained as impassive as ever. Anyone observing would not discern the tumultuous emotions concealed beneath their calm exteriors. Once they entered the room arranged by bald Chow, Wu Xia's expression grew serious as he scanned the group, declaring, "I believe that Chow has issues. It would be wise for us to avoid the path he has laid out for us." "Oh, little naive one. Quite astute." Wu Xia's heart remained steady. Having developed a thick skin from his time with the princess, the chubby man quipped, "When did this guy become so clever?" The young man added, "It seems unlikely that Wu Xia, with his naive nature, would have considered such convoluted matters. How did he arrive at this conclusion?" Pansy furrowed his brow upon hearing Wu Xia's words. "Young master, such statements cannot be made lightly. Chow and third master have shared decades of friendship. How could he possibly have issues?" He glanced at Su Mu. "Your Highness, it's up to you." The little naive one is quite proactive, recognizing who is in charge. The chubby man noted.
"Em anxious, em anxious."
"Does this mean Wu Xia earns another point?" Wu Xia chuckled. "Well, it appears that these matters are best articulated by me, the clever one." Su Mu smiled and said, "Since Pansy trusts this bald man, let him go alone. However, you must guide us well. I wish to indulge in culinary delights." Wu Xia beamed, eagerly agreeing, "Of course, no problem." The princess's desires were remarkably simple, revolving solely around food. The chubby man quickly added, "I know of even more delicious places. I must outshine Wu Xia." Su Mu nodded in satisfaction. Witnessing this, Pansy timidly raised his hand. Is this really the best decision, especially for Chow?" Wu Xia and the chubby man immediately turned to glare at Pansy. Wu Xia pressed, "Are you suggesting you wish to continue being chased by the authorities?" Pansy protested. The chubby man queried, "Or do not doubt Chow and instead suspect Her Highness?" Pansy exclaimed, "What the hell? How could you place such a grand accusation upon me?" He hurriedly denied, No, I absolutely do not mean to suspect Her Highness." Wu Xia asked, "Then will you accompany us?" "I'll go with you." Pansy resolutely nodded. Offending Chow, he had third master to back him up, but offending Her Highness was a different matter altogether. He silently thought, "Apologies, Chow, I did not intend to offend you. There is simply someone more formidable to contend with." He had witnessed Her Highness's wrath firsthand in the tomb of King Lu. "When shall we depart?" Pansy inquired of Wu Xia. "I need to prepare."
"Good.
I'll make arrangements immediately." The next day, the group arose early. Under the cover of darkness, they stealthily made their way to the airport. Before departing, Wu Xia took a moment to glance at the vehicle arranged by bald Chow. Inside sat a familiar figure, an elderly man. Without time to ponder, he was hurried along by the chubby man. It was only upon boarding the plane that Wu Xia recalled that familiar silhouette belonged to Chen Pai Ah-si, the scoundrel poised to report bald Chow. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on Wu Xia's back. Damn it. Fortunately, I had Pansy leave a letter for bald Chow yesterday, warning him to be wary of Chen Pai Ah-si's betrayal. However, whether he heeds it remains uncertain. If he does listen and engages Chen Pai Ah-si in a dogfight, that would be even better. This is the scenario I most hope to witness. Yet, he understood that such naive aspirations were unlikely to manifest in reality. Wu Xia turned to Pansy, cautiously inquiring, "Earlier, I saw an elderly man in the vehicle arranged by bald Chow. He must be one of the five, right? Who is he? I can't shake the feeling that he isn't a good person. In the presence of Her Highness, one must maintain appearances." Pansy replied, "Bald Chow? Please show some respect. He is of the same generation as Third Master." Pansy blinked his confused eyes and shook his head. "I don't know, I didn't ask. That old coot is none other than Chen Pai Ah-si. Speaking of which, he must be nearing 100 by now." Wu Xia exclaimed, "Ah, I knew he was ancient, but I didn't expect him to be this old. Goodness, is he really going to venture into the tomb at his age? Is he going for treasure or to seek out auspicious sites?" The chubby man replied, "Goodness, almost 100 and still going into tombs? What is this old fellow thinking? Is he that greedy?" The young man interjected, "Chen Pai Ah-si is a ruthless character." After spending the better part of the day on the plane, the group finally arrived at a small village at the foot of Chongbai Mountain around 7 in the evening. Upon landing, bald Chow's men were already waiting outside the airport. As Pansy made the transfer, he placed a call to have them arrive early. Upon seeing the normally composed Chu Guangtou, Wu Xia felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Chu Guangtou, whom he had developed a certain fondness for, had managed to escape the clutches of Chen Pai Ah-si unscathed. Wu Xia mused to himself, recalling that after Chen Pai Ah-si reported Chu Guangtou, he would lead Wu Xia and the others through a back route into the mountains. However, it now seemed that Wu Xia would have to take the path alongside Chu Guangtou. It appeared that the two parties would not converge after all. Wu Xia remarked, Has Chen Pai Ah-si even planned an alternate route? What a treacherous individual. The fat man interjected, It's actually a good thing they won't meet. This way, he won't be competing with us for treasures. Not aligning with that guy is indeed beneficial. He harbors ill intentions. Chapter 89. Could it be that Wu Xia is akin to a black sesame dumpling? After preparing in the village, Wu Xia and his party were ready to venture into the mountains. Just before their departure, A young man with yellow hair solemnly blocked Wu Xia's path. Master Chu instructed me to convey a message to you. Wu Xia's right eyebrow arched in surprise. Did Chu Guangtou leave a last word? The young man's right lip twitched uncontrollably. The fat man scoffed, you fool, if you can't articulate, just remain silent. Pansy cautioned, young master, really, that Chu sir is from your uncle's generation. Please show some respect. Wu Xia remarked, his tongue has become rather sharp. The fat man added, this chap has always been quite adept at insulting others. The young man remarked, so Wu Xia possesses such a side? The young man took a deep breath, placing a hand over his heart. This person is Master Chu's savior. He must not be harmed. Absolutely not. And certainly not struck in the face. Stay composed. He continued. Master Chu expresses his profound gratitude for your advice. He will not forget this kindness. As he bowed deeply to Wu Xia's lips involuntarily curled upward.
Well,
Who would have thought that Chu Guangtou actually fled? The young man, incensed by Wu Xia's repeated disrespect towards Master Chu, clenched his fists tightly. He bowed deeply, fearing that if he raised his gaze to meet Wu Xia's insufferable face, he would be unable to restrain himself from retaliating. Let us proceed. The fat man exclaimed. When did that Navi one offer suggestions to Chu Guangtou? I was unaware. The fat man echoed. Indeed. I was oblivious as well. Navi one. You have such capabilities? The young man recalled. Oh, I see. Wu Xia sought paper and pen from Pansy for this matter? Wu Xia responded. Ah, princess. It seems you are indeed intrigued by this issue. Fortunately, I had anticipated such an occurrence and prepared in advance. Wu Xia sighed, reflecting later. I inquired with Chu Guangtou, which is how I learned that our team also included Chen Piaci. That Chen Piaci is no good. Everyone in the trade knows this. Thus, I specifically instructed Pansy to leave a cautionary note about Chen Piaci for Chu Guangtou, hoping to incite a conflict between them. Initially, it was merely a routine act of sowing discord, yet I did not expect it to lead to actual trouble. Upon hearing this, Sumu nodded thoughtfully, recognizing Wu Xia's unabashed disdain for the two individuals. The notion that the Na-Ve one could engage in such machinations of manipulation was indeed remarkable. Could it be that Wu Xia is, after all, like a black sesame dumpling? Wu Xia questioned, what? Am I truly akin to a black sesame dumpling? What does that mean? Is it possible that the princess is foolishly hungry and believes I could enter her stomach? The fat man exclaimed. Ah, I understand. The princess is implying that beneath Wu Xia's innocent exterior lies a heart as dark as a black sesame dumpling. The young man gazed blankly at the grasses beneath his feet, utterly perplexed.
Huh, what does she mean by that?
Pansy, walking ahead, suddenly felt contemplative. The letter that young master had him deliver was originally intended to incite discord. Alas, young master has finally shown signs of enlightenment. He is beginning to embody the essence of a true master. Yet there lies a minor issue. Could we refrain from always using the older generation as fodder? The local guide, leading the way, wore a face filled with concern. I am indeed a man of Chu sir. Must you speak ill of him in my presence? The scenery of Changbai Mountain was stunning. Apart from the local guide's worried expression, everyone else felt remarkably at ease, treating this as a leisurely excursion. Wu Xia patted the local guide on the shoulder. This guide, appointed by Chu Guangtou, was diligent and had never led them astray. Seeing the guide's troubled expression, Wu Xia cheerfully remarked, Brother, fear not. It's merely a battle ahead. The local guide rolled his eyes. I am merely the guide. I am not participating in the battle. What is there to fear? I am concerned about you. With your nonchalant demeanor, can you truly accomplish anything? You do not genuinely believe this outing is merely a vacation, do you? Wu Xia shrugged, glancing at Su Mu, who was marveling at the beauty of Changbai Mountain. If the princess deems this merely a vacation, then let it be a vacation. Upon hearing this, the local guide's face instantly filled with despair. Are you serious? Princess, are you merely playing house here? Engaging in roleplay? Wu Xia, with a serious expression, was about to retort when the fat man suddenly exclaimed, What the hell? What the hell? That venomous snake has appeared. At this exclamation, Wu Xia froze, momentarily at a loss to ascertain which venomous snake the fat man spoke of. Ah. It was Ah Ning. Only when he heard Su Mu's inner thoughts did he connect the dots.
So, it is Ah Ning.
The fat man dared to describe Ah Ning as a venomous snake? How audacious of him to utter such words in her presence. The fat man remarked, that wicked individual. Has she not been sufficiently tormented by the princess last time? Yet she dares to return? The young man added, Ah Ning is here as well. It seems our journey to Yunding Tiangong will not be smooth sailing. The fat man rushed over, and the group gathered around, leaning in to hear his hushed words. I just spotted Ah Ning. I checked with my binoculars 3 times. I am certain it is her. She has brought along 20 to 30 individuals, half of whom are foreigners. What should we do? The fat man licked his lips, his blood boiling at the sight of an old adversary. He thought, let us fire a shot. Ideally, it would bury that entire group alive. The others exchanged glances. Wu Xia furrowed his brow, hesitantly licking his teeth before asking, Have they noticed you? The fat man, with a furrowed brow, replied uncertainly, They likely have not. They are across Tianqi. Even if I were to shout, they probably wouldn't hear me. They should not have spotted me. Wu Xie thought. Has this foolish fat man lost his mind? Does he believe he can see them while they cannot see him? The fat man admitted. I hadn't considered that. The young man suggested it would be prudent to operate under the assumption that we have been discovered. At that moment, Wu Xie interjected. I suspect that the group uncle is willing to sacrifice himself to obstruct is indeed Ah Ning and her entourage. Their presence here is the best evidence. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. If that were the case, then we shall proceed with our plans and actions under the premise that they have discovered us. Subsequently, Wu Xie turned to Su Mu. Princess, you shall decide. What shall we do next? Su Mu, do not ask me about this matter. Make your own decision. I am merely providing support, not acting as your strategist. Wu Xie, this is not the reaction I expected from you. Fatty, haha. This trick won't work anymore, little naive one. Chapter 90. The scythe of human faces has ripened. Wu Xie attempted to pass the conundrum to Su Mu. But Su Mu deftly returned the challenge to Wu Xie without engaging. Wu Xie gazed at Su Mu in astonishment. If that is the case, then I shall decide. Wu Xie took a deep breath and cast a sharp glance toward the opposing side of the heavenly pool. Do you think Uncle San might be among Ning's crew? At this, Pansy reacted most vigorously. He stated emphatically, I believe it is highly probable. Ning's group has direct financial ties to Uncle San. Perhaps they have captured him and are forcing him to guide them into the tomb. If there is a place where Uncle San is most likely to be found, I believe it must be within Ning's crew.
I was just about to say that.
Wu Xie offered Pansy a reassuring glance before turning to the others. Although he had the authority to decide whether to engage with Ning's group, he still valued the opinions of his teammates. Wu Xie looked at Fatty, silently inquiring for his input. Fatty raised an eyebrow and grumbled discontentedly. Why are you looking at me? I know you're soft-hearted. And your Uncle San wouldn't miss a whisper of information. What else can I do? Of course, I shall comply with you. Wu Xie nodded appreciatively at Fatty. Then, he turned his gaze to the local guide. The local guide felt a surge of anxiety as all eyes fell upon him. The last time he felt this tense was during a previous encounter. I must first clarify that I am only responsible for leading the way, and I will not accompany you into the tomb. Wu Xie chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. All right, I won't force you. Subsequently, Wu Xie summarized, since everyone agrees. Let us approach Ning and ascertain whether Uncle San is indeed with them. If he is not, we shall follow them and create chaos to thwart their plans. If he is, we will directly turn them over to the authorities, charging them with the abduction of Uncle San. Oh, little naive one is quite clever indeed. To devise such a win-win solution in such a short time. Truly remarkable. Gifted with the essence of black sesame glutinous rice balls. Su Mu cast an admiring glance at Wu Xie, causing the latter to straighten his back like a proud cat. Wu Xie, although I am really not a black sesame glutinous rice ball. Fatty. TSK, one oversight. And I've been outdone by the naive one again. It feels as if I'm increasingly becoming a mere tool in this team. Is it just my illusion? Little brother. Why is no one asking for my opinion? Does everyone assume I will agree with Wu Xie's proposal? Though I would indeed agree. After Wu Xie took the lead, the group resumed their advance. They circumvented the heavenly pool and quickly approached Ning's team. I wonder how Ning will react upon seeing me. Wu Xie, need you ask? She will surely be moved to her core. Fatty, just like a mouse encountering a cat, trembling in fear? Little brother, I suspect she will immediately command her people to take action. Soon, Wu Xie and his group appeared near Ning. Ning was fiddling with the radar. Upon hearing the commotion, Wu Xie and his group materialized amidst their ranks. It's you? Upon seeing Wu Xie, Ning exhibited little surprise. However, upon spotting Fatty, her expression morphed into one of utter disdain. When her eyes fell upon Su Mu, her face abruptly turned pale with horror, and she stumbled backward in fright. You! It's you! Su Mu, what is this? Am I as terrifying as a ghost? Am I really that frightening? Wu Xie, no. I believe the psychological impact you've left on Ning is quite substantial. Fatty. Goodness, this reaction is even more exaggerated than I anticipated. Little brother, Just as he lifted his head to observe why Ning's reaction was so unexpected, he heard her utter a few urgent words. And Ning, with a grim countenance, declared, We do not wish to offend you this time. We hope you will not make things difficult for Ning. Oh, is she already backing down? Wu Xie, Ning must be losing her mind. Offend? Does this person pose a threat to us? At that moment, a foreigner resembling an American soldier swaggered over. Ning. Yes, no, wait. What are you doing? Stop right now. Before Ning could finish her sentence, the group had already drawn heavy weapons, surrounding Su Mu. The principle of preemptive elimination of threats, rather than capitulation, is the noble doctrine of us Anglos. Tat tat tat. Just as they finished speaking, gunfire erupted amidst Ning's shouts for them to cease. These foreign devils. Wu Xie was furious, and Ning's face turned ashen. It's over. The mission is finished. Everything is lost. This person cannot be offended. She had witnessed how Sumu could transform a vast ocean into a sea of flames with a mere thought. Surely, their firearms would be inadequate against even a great white shark. Fatty. TSK. I've never seen anyone so eager to court death. I wonder how tragically these foreigners will meet their end. Little brother. Ha, the ignorant are fearless. Sumu sighed softly, a thought coalescing in her mind. A layer of azure light manifested, appearing as a barrier before her. I am a woman of reason, yet you force me to resort to violence.
Tot.
The cacophony of gunfire resonated throughout the heavenly pool, startling countless birds and beasts to flee from the woods. The scene became chaotic in an instant. The armed foreigners fired wildly, their expressions fierce, leaving no room for mercy. Quick, take cover. Being near the divine means certain death for us mere mortals. The group hastily fled to safety. Little brother, while running, pondered, am I also considered a mere mortal? He still wanted to showcase his prowess with the black blade against bullets. However, at that moment, a sudden thunderous roar echoed. A mushroom cloud, towering several meters high, erupted from the spot where Sumu stood. A Caucasian man, grinning, launched a rocket at Sumu. All right, let us run then. This is too simple. I cannot handle it. Little brother continued to flee. Beside him, Fatty, sensing the commotion, gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide. A rocket? How on earth could tomb raiders create such a racket? Your Highness. Wu Xia was also in shock, completely unprepared for this turn of events. Your Highness. He too was anxious. Only little brother clearly sensed that behind the rocket, there was still a presence. That woman was still alive, her aura unchanged. Terrifying. How could she obtain a rocket? What exactly is a Ning involved in? Fatty. With such capability, why does she even need to resort to tomb raiding? Her actions were originally intended to guard against the potential emergence of Sumu, but not to engage her in conflict. Upon discovering that a rocket had been launched, Ning's first reaction was not relief, but utter despair. It's over. She has irreparably offended her. This woman cannot die. She is immortal. However, amidst the shock of the crowd, the mercenaries, just to be safe, launched another rocket to ensure her demise. Shortly thereafter, a second rocket detonated. Thick smoke enveloped all visibility. Haha, Miss Ning, now ISNT the problem resolved? The mercenary leader chuckled, seemingly confident that everything was under control. However, before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the mist. A figure emerged, standing silently, gazing at them with an expression devoid of emotion, neither sorrow nor joy, her lips curving slightly upwards. Remarkably, her attire remained unscathed. My God, it is the female demon. How could this be? It is impossible for someone to survive a rocket attack. The mercenaries were struck dumb with fear. Aining forced a smile. I warned you not to provoke her. She is not a demon. She is a goddess. Wu Xia exclaimed, wow. My heart nearly stopped from fright. The princess truly lives up to her title. The hefty man added, goodness, can a grave robber really create such chaos with a rocket? But the princess is indeed formidable. The young man remarked, the ignorant are not only fearless but also seek their own demise. How audacious of this group of foreigners to dare strike against me on Chinese soil. Today, you shall learn what it means to trespass against the land of Huaxia. Offenders must be punished. Su Mu advanced amidst the horrified gazes of the mercenaries.
Kill him.
The mercenary leader screamed, his face ashen. Yet before he could finish, darkness enveloped him, and a terrifying, amorphous creature materialized, clinging tightly to their faces. Moments later, the mercenaries appeared dazed, their eyes vacant, kneeling and crawling toward Sumu. They had encountered their master. Aining's face turned pale as she stumbled backward, muttering in terror, the human face sickle. Why are there so many? How can she control such monsters? Sumu observed Aining quietly. Why so many? It is simply because her dish is ready. Considering you have not offended me, I shall spare your life. However, while your death sentence may be averted, the living punishment remains. Hand over your bank card. From now on, both you and your assets shall belong to me. Aining. Go, lead the way. Do not fear the monsters. Charge ahead. Do you understand? With a wave of her hand, a group of mercenaries controlled by the human-faced sickles surged forward like soulless zombies. Wu Xia and the others stood in stunned silence, swallowing nervously. As for the tour guide, his eyes glazed over, he had already fainted from fright. A splash of urine from the hefty man roused him. A deity! A deity! He exclaimed, rolling his eyes and frantically waving his arms, running about in a daze. Aining asked, Your Highness, what should we do? Should we kill him? Wu Xia replied, Huh? Since when did you become a lackey? Chapter 91. Crossing the Snow Mountain, the Great Worm. Wu Xia observed the local guide's bewildered state and felt a twinge of sympathy. This fellow seemed to have been so traumatized that he had lost his wits. Frowning, Wu Xia slapped the guide twice. The sound of the slaps echoed loudly. Yet the guide remained unresponsive. Wu Xia continued to rain slaps upon him, the sharp sounds ringing out repeatedly. The hefty man momentarily snapped out of his stupor. only to hear the slapping sounds persist for dozens of times. His eyelids twitched as he silently backed away, suspecting this was personal revenge, though lacking evidence. Sumu had been watching for a while, and the guide still showed no signs of awakening. The young man commented, "This guide is truly unfortunate. Not only was he terrified half to death, but now he is being slapped senseless by Wu Xie." A loud shout from Wu Xie startled everyone present, especially the already disheartened Wu Xie, who nearly jumped out of his skin. The crowd remarked on the foolishness of the guide, who only reacted once everything had settled. Sumu cast a glance at him and casually pointed. Harnessing the power to shift the stars, she restored the craters created by the rocket blasts, transforming bullets, shell casings, and various weapon fragments into blades of grass on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield transformed into an unremarkable hillside. Aning was left speechless with shock. Wu Xie, having witnessed such wonders before, seized the guide's arm and said, "You are dreaming." "No, I am not. I saw the deity with my own eyes." The guide excitedly pulled Wu Xie, pointing ahead. "Look, the pit left by the deity."
Ah.
The guide's eyes widened as he searched the ground. "Where is the pit left by the deity?" "I told you, you are dreaming." The guide, who had been somewhat coherent, began to doubt his own vision or sanity after hearing Wu Xie's decisive tone repeated in his ear. He glanced at Wu Xie's face, subconsciously nodding, only to plunge back into self-doubt. Watching the bewildered guide depart, Wu Xie sighed. Aning had been observing the expressions around her. Noticing Su Mu's smile fade, she hurried forward, saying, "Your Highness, it was my mistake. I failed to control my subordinates. Since you have arrived, I shall leave everything to your discretion." Su Mu glanced at her and said coolly, "Go lead Wu Xie." Aning looked at Wu Xie, ultimately resigning herself to leading whoever needed leading. Wu Xie chuckled, "Please, lead the way, my lady." He had not forgotten that this lady had intended to do something to him during the underwater tomb incident. Without the princess's guidance, he could only imagine how many times he might have fallen into her traps. It was best to avoid such a treacherous heart. As they entered the snow-capped mountains, the vast expanse of white became the only scenery. This pristine whiteness lacked any impurities. Stepping onto the soft snow felt indistinguishable from walking on clouds. Even gazing upward required tilting one's head back far to glimpse the azure sky. Lowering one's gaze revealed only the snow-capped peaks. These snowy summits only radiated a divine golden glow at sunrise, inspiring a sense of reverence. At other times, this snow-laden mountain was chillingly cold, a true realm of death. As they trudged on, the snow line reached their waists. With each step forward, immense effort was required, sometimes making it nearly impossible to lift their feet. At that moment, Wu Xie instinctively turned to check for Su Mu's presence. To his dismay, he found that she had inexplicably vanished. "What? Where is the princess?" Wu Xie exclaimed.
Wow.
This snow is really deep. Just as he prepared to search for her, he heard the hefty man's voice. "It seems the princess has been buried in the snow." He wanted to laugh but found it impossible, as he too was on the verge of being buried. Suddenly, a strong wind rose, and snow began to swirl down from the mountains, signaling an urgent need to find shelter. Otherwise, if the storm intensified, they risked being buried or losing their way into dire straits. Aning understood this well. She carefully navigated the uneven snow, her route memorized in her mind. Yet she remained vigilant of her surroundings to ascertain her position. However, the howling wind and heavy snowfall severely restricted her visibility. After taking a few steps, her complexion turned pale, and she dared not advance any further. To lose one's way in the mountains was akin to stepping into the realm of the dead. Escape was impossible, and the only option was to camp in place, praying for divine mercy to grant them a path to safety. Just as Aning prepared to inform Su Mu, she suddenly noticed that the wind and snow had ceased. She paused, looking ahead. Before her, a misty, daunting-hued barrier appeared, enveloping them in protection. Recognizing this, Aning realized that the princess had intervened. Truly, the princess had a heart of gold. She must harbor a distaste for revealing her inner thoughts, which is why her expression often remained so cold. In truth, she was a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart, a sharp tongue yet a tender heart, and Ning pondered. Yet, she grew weary of the situation. The paramount concern was cultivating vegetables, given the current predicament. Without her, and Ning would undoubtedly remain trapped. Wu Xie's hopes were equally dim. He had exerted considerable effort to become useful, having previously secured the route into the tomb, which he had committed to memory. Even in the absence of a Ning, he could lead the team to the celestial palace atop the clouds. Alas, fate was unkind. The heavens seemed intent on thwarting him, leaving him utterly defenseless against such challenges. Listening to these sentiments, the stout man felt a heavy weight in his heart. Although he could serve as the foreman for Her Highness, he was confined to that role. His inability to assist her would surely diminish her favor towards him, which in turn would directly affect his yield in the tomb.
He resolved to devise a plan.
Should he perhaps pull her out? This thought instinctively crossed his mind, followed by the vivid recollection of being hoisted by Su Mu by the scruff of his neck. A memory that interrupted his contemplation. "Pardon the intrusion," Her Highness wished to convey. "I am not hidden. I am merely diminutive.
Wait.
I seem to have forgotten a group of laborers, Sumu remarked, her eyes suddenly brightening. At that moment, Ning suggested, Your Highness, shall we pause here until the blizzard subsides before proceeding? Sumu gently shook her head, no need. Let us forge ahead. As her words fell, all the foreigners under the control of the human-faced cockroach stepped forward, forcing their way through to clear a path. The stout man remarked, Is this a human snowplow? Upon seeing these foreigners and the grotesque faces of the cockroaches, Ning's complexion drained of color. The human-faced cockroach was her nightmare. The kind that haunted her for 3 sleepless nights. How was she to explain the presence of these controlled foreigners to her new master? Suddenly, it dawned on her that she had switched allegiances. Thus, these assailants of her former master were of no concern to her. Surely, if the old master sought trouble, Her Highness would protect her, wouldn't she? As Ning contemplated, she moved forward, but soon the ground emitted a faint cracking sound. At that moment, everyone's movements froze. The sound of ice shattering echoed again, and the stout man's expression changed as he prepared to flee. However, his weight proved a hindrance. As he exerted force, the entire ice cap collapsed with a thunderous crash. Beneath the ice lay a chasm in the mountains. Without hesitation, Sumu lightly tapped with her fingertip, and a portion of the azure barrier surged forth to shield those who were about to fall. Then, she stepped onto an invisible staircase, descending with grace. Moments later, everyone landed safely in a place devoid of snow, pleasantly warm, with a hint of sulfur in the air. Goodness, what a colossal centipede, Sumu exclaimed. What creature is this? Upon hearing the word creature, Wu Xia nearly exploded. He looked up and indeed saw an enormous centipede bearing its fangs at him. Good heavens! Ning Ge. Chapter 92. Who does Her Highness cherish most? Everyone was taken aback, scrambling in fright at the sudden appearance of the centipede, while Sumu merely sighed in exasperation. It's merely a stone sculpture. Is it truly capable of instilling such terror? She delivered a swift reprimand to the stout man, who was seated on the ground in shock. Calm yourself.
Take a closer look at this thing.
It's just a stone carving. The stout man gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he scrutinized the terrifying centipede. After a thorough examination, he finally confirmed, by all that is holy, it truly is a stone sculpture. And Ning, who had already drawn her dagger, muttered, Ugh, being near this jumpy stout man has dulled my judgment. The stout man grumbled as he stood, Damn it. Who crafted this abomination? It nearly scared me to death. After ensuring the centipede was merely a sculpture, Wu Xia let out a sigh of relief. This stone centipede was unreasonably lifelike. Placed in such a location, it could give anyone with a weak heart a fatal scare. But who could have sculpted it? And where were they? Wu Xia gazed at Sumu, who was trailing behind the group. Not to mention, the craftsmanship is exquisite. Such artistry is rare, he mused. If only I could hire this artisan, I would certainly commission 2 stone lions. Wu Xia remarked, I knew it. Only under special circumstances do Her Highness's thoughts concern them. The stout man interjected, Her Highness desires such lifelike lions? That's easily arranged. Modern craftsmen can manage that. Wu Xia shook his head, gazing at the eerie centipede sculpture. It looked sinister. He wondered who had placed it here. The stout man stood up, stroking his chin in contemplation. Following the centipede's form, he ventured deeper into the chamber. Before long, he exclaimed, Come and see. There's a corridor here. Wu Xia paused, then hastened over to inspect. Sumu commanded the foreigners under the cockroach's control to remain in place before following suit. Astonished, Wu Xia noted, Such a place has a corridor? It seems this location was deliberately constructed. Wu Xia observed the corridor, which required him to bend down to enter, and marveled. This place might have been a retreat for ancient practitioners. The stout man scoffed. What ancient practitioner would choose to hide here? They must have been tired of living. After a thorough examination, the stout man speculated, In my opinion, this might well have been a council chamber constructed by the artisans who built the tombs. Hearing this explanation, Wu Xia was taken aback. After some contemplation, he concluded that this possibility held considerable merit. Suddenly, upon hearing Su Mu's thoughts, the stout man felt a surge of delight. So, I was right? Wu Xia inquired, huh? The stout man chimed in, alas, only half right. This place was indeed constructed by those artisans, but not for council meetings, rather, to conceal secrets. Wu Xia retorted, I knew it was improbable for the stout man to guess it correctly upon arrival. The stout man replied, Well, half right is still a victory. Wu Xia questioned, What purpose did those artisans have in constructing such a place? Under Ning's lead, the group ducked into the corridor. When it was Su Mu's turn, she glanced around and decisively used her transformation ability, changing her form into that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. The inconvenience of the tomb lies in the fact that an adult's form cannot move freely, she noted. Upon hearing this thought, Wu Xia turned to glance behind him, but the darkness obscured his view. Has Her Highness transformed back into that childlike form? Oh, how delightful it is to see the adorable princess again. The young man considered using his own shrinking technique, but realized it would impair his combat ability, so he opted to merely bend down. After traversing the lengthy corridor, and Ning donned her gear, illuminating the path with her minor S-lamp. After approximately 10 minutes, the group emerged from the corridor into a remarkably orderly space, with stone bricks and neatly chiseled walls. Wu Xie assessed their surroundings, noting, clearly, the artisans who constructed this place intended for it to endure through time. Yet there's nothing here, the stout man lamented. Surely this cannot be a tomb palace? When will I see my treasures? I miss you terribly. Smack. Wu Xie delivered a sharp slap to him. Remember this. Once you enter, do not recklessly touch anything with your filthy hands. You might attract some dreadful creature. The chubby man was enraged. What the hell? How dare you say that to me? With you around, the entire Long White Mountain's malevolent forces will surely converge upon us. How is that my fault? Wu Xie retorted, Chubby, you are being quite foolish. And Ning, unable to tolerate the bickering any longer, covered her ears. Enough of this nonsense. Let's move. Sumu kicked the chubby man. Both he and Wu Xie quickly fell silent, adopting a serious demeanor as they proceeded forward. Wu Xie remarked, Ah, the princess still values me. She kicks the chubby man, not me. The chubby man responded, Indeed, the princess favors me. She kicks me, but does not harm the naive one.